In the span of a single night, humanity perished. On this vast planet, covering an area of 5.1 million square kilometers, I am now the sole survivor. Chapter 1. Humanity's Extinction. Upon awakening, Mubei immediately sensed something amiss. The once familiar sounds of pedestrians chattering outside his window had vanished. The cacophony of honking cars on the road was conspicuously absent, and even the distant noise of construction at the nearby Green City development site had gone silent. An eerie tranquility enveloped everything, prompting him to question whether he had mistakenly set his alarm. Could it be that it was merely 2 or 3 in the morning? Yet, the sunlight streaming through the curtains was undeniably bright. Although it was summer and dawn arrived early, it must have been at least 7 or 8 in the morning. Mubei rose from his bed, stifling a yawn as he ambled to the window. With a swift motion, he drew back the curtains and gazed outside. To his astonishment, not a single soul could be seen along the roadside. What was happening? Today seemed remarkably peculiar. Despite his bewilderment, Mubei, accustomed to the monotony of daily life over the years, composed himself, dressed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and finally ventured out to discover the cause of this strange occurrence, all the while planning to acquire breakfast. Descending the stairs, he encountered no one. Strolling through the community, he still saw no other individuals. Mubei's brow gradually furrowed, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. As he approached the entrance of the complex, he cast a glance at the security booth, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, there was someone inside. At last, he had found another person. Upon closer inspection, however, he noticed the security guard slumped over a small table, fast asleep. He rapped on the window, calling out, "Security uncle?" No response. He knocked again, "Security uncle?" Still nothing. The window was unlocked, so Mubei slid it open and reached in to shake him gently. "Security uncle, wake up. I need to ask you something." After several attempts yielded no reaction, an ominous thought crossed his mind. Tentatively, he extended his hand beneath the guard's nose. There was no breath. Dead. Mubei recoiled in shock, instinctively withdrawing his hand. Struggling to believe the reality before him, he cautiously checked for any sign of life once more. Confirming his fears, he quickly retrieved his phone and dialed 110. The call connected swiftly, yet no one answered. The alarm he had raised seemed to vanish into the void. "Come on, answer the phone," he urged, panic rising within him as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. With the nearest police station merely a few hundred meters away, he sprinted in that direction. However, as he exited the community, his heart jolted. The absence of people in the complex could perhaps be explained. Maybe an incident had occurred, prompting everyone to gather and witness the spectacle, but what could account for the complete desolation of the streets? It was not the dead of night. Oh wait, someone, up ahead. Thank goodness. Judging by their attire, it was a sanitation worker. No wait, why were they lying on the ground? Mubei's heart tightened, and he hurried over, crouching beside the figure to check for breath beneath their nose. No breath. Were they also dead? Rising to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. He gritted his teeth and turned to run towards the police station. Along the way, he encountered not a single other soul. There was not a soul in sight. The entire street lay in an eerie silence, a silence so profound that it instilled a dreadful sense of oppression and fear. Covering a distance of merely a few hundred meters, Mubei found himself panting heavily. Without a moment to catch his breath, he pushed open the glass door of the police station. Inside the duty room, he noticed 2 officers slumped over their desks, appearing as if they were napping. Mubei's pupils dilated in shock, and the words he was about to utter caught in his throat. He stepped closer, testing for signs of life by checking their breath. There was none. Neither officer was breathing. They were dead. What on earth had transpired? What had happened while I slept last night? Confusion mixed with an overwhelming dread filled Mubei's eyes as he confronted the bizarre situation before him. Had war erupted? Were we attacked by biochemical weapons last night? The mundane routine of his life shattered in an instant, leaving him grappling with the incomprehensible strangeness laid out before him. Staring at the 2 officers, who appeared to be peacefully slumbering yet were irrevocably lifeless, Mubei stood frozen for several minutes, struggling to comprehend the unfolding nightmare. What had truly occurred? Right? The internet. I must check online. In this digital age, the internet is undoubtedly a repository of various information. Mubei retrieved his phone, opened the browser, and searched for news on war. The most recent article, dated 2344 last night, merely framed commercial competition as war. He then searched for biochemical weapons, only to find the latest news dating back nearly a month. In other words, there were no relevant news reports online. Calm down. Think. As he traversed the street, he had only encountered a sanitation worker. There were no other people. If war had truly broken out and biochemical weapons had been deployed, leaving him as the sole survivor, the attack would have likely occurred around 2 or 3 in the morning during the quietest hours. Yet, it was now past 8 in the morning. Therefore, it could not be war nor biochemical weapons. Otherwise, how could there be no news after several hours? Could the information be suppressed? Yet, is such news truly containable? Mubei furrowed his brow and opened Baidu Tieba, perusing several popular forums with millions of followers. However, upon this exploration, a chilling sensation washed over him. The forums he visited, each boasting over 1 million followers, would typically see a flurry of posts even at the dead of night. Yet, without exception, the latest replies were time-stamped at 3:17. 3:17 in the morning. It was as if time itself had frozen for them all at that very moment. In an instant, Mubei was engulfed by an overwhelming terror, realizing that the truth of the matter could be far more horrifying than he had ever imagined. Over an hour later, Mubei set his phone down. He had searched through various online forums, including Baidu Tieba, Sina Weibo, and numerous news websites. Although there were a few messages time-stamped after 3:17 a.m., they were undeniably pre-scheduled posts. Why? Why was there a complete absence of activity online after 3:17 a.m.? Was there a malfunction in the network? That seemed implausible, for Mubei was currently online and had been for over an hour. In other words, within the vast expanse of the internet, amidst billions of users, all traces of human activity had abruptly ceased at the unremarkable hour of 3:17 a.m. Ah, how utterly absurd. Casting a final glance at the deceased police officers, Mubei exited the police station. Not far from the corner of the street stood an all-night internet CAF. He crossed the desolate road and stepped inside. The cashier was slumped over the counter, while nearby, a figure lay sprawled in the aisle. Glancing around, he observed the patrons who had come to surf the internet through the night. Some were slumped over their computer desks. Others reclined in their chairs, and a few lay on the floor. This time, Mubei refrained from checking for signs of life. He knew, without a doubt, they were all dead. The individuals before him were all lifeless. Ha ha ha! Mubei suddenly erupted into laughter. How ludicrous! Truly, how ridiculous! To awaken and find everyone dead. Could the situation be any more absurd? He pulled open a nearby refrigerator, retrieved a can of beer, and with a crack, he opened it and tilted his head back to gulp it down. Gulp, gulp. Mubei's tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high, and the icy beer sent a harsh sensation down his throat, yet he showed no intention of stopping. Once he finished the can, he gripped the empty vessel tightly, staring blankly at the sea of corpses in the CAF. What the hell is this? Upon returning home, Mubei took out a notebook and pondered for a moment before writing. On June 23, 2025, at 3:17 a.m., humanity appears to have perished. On this planet, spanning 5.1 million square kilometers, perhaps I am the only one left, living in solitude. Chapter 2. Better to end it all. At 8:13 a.m., at the Quake convenience store open 24 hours, a young man lifted the shopping basket in his hand and placed it on the counter. Apologetically, he explained to the cashier, "You see, shortly after the apocalypse began, the power went out, and the internet followed suit, leaving me unable to pay via Alipay or WeChat. My cash has long been exhausted, and I can't withdraw from the bank. Therefore, I have no choice but to revert to old customs. Ill right you and I owe you." The cashier said nothing in response. The young man continued speaking to himself. 2 packs of biscuits, 3 cups of instant noodles, 1 pack of ham sausages, 2 bottles of juice, 2 jellies, 3 bags of chips, 2 cans of beef, and a sheet of rice paper. I've calculated it all. It totals 203.6 yuan. Considering it's the new year, could you let the cents slide? Since you're not speaking, they'll take that as your agreement. With that, he took out paper and pen, meticulously writing, on January 1st, 2026, Mubei owes Quake convenience store 200 yuan. He then signed his name with flourish. After penning the IOU, he placed it in a box atop the cash register. Inside lay a disarray of IOUs, each bearing his handwriting. Having packed the items he had purchased into his own shopping bag and returned the shopping basket to its rightful place, Mubei was on the verge of exiting when a sudden thought struck him. He halted, turned around, and offered a wry smile to the decaying corpse behind the counter, which exuded a foul stench. "Oh, by the way, Happy New Year." Had humanity perished? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Mubei only knew that until the internet finally ceased to function, he had remained vigilant online, yet he had observed no signs of life. Therefore, even if some individuals were still alive, they were likely exceedingly rare. Where could he search? The world is vast, and the endeavor would consume time, energy, and emotion, with a success rate verging on zero. If one could not locate a mere cat lost in a city, how could one hope to traverse the globe in search of potential survivors who might not even exist? Reality was not a narrative spun from novels, comics, or films. This planet, spanning 5.1 million square kilometers, felt insurmountably large for a single soul. Mubei would rather live out the remaining decades in tranquility and bid farewell to this wretched world than to toil fruitlessly for a hope that might well be non-existent. Such thoughts were steeped in despair. It might be better to have never hoped at all. Perhaps this was a form of escapism, but who cared? Thus, there might still be other survivors in some distant corner of the world. Yet for Mubei, humanity had met its demise. On that fateful day, 6 months prior, humanity had perished. He gazed around, only to be met with the sight of corpses. He was aware that a family of 3 next door had succumbed, and the elderly couple across the hall had also passed. The room above him harbored a corpse, as did the one below. He might well be the sole survivor among the over 7 billion bodies. Ultimately, Mubei found his relatives and friends and laid them to rest, followed by the residents of his apartment building, so that their remains would not rot and stink within their rooms. As for others, he did not concern himself with them. He was unable to manage that. The hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies, accompanied by the gentle, magnetic voice of the protagonist Andy. The film drew to a close amidst melodious music. Minutes later, Mubei set down the potato chips, pressed the escape key to exit full screen, and clicked the upper right corner of the mouse to close the media player in one fluid motion. Though the power had been cut off 6 months ago, fortunately, there existed a contraption known as a small generator, powered by diesel, gasoline, wind, or solar energy. He procured a solar generator, resolving his electricity issues. After finishing the film, Mubei closed his laptop. He had watched The Shawshank Redemption 7 times. Now the tedium of life post-apocalypse was overwhelming, and with no access to the internet, he often resorted to re-watching the films he had downloaded. You ask, what is the meaning of my existence? He muttered to himself before shaking his head and lamenting, it is meaningless, utterly meaningless, truly without purpose. Rising to his feet, he stretched lazily. The film has concluded. I shall practice calligraphy, and after that, I will dine. I am on the verge of nausea from biscuits and instant noodles. Perhaps I should learn to cook? Mubei harbored few interests, with calligraphy being one of them. Prior to the apocalypse, he engaged in practice only on weekends, but since its onset, he had cultivated the habit of writing daily. For if he did not occupy himself with some endeavor, he feared he might descend into madness. Calligraphy demanded a complete immersion of body and mind, aligning perfectly with Mubei's interests. He unfurled a sheet of rice paper and secured it with weights. Methodically, he prepared the ink. What to write? On his desk lay an open anthology of poetry, the works of the immortal poet Li Bai. Mubei had commenced writing Li Bai's verses a month ago. He turned to the next page of the anthology, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and with unwavering focus, inscribed upon the freshly purchased rice paper, alone, I filter the muddy water, the murky depths obscuring the moon. This was from Li Bai's Du Lu, a poem crafted using the ancient themes of the UFO. The guest has no refuge, sharing a sorrow akin to mine. Upon completing these lines, Mubei dipped his brush once more, ready to continue, when his once steady hand suddenly trembled. He gazed at the subsequent verses, enveloped in silence. The gauzy curtains billow, as if someone is stirring. The bright moon enters directly, leaving no heart to discern. What emotions compelled Li Bai to pen these lines over a millennium ago? In the stillness of the night, he stood alone in an empty hall, awaiting whom? And I? Who am I waiting for? Am I awaiting the gentle breeze, the luminous moon? Ha ha! Mubei suddenly erupted in laughter, exclaiming, what utter tedium! What profound boredom! This world is unbearably dull, devoid of any meaning. With that, he cast aside his brush. Perhaps I should simply end all. In this lifetime, one encounters countless firsts. The first meal, the first steps, the first day of school, the first job, yet the prospect of a first suicide is one that most have never contemplated. There are myriad methods of ending one's life. Consuming sleeping pills, ingesting poison, cutting one's wrists, hanging, or stabbing the heart, among others. Some deaths are serene, while others are agonizing. Some provide a swift resolution, while others prolong the suffering. Bei chose to leap from a great height. He intended to plunge from the apex of the highest structure in the city, bidding farewell to this monotonous existence and the equally dreary world. The tallest edifice in his city was a towering five-star hotel, standing at 258 meters. Bei tilted his head back, gazing up at the cloud-piercing luxury of the hotel, and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the brilliance of a massive chandelier illuminating the lobby. In other words, there was no power outage. Bei felt a flicker of surprise, though it was merely a fleeting astonishment. In recent years, some streetlights and public facilities have begun to harness solar panels for direct electricity supply. Thus, despite occasional power outages in the city, one may still encounter some operational facilities and locations. The notion that after humanity's extinction, the Earth will swiftly plunge into darkness, if posited 2 decades ago, might have seemed prophetic. After all, the advancement of technology indeed embodies the phrase changing with each passing day. It is entirely commonplace for such a luxurious hotel to possess backup wind turbines and solar generators. Alternatively, the hotel might be connected to other sources of electricity, such as hydroelectric power stations. It is said that some hydroelectric plants can operate autonomously for several months or even years, given a stroke of luck. In any case, the hotel's uninterrupted power supply is a boon for Bei, as it implies the elevator remains functional. As the last human in this world, even in the act of self-destruction, one should do so with the dignity and composure befitting humanity. Translated simply, climbing the stairs is exhausting. The rooftop door was locked. Bei found a fire axe and smashed the lock. After discarding the axe, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The wind on the rooftop was fierce, howling as it swept in on this first day of the new year, bitingly cold and filled with an invigorating chill that paradoxically imparted a sense of fresh freedom. Bei spread his arms wide and took a deep breath. Gazing down from the pinnacle of the city offered an indescribable sense of awe. The entire city lay beneath him. Even the distant horizon was within view, presenting an unprecedented expanse, a spectacle beyond imagination. Get busy living, or get busy dying, Bei laughed heartily, then without hesitation, he leaped into the void. Farewell to this wretched world. Chapter 3 Tombstone. When Bei opened his eyes again, he felt that his perspective was somewhat strange. Specifically, it felt a bit high. Was he floating? A soul? So there really are souls in this world. The existence of souls has always been a topic of heated debate in human society. Bei remembered that he had seen a claim before, stating that Dr. Duncan McDougall from Massachusetts, USA, conducted a human experiment in 1907, discovering that a person's weight decreases by about 3/4 of an ounce at the moment of death, roughly 21 grams. He couldn't find a suitable explanation for this. So he concluded that humans have souls, and that souls have mass, weighing 21 grams. However, later on, some pointed out that his experiment was not rigorous, had flaws, and lacked credibility. Others proposed explanations, suggesting that the decrease in weight after death might be due to the cessation of breathing and blood circulation, the failure of the temperature regulation system, and the blood no longer being cooled by fresh air in the lungs, leading to a rapid increase in body temperature for a short time, accelerating the evaporation of bodily fluids and thereby reducing weight. Additionally, some believe that the soul is immaterial and cannot possibly have mass. There are many such debates. Some people firmly believe that souls truly exist, while others think that the so-called soul is merely a symbolic mental construct, not actually existing. If humanity hadn't perished at this moment, Bei thought he could tell them that souls are real because he was currently in a state of a soul. However, I am dead and cannot speak to anyone. Should I try the legendary dream visitation? Oh, I almost forgot. All of humanity is gone, and the last one to die is right beneath my feet. What lay beneath him, the soul, was naturally his own corpse. Blood and flesh were a mess, and the death was extremely tragic and bloody, definitely of a restricted level scene. Dying like this was quite severe, Bei concluded. Jumping from the highest point in this city, it would be strange if he didn't die tragically. After commenting on his own horrific death, Bei looked around, somewhat confused about what would happen next. Would there be ghostly figures to guide him to the underworld, or would he just gradually dissipate into nothingness? However, when he turned around, he was startled. A gigantic tombstone was floating behind him, mysterious and grand, solemn and majestic. This tombstone was clearly not a physical object, lacking any shadow or similar features, thus he only noticed it when he turned around. What is this? Transforming into a soul did not surprise him, But the appearance of the giant tombstone was entirely unexpected. It seemed to be made of white mist, somewhat ethereal and illusory, yet radiating a sense of grandeur and antiquity, as if it had crossed the river of time, incredibly spectacular, with a long string of numbers displayed on it. 801, 223, 2593. 801, 223, 2593. What the hell? Is this the phone number of the King of Hell? Do I need to call for the ghostly guides to come pick me up? Damn. I hope they don't charge me for this. Or could it be 8,122,002,593? Huh. Mube paused. Suddenly a hypothesis flashed through his mind. Damn. This couldn't be. Suddenly, the massive illusory tombstone flickered, the number changing from 801, 223, 2593 to 801, 223, 2592. At the same time, the bloodied, mangled corpse on the ground instantaneously returned to its original form, and Mu Bei's soul, floating in the air, began to uncontrollably drift towards his body. What the hell? Damn it. Mu Bei opened his eyes, touched his body that had no injuries, wanting to cry but having no tears. I can't even die if I want to. Looking behind him, the gigantic illusory tombstone had already vanished without a trace. 8,122,025,93? This number was way too large, immediately reminding Mu Bei of the world population. He recalled seeing news a few years ago stating that according to the U.S. Census Bureau, the world population had surpassed 7 billion. 8,122,025,93. This number was clearly larger than 7 billion. But if we consider that this number includes undocumented populations, plus the growth from the time of the survey to the day of the apocalypse, then it seems plausible. Moreover, the last time, the number decreased by 1. It could be concluded that all the lives of the people in the world have been stacked upon me. Thinking this, Mu Bei suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. 8 billion lives. Even if he committed suicide 100 times a day, it would take 80 million days, which translates to over 200,000 years. Over 200,000 years. With such a long time, he would have already died, right? Wait, damn it. I can be revived after dying. If one life counts for 50 years, then 80 billion lives. Death, for Mu Bei, was no longer an endpoint. Or rather, his life could no longer see an endpoint. From another perspective, he could now be considered immortal, which has been humanity's greatest dream since ancient times. However, this immortality now seemed more like a curse of living alone. Because if, prior to this, Mu Bei still harbored the thought that perhaps there were still people alive somewhere in the world, then when that enormous illusory tombstone appeared, and he learned that he actually bore 80 billion lives, his previous thoughts shattered. On this vast planet, there should be no other survivors left. Only him. And the endless passage of time. The sun will die in 5 billion years, and theoretically, I can outlive it. However, how will I survive then? Will I suffer and die repeatedly when the Earth enters an ice age? Mu Bei stood up, helplessly brushing off the dust on his body. And after thinking for a moment, couldn't he help but chuckle. These problems are too distant. Not to mention the sun's death in 5 billion years. Even the next ice age is about 10 to 20,000 years away, and considering the extinction of humanity, the cessation of human activities, this time might be even further away. Moreover, these are all acts of nature. It's useless no matter how much he thinks about it. After going through this experience, he had pretty much given up on the idea of suicide, because there are just too many lives. Committing suicide 100 times a day for over 200,000 years would definitely be more boring than living. Sigh, let us just continue living for now. Stretching his body, Mu Bei looked at his clothes with some disdain. Due to the impact from jumping off the building, the clothes he originally wore were somewhat torn, but that wasn't the key issue. The key was that both the inside and outside of the clothes were covered in blood, sticky, and uncomfortable. Not only that, but even his face was stained with blood. In a matter of moments, Mu Bei stripped down completely, using a clean part to wipe his face, and then headed towards a nearby large supermarket. Damn it, running around naked in winter, and no one is here to call me a pervert. He banged on the door and entered the supermarket. First, he looked for a towel, turned on the water, and wiped his body. As for taking a shower, he would do it at home later. For now, he just needed to make do. After wiping his body, he found some clothes to change into, then looked for a notepad and a pen, walking towards the cash register. The cash register was empty. There was no cashier. Well, humanity perished at 3:17 a.m. At that time, 99 of the stores were closed, and only a few 24-hour stores had people. Mu Bei stared blankly at the empty cash register, falling silent. After a moment, he sighed, and his hand, which was about to write an IOU, slowly fell. He knew that the IOU he wrote would never be redeemed. The reason he had persisted in doing so for half a year was actually self-deception. Pretending to communicate with someone, a way to relieve his loneliness. Nothing could be solved by jumping off a building once. If that's the case, forget it. Jumping off a building is too painful. Mu Bei sighed, put the notepad and pen on the cashier's counter, and left the supermarket without writing an IOU. Outside the supermarket, the sun was shining brightly. Meow, meow, there was a cat's meow, following the direction of the sound. Mu Bei glanced down at his feet and saw a Scottish fold cat rubbing against his pant leg. Its ears were folded forward, resembling a little hat on its head. Its fur was quite dirty, but one could still make out that its base color was white with dark gray stripes, semi-long, dense, and thick. It should feel quite nice once cleaned. Additionally, this fold cat was very small, clearly still a kitten. The apocalypse had arrived 6 months ago, in other words. It was born outside and unfortunately began to wander right after birth. Meow, the fold cat gently rubbed against Mu Bei's pant leg, raised its little head, and looked at him with a pair of transparent and beautiful blue-gray eyes, looking pitiful. Mu Bei had never owned a cat, but he could tell it was hungry. Go away, I don't like cats. Chapter 4. Disliking with the body but liking with the heart and future plans come. Come, it's time to eat. Mu Bei took some cat food and shook it into the cat bowl, saying, eat it all, don't leave any. Wasting is shameful. Meow. The fold cat, which was lazily lying on the sofa in a sprawled position, opened its eyes, meowed twice, licked its little paw, turned over, and then kicked off. Jumping down from the sofa. No, it bumped into the coffee table. Mu Bei facepalmed. Damn it, idiot. Didn't they say Scottish folds are very smart? Meanwhile, after bumping its head on the coffee table, the fold cat immediately rolled over and got up from the floor, slightly dazed, shook its little head, then darted over to the bowl of cat food. After humanity's extinction, the number of animals like cats and dogs in the city did not increase. The reason is simple. Because the vast majority of pets had no way to escape, they ended up trapped in homes. And after eating everything edible, when Mu Bei helped someone bury their pet, he even saw a dog eating its owner's corpse. They starved to death. One could say that nowadays, walking on the streets, the number of cats and dogs not only hasn't increased, but has actually decreased, because no one would take them out for walks anymore. It's worth mentioning that 2 months after the apocalypse, Mu Bei visited a zoo. There, he saw countless animal corpses, some starved to death, others killed in fights. Of course, based on observations, a small portion successfully escaped. Where those escaped animals went, he wasn't sure. They might have died because they couldn't adapt to the outside environment. As for the wild animals living in the wild, in just half a year, it was impossible for them to reproduce and expand into the city. Perhaps, decades later, this place will become the territory of animals. But for now, this city is very desolate. With people gone, animals have also decreased. Only plants are spreading wildly. The vegetation that was once decorative in the community now grows like weeds. It's been half a month since I found you. Let me give you a name. Mu Bei squatted down and said, meow. The fold cat glanced at Mu Bei, turned its head, and started eating the cat food again, looking quite silly. Let me think. After pondering for a while, Mu Bei said, seeing how silly you are, I'll call you Silly Cat. Meow, meow. The fold cat obviously looked very satisfied with its meal, squinting its eyes, then turned its head to rub against Mu Bei's pant leg again. Oh, you seem quite happy. Do you like that name? All right then, as you wish, I'll call you Silly Cat. Mu Bei smiled and decided on the name for this silly cat. You eat slowly. I'm going to practice my writing. By the way, remember to finish eating. If you don't finish, I'll kick you out of the house. 1 hour later, Mu Bei returned from practicing his writing and looked at the cat bowl, which still had a little food left. Can't you understand human language? All right, you really can understand human language. While feeling helpless, he looked at the silly cat sitting in the corner. The sitting posture of the Scottish fold cat was very unique. It looked like a person, cute and lazy, with a bit of a goo lounging vibe. One day, I will kick you out of the house. Mu Bei muttered, saying, get up. We're going out to buy something. Meow. The silly cat licked its paw and continued to look at Mu Bei. Meow. At this moment, it seemed as if 2 little crows flew over his head. Mu Bei, forget it. I can't have any expectations for its intelligence. Mu Bei walked over, kicked it lightly, then picked it up and tucked it under his arm as he went out. Once downstairs, he casually tossed it. This time, the silly cat finally showed its agile side, landing steadily on the ground, meowing twice before running to Mu Bei's feet. "Keep up," Mu Bei said. This time, besides going out to buy some food, well, to get some food and some cat food. He also planned to stop by a bookstore to look for a cookbook and some books on agriculture. The items in the supermarket and mall could last half a year or a year, but they certainly couldn't last 5 or 10 years. Not because there isn't enough quantity. In fact, even if Mu Bei ate for 10 years, he couldn't finish all the food left in this city. The issue is that those things all have an expiration date. Now that half a year has passed, how much will still be unexpired in another half a year? Indeed, many things can still be eaten after they expire. They won't kill you. But what if they expire for 3 to 5 years and go bad? They can't be eaten, right? Moreover, the key issue isn't whether one will die. No, the key issue is whether one will have a stomachache. Therefore, it's necessary to grow some food oneself, mainly staple foods like rice, as well as some common vegetables. As for animals like chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, Mu Bei doesn't plan to raise them. First, there's no need. These animals, he can catch them, go to the police station to get a gun, and then hunt them. Because, with the extinction of humanity, it also means that these animals originally raised by humans are no longer constrained. Although a large portion will starve to death because they are trapped in pens or die from fighting each other, there are definitely some that manage to escape and return to nature. As for those that escaped, not all of them will survive, but some definitely will. How many are there? Anyway, Mu Bei alone can't possibly eat them all, because animals will also reproduce. Secondly, and most importantly, he is bored. Occasionally going out to hunt might become a new pastime in his long life. Aside from food considerations, another issue Mu Bei was concerned about was water and electricity. Especially electricity. Although there is a solar generator at home, how long that thing can last is an unknown. A few years? A few decades? Perhaps for the average person. That is a long time. But for Mu Bei's long future life, it's just a drop in the ocean. Is there a more long-term solution? Mu Bei thought for a moment and couldn't help but chuckle. Farming, hunting, generating electricity. He suddenly felt that he might become a knowledgeable and versatile person in a few decades. Forget it, I want to think about this for now. Mu Bei smiled slightly and then started planning today's itinerary. Today, he needs to go to the supermarket, the bookstore, and where can I buy a telescope? He thought seriously about it. He really didn't know where to get a telescope. A mall? A digital city? He could only go and try his luck. If he really can't find one, he might as well go to an observatory or something to borrow one. Due to the cessation of human industrial activities, recently, the city's sky has gradually become visible with stars. Mu Bei wanted to find a telescope to look at the stars, the vastness of the universe. The brilliance of the stars and the longevity of the celestial bodies can make one forget many things, even though theoretically, those celestial bodies have not lived longer than him. The supermarket and bookstore he needed to go to were not far away, so Mu Bei rode his bicycle, placing the clumsy cat in the basket, and set off. While at the bookstore, he also grabbed some CDs. After he came out, he suddenly realized that it was time to get a car. Usually, buying some food and necessities didn't feel like much, but when things got a bit more or larger, it really became quite inconvenient. And he still needed a telescope. He didn't know where to buy one, and it would be a hassle to ride around looking for it. After thinking for a moment, Mu Bei decided it was time to get a car. There were hardly any cars on the road. For the same reason, humanity had perished at 3:17 a.m. However, there were quite a few cars parked along certain stretches of road, and the community and parking lots were filled with vehicles. But there was one problem. He didn't have the car keys. Unlike in the movies, where 2 wires can be touched together to start the car, that was a skill Mu Bei did not possess. In fact, it was unlikely that an average person could do that. Fortunately, even so, finding a car to drive was still not a difficult task. Chapter 5. Meteor Shower and Dreams. There were quite a few methods to find a car key, for example, breaking into someone's house. However, the simplest and least labor-intensive method at the moment was for Mu Bei to focus his gaze on a nearby intersection. He remembered that if he turned right there and rode past a few intersections for about 10 minutes, he would come across a bar called Sanyu, which had a strange name and had opened 2 months before the apocalypse. He had received a flyer when he passed by there. Speaking of which, he had been there once. He couldn't tell the difference in the quality of the wine, but he thought the food tasted great. Mu Bei felt that it was a restaurant that was hindered by being a bar. He recalled that Sanyu bar's operating hours were from 3 p.m. to 5 a.m. In other words, when the apocalypse happened, it was in business. The owner, the staff, and the bar patrons should be inside. And there should be some cars parked outside the bar, with the car keys naturally on them. Mube rode his bike toward the Sanyu bar. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the bar and was about to go in when he noticed a Porsche parked by the roadside at the entrance. The door half open, and there was someone inside. He couldn't help but chuckle. The owner of this car had died at a perfect moment. Clearly, they were just about to go home after a drink, and before they could close the door or start the car, they had already passed away. However, this did make things convenient for him. The car keys were inside the vehicle. Mube walked over and saw a man and a woman sitting in the Porsche. The two corpses had long since rotted and started to smell, covered in maggots, white and densely packed, writhing in the decaying flesh. Well, he understood now. A car with dead people inside was not convenient at all, but rather utterly unusable and disgusting. Thinking of this, he suddenly admired the protagonists in the American drama The Walking Dead, who could drive around in cars that had been through encounters with zombies and were stuck with all kinds of rotten flesh. Quite impressive. Furthermore, the car owner looked somewhat familiar. The face of the corpse was not too severely decomposed, and the more he looked, the more Mube felt that the man in the driver's seat looked quite recognizable. Driven by curiosity, he carefully searched the car while avoiding the corpses and maggots, eventually finding a driver's license and a vehicle registration. After opening it and checking the name against the photo, he finally recalled, feeling somewhat sentimental, the national football team. He couldn't help but glance at them a couple more times. Although it was winter now, the day of the apocalypse was summer, and the woman was dressed quite provocatively, while the man wore a white shirt. Due to the decomposition, the originally white shirt had become dirty and yellowed. At the stomach area, the shirt formed a bulging outline, although beneath it were rotten flesh and maggots. The abs that once belonged to the national football team could still be seen. Ugh, too disgusting and painful to look at. Mube casually tossed the driver's license and vehicle registration back into the car and said to the clumsy cat, "This person was quite decent in life. Let us spit and move on." Of course, that was just a joke. The person was dead, and Mube had no interest in actually spitting on the corpse. He turned around and entered the bar, found a few car keys, and went outside to find the corresponding cars. In the end, he chose a modified Range Rover. It was large, and the trunk was spacious. However, when he tried to start the car, he found that it wouldn't start at all. Is the battery dead? Mube felt a bit helpless. Although he had a car, unfortunately, his car had been rear-ended a few days before the apocalypse and was sent to the repair shop. After the apocalypse began, he had no intention of retrieving it. Besides, his car was probably still under repair, with many parts taken off, making it completely unrideable. At this point in humanity's demise, it could be considered scrapped, since he had never left a car unused for a long time. Mube actually didn't know how long it took for a car battery to die. However, it seemed like in the American drama The Walking Dead, people could just pick up any car on the roadside and drive it, so he thought the battery would last a long time. But he didn't expect the situation to be like this today. Mube tried a few other cars, but the results were the same. None of them could start. He had no choice but to return to the Range Rover, open the glove compartment, and hope to find the vehicle's user manual. After all, he had put the user manual in the glove compartment to see if there might be a solution in the manual. However, he didn't find the user manual. Instead, he found a white object that looked like a power bank, along with a black and a red clip. In addition, there was a small manual titled Car Emergency Start Power. What the hell? There's actually such a thing. Mube looked at it. This thing could even be used as a power bank, which was quite enlightening. Following the instructions in the manual, Mube spent some time and finally started the car. Then, he drove around to 2 shopping malls, but found nothing. In the end, he found a telescope at a digital city. However, when he went to the rooftop of his apartment building to test it out that night, he realized that this telescope was okay for viewing the moon, but not for much else, let alone celestial bodies beyond the solar system. The one priced around 1,000 yuan was indeed unreliable, Mube sighed. You get what you pay for. But telescopes are inherently niche products, and there are very few places that sell them. It took him quite a bit of effort to find the one he had. High-end products? He had no idea where to buy them. Maybe he should go to the observatory tomorrow and borrow one. Mube moved his eyes away from the eyepiece. He knew where the observatory was. He straightened up, intending to stretch his waist and move his body when a streak of light suddenly flashed across the night sky. Oh, a meteor. No, it's a meteor shower. Mube raised his eyebrows in surprise. He saw streaks of meteors with fleeting brilliance cutting through the dark sky, disappearing on the distant horizon. The dazzling galaxy was truly beautiful. At the same time, the clumsy cat that had been lying behind Mu Bei suddenly lifted its head. Staring at the meteors streaking across the night sky, its blue-gray eyes filled with confusion. That night, Mu Bei had a dream. He dreamt of last year's New Year's Day, January 1st, 2025. The streets were decorated with lights, and there were crowds everywhere. Major businesses had hung up festive banners, promoting sales and discounts, making every effort to advertise. Young couples were holding hands and unabashedly showing off their affection. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. On the big screen at the street corner, last night's New Year's Eve gala was being replayed. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a message from his mom, asking what time he would be home for dinner. Meow? Mu Bei suddenly woke up, gasping for breath. He touched his cheek and found it slightly damp. Fortunately, the only witness was a cat. The silly cat had jumped onto his bed at some point and was now sitting beside his hand. It extended its tongue and gently licked Mu Bei's hand, meowing twice before affectionately rubbing its little head against his arm. Mu Bei couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to comfort me? Haha, why does it feel like your IQ has gone up? While saying this, he playfully poked it with his hand. Perhaps it was tickled. As the silly cat rolled over with a contented expression, raising its forepaws and exposing its soft belly. Wait a minute. Mu Bei hurriedly tried to stop it. But it was too late. Suddenly, the silly cat started flailing its paws wildly, thrashing around as if it were a drowning person desperately trying to grab something. And then with a thump, it rolled off the bed. Mu Bei facepalmed. Forget what I said, my cat is still an idiot. What kind of operation is it to roll off the edge of the bed? Brushing teeth, washing face, eating. Breakfast consisted of porridge with ham sausage. He took a bite of the sausage, then a sip of porridge, glancing down at his feet. The silly cat was quietly eating its cat food. The silly cat liked to sit lazily like a person and loved to lie flat in a starfish position while sleeping. Its most frequent activity was sitting on the sofa or the windowsill, looking as if it had nothing to do. At first, Mu Bei thought it was really lazy. It wasn't until later, after casually flipping through a book about Scottish fold cats at a bookstore, that he learned the cat's habits weren't due to laziness, but rather pain. The Scottish fold, as the name suggests, has ears that fold forward, resembling a little hat on its head. People find it cute, but for the fold, this is actually a manifestation of a genetic defect. The Scottish fold breed was essentially created to satisfy human demands for pets, and they are born with a certain degree of genetic defects, which affect their cartilage. The most noticeable effect is that the ear bones soften significantly, causing the ears to fold forward. Because their skeletal structure is inherently flawed, fold cats live their entire lives with pain, and since the issue is genetic, this suffering cannot be resolved by medical means, it only worsens over time. The silly cat often appeared to sit lazily because that unique sitting position helped relieve its discomfort. Mu Bei squatted down and patted the silly cat's head. The silly cat squinted its eyes, nuzzling against his hand with a contented expression, appearing very affectionate. Mu Bei patted its head, stood up, and continued drinking his porridge. After finishing breakfast, he took the silly cat out for a walk, a habit he had recently developed. Of course, Mu Bei insisted that he didn't like cats. He only had one out of necessity and a momentary whim, and he would eventually kick it out of his home one day. Yes, just like that. This time, Mu Bei decided to walk a bit farther. He had noticed during last night's meteor shower that one of the meteors had fallen in this city. Being on the rooftop of his apartment at that time, he had a clear view and knew the direction, as well as an approximate distance, but he wasn't sure of the exact location. He decided to go look for it and see if he could find a meteorite to play with. A boring and long life needed some novel things to pass the time. Chapter 6. A Zen Survivor. If this were before the apocalypse, a meteor falling in the city would surely be reported in the news. There would be crowds watching, and word would spread, making it easy to find. But now, in this empty city, there was only Mu Bei. Finding that fallen meteor was unexpectedly troublesome. The reason was that he didn't know its exact landing spot. Earlier, he thought he could estimate the distance, but that was a major illusion. It is hard for a person standing at a height to discern how far the horizon is in kilometers. The farther away it is, the greater the deviation. And the city is so complex, with buildings everywhere and roads crisscrossing, that Mu Bei spent a week without finding that meteorite. Gradually, he began to lose interest. After all, a so-called meteorite is just a special stone that has been to space. Even if it has some research value, it has nothing to do with him. He's not a scientist. Forget it, let it be. Anyway, he was the only person on Earth, so he didn't have to worry about someone else picking it up. Mu Bei thought he might be considered a Zen survivor. However, There was actually a more important reason that prompted him to give up searching for the meteorite: the changes that had occurred in the silly cat over the past week. To be honest, after that night of the meteor shower, when he woke up the next day, Mubei had already vaguely sensed some changes in the silly cat. But he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just the pet showing some understanding. However, unexpectedly, after that day, strange changes began. The silly cat became quieter by the day, and in the last 2 days, it hadn't meowed at all, spending most of its time quietly sitting on the windowsill, gazing into the distance, sometimes even refusing to eat. One time, Mubei leaned in to take a look and felt a chill in his heart. Because those cat eyes were far too calm and profound, it felt as if it were human. Yes, just like a human. Saying a cat resembles a human may sound ridiculous, and Mubei had wondered if it was his imagination. But every time he thought of those cat eyes, he couldn't shake the feeling that something terrifying was happening to the silly cat. Even more bizarre was that a few times when Mubei got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, he found the silly cat squatting on his bed, silently watching him, its eyes faintly glowing in the dark. The first time he saw it, his heart nearly skipped a beat. He didn't know how long it had been watching him, nor did he know if it would continue to gaze at him in the dark after he closed his eyes again. He didn't know if it stayed awake all night, just staring at him. "I say, can you understand human speech?" Startled awake in the middle of the night again, Mubei didn't turn on the light, but after a moment of silence, he asked the silly cat. But the silly cat didn't respond, just staring at him intently with its glowing eyes. The window was half open, the night breeze lifted the thin curtain, and the moonlight poured in, just falling on the silly cat. Mubei glanced at it. Its claws seemed sharper than yesterday. "You're affecting my sleep quality," Mubei said. He was still calm. If it were someone more timid, they probably wouldn't dare to sleep at night. The silly cat still didn't react. Mubei waited for a while, finally sighed, and said helplessly, "Forget it. If you want to watch, then watch." Meow. The silly cat suddenly meowed, shifted its gaze, jumped off the bed, and disappeared into the darkness. The next morning, Mubei woke up with 2 dark circles under his eyes. This past week, his sleep quality had been greatly affected. Although he was calm, just thinking about those eyes watching him in the dark was enough to keep anyone from sleeping well. Rubbing his eyes, yawning, and changing clothes, brushing teeth, washing face, eating breakfast, Mubei took the silly cat out as usual for a walk. No matter how strange the cat had become, it still needed to be walked. Woof, woof, woof. As Mubei walked to a nearby park, a large, muscular yellow dog suddenly lifted its head and glanced at him. Its fur stood on end. It jumped back 2 steps, bared its sharp teeth, and growled fiercely while slowly retreating. The sudden barking startled Mubei. "What the hell? This dog has issues. Huh, this dog is barking." The yellow dog was barking madly at Mubei, as if facing some huge threat. Suddenly, the silly cat meowed softly. However, the yellow dog seemed to be greatly frightened and turned to flee, disappearing in a flash. Seeing this, Mubei looked down at the silly cat and asked, "Did you scare it away?" The silly cat squatted there, showing no reaction. Mubei frowned, looking in the direction the yellow dog had run off, deep in thought. In the following days, every morning when Mubei took the cat out for a walk, he would encounter that yellow dog. It wouldn't come close, always staying at a distance, barking fiercely at Mubei, or more accurately, at the silly cat by his feet, as if to warn them. But every time the silly cat meowed, the dog would flee without hesitation, clearly terrified. After encountering it multiple times, Mubei gradually remembered that he recognized this yellow dog. No, he should say he might recognize it. It looked very much like the one his sister had, only a bit larger and dirtier than he remembered. However, he hadn't seen his sister's dog for a long time, and when he went to bury them during the apocalypse, he didn't see it either. He only saw a broken window. Besides, this yellow dog wasn't a rare breed, just a common Chinese rural dog, so he wasn't very sure. However, this dog seemed to have a special obsession with Mubei. Although it was afraid of the silly cat, it still came by every day. Mubei guessed it was trying to warn him. Days passed. The silly cat's changes became increasingly strange, while the barking of the yellow dog grew more urgent. One time, when he was out walking the cat, the silly cat moved away slightly, and the yellow dog seized the opportunity, suddenly appearing and biting at the hem of Mubei's pants, desperately trying to pull him away. The air was thick with an unsettling atmosphere, almost palpable. But Mubei did nothing. He felt he was being extremely laid back, yet there was a hint of danger. But at least life was not so boring anymore. He watched day by day, like a bystander, enjoying the spectacle, unguarded. Until one day, when he got up, he found the silly cat was missing. What a big deal. Silly cat. Hey, silly cat. Where did you go? Come out. Mu Bei frowned, checking the bedroom, but couldn't find the silly cat. He turned the living room upside down, even looking under the sofa, but still nothing. The silly cat seemed to have vanished from the house. Where could this silly cat have gone? He checked the balcony, still no sign of the silly cat. Feeling helpless, Mu Bei decided to have breakfast first before going out to look. Hey, speaking of which, I think I said I would kick it out of the house, right? Maybe I shouldn't look for it? Mu Bei muttered as he pushed open the slightly ajar kitchen door, and then he was stunned. What the hell? Did a thief break in? The kitchen was a complete mess, pots and pans scattered everywhere, the refrigerator door wide open. And the once full fridge was now completely empty. If he weren't the only one left in the world, Mu Bei would have thought his house had been robbed. And by a starving ghost at that. But clearly, the house hadn't been robbed. He quickly pinpointed the culprit behind the mess, a furry round ball. What is this thing? Mu Bei squatted down and closely observed it, finding that the fur of this round ball looked extremely similar to that of the silly cat. He reached out a finger and gently poked it, and the round ball rolled back and forth like a weeble. Mu Bei was taken aback. Could this thing be that silly cat? He found it hard to believe. No cat, no matter how good it was at curling into a ball, could be this round. Where's its tail? Where's its head? Suddenly, a rapid barking sounded behind him. Mu Bei jumped, turned around, and saw that the yellow dog had somehow appeared outside the kitchen, barking frantically at him. Woof, woof. The yellow dog looked at the fur ball, then at Mu Bei, its barking sounding very urgent. Woof, woof. Oh, you mean this place is dangerous, and I should leave quickly? Mu Bei thought as he stood up and pointed at the inexplicably appeared round ball on the floor. Woof, woof. The yellow dog continued to bark, and seeing Mu Bei still not moving, its barking grew more frantic. Mu Bei squinted, recalling the silly cat's strange changes over the past few days, and nodded gently. It does seem a bit dangerous. Let's leave first. After exiting the kitchen, he glanced at the balcony, roughly understanding how the dog got in. The floor he lived on wasn't very high, just the third floor. And there was a big tree outside. Climbing the tree and jumping onto the balcony wouldn't be a difficult task for a dog. Woof, woof, the yellow dog urged. They went out and down the stairs. It ran ahead, occasionally looking back, as if trying to avoid something terrifying. Mu Bei chased after it, panting. Hey, don't run so fast. By the way, let me ask you, are you that dog from my sister's house? People really can't outrun dogs. If the yellow dog hadn't stopped occasionally to wait for him, he would have probably been left behind long ago. After running a long way, Mu Bei felt like his lungs were on fire. When they turned a corner, he couldn't help but shout, Hey, that dog, wait, before he could finish his sentence. A shadow suddenly loomed over him. Sharp teeth, sharp claws, glinting with cold light in the sunlight. A gaping bloody mouth lunged for Mu Bei's head. In the next moment, a scream rang out. Blood splattered. Mu Bei sat down on the ground, rubbing his sore backside, looking at the yellow dog lying on the ground, and laughed. What? Surprised? A sharp dagger was embedded in its neck, blood flowing everywhere. Mu Bei shook his head, extending a finger. Hypothesis 1. The silly cat wants to harm me. And you want to save me. This scenario only holds if you are indeed that dog from my sister's house. Otherwise, you have no reason to be so obsessively trying to save me. Then, he extended another finger. Hypothesis 2. You want to harm me. You might be my sister's dog. Or maybe not. But in any case, you want to harm me. The morning activities, along with this sudden appearance, are all psychological suggestions. You are inducing me to think the silly cat wants to harm me, and you want to save me. Speaking of this, he suddenly became excited. If that's the case, can I assume you possess human-like intelligence? I don't deny that some dogs are indeed very smart, but being able to use behavior for psychological suggestion is definitely off the charts, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Bei paused, for the yellow dog, which had originally been lying in a pool of blood, slowly stood up. It lowered its body, glaring fiercely at him, baring its sharp teeth. A woo. It can still stand up? What a resilient life force. Mu Bei frowned, then became excited again. Forget it. No matter. What I'm interested in is, you can't really possess human intelligence, right? If you do, does that mean you were secretly observing me for a while before you first appeared before me? So you knew about the silly cat's strange changes and that they would cause unease, which made you feel there was an opportunity. In front of him was a large yellow dog that perhaps truly possessed human-like intelligence, but it clearly couldn't speak. It was just glaring at Mu Bei with a predatory gaze. Mu Bei shrugged. Don't ask me why I chose to believe that strange cat at home. If I'm wrong, then so what? I can just die once, it's not a big deal. He continued, and I don't think it intends to harm me. Although it has been acting a bit strange lately, this might sound unbelievable, but I feel like it is on the verge of awakening its intelligence. Just like I read in online novels before. And these days should be its chaotic period of initial awakening, where it seems completely dazed, like a newborn baby. Its intelligence hasn't fully awakened yet, but there are gradual changes, and it is struggling to adapt to this change. Plus, my cat is a bit of an idiot. Acting silly, which is why it behaves so strangely. In my opinion, because it is so obvious and doesn't hide its sharp teeth and claws. I feel it actually means no harm. Of course, it just happened to encounter me. Someone else might have really been frightened by it. After all, scaring oneself is the most terrifying thing, right? A dog with intelligence, a cat awakening its intelligence. All this seems supernatural. But ever since the last suicide and the appearance of that giant illusory tombstone behind me, Mubei felt he might as well throw common sense out the window. Especially since today, he witnessed the transformation of the silly cat, which actually changed from a cat into a fluffy round ball that could roll around like a weeble when poked. This was definitely beyond the realm of common sense. However, Mubei could tell that the silly cat was at a critical moment. He felt it was somewhat dangerous to leave that yellow dog there, as it might act out of desperation, so he decided to go along with it. And also, Mubei smiled and said, I don't like cats, but I hate dogs even more. Chapter 8. Silly Cat Awoke. The yellow dog had a dagger stuck in its neck, blood dripping continuously from the wound. Yet it still glared fiercely at Mubei, growling and breathing heavily through its nose. Why are you staring at me? Mubei frowned and said seriously, with such a serious injury, you should find a good place to recover and learn from this failed ambush, striving to summarize your experiences from practice and creation, while also strengthening your own development, implementing the Central Committee's directives. Oh, sorry, got carried away. Oh woo. Just as Mubei was about to say something else, the yellow dog suddenly lunged at him fiercely, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, a strong paw slammed onto his chest. Thud. It hurt. It hurt deeply. It felt like several ribs broke. Damn it. Why does it feel like a failed show-off? Is there no justice left in the world? With such a serious injury, shouldn't it be dead or at least crippled? Shouldn't it have only half a life left? And why is this dog so strong? Is this really a dog? Hiss, even breathing hurts. Mubei fell to the ground, barely having time to catch his breath when a massive maw was already lunging towards him, the strong smell of blood hitting him, making him want to vomit. His second life was actually going to end in a dog's mouth. This thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but want to smile bitterly. Meow-a-woo. At this moment, a cat's call rang out. A snow-white figure dashed in like lightning, and in the next instant, the yellow dog was suddenly sent flying, soaring a dozen meters before crashing into a rolling shutter door, denting it deeply. Staring at the figure standing protectively in front of him, fur bristling and tail standing straight up, Mubei was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. No, something's off. This isn't how the script is supposed to unfold. Is a cat and a dog fighting this terrifying? One slap sends it flying a dozen meters. It even broke the rolling shutter door? I can't provoke this. Wait, is this my silly cat? The figure in front of him looked nothing like the silly cat he remembered. It was slightly larger, though still small, and the color of its fur was different. The silly cat had a white base with deep gray stripes, but this one was pure snow white. However, the biggest difference was its tail. The silly cat's tail was thick at the base and gradually tapered to a thin point, but this one had long white fluff on its tail, becoming increasingly fluffy from the base until it gradually tapered after about 2/3 of its length. Is this the silly cat? After coming back to his senses, Mubei couldn't help but doubt it. In front of him, after slapping the yellow dog away, it growled angrily at the direction where the dog had been sent flying, then turned to Mubei, meowed, and scampered over, only to trip and fall flat on the ground. Mubei facepalmed. There is no mistake. This is my cat. Don't ask me why I'm so sure. It's a sad story. What happened to you? Why did even your breed change? Mubei thought that the silly cat no longer resembled a Scottish fold at all. Was it even still a cat? Although Mubei knew that some cats had fluffier tails, the tail shaped like the silly cat's was unheard of, and it didn't look like a fox's tail either. It resembled more of a fox tail from an anime. Don't tell me you changed species. Mubei complained. The silly cat raised its little head and, surprisingly, nodded. Damn, it really changed. What did you turn into? Just as Mubei was speaking, he suddenly realized, his eyebrows twitching violently. Can you understand what I'm saying? The silly cat nodded. Mubei couldn't help but stroke his chin, finding it interesting that the silly cat could actually understand his words after awakening its intelligence. It should be noted that even humans don't inherently understand what others say, as human language is a creation that requires learning to comprehend and use. How did the silly cat learn? Did it subconsciously remember what it heard during their time together? Wait, putting aside the fact that they hadn't been together for long. A human language can't be learned just from hearing fragmented bits and pieces. Why can you understand what I'm saying? Mubei couldn't figure it out and asked. The silly cat tilted its head in thought, and after a moment, a look of confusion appeared in its eyes, and it shook its head. All right. Even it doesn't know. Mubei had to temporarily set aside his questions and turn to discuss something he was more concerned about. Since you can understand me, then please don't stare at me while I'm trying to sleep at night. It's really scary, okay? Meow meow. The silly cat affectionately rubbed against his arm, indicating that it understood. Seeing its demeanor, it seemed the chaotic period of its initial awakening had ended. Mubei patted its head, and he suddenly noticed that one thing about the silly cat hadn't changed. Its ears, which still resembled little hats on its head, folded forward. This discovery made him frown, because the silly cat's transformation was clearly a form of evolution, and during the process of evolution, repairing one's own defects is a common principle. Although the ears of a Scottish fold are very cute, they actually represent an external manifestation of a genetic defect, a pain it was born with. Why hadn't it been repaired? This silly cat had awakened its intelligence and even changed species. Mubei couldn't believe that a mere genetic defect in its bones couldn't be fixed. What was going on? He thought seriously for a moment, and suddenly raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this silly cat forcibly exited the evolution process? Although he felt it was unlikely, after all, who would actively give up on evolution? He still asked the silly cat. As a result, the silly cat nodded. He raised a small paw and waved it defiantly in the direction where the yellow dog had been knocked away. Meow. Meow? Mubei was taken aback, feeling suddenly complicated. He thought that with the presence of that yellow dog, the evolution process of the silly cat might encounter an accident, so he lured it out. As a result, the silly cat forcibly terminated its own evolution to come to his rescue, giving up the opportunity to repair its genetic defects. How foolish. Meow. Sigh. It's all because of information asymmetry. Mubei patted the silly cat's head, saying, I want to die. After saying that, he didn't explain further and said, let us go see what happened to that dog. He supported himself against the wall and slowly stood up. This simple action made him break out in a cold sweat from the pain. In fact, even while speaking earlier, he was enduring immense pain. Several ribs were broken. It hurt like hell. Mubei gritted his teeth and walked over, crouching down to check, only to find that the yellow dog was dead beyond recovery. However, this was expected. Ever since it was knocked away by the silly cat, it hadn't moved for several minutes. Quite a pity. After all, this dog was suspected to possess intelligence. Meow? The silly cat suddenly called out, ran to the yellow dog's corpse, and with its sharp claws, it made a few slashes before it actually opened the dog's belly and pulled something out from a pile of entrails, pushing it in front of Mubei. What the hell? A stone this big? It was a piece of irregularly shaped stone, about the size of half a fist. Mubei looked closely at it, smiled, and sat down on the ground. Then, he pulled out the dagger that was stuck in the yellow dog's neck, wiped it clean with his clothes, and said, hey, silly cat, watch closely. After saying that, he raised the dagger and suddenly stabbed it into his own heart. Chapter 9. One less life. If there had been an outsider present at that moment, they would definitely think this guy was insane. Yes, insane. Even knowing he wouldn't die, a person who could casually stab a knife into their own heart was definitely insane. After a suffocating wave of pain, the massive, illusory tombstone appeared once again, still as mysterious and grand, solemn and dignified. 801-223-2591. Mubei casually glanced at the number on the tombstone and suddenly froze. 8,122,002,591. Wasn't it supposed to be 8,122,002,592? He clearly remembered that the last time he committed suicide, which was when this gigantic tombstone first appeared, it displayed 8,122,025,93. After that, he resurrected, consuming one life, and it became 8,122,025,92. Why had it now changed to 8,122,002,591? One less life? Could it be that this time it was deducted in advance? Impossible. The last time the number only changed when he resurrected. It couldn't he have been deducted in advance this time when it was T previously? Had he died once without realizing it? Mubei was utterly confused. He had no memory of dying again. Besides, even if he might have been killed unknowingly, he should at least have memories of resurrecting, right? But in fact, he had no such memories. Meow. Meow. Seeing Mubei stab the dagger into his own heart, the silly cat was stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening. It wasn't he until it saw his hands droop and blood flowing from his chest that it finally reacted, pouncing to Mubei's side, meowing and calling out to him with a heart-wrenching cry. While it called out, it sadly rubbed its small head against Mubei's arm, trying to wake him up. Gradually, tears began to flow from its blue-gray eyes. After a few minutes, the silly cat finally realized that its master would never return. It sadly lay down, gently resting its small head on Mubei's drooping arm, softly, slowly but continuously calling out, meow meow. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on its head. Why are you crying? Mubei sighed and said. Due to the shock and confusion brought on by the change in the tombstone's numbers, he had returned a little late this time. However, this allowed him to roughly understand the resurrection process. If he didn't count the mysteriously missing life, he had resurrected twice. And the time he spent in a soul state was different each time. This indicated that resurrection wasn't a timed mechanism like a countdown. In fact, this time, it was when the thought of wanting to resurrect popped into his head that the number on the massive tombstone changed, decreasing by 1. And then he came back to life. Therefore, it should be an instruction-based mechanism. Thinking back to when he first resurrected, it should have been when he subconsciously had the thought of resurrecting after guessing the meaning of the number 801-223-2593, which triggered the resurrection mechanism. However, if he hadn't guessed the meaning of the number on the tombstone at that time, could he still have come back to life? The answer was definitely yes. Being a soul floating there was extremely boring. He could see the real world, but couldn't hear anything, like entering a silent world. And as for interacting with the real world, that was even more impossible. Therefore, one day, Mubei would have the thought of wanting to resurrect, even if he didn't know the meaning of the number on the tombstone. Of course, it was also possible that after a certain period, he would be forced to resurrect. Should I experiment? Mubei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dismissed the idea of committing suicide again. When he was in a soul state, he couldn't hear anything, but he could see. The sight of the silly cat silently mourning beside his corpse truly shook his heart. From now on, it would be better to die less often. By the way, when he turned into a soul state this time, Mubei also considered another possibility. If he didn't resurrect for a long time, would the soul gradually dissipate? However, given that he had so many lives, this possibility should be minimal. Stop crying, Mubei said. Speaking of which, this was the first time he saw a cat cry. Meow. Feeling the hand on its head and hearing that familiar voice, the silly cat looked up, stunned, clearly unable to comprehend the situation before it. But soon, it joyfully confirmed the reality before it, meowing once before leaping into Mubei's arms, affectionately rubbing against his chest. However, after a few rubs, it suddenly jumped back. Looking angry at Mubei, meow meow meow. Mubei was taken aback, and after a while, he reacted, slapping its head. What else with the attitude? You think I can just avoid dying once with such serious injuries? Help me heal, will you? Meow. The silly cat raised its two small paws to cover its head and began to cry in grievance. Mubei stood up. Now, he had no injuries at all, because when he resurrected, his body was completely healed. See, I won't die. Even if I die, I can come back. Stop worrying about me. Saying this, Mubei crouched down to pick up the stone he had taken from the yellow dog's body and glanced at the dog, suddenly asking, Hey, silly cat, can this dog be eaten? Ordinary dogs could definitely be eaten, but whether this one could was uncertain. However, he felt that the silly cat had probably become something akin to a spirit beast in online novels. And spirit beasts should have good instincts. Will it upset your stomach? Mubei was particularly concerned about this. The silly cat leaned over to sniff the yellow dog, and then nodded, shook its head, nodded again, and shook its head. What does that mean? Mubei asked, Can it be eaten? The silly cat nodded. Will it upset your stomach? Mubei continued to ask. The silly cat shook its head. Oh. Mubei understood, picked up the big dog, and said, Let's go home. We'll have dog meat hot pot for lunch. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards home. By the way, how did you eat everything in the fridge? Does evolution require a lot of energy? Well, I can let the meat slide, but how did you even eat the chocolate and jelly I put in there? Can you even digest those? TSK. You really have changed species. The silly cat trotted a few steps, closely following him. Meow meow. Damn it. You stupid cat. My stomach hurts so much. This little cat-dog commotion ended with a delicious dog meat hot pot and Moo Bei getting a stomachache. But Moo Bei knew deep down that things were far from simple. There were just too many lingering questions. Did the dog that the silly cat slapped to death really possess intelligence? Or was it just his illusion? If it did possess intelligence, was it related to the stone inside it? What was that stone? Could it be the meteorite that fell that night? If the guess was correct, and the yellow dog mutated after swallowing the meteorite, would it be an exception? Or were all meteorites that night like that? And what about the silly cat? The cat's changes also started after that night. Was it related to the meteorite as well? But the most critical questions remained. Why did that dog attack him? And what happened to that inexplicably lost life? Chapter 10. Meteorite crater hot pot and barbecue are best enjoyed outdoors. Moo Bei moved the hot pot to the balcony, cleaned, and butchered the big dog. And then he and the silly cat had a hearty meal, which led to him getting a stomachache. I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm going to die. Moo Bei walked out of the bathroom looking pale. It was the 8th time. He really thought he was going to die. After a moment of rest, he had to go to the hospital for some medicine. Fortunately, after running to the bathroom a few more times, Moo Bei gradually felt better. He shot a fierce glare at the silly cat, which was lazily sitting on the sofa. You won't get a stomachache? Is that what you meant? But I didn't ask you. I was asking about myself. Sighing, Moo Bei felt that arguing with a dumb cat made him feel just as foolish. After lounging on the sofa for over half an hour, Moo Bei felt a bit restored. He glanced over and saw the stone sitting on the coffee table. That thing was found by the silly cat from the big dog's body. Of course, it had been cleaned by now. It was about the size of half a fist. Irregularly shaped, with a slight metallic luster, very hard, and significantly heavier than an ordinary stone of the same size. It really doesn't look like that dog-esque gallstone. Remembering that the silly cat's changes also began after the meteor shower that night. Along with the texture of this thing, Moo Bei felt that it was very likely the meteorite that fell that night. Suddenly, he sat up, picked up the suspected meteorite, and handed it to the silly cat, asking, "Want to eat it?" The silly cat was taken aback, then shook its head. Oh, Moo Bei nodded slightly. The silly cat didn't seem interested in it. Can you find out where it came from? He asked. Upon hearing this, the silly cat leaned forward, wrinkled its little nose to sniff, then turned and ran off. Not completely useless after all. Moo Bei's eyes lit up, happily saying, as expected of a creature like a spirit beast in a novel, its nose is really useful. But just half a minute later, he was dumbfounded. The silly cat brought him back to the balcony and pointed with its paw at the unfinished dog meat hot pot, wearing an expression that said, "Praise me. Hurry up and praise me. Damn idiot." Moo Bei kicked it in annoyance. You should just change your name to Aqua. Meow. The silly cat lay down aggrievedly. Moo Bei shook his head helplessly, returned to the living room, put the stone back on the coffee table, and picked up a book about meteorites nearby. He had specifically detoured to the bookstore on his way home to find it. According to the book, the size of the crater formed by a meteorite impact is mainly related to the impact velocity, because the kinetic energy formula is 12 mv. The greater the impact velocity, the greater the kinetic energy, and consequently, the larger the impact crater. The impact velocity of a meteorite when it strikes the ground is also related to its speed before entering the atmosphere, the angle of entry into the atmosphere, and its own mass. Generally, when close to the ground, the impact velocity of meteorites ranges from a few to dozens of kilometers per second, rarely exceeding 100 kilometers per second. For example, the meteor crater in Arizona, USA, has a diameter of about 1240 meters and a depth of over 170 meters. It was formed 20,000 years ago by a meteorite about 60 meters in diameter and weighing about 100,000 tons, striking the ground at a speed of about 20 kilometers per second. With an impact speed of 20, the crater diameter was 1,240 meters, and the meteorite's diameter was 60 meters, making the crater's diameter about 20 times that of the meteorite's diameter. Moo Bei looked at the stone on the coffee table and made a rough estimation. Although the stone was irregularly shaped, if it could be considered roughly round, its diameter was a little over 3 centimeters. Comparing it to the situation of the meteor crater in Arizona, he inferred that the crater diameter should be around 70 centimeters, making it a small pit of less than 1 meter in diameter. Of course, this inference was not precise. The size of the impact crater is related to many factors, not just the meteorite itself, but also the geology of the landing site. However, it could still serve as a reference. Moreover, Mubei felt that with such a small piece of meteorite, the crater shouldn't be too large. But if the impact crater turned out to be unusually large, it would indicate that the stone in his hand was probably just a part of it. He flipped through the book in his hand and then put it down, rubbing his stomach with a somewhat pained expression. Although he wanted to search, he decided to put it off for today. He had previously searched for the meteorite that fell that night for a week without success and had given up due to the changes in the silly cat. But after the incident with the yellow dog, he felt he had to look again. The next morning, after a night's rest, Mubei felt his body had recovered. Probably because the situation wasn't too serious. Since he was feeling better, he started to look for the meteorite crater. This time, Mubei was clearly much more serious than before. Previously, he had approached it with a leisurely attitude, hoping to find it, but not rushing if he didn't. He wouldn't think of any quick and effective methods because he had plenty of time, or rather, he should say, time was the one thing he had in abundance. And he didn't think finding a meteorite was particularly important. It was merely a way to pass the time. Compared to the meteorite itself, passing the time was his goal. But this time, his purpose had changed. With the change in purpose, his mindset naturally shifted as well. When he detoured to the bookstore on his way home yesterday, in addition to getting a book about meteorites and meteorite craters, he also found a map of the city. Spreading the map out on the coffee table, he took a sip of tea, carefully recalled, and after some consideration, used a black marker to draw a large circle on the map, roughly outlining the area where the meteorite might have fallen. Then, he continued to circle and draw on the map, gradually planning out the search route bit by bit. After completing all this, he rolled up the map, picked up some tools he might need, and set off with the silly cat in the car. Driving from area to check was more efficient than searching blindly, but it was still a clumsy method. However, the meteorite crater that Mubei is looking for may only be a few dozen centimeters wide. And he also has to consider the possibility that the meteorite did not hit the ground, but rather crashed into a building. Choosing some tall buildings with a good view as observation points, climbing high to scout with a telescope is naturally not suitable, as it is easy to miss the target. Therefore, he can only choose this clumsy yet practical method. Of course, this search does not include checking the rooftops. After all, if he did that, the efficiency would be too low. It is better to ignore the rooftops first. If the search does not find any meteorite craters, it would mean that the meteorite likely hit the roof of a building, and then he could use the method of climbing high to check the rooftops. After searching hard for more than half a month and checking most of the area marked on the map, while eliminating hundreds of various craters found during the process, Mubei finally found the place where the meteor fell that night. Before him was a large crater over 6 meters in diameter, and surrounding it were many smaller craters, with even the buildings by the roadside showing signs of damage. These small pits varied in diameter, with the largest being over a meter and the smallest only a few centimeters. There were no warning lines or signs, nor any signs of repair, indicating that it was not caused by the end of the world. Moreover, the probability of 2 meteors falling in this city within just half a year is extremely low. Therefore, the scene in front of Mubei should indeed be the result of the meteor falling that night. This is troublesome, he muttered to himself as he weighed the stone in his hand. After standing still for a while, Mubei shook his head, turned around, and said to the silly cat, "Let us go back. The meteorite crater has been found, but the meteorite has not, because all the craters are empty." Chapter 11. Friends come from afar. The stone in Mubei's hand was specifically taken out from the big dog by the silly cat. No matter what it is, at the very least, this thing is not ordinary. Otherwise, the silly cat wouldn't have done this. Considering various circumstances, Mubei felt that the possibility of it being a meteorite is over 80. But this is a very important issue. It can be said to be the basis and premise for all subsequent judgments. It cannot be based solely on speculation. There must be evidence, solid evidence. Otherwise, it would be too arbitrary and presumptuous. What if it is not a meteorite? What if that 20 possibility comes true? 20% is not low. So, if it can be confirmed, it must be confirmed. Thus, Mubei went to look for the meteorite crater. The condition of the meteorite crater allowed him to clarify that the stone in his hand is indeed one of the meteorites that fell that night. The reason is simple, because the meteorite craters are all empty. Animals would not be interested in meteorites, nor would they go to the trouble of moving them unless these meteorites are special to the animals, just like the stone in Mubei's hand is to that yellow dog. The largest crater has a diameter of over 6 meters. The meteorite is estimated to be about 30 to 40 centimeters. Such a large piece, ordinary stray dogs and cats probably cannot swallow it. Could it be a large animal that escaped from the zoo at that time? Mu Bei thought to himself, suddenly startled. He felt his thinking might be incorrect. That yellow dog did swallow the meteorite, but that does not mean other animals did the same. A single sample is not enough to make a generalization. It can only be used as a reference. However, in any case, this trip made him certain of one thing. At this moment, in the corners of the city, and even in various places around the world, there are still many existences like that yellow dog lurking. They seem to possess intelligence, along with extraordinary speed and strength. The cause of their evolution is those meteorites. But beyond that, Mu Bei knows nothing about them. He might even be unable to distinguish them. In fact, upon closer thought, they might be hiding right beside him, perhaps brushing past him in daily life without him being aware. For the past half-year, Mu Bei has been living a leisurely yet boring doomsday life. Perhaps outside this city, some places have experienced factory explosions due to lack of management. Or maybe the Yellow River has burst its banks, flooding vast areas of land. But none of this has affected him. Because, relative to one person, China is too large, and the Earth is too vast. Also, these horrifying disasters in human society are ultimately just small disturbances in the face of natural changes and will gradually calm down. Mu Bei has witnessed a fire that occurred in the eastern suburbs gradually diminish after 2 days and nights, because reinforced concrete is non-combustible, eventually being completely extinguished by a sudden downpour. Therefore, for half a year, even if somewhere in the world may have been torn apart or flooded, Mu Bei still lives leisurely in his own little corner. However, such days seem to be coming to an end now. That beautiful and brilliant meteor shower that night has already marked the end of his leisurely doomsday life. Now, the fangs lurking in the darkness have started to reveal their sinister presence. To this, Mu Bei expressed that he was not particularly concerned. Compared to his own dangerous situation, he was more interested in another matter. What exactly is the situation with the silly cat? He had asked it if it wanted to eat that stone, which has now been confirmed to be a meteorite, and the silly cat shook its head, uninterested. However, its changes clearly began after that night's meteor shower, so it should be related. But if the silly cat were deceiving him, Mu Bei would not believe it. If this silly cat could truly deceive him, he might even feel quite pleased. Thus, in Mu Bei's view, the situation of the silly cat seems to be very different from those animals outside. As for what exactly is going on, he still cannot figure it out. Driving back home, Mu Bei placed the tools he brought into the corner of the living room. Just as he was about to pull open the glass sliding door of the balcony to ventilate the house, he suddenly paused. He had actually slightly opened this sliding door a few millimeters before leaving, and unless one observes closely, it is hard to notice. However, as long as one tries to close the door before opening it, one would feel that tiny movement space. And just now, Mu Bei found that tiny movement space had disappeared. The door was closed tight. In other words, during the time he was out, something had come by. Mu Bei looked back to see that everything in the living room was normal, with no signs of rummaging. Did this thing that came have intelligence? He deliberately left the glass sliding door unlocked. He could have locked all the doors and windows before going out, but if he did that, if an evolved animal wanted to take the opportunity to enter his home, it would face two choices. 1. To break the doors and windows, which Mu Bei would definitely notice afterward. 2. To give up. To prevent them from making the second choice, Mu Bei kindly left them a door. He locked the front door, but left the balcony sliding door unlocked. It's quite normal not to lock the glass door on the third-floor balcony, especially now in the apocalypse. As a result, something did come and then left. What did it come for? Was it looking for that meteorite? That night, Mu Bei found a few soft, fine, yellow long hairs in his room. But unfortunately, he is not a biologist and cannot identify which animal's hair it is. Moreover, with some animals beginning to evolve now, using past biological knowledge for identification may not yield accurate results. Indeed, that yellow dog has not changed much in appearance. But who can guarantee that other animals are the same? The silly cat has changed in both species and form, hasn't it? Although the silly cat's evolution seems to differ from those animals outside, who can say those animals cannot evolve to such an extent? Mu Bei twisted the yellow fur in his hand and threw it into the trash can. A friend has come from afar. Chapter 12. Discord and Visitors. That night, while Mu Bei was stargazing on the rooftop of his apartment building, he saw a shooting star again. Coincidentally, it fell nearby. This time it was really nearby, just 2 streets away, and it triggered an explosion and a fire upon impact, which Mu Bei could see clearly from the rooftop. Is this ever going to end? Another one. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Because it was so close, he went over to take a look, and what he saw was not a meteorite, but a cylindrical metal device over 10 meters long, along with some scattered metal fragments and broken parts. Satellite debris. Mubei quickly realized what it was. He suddenly thought that he had occasionally seen some shooting stars before, and perhaps some of them were such satellite debris. After losing control, the artificial satellites humans launched into the sky had been falling one after another. Although the falling satellite debris caused a fire, it was not very large. And since there was not much to burn nearby, the flames began to diminish after a while. After watching for a while, Mubei didn't bother with it anymore and turned to go home. He suddenly realized that the traces of human society were gradually disappearing, both on the ground and in the sky. Perhaps 10,000 years from now, he would be the only proof that humanity once existed. In the following days, Mubei took a silly cat out for walks every morning. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he last walked his cat, as he had been busy searching for meteorite craters in the past few days. Now that he had found the crater and figured out his situation, he found himself somewhat speechless, as it seemed he couldn't do anything. For some unknown reason, the animals that had obtained meteorites seemed to have vanished and did not appear before him. Walking down the familiar streets, he leisurely strolled to the park he often visited. It was now March, and some flowers in the park had bloomed, with a faint fragrance and the occasional butterfly fluttering by. It was still such a peaceful end-of-the-world life. Watching his silly cat foolishly pouncing and trying to catch butterflies, Mubei felt that life was too peaceful to be real. Where had those evolved animals gone? Why was there no sign of them at all? Mubei suddenly felt that he might have made a mistake, and it was a very important one, which led to his current state of confusion. But he wasn't sure what it was and lacked the sudden insight to clarify it. What could it be? Plop. Mubei glanced over and saw that the silly cat had jumped into the river while trying to catch a butterfly. But soon, it swam back to the shore, shook off the water, and happily went back to chasing butterflies. Although the silly cat had gained intelligence, its actions didn't seem much different from before it became intelligent. Mubei suddenly envied this simple life. Perhaps the complexity of humans is not due to wisdom, but because of the human heart. Forget it, wherever the mistake was. Let it be. Perhaps influenced by the silly cat, Mubei suddenly didn't want to think about those things anymore. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it with earth. That's just how it is. Hey, silly cat, stop chasing butterflies. Mubei shouted to the silly cat, it's fish for dinner tonight. Go catch some fish. Meow, meow, meow. The silly cat immediately became excited and rushed to the riverbank, jumping in with a splash. But shortly after, it quickly swam back to the shore, running to Mubei's feet with a look of panic. It's afraid of water, but jumps in so decisively. Mubei was somewhat speechless and squatted down to wipe it with a tissue. The silly cat showed an expression of enjoyment. After strolling around the park for a while, Mubei took the silly cat home. He practiced writing for a while as usual, then played some single-player games on the computer until lunchtime. The meal consisted of fragrant rice and stewed chicken he had made the night before, heated up in the microwave. Shortly after picking up the silly cat, Mubei started eating rice and learning to cook. After all, if he kept eating instant noodles and biscuits, he would really throw up. As for his planting plan, he hadn't started planting rice yet, as his rice reserves were still abundant and there was no rush. He had tried planting some vegetables, but it didn't go very well, and as for the chickens, he had, of course, driven to the countryside to catch them. After lunch, he took a nap and then set off again with his fishing gear to the park. The river flowing through the park is a tributary of a nearby large river, and there were already fish in it. Before the apocalypse, fishing enthusiasts often came here to fish, and now, more than half a year after humanity disappeared, there were even more fish in the river than before. Mubei was quite good at fishing, and his luck was also good. He filled a bucket in just one afternoon, reaping a bountiful harvest, enough to make the silly cat drool. After packing up his fishing gear, he returned home. To Mubei's surprise, something had been in his home again. The traces left were very minimal. If he hadn't noticed beforehand, he wouldn't have paid attention at all. But Mubei knew something had been there, so he searched carefully and found some traces. It seemed to be the same as last time. He felt a stir in his heart and took the silly cat out for a random stroll the next day. Sure enough, upon returning, he found that uninvited guest had come again. Once or twice would be fine, but after 3, 4, and 5 times, Mubei could no longer contain his curiosity. How many times has it come, turning his home upside down, and why is it still coming? Why does it keep coming back? What on earth does it want? Out of curiosity, Mubei went to the digital city to buy a few mini cameras. He wasn't worried at all about whether the other party would discover them, because even if they did, they probably wouldn't know what they were for. Gaining intelligence doesn't mean becoming all-knowing and all-powerful. Just because animals have gained intelligence doesn't mean they suddenly know how to use electronic products. That's impossible. They just became smarter. Their thinking and learning abilities improved, becoming like humans, like suddenly going from a muddled state of mind to clarity and expansiveness. That's about how it feels. But mastering knowledge out of thin air is impossible. Knowledge needs to be learned. This is also why Mu Bei couldn't understand how the silly cat could understand what he was saying. After installing the mini cameras, he strolled around for half a day. And when he felt it was enough, Mu Bei returned home to check the videos recorded by the cameras. At first, there was nothing unusual in the video. He fast-forwarded it. After about half an hour, according to the time recorded by the camera, the once unchanged scene suddenly changed. The glass door leading to the balcony was carefully pulled open, and then a fluffy hand appeared, followed by a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced figure peeking in. Chapter 13, Late-Stage Chunibu. The visitor glanced inside, confirmed that no one was home, and then stepped in, scratching its ear and using its tail to close the door behind it. A monkey. Mu Bei was astonished. This was clearly a monkey, and a rather delicate little monkey at that. Mu Bei couldn't help but frown. He realized that this monkey's appearance was no different from what he knew of monkeys. The previous big dog, Mu Bei had assessed as possibly having intelligence. If evolution could be measured by degree, he felt that the big dog's level of evolution was not high, perhaps even very low, which made it acceptable that its appearance hadn't changed. But this monkey was different. Mu Bei was certain it possessed intelligence. Because it came over several times without leaving any traces, if it weren't for Mu Bei tampering with the glass sliding door, he might not have even noticed its presence. While monkeys are indeed intelligent animals, this level of cleverness clearly crosses the line. It possesses high intelligence and should be quite evolved. But why hasn't its appearance changed? Is the evolution caused by the meteorite different from that of dumb cats, not resulting in changes to the animal's form? Impossible. Evolution must mean change. The history of biological evolution on Earth over countless years proves this. The organisms have evolved, and significantly at that, yet their forms have not changed, which is impossible from a biological perspective. Therefore, something must be wrong. But what exactly is wrong? What is the sense of incongruity that he has been feeling lately? Mu Bei felt as if he had grasped something faintly, but it still felt somewhat unclear. Before he could think it through, suddenly, Mu Bei widened his eyes in shock. In the surveillance footage, the little monkey entered the living room. Didn't he look for anything, but went straight to turn on the TV. Then opened the drawer of the TV cabinet, took out a CD, put it into the DVD player, and pressed a few buttons on the remote control. The TV began to play. What was it playing? Mu Bei was very familiar with it. He had no idea how many times he had watched it since childhood. In his memory, every summer vacation, CCTV would broadcast this extremely classic TV series. And he even bought the DVD to collect it after growing up. Bang bang. The footage recorded by the camera had no sound, but at that moment, Mu Bei automatically filled in the nostalgic theme song in his mind. Journey to the West Overture. Watching the little monkey watch the CCTV 1986 version of Journey to the West, scratching its ears and jumping around randomly, occasionally mimicking the action of waving a stick. Mu Bei was dumbfounded and then fell into deep thought. It seems our friend has a problem. He thought seriously, it's a case of CHNRBing, or late stage. Mu Bei had imagined many purposes for it coming to his house, but never thought it would actually come to watch Journey to the West. It wasn't here to investigate, not here to kill him, not here to steal the meteorite, but to watch TV? Mu Bei was completely bewildered, and his hair was in disarray. A few days ago, when he saw the massive meteorite crater and discovered that all the meteorites had disappeared, he was somewhat nervous and excited thinking about the countless evolved beasts lurking in the darkness. But now, damn, lurking in the dark is this silly fool. No way. I need to talk to it. Mu Bei opened his mouth in disbelief, took a long time to regain his senses, and firmly decided that it could no longer be so derelict in its duties. Saying it and doing it. Mu Bei began to try to make contact with the little monkey. Direct contact was impossible, because the little monkey never appeared in front of him. When Mu Bei and the dumb cat were home, the little monkey wouldn't come near. It would only come over after they left. Moreover, whether due to its evolution or the presence of companions nearby, it always seemed to sense Mu Bei and the dumb cat in advance, leaving before they arrived home. Therefore, they couldn't meet at all, let alone talk about any contact. Since direct contact was not feasible, Mu Bei tried using indirect methods. He left a note on the coffee table, expressing his desire to talk to it. As a result, it was utterly useless. When Mu Bei returned home, he didn't see the little monkey. He checked the surveillance footage. He saw that after the little monkey discovered the note on the coffee table, it did lean over to take a look, but it only glanced at it and then ignored it. The mini camera he brought from Digital City had high pixels, and the recorded surveillance video was very clear. He magnified it and watched the little monkey's expression repeatedly more than a dozen times, finally concluding that it could not read. If it could read and understand what was written on the note, even if it didn't look around in panic, it would still show some signs of shock. After all, in its understanding, it should not have been discovered. But Mu Bei didn't see any unusual expression on the little monkey's face. Therefore, it could not read. This also aligned with Mu Bei's long-held belief that awakening intelligence wouldn't allow animals to acquire knowledge out of thin air. However, this time, he saw that the little monkey had actually learned to use the TV and DVD player, thinking it might have also learned human language and writing, which led to the note incident. Although the probability was low, why not give it a try? Of course, the results were now in. The note communication didn't work. So Mu Bei began to ponder whether it could understand human language. Inferring from its inability to read, the likelihood of it understanding human language was low. As for not understanding human language, but still watching Journey to the West, that wasn't a problem. The core expressive form of film and television works is neither text nor sound, but images. After all, there is also something called pantomime in the world. Plus, recalling the last time with that big dog, although Mu Bei said a lot to it, he never felt that it understood his words. So, Mu Bei thought the little monkey probably also had a low chance of understanding what he said. With that in mind, he went out to buy some crayons. Mr. Lu Sun once said, "Those who write well often draw well." Lu Sun, no, I never said that. He took some paper and, feeling inspired, decided to draw a set of comics for the little monkey. In the first drawing, he illustrated the little monkey watching TV in the living room, indicating that he already knew it had come to his house and knew what it was there for. Then, Mu Bei used a few more drawings to express his desire to sit down and talk with it. In the last drawing, he drew a rock on it, which represented the meteorite in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he added another drawing with many CDs, all featuring the great sage. Done, wrap it up. After flipping through his soul's artwork, Mu Bei nodded in satisfaction. Language barriers meant they could only communicate through their souls. Communicating through the soul required soul artwork. That makes sense. Chapter 14. Actually looked down upon by a monkey, he couldn't return home for the time being. With nothing to do outside, Mu Bei simply went for a stroll in the supermarket. Now, nearly 9 months had passed since the day of the apocalypse, and most things in the supermarket had already expired. After all, not all the products on the shelves had the latest production dates. Thinking of this, Mu Bei felt it was a pity. Snacks like chocolate and jelly would probably be hard to come by in the future, unless he learned how to make them himself. He picked up a bag of chips, looked at it, and saw that it had expired for over half a month, so Mu Bei sighed and put it back. He then picked up a chocolate bar and, upon closer inspection, noticed a small hole in the packaging. Could it have been bitten by bugs? Mu Bei disdainfully tossed the chocolate aside. Jelly, what the hell? Why was the packaging a bit sticky? What the hell? Hurry and throw it away. Hurry and throw it away. If this scene were to be seen by the characters in those post-apocalyptic novels, they would probably be moved to tears and vomit blood. What a leisurely life. Although there were no girls. What a rich food supply. Although there were no girls. There were actually snacks to eat. Although there were no girls. The most important thing was that he didn't have to worry about his safety. Although no girls. Mu Bei, that being said, he sometimes felt that this was pretty good, because his life is simply too long. It is not even on the same scale as the short decades of an ordinary human. Black hair turns to white. Youthful beauty becomes withered bones. Perhaps he, who cannot die even if he wanted to, is just fine being alone. There is hardly anything left to eat in this supermarket. After looking around, Mu Bei shook his head. Some of the food in the supermarket has rotted, some has expired, and a large portion has already been eaten by stray dogs and cats. Those locked supermarkets are rarely accessed by these animals, but the ones Mu Bei opened are different. After he leaves, nearby stray dogs and cats are drawn to it. Therefore, for Mu Bei, a supermarket cannot last long. The one with the best luck so far lasted about half a month. After that, he has to search for a new supermarket. Of course, Mu Bei could easily lock the supermarket again when he leaves, preventing those stray dogs and cats from getting in. But why bother? Why be so stingy? With everyone dead, he wants to be able to finish all the food anyway. At most, he just needs to find another supermarket, which is no trouble, especially now. 10 minutes later, Mubei got out of the car and stood in front of a Lianhua supermarket, looking at the clumsy cat, and said, "Break the door." Meow. The clumsy cat stepped forward and lifted its chubby little paw. Then, the cat's paw came down. With a loud bang, the sturdy security shutter, along with the glass door inside, was smashed. Dust flew everywhere. Mubei took 2 steps back, waved his hand, and waited for the dust to settle before entering the supermarket. Due to the power outage, even during the day, the inside was quite dim. Mubei strolled around casually, picking 4 large bags of snacks, 2 in each hand. Although most of the food had expired, at least it was an intact supermarket with plenty of items. So it was more than enough to pick 4 bags of non-expired snacks. When Mubei walked out of the supermarket, he noticed that several stray dogs and cats had gathered nearby, probably attracted by the loud noise of the door being smashed. However, they only watched from a distance and did not come closer. "You guys can go in and eat," Mubei said. Of course, the stray dogs and cats did not react to his words, nor did they move, still just watching from afar. Mubei wanted to shrug in frustration, but with both hands full, it was a bit inconvenient, so he gave up and left decisively. After he drove away, he saw in the rearview mirror that the gathered stray dogs and cats rushed into the supermarket. "Are they afraid of me, or you?" Mubei asked the clumsy cat. But just after asking, he added, "It should be afraid of you." Looking at the time, it should be about right. Mubei drove directly home. Opening the door, he was somewhat taken aback. Everything at home was normal, with no signs of any visitors. That monkey didn't come today. Mubei was puzzled. According to his expectations, that hopelessly delusional monkey should have understood his meaning after seeing the drawing, and in a panic, might have knocked over some things, leaving plenty of traces. More importantly, after understanding the situation, it would no longer have the need to clean up the traces. So at this moment, when Mubei saw that everything at home was still normal, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, doubting whether the monkey had come today. However, when he checked the surveillance footage, he found that the little monkey had indeed come. Not only did it come, but it also looked at the comic book on the coffee table, just as Mubei had imagined. When the little monkey saw the top drawing of itself watching TV in the living room, it jumped up in shock, baring its teeth and becoming very alert, constantly looking around. After a while, once it confirmed that there was no one in the house, it finally relaxed, hesitantly took the picture book in its hands, and flipped it open. As it was looking, it suddenly became furious, raised the picture book high, wanting to smash it on the ground, but then suddenly had a change of heart, seemingly thinking of something, and carefully placed the picture book back in its original spot. Then, it turned its back to the picture book, wiggled its butt, cleaned up the traces it left behind, and left through the glass door of the balcony. What the hell? What is going on? Mubei felt a bit confused. Did this monkey understand the content of the comic book or not? From its expression, it seemed to have understood, but if it did understand, why would it go out of its way to clean up the traces before leaving? It should have already known that it was discovered, and there was no need to clean up the traces. Why do this? Was there some special reason or meaning behind it? Something unusual must be up. Mubei stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Obsessive-compulsive disorder? A neat freak? A Virgo? A high-quality person? No, a monkey? Even in this situation, it still had to clean up the traces before leaving. That's a high level of awareness. Wait, just like usual? Could it be that it wanted to convey that information of just like usual to itself? Associating with the little monkey turning its butt towards the picture book, Mubei suddenly realized its meaning. Your soul creates the painting. This monkey can't understand. This monkey can't understand, so it still cleaned up the traces as usual before leaving. Damn, so arrogant. Mubei was furious. I'm going to kill this damn monkey. Chapter 15, Acting Foolishly That Night. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. A young man was covered with a quilt, seemingly sleeping quietly. The reason for using the term seemingly quiet is that if one observes closely, they would notice the young man's eyelids were twitching continuously, and the fists under the quilt were tightly clenched and then relaxed, repeating this motion. Do-do-do. Something was knocking on the window. The young man ignored it. Thus, the sound became more lively, do-do-bang-bang, continuously ringing and quite rhythmic. The young man continued to feign ignorance. After a good while, finally, the knocking sound disappeared. But before it had quieted for 10 seconds, suddenly, another sound arose without warning. Creak, creak, as if something was slowly scraping against the glass, a harsh and sharp sound that made one's scalp tingle. Do-do-do, creak, creak, do-do-do, creak, creak. Damn, It's starting to perform a duet. Mu Bei's eyebrows twitched fiercely, and he suddenly threw off the quilt, got out of bed, and angrily walked to the window, pulling the curtains open with a whoosh. Outside the window, the moonlight was dim, and there was nothing. It was as if everything that had just happened was a ghost playing tricks. But Mu Bei didn't believe in such nonsense. He took out his phone, even though it couldn't make calls or go online. Mu Bei still kept it as a memento, charged it regularly, and occasionally used it to take pictures, record videos, or jot down notes, turned on the flashlight, and shone it outside. In the distant darkness, a face with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks suddenly appeared in his view. Many people have had the experience of suddenly seeing a face illuminated by light in the dark, which can truly scare someone half to death. Not to mention a hairy-faced monkey. Suddenly appearing at this moment was enough to make one's heart stop temporarily from fright. But at that moment, compared to being scared, Mu Bei was even angrier. Damn, this stinky monkey. I haven't even gone to settle the score with it, and it dares to come and disturb me first. Knowing it was exposed, it no longer cared about running into me. Too arrogant. It's intolerable. Meanwhile, over there, the little monkey was startled by the sudden beam of the phone flashlight, but soon, upon seeing Mu Bei nearly explode with rage, it became exceedingly happy. Dancing around with excitement, and even raised its red little monkey butt, wiggling it at Mu Bei. So cheap, it's just like the surveillance footage. Are you a 3-year-old? Mu Bei felt like he had encountered a mischievous child. Whoosh. He suddenly opened the window. The little monkey was slightly startled, turned, and escaped, disappearing into the darkness in just a few leaps. Meow. Just then, the silly cat walked into the room. Clearly, it sensed something unusual and came to check it out. Although Mu Bei had closed the bedroom door while sleeping, he hadn't locked it. For a cat that had already awakened its intelligence, let's still call it a cat, opening a door was no big deal. Of course, Mu Bei would never forget that once, when the silly cat had not yet awakened its intelligence. It tried to open the door by wobbling on its 2 feet. But unfortunately, it was too small, and even standing on 2 feet couldn't reach the doorknob. So it just kept jumping up and down. Every time he thought of that scene and compared it to now, Mu Bei would sincerely marvel at the wonders of evolution. Because he was disturbed by the little monkey and had a belly full of anger, Mu Bei couldn't sleep well that night. The next morning, he woke up with a sleepy face. He decided to take a nap right after breakfast. But before that, there were a few things to do. Mu Bei first moved the speaker that was originally in the living room to the balcony, because the wire wasn't long enough. He helplessly made a trip to the computer city to find a few audio extension cables. After finishing these tasks, he returned to the living room, turned on the TV and the DVD player. To be honest, he hadn't used the DVD player in a long time. It used to be a popular item, a must-have for home theaters, but now it's almost obsolete, just like CDs. If it weren't for the monkey using it this time, Mu Bei would have almost forgotten that he had a DVD player in his living room and that there were some movies and TV shows stored in the TV cabinet. Looking at those familiar, nostalgic CDs, Mu Bei felt a bit sentimental. He remembered that when he was little, the whole family would sit together to watch TV at night. Watching movies was undoubtedly an activity that could excite children. Looking back now, how long had it been since he watched TV with his parents? Not to mention that he moved out after graduating from college and no longer lived with his parents. Even before moving out, the family hadn't gathered to watch TV together for a long time. His parents were still the same, accustomed to watching TV after dinner. The only thing that changed was him. Although people grow up and inevitably change, no one can go back to the past, but when he saw those familiar CDs, Mu Bei couldn't help but feel emotional. He, too, was nostalgic. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have specifically bought a DVD player that he almost never used after moving out. However, such thoughts felt too extravagant in today's world. Taking out the DVD of the 1986 version of Journey to the West, Mu Bei put it into the DVD player and started playing it on the TV. Then, he put on sleep earplugs, adjusted the volume to the maximum level he could tolerate, calmly glanced at the speaker on the balcony, locked the glass door, and pulled the curtains shut. After yawning, Mu Bei returned to his bedroom and went to sleep. He comfortably took a nap. When he woke up, Journey to the West was still playing on the TV, and several episodes had already aired. Mu Bei walked to the balcony and opened the curtains a bit. Outside on the balcony, a yellow-haired monkey was anxiously pacing in circles, occasionally scratching its ears like an ant on a hot pan. When it saw the curtains being opened, the little monkey turned its head and, upon seeing Mu Bei, immediately acted as if it had seen a sworn enemy, baring its teeth and threatening him. Squeak, squeak. Mu Bei looked at it expressionlessly, opened the curtains a bit more, then turned to the side to show the little monkey the journey to the west that was playing on the TV. Instantly, the little monkey's eyes lit up. But it only had time to watch for 3 seconds before Mu Bei blocked its view again. Squeak. The little monkey was dissatisfied and waved its arms at Mu Bei. Then stretched its neck, trying to look from another angle, but just then, Mu Bei abruptly pulled the curtains shut tightly, not leaving a single gap. Squeak. 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 Listening to the little monkey's furious screams outside the glass door, Mu Bei suddenly felt very good. 100 years ago, a great man said, "Fighting against heaven is endless joy." Nowadays, Mu Bei felt that fighting against a monkey was just plain silly. Look, didn't that monkey successfully pull him down to its level? But fortunately, he defeated it with his rich experience. That statement seems a bit off. Chapter 16, a bit familiar. Although the little monkey was angrily yelling outside, Mu Bei wasn't worried it would break the glass door to come in. Because, after observing it for these days, he found that it didn't have companions or helpers, and it clearly wouldn't understand how to use high-tech products like surveillance cameras. So, the reason it could always leave his house without being spotted by Mu Bei and the silly cat was simply that it could sense their presence. To be precise, Mu Bei thought it should be the presence of the silly cat. The concept of presence sounds a bit mystical, like something that only exists in novels, but in reality, even in human interactions, sometimes one can feel something called aura, which is intangible yet truly exists. Although Mu Bei didn't feel any aura from the silly cat at all. What did Sherlock Holmes say? First, eliminate all impossible conclusions, and whatever remains, no matter how bizarre or unbelievable, must be the undeniable truth. Moreover, this isn't actually something too hard to believe. Animals often have sharper senses than humans, not to mention evolved animals. After the little monkey sensed the silly cat's presence and deliberately avoided it, recalling how that big dog was afraid of the silly cat last time, Mu Bei felt that with the silly cat at home, this pesky monkey wouldn't dare to come in. Sure enough, the little monkey yelled outside for a long time but didn't dare to break the glass door. After about 10 minutes, it probably finally calmed down and stopped shouting. There was no sound from the balcony anymore. Mu Bei, listening in the living room, raised an eyebrow, wondering if it might have left in frustration. Just as he was about to get up to check, suddenly there was a loud bang, followed by a series of clattering sounds. At the same time, the journey to the west that was playing suddenly went silent. Instantly, Mu Bei's expression darkened slightly, as he had a rough idea of what had happened. He got up and walked to the balcony, pulled the curtains open, and saw that the once classic sound system had become a pile of scrap, smashed to pieces. The corners of Mu Bei's mouth twitched. Although the sound system in his living room wasn't top-notch, he had still spent a few thousand yuan on it. And now it was smashed by a monkey. And outside the glass door, upon seeing Mu Bei, the little monkey immediately puffed out its chest and started showing off. It stood on the smashed sound system, dancing and squeaking like a victorious general, proudly leaving after a show-off. Mu Bei watched, dumbfounded, thinking it was ridiculous. Moving a sound system like his home was troublesome, and it's not something that can be easily found on the market. But those cheap sound systems costing dozens or hundreds of yuan were everywhere in the digital city, right? If it smashed one, he could just buy another. Great. Mu Bei actually ended up in a standoff with a monkey. Indeed, fighting with a monkey is quite foolish. But foolishness aside, the method is invincible. Mu Bei went out and directly brought back dozens of small speakers from Digital City. So, when the little monkey was attracted again, it soon found itself in a dismal situation. Every time it smashed one, that annoying human would nonchalantly bring out that cat, scare it away, and calmly retrieve another one that was already set up. Then, the sound would start again, still only for listening, not for seeing. How could there be such cruel, heartless humans in this world? The little monkey was furious. It continued to smash. So, the little monkey smashed one. Mu Bei took one. The little monkey smashed one. Mu Bei took one. It was like a bottomless pit. Watching the little monkey outside jumping around in rage, but being unable to do anything about it, Mu Bei couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly understood what it meant to like someone who can't stand you, but can't get rid of you either. After 3 days of this, the little monkey was completely furious. If at the beginning it thought, this human is so hateful, coming up with such a cruel method to torment me, only letting me listen but not see. So hateful, too hateful. He is simply a demon. Then 3 days later, what remained of those initial thoughts? With the situation of the little monkey smashing one and Mu Bei nonchalantly taking out another repeating endlessly, the little monkey was now simply filled with rage, just competing in a battle of wills with Mu Bei. It was like two people getting into a conflict over some friction. At first, they could remember the source of the conflict and argue about it. But once a fight broke out, if no one intervened, it would often escalate continuously. The initial friction and conflict? With anger rising, who still remembers those? Damn. The last one is broken too. Mu Bei glared fiercely at the little monkey and cursed a few words. In response, the little monkey shrugged, shook its head, appearing helpless but actually quite pleased. Mu Bei was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Why does it look so much like an emoji? He began to suspect that this stinky monkey had seen the Yo-Yo Monkey series of emojis. What to do if the speakers are gone? Just go get more? Mu Bei took the silly cat out. After they left, the little monkey stood amidst a pile of broken speakers, jumping left and right, as if showing off its loot, occasionally scratching its ear in delight. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, it rolled its eyes, thought of something, and reached out to pull the glass sliding door. But right after, it suddenly jumped up in rage, screaming in anger because that annoying human had actually locked the door before leaving. After stomping on the broken speakers on the ground to vent its anger for a while, the little monkey raised its hand, pretending to want to break the glass door. But after hesitating for a moment, it withdrew its hand. Then, it jumped onto the balcony railing and left the balcony. But it didn't leave Mu Bei's house. Instead, it started checking the windows. Bedroom window, closed. Kitchen window, closed. Damned human. Bathroom window, hey, not closed. The little monkey was overjoyed, opened the window, and excitedly jumped inside. Time passed little by little. About 10 minutes later, Mu Bei and the silly cat drove back to the apartment building. After parking the car and going upstairs, if the little monkey saw them at that moment, it would surely be dumbfounded and confused because that human hadn't brought back any device that could produce sound, but was instead carrying a transparent plastic bag with several packs of napkins inside. He seemed to have simply gone to the nearby supermarket to buy some napkins. Opening the door and walking into the living room, Mu Bei put down what he was carrying, picked up the remote control from the coffee table, and turned off the still-playing Journey to the West. Then, he found the circuit breaker at home and cut off the power to the bathroom. Finally, he walked over to the charred figure lying outside the bathroom, squatted down, poked it with his finger, and poked it again. A whiff of meat aroma wafted over. It's a bit cooked. Mu Bei clicked his tongue. Chapter 17. Let you pretend again. Both impatient, angry, greedy, and self-assured of victory. Is there a time more prone to falling into a trap than this? Mu Bei spent 3 days slowly drawing out the little monkey's inner turmoil. If it weren't for the fear of the silly cat pressing down on it, it might have exploded in anger long ago. If 3 days ago, it was harassing and teasing Mu Bei, feeling smug yet maintaining a necessary vigilance, then 3 days later, its emotions had spiraled out of control, teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Then, Mu Bei took the silly cat out, timely giving it a false sense of victory while also guiding it to find the bathroom on its own. People often have unwavering confidence in things they have painstakingly found. Monkeys are no different. Irritable, angry, smug, surprised, eager. When the little monkey impatiently jumped in through the bathroom window, its emotional excitement was unimaginable, to the point that it didn't even notice, or if it did, it wouldn't think much of the water pooling on the bathroom floor. And the water, conducting electricity, was high voltage transformed from a transformer by Mu Bei. As for the transformer, naturally, it was also found when he went to Digital City to move the small speakers. Since that day the little monkey had smugly left after breaking Mu Bei's speakers, it hadn't yet started the subsequent tug-of-war, so it didn't pay attention. However, even if it had noticed, it probably wouldn't have known what it was. Moreover, to enhance conductivity, Mu Bei had specially sprinkled salt in the water. He even set up some hidden means to ensure it would be electrocuted long enough, but not too long. Mu Bei poked the little monkey and muttered to himself, "Indeed still alive. Let's tie it up first." That big dog survived even with a dagger stuck in its neck. So this stinky monkey certainly wouldn't die so easily. Mu Bei found 2 thick jute ropes and tied up the little monkey's hands and feet. After securing it, he felt it wasn't safe enough, so he instructed the silly cat to keep an eye on it and not let it escape. This monkey is still quite difficult to catch. From its previous near-invisible entries and exits from his home, it was clear that it was very cautious. Trying to set a trap while keeping it alert had a low success rate, but after all, it was just a monkey with budding intelligence. Mu Bei thought. In fact, he had considered having the silly cat catch it directly, but after some thought, he decided it was better not to take risks. After all, capturing it alive is far more challenging than defeating it. The silly cat could defeat it, even kill it. but whether it could capture it alive was uncertain due to insufficient intelligence. If the silly cat couldn't catch it and scared it away so it never returned, then it would all be in vain. In the absence of other animals with meteorites, this monkey is an important source of intelligence. Therefore, in this plan to capture the little monkey alive, Mubei indeed took a risk, which was when he first took the silly cat to the balcony to switch the speakers. If the little monkey had been scared off then and never returned, all subsequent plans would naturally be ruined. But fortunately, this monkey turned out to be just as Mubei had guessed, quite foolish, perfectly embodying the saying that if you don't seek death, you won't die. Squeak squeak. Mubei was watching TV, an old movie, a Chinese ghost story. Of course, it was played from a DVD player. After all, what TV signal is there nowadays? Suddenly, he heard a weak monkey call and turned his head to look. Smiling slightly, awake? Squeak squeak squeak. The little monkey opened its eyelids, glanced at Mubei, let out a weak call twice, and then closed its eyelids again. Although it had woken up, it felt as if its internal organs had been burned, with its skin and muscles in extreme pain, and it had no strength at all, not wanting to pay any attention to the human in front of it. Moreover, it couldn't understand what he was saying. Of course, it still knew that it had fallen into this situation because of this human in front of it. It was truly infuriating. When it saw the little monkey, it merely glanced at him weakly before closing its eyes, which surprised Mubei. He had thought that according to this stinky monkey's temperament, it would angrily shout at him. It seemed that it was indeed seriously injured. Furthermore, this also indicated that it possessed a high level of intelligence, not just a mindless beast. Never mind. Since you seem to be seriously hurt, I'll let you rest for now, Mubei said. After all, I'm still a good person. Wait, are you going to need me to give you medicine and help you apply ointment? Can't you just commit suicide and then be resurrected? I forgot you probably can't understand what I'm saying. Although he found it somewhat troublesome, seeing that this stinky monkey seemed to be heavily injured, Mubei went to the pharmacy to find some ointments for treating burns and scalds, applied them once, and then wrapped it up in bandages like a mummy. Ha 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 ha. Mubei tried to suppress his laughter, but failed. Sorry, you look so funny like this. The little monkey, with its hands and feet bound and wrapped up into a bundle, opened its eyes and weakly glared at him. Although it couldn't understand what this human was saying, did it even need to understand? It was definitely mocking it. Ha 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 ha. Mubei found it amusing and casually wrapped it up a couple more times. Oh, sorry. I accidentally covered your eyes too. Saying this, he loosened the bandages a bit and moved them up so that the little monkey's eyes could barely peek out. What surprised Mubei was that despite such severe injuries, with its flesh almost cooked from the electric shock, the little monkey recovered at an astonishing speed. 2 days later, it could already bounce onto the sofa to watch TV. Because its hands and feet were bound, it could only bounce around. Indeed, its recovery ability was quite extraordinary. Looking at the little mummy monkey sitting on the sofa watching TV with an air of nonchalance, Mubei spoke up. Since your injuries have improved, let me ask you a few questions. The mummy monkey ignored him and continued to stare at the TV. I know you can hear me, even if you don't understand, Mubei said. The little monkey showed no reaction. Don't pretend to be deaf, Mubei insisted. The little monkey still remained unresponsive. Slap. Mubei slapped its head. Stop pretending. The mummy monkey was caught off guard, tumbled off the sofa, and bumped its face against the coffee table. Squeak squeak squeak. It angrily turned its head to glare at Mubei, letting out 2 squeaks, then bounced back onto the sofa. Squeak. Chapter 18 Translator. Clumsy cat squeak my foot. I can't understand. At that moment, Mubei deeply realized how important it was to understand a foreign language. If monkey language could be considered a foreign language, he helplessly turned his head to the other side and casually asked, Clumsy cat, can you translate for it? Meow? The clumsy cat meowed and nodded. What the hell? It can actually do that? Mubei was quite surprised and quickly asked the clumsy cat to convey his meaning to the little monkey. Thus, he heard the following exchange. Meow meow meow. Squeak. Meow meow. Squeak squeak squeak. Meow 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 meow. Squeak squeak squeak. After a while, the translator, clumsy cat, turned to Mubei. Meow 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 meow. Mubei was left in a daze, annoyed. What are you meowing about? I can't understand cat language. Before the apocalypse, he was proficient in several foreign languages. How come he suddenly felt like he didn't understand this and that? Where could he learn cat language? Was it too late to sign up for a class now? The clumsy cat covered its little head, looking somewhat wronged. Meanwhile, the little monkey, wrapped like a mummy, grinned upon seeing the clumsy cat seemingly being scolded. This cat emitted an aura that made it feel reverent, giving it an impression of being unattainable. But now it seemed that the cat could also get scolded. Moreover, the relationship between this human and cat didn't look very good. If it could be utilized a bit, could it escape? The little monkey was calculating in its heart while chuckling at their misfortune. Mu Bei's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to slap its head. Who the hell allowed you to laugh at it? Thus, the little monkey tumbled off the sofa again. Of course. It quickly bounced back onto the sofa, looking utterly confused. What did I do to provoke you? Look, language barriers sometimes mean that even when you get hit, you don't know why. Although the clumsy cat was helping with the translation, communication was still quite troublesome because Mu Bei didn't understand monkey language. Nor did he understand cat language. Conveying Mu Bei's words to the little monkey was manageable with the clumsy cat's help. But the reverse, conveying the little monkey's words back to Mu Bei, was still fraught with difficulties. Fortunately, the clumsy cat had already gained intelligence and could understand Mu Bei's speech. So it used various props and gestures to express itself, while Mu Bei began to guess. Playing a guessing game with a cat was probably a unique experience. After expending considerable effort, Mu Bei finally received some information from the little monkey. First of all, he sensed hostility from the evolved animals. The big dog had been like this, and this monkey was the same. Although there had been a fierce conflict between the two, Mu Bei had sensed a kind of hostility from the little monkey even before the conflict occurred, when it had come to disturb him in the middle of the night. That feeling was very peculiar, something he had never experienced before. But he could instinctively feel that the monkey held strong hostility towards him, just like that big dog had. Mu Bei completely couldn't understand why. The little monkey's answer was that it also didn't know. It just felt a deep-seated hatred towards him as soon as its brain became smarter, as if it wanted to bite him to death. What? Mu Bei was left with a black question mark. Was it that animals, upon gaining intelligence, began to hate humans and then transferred that hatred onto him? The only living human left? That shouldn't be the case. If that were true, then it should say it hated humans, not that it didn't know. In the little monkey's description, it was more like a deep-seated hatred etched into its bones and buried in its soul. An inexplicable feeling that had started to surface after becoming intelligent. Mu Bei felt very confused. This was really baffling. What have I done to you guys? He felt very wronged. The little monkey's response seemed to answer Mu Bei's doubts, but in reality, it resolved nothing. He still didn't know why they harbored animosity towards him. At most, he had gained a bit of understanding about that unfounded hostility. Of course, Mu Bei also considered the possibility that the little monkey was lying to him. This possibility couldn't be entirely dismissed, but it was unlikely. The little monkey had no reason to deceive him on this point, and even if it did, it shouldn't be using such an absurd reason. Thus, Mu Bei tentatively accepted this explanation. He stroked his chin, looking at the little mummy monkey, who was engrossed in watching TV, and pondered. The stinky monkey's behavior was clearly different from that of the big dog back then. The big dog had displayed blatant, intense hostility without any concealment after shedding its disguise, but this monkey had never shown such aggressive hostility from start to finish. Mu Bei thought about this difference and felt it should be related to the awakening of intelligence. Freud divided personality into three parts: the ID, the ego, and the superego. The ID, simply put, is instinct, the part of humans that is most similar to animals. The self is the awakening of my consciousness, the beginning of self-exploration. The superego, simply put, is moral ethics. When a baby is born, it is not much different from an animal, as it only has the ID and no self. Only when it begins to explore who I am does it truly become a person. It can be said that the most essential difference between humans and animals lies in the self. Humans possess a high degree of self-awareness, able to clearly recognize their own existence, continuously cognizing and exploring the self, while most animals do not have self-awareness and act solely on instinct. Even among those few animals that possess self-awareness, it does not reach the level of humans. According to Mu Bei's speculation, the activation of spiritual intelligence signifies the emergence of heightened self-awareness, which in turn forms advanced wisdom and complex personalities. After animals activate their spiritual intelligence, they will no longer be governed by instinct. They will clearly recognize their own existence. That being said, to what extent can inexplicable hatred, which surprises and confuses them, affect them? This is undoubtedly uncertain and varies from individual to individual. Perhaps the large dog was of the type easily manipulated by emotions, or perhaps its level of spiritual intelligence activation was not as high as that of the monkey. Therefore, the hostility displayed by the little monkey is not as aggressive as that of the large dog. At this moment, It can even sit together with him to watch television, although there is certainly some coercive element to it. Conversely, even with high self-awareness, even feeling confused and perplexed, their hatred towards him cannot be eliminated. Did Laozi dig up your ancestors' graves? Mu Bei felt somewhat speechless. He suddenly realized that he found this world a bit incomprehensible. After all, why did humanity suddenly perish over half a year ago? Mu Bei had always tried to avoid thinking about this question. First, according to his deductions, humanity perished simultaneously in an instant, and only humanity perished. All other living and non-living beings were unaffected at that time. This situation was too bizarre, and he simply could not explain it. Secondly, what significance is there in pondering this question when humanity has already perished? Therefore, Mu Bei had never thought about the reasons for humanity's extinction, treating it merely as an established fact. However, recently, one mystery after another seemed to swirl around him, prompting him to recall once more the sudden extinction of humanity and what caused it. Did it hold any significance? Chapter 19. Interrogation. There were many things he couldn't comprehend. Mu Bei rubbed his forehead, having a premonition that some extremely crucial information was missing. He sighed, deciding to temporarily set these thoughts aside, and turned to the mummy monkey to ask, "Where's the stone? That meteorite of yours? Did you eat it?" The little monkey pretended not to hear him and continued staring at the television. Sigh, Mu Bei felt helpless. Although they hadn't fought, this stinky monkey was clearly showing a displeased expression towards him. Obviously, that hatred, which sounded like it flowed through its veins, while not driving it to attack him like the large dog, still had an impact on it. Of course, this was likely also related to the fact that he had shocked it once. It seemed that their relationship needed improvement. Suddenly, with a bang, the little monkey fell off the sofa for the third time. "You little fool, don't be so arrogant about the fish on the chopping board," Mu Bei said seriously, educating it with a stern face. "Fish." The silly cat beside him looked at the little monkey in confusion, then turned to Mu Bei with a puzzled expression. "Isn't it a monkey?" "Silly cat, ask it where the meteorite is," Mu Bei said, then added, "Tell it I'm not interested in that stone, just asking." The meteorite that could promote animal evolution was of no use to Mu Bei, nor to the silly cat. It could only be considered a collectible. So, he was simply asking, without any intention of seizing the meteorite. As for whether the monkey believed it, that was not his concern. "Meow meow." The silly cat began to dutifully translate. Clearly, although the little monkey was extremely unfriendly towards Mu Bei, for some reason it harbored respect for the silly cat. When the silly cat asked it, the little monkey, which had been glaring angrily at Mu Bei, hesitated for a moment before reluctantly speaking. "Jiji. Jiji." Thus, another round of incomprehensible dialogue ensued. Meow meow, Jiji. Meow meow, Jiji, followed by a guessing game. Mu Bei had never felt that communication could be such an exhausting task as he did today. Moreover, the answer he got from the little monkey left him utterly astonished. "Threw it away. You threw away that stone. What kind of operation is this?" Mu Bei's first reaction was that the monkey was lying. But after frowning, he had the silly cat ask more carefully. After yet another round of exasperating communication that made his head ache, Mu Bei slowly understood what was going on. At the time the meteorite fell in this city, the little monkey happened to be not far from the landing site. It was startled by the explosive sound and instinctively wanted to run away, but at that moment, it inexplicably felt a pull from the direction of the sound. So, after hesitating for a while, it decided to go take a look. When it got there, it saw a chaotic scene of various animals fighting each other. Additionally, the ground was pockmarked with many large and small stones, and the pull it felt was coming from those strange stones. The little monkey took advantage of the chaos to snatch one and then quickly ran away. "Wait," Mu Bei suddenly asked, "what did you say?" There was a scramble. There was a scramble at that time. He had also been to that area with many meteorite craters and had not seen any signs of struggle, such as blood. He had thought that the fallen and broken meteorite pieces were picked up by the animals that arrived one after another. But was the situation actually a chaotic scramble? But where are the traces? Why are there no traces left? Is this stinky monkey lying? Are you sure? Mu Bei frowned and asked. The silly cat translated, "Meow meow meow. Ji ji ji. Ji ji ji." The mummy little monkey suddenly jumped up in anger, baring its teeth at Mu Bei. All right. This time Mu Bei could guess its meaning without needing the silly cat to translate. He frowned in thought for a moment and said, "Continue." The silly cat continued to translate. The communication continued to progress painfully. According to the little monkey, after it snatched a piece of meteorite, it hid in a remote corner out of fear of being robbed. Since then, It had taken that piece of meteorite with it everywhere, even holding it while sleeping at night. Gradually, it began to take an interest in things it had previously found uninteresting, and many questions it had never considered before started to appear in its mind. It began to ponder questions like who it was and why it was here. Until one day, it suddenly felt that the world became clear all at once, and its thinking became smooth. While the meteorite that had once attracted it became no different from an ordinary stone. Thus, it threw the stone away and left that place. This process was reconstructed by Mu Bei based on the silly cat's translation and added some of his own speculations. After all, conveying meaning through actions and props, like the silly cat did, is a relatively rudimentary method and cannot cover everything. Some details inevitably need to be filled in by his own imagination. Not eaten. Mu Bei pondered silently. He glanced at the petite mummy little monkey. A few days ago, when applying ointment to it, Mu Bei had carefully felt its belly and indeed did not detect any hard objects in its stomach, so it seemed it wasn't lying. After obtaining the meteorite, it did not swallow it. This aligns with Mu Bei's earlier speculation that the large yellow dog indeed swallowed the meteorite. But that does not mean other animals did the same. Eating is not the purpose of the meteorite. The large dog swallowing the meteorite is actually similar to the little monkey finding a place to hide, both actions stemming from a desire to prevent others from stealing it. Did it throw it away later because it was useless? But the meteorite is still a meteorite. It hasn't disappeared, Mu Bei thought to himself. It seems that the key to evolution is not the meteorite itself, but something on it. Could it be some unknown microorganism from the universe? He couldn't help but think of some sci-fi movies and novels he had seen before, which often featured unknown viruses and microorganisms from outer space. Lost in thought, Mu Bei suddenly had an idea and took out the meteorite he had been carrying. What about this one? Are you interested? He asked the little monkey. The silly cat hadn't translated yet, but the little monkey had already guessed his meaning. It shook its head, indicating disinterest. Mu Bei sighed a little regretfully. He felt that the large dog died early, and its level of intelligence didn't seem high, so the meteorite found in its belly might still be of some use. For example, if it really contained a virus that could promote biological evolution, then there might still be some remnants left. But now, the little monkey showed no interest. Clearly, to it, it was just an ordinary meteorite. Chapter 20. Can't be cured. Wait to die? Farewell. After that, Mu Bei had the silly cat ask the little monkey some other questions. For example, did it know where other animals with meteorites were now? However, no useful information was obtained. Thinking about it, the meteorite landing site Mu Bei had seen initially had many craters of various sizes, but if counted, there were actually only dozens. Even if some larger meteorites might be divided or shattered upon impact, resulting in more actual meteorites than craters. Mu Bei estimated that the number of animals that could obtain meteorites might only be a few hundred or 1,000. A few hundred or 1,000 animals sound like a lot, but spread across such a large city, it's not to say they couldn't be encountered at all, after all. Mu Bei had encountered two, but it certainly wouldn't be easy. Even if encountered, it would likely just be a chance meeting. Therefore, Mu Bei didn't hold out hope for the little monkey to know the locations of other animals. He was just asking casually. After finishing his questions, Mu Bei felt it was time to send the monkey away. Men can be so heartless. All right, I have nothing more to ask. You can leave now, Mu Bei said. Meow, 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 meow. The silly cat translated. The little monkey was taken aback, then jumped off the sofa, bared its teeth at Mu Bei angrily, stomping on the floor while constantly indicating its bound hands and feet. Mu Bei smiled and said, I almost forgot. He squatted down and untied the rough hemp rope binding the little monkey's hands and feet. All right, you can go now, Mu Bei said, having regained its freedom. The little monkey moved its hands and feet, nodded in satisfaction, and then jumped back onto the sofa to grab the remote on the coffee table. Ready to change the channel. It didn't like this movie. What the hell? Mu Bei was dumbfounded. Looking at this pesky monkey wanted to stay and not leave? I have never seen such a shameless monkey. Mu Bei was furious and raised his hand to slap it on the head. However, the little monkey, having suffered 3 times already, was prepared this time, jumping around to dodge with the remote in its hand. Mu Bei grabbed a nearby cushion and threw it. The little monkey nimbly dodged. Silly cat. Mu Bei called for his ultimate move. Well, this ultimate move the little monkey couldn't dodge. With a look of reluctance, it walked toward the balcony, pulled open the glass door, stepped 1 foot out, then pulled it back, stepped out again, then pulled it back, stepping out once more, then pulling it back. Wait, Mu Bei suddenly shouted, and after a pause, he continued, leave the remote. Translation Officer Silly Cat. Meow meow meow. Squeak squeak squeak. Squeak squeak squeak. The little monkey yelled angrily, smashing the remote in its hand onto the ground, then stomping on it a few times until it was a mess. Then, as if it had won a victory, it proudly lifted its little head and walked away. Mubei couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn it, this monkey. But fortunately, there was a spare remote at home. Mubei used a broom to clean up the broken remote, then took out the spare remote from the TV cabinet, put in batteries, and continued to watch the movie leisurely. However, he didn't expect that by night, when it was quiet, the nightmare would begin. Bang bang bang. Dong dong dong. Ka 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 squeak 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 doo-doo. Damn! Is this ever going to end? Mubei angrily got up and pulled back the curtains. Outside the window, sure enough, was that pesky monkey. Squeak squeak squeak. It scratched its ear, looking smug, and even smiled in a particularly annoying way. Mubei's mouth twitched again. Today he had gained some insight. Setting aside appearance and form, these animals, after gaining intelligence, really aren't much different from humans. They each have different personalities and thoughts, certainly not uniform. Just take this monkey. How can it be so annoying? It doesn't understand that if it doesn't court disaster, it won't die? Doesn't it know what it means to learn from a lesson? Is it not afraid of being beaten to death by the silly cat? Idiot. Really an idiot. By the way, it's also a late-stage Chinibyu. Simply 2 plus 2. Mubei really wanted to throw it a medical meme that can't be cured. Wait to die? Farewell. In the pre-apocalypse world, acting like this would get you executed. Mubei said seriously. If it weren't for how boring this world was, he would really want to slap this pesky monkey to death. He sighed, opened the window, and said, "Forget it, come in." Given the monkey's foolishness, if he had the silly cat drive it away once, it would come back a second time. If he drove it away twice, it would come back a third time. If he drove it away 3 times, it would come back a 4th time. Yes, this monkey is that foolish. Mubei had come to realize this. Since there was no way to drive it away, to avoid being disturbed by it, Mubei had no choice but to let it stay. After all, having one more monkey wasn't a big deal. After all, he couldn't really let the silly cat kill it. Although this monkey disturbed him and was hostile towards him, it was ultimately different from the large dog that had once tried to harm his life. More importantly, when life becomes boring and lonely to a certain extent, even the villains seem cute. And Mubei was someone who might run off to commit suicide out of boredom. If he really intended to kill the little monkey, he wouldn't have let it go during the day, and he certainly wouldn't have treated its injuries a few days ago, allowing it to recover. Had it seen through this point, or was it simply being foolish? Mubei pondered in his heart. Seeing the window open, the little monkey showed a victorious expression, then used both hands and feet to skillfully climb in, completely unconcerned about any traps. Once it landed on the floor, it proudly lifted its little head, walked to the door, opened it, and walked out of the bedroom. The next morning, when Mubei got up, he found the little monkey already in the living room watching Journey to the West. The silly cat was also there, lazily sitting on the sofa. Seeing Mubei come out, it jumped off the sofa and quickly ran to his feet, affectionately rubbing against him. The little monkey, on the other hand, completely ignored Mubei and continued to stare at the television. The 1986 version of Journey to the West by CCTV has been finished, and now he is watching the animated version of Journey to the West, which premiered in 1999 on CCTV's comprehensive channel's Big Windmill program. Also a childhood memory for Mubei. Monkey King, One Master, and 3 Disciples, a theme song, and an ending song, these are all too familiar. Even now that he has grown up, Mubei still remembers how to sing them. He looked at the screen and saw that the plot of the 3 battles with the white bone spirit was being played. In Chapter 21, Old-Fashioned Radio and Farewell. On the television, facing the white bone spirit disguised as a village girl hiding pitifully behind Jubeiji, the Monkey King first pretended to give up with a sigh, then suddenly turned around and jumped up with a stick. The village girl transformed from the white bone spirit suddenly got hit, and with a scream, her demon soul was knocked out of her body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey excitedly jumped onto the coffee table, one hand covering its belly and the other pounding on the coffee table, looking like it was laughing heartily. Mubei watched in astonishment. He couldn't help but express his doubts again. Had this silly monkey seen the Yushi monkey emoji while wandering outside? Moreover, the fool, seeing the little monkey so happy. Mubei was a bit disdainful and muttered, "So happy," unaware that the next part is the tightening spell. In the 3 battles with the white bone spirit, Tang Sung recited the tightening spell 3 times, torturing the Monkey King to the brink of death. This episode is truly a shadow from my childhood. Besides, you silly monkey, You can't understand? Are you watching a silent film? How can you be so excited watching a silent film? Sure enough, Tang Sung and the others misunderstood the Monkey King for killing and to prove his innocence. The Monkey King pointed his golden cudgel at the vegetarian meal brought by the village girl, showing them that what was once fragrant vegetarian food had turned into several green toads. But at that moment, Zhu Beiji said it was an illusion, conjured by the senior brother after killing someone, fearing that the master would recite the tightening spell. Thus, the foolish Tang Sung believed Zhu Beiji's words and began to recite the tightening spell. Watching the Monkey King in pain on the screen, the once excited little monkey suddenly froze. It stared blankly at the television, and after hearing Mu Bei's muttering, it instinctively turned to look at him. Suddenly, it paused, looked back at the television, then glanced at Mu Bei, turned back to the television again, and then looked back at Mu Bei. Out of nowhere, it let out a pained squeak and covered its head, collapsing on the coffee table, starting to roll left and right, appearing extremely distressed. Mu Bei was instantly stunned. He was dumbfounded. What happened? He stared in confusion at the suffering little monkey. Suddenly, he remembered how Tang Sung had quietly recited the tightening spell on the television just now, and then he recalled that he had been muttering quietly at that time, linking it with the little monkey's actions of looking at him and then at the television, and now rolling on the ground holding its head. Mu Bei felt dazed but also began to understand. This guy wouldn't be having a delusion of grandeur, would he? Thinking of me as Tang Seng and himself as Sun Wukong? TSK, Mu Bei shook his head, watching the little monkey rolling on the coffee table as if in great pain, sighing, no hope, no hope. This one really can't be cured. In the evening, after having dinner, he went out to walk the cat. The evening glow in the sky looked like it was on fire, red and brilliant. The weather was great, and the scenery was beautiful. The streetlights in Park Number 7 went out a bit cruelly. Empty life, beginning to separate between you and me. The streetlights in Park No. 7 flickered, signaling the end of fate. Repeating questions, when you become the third person. Mu Bei gently hummed his favorite song, singing a few lines. However, after singing just a few lines, an extremely disruptive squeaking sound came from the side. Mu Bei's face darkened as he turned to look, seeing the little monkey covering its mouth with both hands, stealing laughs while occasionally glancing at him. The meaning was crystal clear. Laughing, huh? Mu Bei was furious. He felt he sang quite well, especially since the silly cat seemed very happy listening. Look at its silly face, it was just short of clapping. How could it be possible to have such a loyal audience if he sang poorly, right? This stinky monkey has no musical talent at all, Mu Bei muttered. Because the little monkey was causing trouble, he stopped singing, but he decided to cultivate this monkey's musical taste properly. He had some songs on his computer, but not many. Nowadays, he couldn't go online, so naturally, he couldn't download any more. Thus, relying on his memory, Mu Bei walked to a video store a few streets away. In recent years, with the popularity of the internet, the number of video stores has sharply decreased. Like video disc players, they are also products being quickly eliminated by the times. After all, with songs available for download online, how many people would still buy CDs or tapes? Moreover, CDs and tapes are not very convenient to use. Society is progressing, times are developing, and some things are naturally destined to be eliminated. This is a rule. But people will feel nostalgic for things that have disappeared. This is also a rule. Standing in the dusty video store, Mu Bei felt nostalgic, but also sad. He remembered when he was in middle school, the English teacher asked them to buy a tape recorder to listen to English tapes, but in the end, he listened to Jay Chou's songs over and over instead of the English tapes. What brand was the tape recorder I bought back then? Mu Bei had a good memory and remembered many small things, but he suddenly found that he couldn't recall what brand of tape recorder he bought back then. However, he frowned and thought about it, not paying much attention. After all, it's normal not to remember some small things. He wasn't a genius with a photographic memory. He picked up a tape from the shelf at the counter, brushed off the dust, and saw it was Jay Chou's Common Jasmine Orange. An album from over a decade ago, which probably wouldn't be bought by anyone now, likely a personal collection of the owner. Those still holding on to the video store mostly have a special attachment to CDs and tapes. Sure enough, Mu Bei found an exquisitely crafted old-fashioned radio under the counter. He happily picked it up. This is the one. Then, he rummaged around the store and finally left with an old-fashioned radio and a pile of CDs and tapes. Although the radio couldn't play CDs, the DVD player and computer at home could. Back home, after sorting out the things and cleaning the old-fashioned radio, Mu Bei found a tape with no labels and put it in, pressing the play button. This tape was treasured by the video store owner. He was curious about what was inside. The sound of the tape turning gave Mu Bei a nostalgic feeling. Suddenly, without any prelude, a clear and transparent girl's voice floated out from the old-fashioned radio. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, fragrant grass connects to the sky. The evening breeze stirs the willows, the flute's sound fades, the sunset is mountains beyond mountains. At the ends of the earth and the corners of the sea, half of my friends have fallen away. A pot of murky wine drains the remaining joy. Tonight's farewell dreams are cold. The child's voice flowed gently into his heart. Countless thoughts surged like a tide, suffocating him. Mu Bei listened in a daze. Half a song later, he was already in tears. Chapter 22. Strange Rain and Sudden Changes. Mu Bei's plan to cultivate the little monkey's musical taste ended in failure because this silly monkey simply didn't like listening to music. Instead, it was the silly cat that often sat quietly in front of the old-fashioned radio, listening to songs. Although it listened to many songs, its favorite was still Li Shudong's Farewell. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, fragrant grass connects to the sky. Sometimes, it would quietly loop the song all day long. Life was very calm. Time passed like this for 3 months. After several failures, the vegetables Mu Bei planted began to bear fruit, growing quite well. Soon, he would be able to eat fresh vegetables that he had grown himself, which made him quite happy. That day, the sky suddenly began to drizzle. The rain fell continuously from morning to night without stopping. Mu Bei didn't take it seriously. He was only a bit worried that the vegetables he had planted might be drowned. By the next day, the rain still hadn't stopped. Strangely, the intensity of the rain hadn't increased or decreased. It was exactly the same as when it had first started. This was something Mu Bei hadn't noticed the day before, because he had spent the entire day playing single-player games at home. It was only today, when he was bored and staring outside, that he accidentally discovered this. At first, he didn't believe it and deliberately observed for a while longer before confirming that it was indeed the case. The rain had not changed at all. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of the continuous rain, but white mist began to rise from the ground, making visibility quite poor. Mu Bei frowned, feeling that the rain was very strange. That night, which was the second night after the drizzle began, the little monkey disappeared from home. Along with it, the meteorite also vanished, the meteorite that the silly cat had pulled out from the big dog's belly. Mu Bei only realized this when he got up on the third morning, but he wasn't surprised. In fact, he had already noticed during the interrogation that the little monkey was lying. At that time, he had taken out the meteorite and asked if it was interested in it. The little monkey had shaken its head, but there was a problem with that. The little monkey couldn't understand Mu Bei's speech. In other words, from its perspective, it should have seen Mu Bei suddenly pull out a stone and then ask it a question it didn't understand. However, it immediately understood and answered without waiting for the silly cat to translate. It was too quick. Such a reaction was too fast. Mu Bei didn't think the meteorite looked particularly special, even if the little monkey could recognize it because it had once obtained one. The speed at which it recognized it was simply too fast, almost as if it recognized it instantly, without hesitation. Why? Why was it so certain without any doubt or hesitation? Was it because of the meteorite's shape or texture? No, it was attraction. That meteorite had an attraction for it, which is why it recognized it at a glance. In fact, it was very likely that it had sensed that attraction from Mu Bei even before he took it out. That was why it could understand so quickly. And this was only part of the reason. Another part was that Mu Bei believed the silly cat. The meteorite was specifically taken out by the silly cat from the big dog's body. If it really was just an ordinary meteorite, why would the silly cat go through the trouble of doing that? Therefore, it was clear that the meteorite had an attraction for the little monkey. The reason it shook its head in denial was just to lower Mu Bei's guard, making it easier for it to steal it. Mu Bei understood everything. He just hadn't pointed it out. The meteorite indeed held value, but it was useless to him and the silly cat. Rather than keeping it for a future day when it might be useful, he might as well use it for an experiment now. Mu Bei wanted to know what kind of changes would occur in the little monkey after obtaining another meteorite. All right, don't be sad. Mu Bei squatted down and patted the silly cat's little head. The silly cat looked very downcast. It's understandable, for the past 3 months. Although Mu Bei and the little monkey often fought, the relationship between the silly cat and the little monkey had become quite good. And this was the biggest reason why the little monkey was able to successfully steal the meteorite last night. The silly cat didn't guard against it. If it had been 3 months ago, even if Mu Bei casually placed the meteorite on the coffee table, the little monkey wouldn't have been able to steal it. After comforting the silly cat, Mu Bei stood up and looked out at the drizzling rain. The overcast sky mirrored his current mood, somewhat oppressive and heavy. The rain indeed showed no signs of changing. This wasn't just a few minutes. It had been raining since the morning of the day before and had continued until now. It wasn't like turning on a tap. Would normal rain behave like this? The rain looked very strange, and the mist rising from the ground felt quite peculiar as well. But what could Mu Bei do? He could only go about his business as usual. This day passed again in the continuous drizzling rain. The mist rising from the ground became thicker and by evening had completely obstructed visibility. Mu Bei stood on the balcony looking out. Even the big tree just a few meters away was hard to see. The rain made him unable to help but frown. Suddenly, Mu Bei felt a sense of incongruity again, a sense he had experienced a few months ago. This time, the feeling of incongruity was clearer. Mu Bei could feel that it seemed to stem from his current situation. He seemed to have overlooked something important, leading him to make a very significant mistake. That night, in a daze, Mu Bei had a very strange dream. The dream also featured a world in which he was the only person. But it was somewhat different from his current world. However, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was different, only that it seemed lonelier. In that lonely world, there was another him. So lonely, so sorrowful, as if he were far away in the clouds, unable to reach. Mu Bei couldn't help but stretch out his hand toward the version of himself in the dream. But just then, the scene suddenly shifted to his home. Not the place he currently lived, but the home where his parents were. Dad, Mom. Suddenly, a sound like glass shattering quietly echoed. The dream seemed to be about to change again, but just at that moment, boom. A loud noise shattered this strange dream into pieces. Mu Bei jolted awake. He was gasping for air, but soon, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. He saw a large hole broken in the wall of his room. A strong wind rushing in, and a completely black lion with protruding fangs and a pair of wings slowly walked in. Through the big hole, he could see that the rain outside had stopped, and the mist had dispersed. The big dog, the little monkey, and the lion with wings before him. Mu Bei's pupils suddenly constricted, and in an instant, countless memories flashed through his mind like bolts of lightning. Finally settling on the brilliant and dazzling light from the night, the meteor shower occurred. The light, that burning light. Mu Bei finally remembered what he had overlooked and finally understood what he had gotten wrong. Who said evolution had begun? Chapter 23. Speaking human words. The light from a meteor streaking across the sky is brilliant and dazzling. People often describe it as fleeting and momentarily resplendent. Not only because meteors move quickly, but also because they are burning. In fact, if a meteorite is not large enough when it enters the atmosphere, it will burn up completely due to friction with the atmosphere and will never reach the ground. Any meteorite that falls to the ground originally has a volume far greater than what is left. During its passage through the atmosphere, it burns away most of its volume. And most of this is vaporized due to high temperatures and merges into the atmosphere. This means that the substances contained in the meteorite that promote biological evolution are mostly dispersed in the atmosphere. What remains on the meteorite is just a small portion. And the fact that most of the evolutionary substances are spread throughout the air means what? It means that all living beings will be affected. Therefore, the fact that this world remains so peaceful is clearly not right. There are only two possible reasons. First, the concentration of evolutionary substances in the atmosphere is too low, insufficient to promote biological evolution. This possibility is very small, extremely small. Why? Because meteors often partially shatter and vaporize upon impact due to the tremendous force and extremely high temperatures. If the concentration in the atmosphere is insufficient, then the concentration near the meteorite landing site is definitely enough. However, there are no abnormalities in that vicinity. Therefore, the second possibility should be that evolution has not yet begun. Although it seems incredible, only the fact that evolution has not started can explain the unusual, unreasonable calmness in the presence of evolutionary materials everywhere in the air. Looking at the lion with wings behind it, Mu Bei's thoughts raced, and in a flash, everything became clear. At the same time, he recalled the big dog and the little monkey. Unlike the lion in front of him, their appearance had not changed. Mu Bei had once wondered about one thing. The history of biological evolution on Earth over countless years has proven that evolution must mean change, just like the clumsy cat. So why haven't they changed? The answer is incredibly simple. Because they haven't started evolving at all. Complex internal issues? Profound principles? Unknown changes? None of that. This is simply a straightforward logical reasoning problem, a very basic point of logic. If, then equivalent to not, therefore not. Evolution must mean change. They Haven-T changed. So they Haven-T evolved. Look, what simple logical reasoning. Thinking of this, Mubei almost spat blood. He felt so foolish. The simplest explanation. Yet he hadn't thought of it. Ultimately, he had made the mistake of jumping to conclusions. He had assumed that evolution had already begun and based his thoughts on that premise, without ever considering that the premise was entirely wrong. Evolution has not yet begun. As for the peculiarities of the dog and monkey, namely that the big dog seems to possess intelligence and extraordinary speed and strength, while the little monkey clearly possesses intelligence. This is actually easy to explain, because they had both obtained meteorite fragments. No matter how high the concentration of evolutionary material in the air, it surely cannot compare to that of the meteorite fragments. Animals that obtained meteorite fragments had some early changes, showing signs of imminent evolution. What is so strange about that? All of this sounds lengthy, but in fact, it was just a fleeting thought in Mu Bei's mind. The speed of human thought is astonishing at this moment. The black lion had just entered the bedroom. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Mu Bei's bedroom door burst open violently, and a white shadow flashed in like lightning. Before Mu Bei could see clearly, it had already blocked in front of him. It was the clumsy cat. Meow, meow, meow. The clumsy cat looked at the black lion and emitted a threatening low growl. The black lion seemed to have not heard it, and took 2 proud steps forward, moving leisurely, appearing very casual. Seeing this, Mu Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, he hadn't realized the meaning represented by the dazzling brilliance of the meteor, leading him to misunderstand that evolution had actually not begun. But this situation was only limited to a short while ago. The strange rain that started a few days ago, the little monkey that disappeared with the meteorite, the all-black creature, the lion with wings, and when Mu Bei looked through the large hole in the wall, he vaguely saw that the plants outside had also changed. They had grown taller and larger, and looked somewhat unfamiliar. This time, evolution had truly begun. Mu Bei thought to himself. The meteor shower from half a year ago was like sowing the seeds of evolution. Those lucky enough to obtain meteorite fragments began to show signs of evolution. But it wasn't until the strange rain of the past few days that the seeds of evolution began to sprout and grow. Why does this process remind me so much of planting vegetables? Mu Bei furrowed his brows. While he was pondering, the black lion had taken 2 more steps closer. Meow. The clumsy cat's fur stood on end, issuing a warning. Its small body was completely disproportionate to the visually striking large black lion. The black lion raised its massive head, exhaling 2 puffs of white mist from its nostrils, and suddenly spoke in broken human language. I am the king of beasts. You are weak, not my opponent, get lost. In an instant, Mu Bei's eyes widened, and he looked up at the black lion in shock. What did you say? After that, he immediately asked, did you just speak human language? Although the black lion's speech was not coherent and came in bursts, it indeed spoke human language. Incredible. So unbelievable. This was completely beyond Mu Bei's expectations. Those creatures that evolved could actually speak human language. What principle is this? How did it achieve this? Wait, then why can't the clumsy cat? The clumsy cat's form has also changed. It has clearly evolved as well. So why can it only understand human language, but not speak it? Is it because it forcibly regressed during the evolution process, leading to incomplete evolution? Or is it because it is indeed different from them, not following the same evolutionary principle? The black lion looked at Mu Bei with disgust and hatred, continuing to speak in somewhat incoherent human language. Shut up, you annoying creature. I will tear open your throat, bite off your head, and dig out your heart. Don't think it can protect you. Mu Bei frowned and suddenly said, the king of beasts, huh? Humph. The black lion proudly pointed its nostrils at Mu Bei. Mu Bei smiled and said, sorry, based on my years of watching anime, the king of beasts is often the first to fall. Chapter 24, Anger. Roar. Hearing Mu Bei's words, the black lion glanced at him indifferently, suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Instantly, thunder roared in the quiet space. The tremendous roar exploded in this small room, shaking the furniture lightly. The curtains that were originally hanging were suddenly lifted and flapped wildly. And although the windows were clearly closed, it felt as if a fierce wind was blowing. Crack. The glass water cup on the bedside table made a sound of being overburdened. Although it did not shatter, it was clearly subjected to considerable impact. The power of a single roar was terrifying. Mu Bei felt discomfort and covered his ears. His eardrums were painfully shocked. Although this was partly due to the environment. as sound waves would continuously reflect in a small space, just like fireworks indoors are definitely louder than outdoors. But the fact that a single roar could achieve such a terrifying effect exceeded Mu Bei's expectations. Compared to this black lion, that big dog was hardly worth mentioning. Is this the gap between pre-evolution and post-evolution? Mu Bei felt that this black lion should have also obtained meteorite fragments. Otherwise, this would be too much. If it could evolve to this extent without having obtained meteorite fragments, then the outside world is truly too damn dangerous. Although Mu Bei could be resurrected after dying, that does not mean he enjoys being killed. He had committed suicide twice in the past, once out of boredom and once to heal injuries. Regardless of how those two reasons might seem to others, they were undoubtedly his own choices. Suicide and being killed are two completely different concepts. Facing the thunderous roar of the black lion, the clumsy cat's fur bristled, its tail stood straight up, as if facing a great enemy. It did not issue another roar to threaten or warn the opponent, as it had realized that this was of no use. The black lion withdrew its indifferent gaze from Mu Bei. It actually did not know why it hated this weak human so much. But as the high and mighty king of beasts, does it need to delve into the reason for despising an ant? No need. Just stepping on it to death would suffice. However, this trip did lead to the discovery of an interesting little thing. The enormous black lion, with a strikingly powerful physique, slightly raised its massive head, snorted loudly, and looked down at the foolish cat with disdain. You are weak, not my match. Follow me, acknowledge me as your master, and I will give you strength. Meow meow. The foolish cat angrily called out twice. Although Mu Bei couldn't understand what it was saying, it was clear that it was refusing without hesitation. As expected, the black lion's expression turned furious, its eyes filled with rage and disbelief. As if it were very surprised by the foolish cat's rejection, this is your last chance. Surrender or die? Meow. This time, after a single meow, the foolish cat pounced directly at it. Overestimating itself, the black lion's eyes widened in anger, revealing its overwhelming fury, and suddenly it forcefully flapped its wings. In an instant, a violent wind swept through the room, knocking furniture and objects askew. Mu Bei couldn't help but squint. Almost simultaneously, a loud crash echoed from his left side, as if something heavy had slammed into the wall. Mu Bei's eyelid twitched, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. He quickly turned to look, only to see a deep dent in the wall on his left, surrounded by a web of cracks, as the tremendous impact had nearly broken the entire wall. This was merely the residual force after the two side strengths had countered each other. Dust filled the air, and chunks of bricks and stones fell, raining down on the foolish cat that had crashed into the wall. Mu Bei's expression darkened suddenly. He turned his head and coldly glared at the black lion that was proudly swishing its tail, full of arrogance and disdain. He felt a surge of anger, an intense anger. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry rang out. A white blur flashed, and the foolish cat stood in front of Mu Bei once again. Its originally snow-white long fur had become a bit messy and dirted, looking quite disheveled, but it seemed not severely injured, which made Mu Bei breathe a sigh of relief. Meow meow. The foolish cat turned its head and called to Mu Bei. It seemed to sense Mu Bei's anger and was trying to soothe him, telling him it was fine and to not worry. But just then, a sharp dark shadow appeared from the blind spot of the foolish cat's vision, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air, and suddenly struck it hard. Meow. The foolish cat cried out in pain, instantly being knocked away. The shadow had come so suddenly. Taking advantage of the moment, it turned to comfort Mu Bei when its attention was diverted, attacking from an extremely tricky angle with incredible speed. The foolish cat had no chance to notice it and was completely unprepared for defense. The black lion proudly flicked its tail, which was almost twice the length of its body, looking down disdainfully at the foolish cat that had been sent flying. A glaring blood mark visible on its body. Foolish. This is the consequence of not surrendering. Follow me. Acknowledge me as your master, and I will give you strength. I am the king of beasts. Meanwhile, Mu Bei's expression had completely darkened. He stared coldly at the black lion. Even when that big dog had threatened his life before, Mu Bei had mostly taken it lightly, but at this moment, he felt tremendous anger. The feeling of anger surged like a blazing flame, burning in his chest. At the same time, in a location far from the city where Mu Bei was, a jaguar standing on two legs, exhibiting human-like behavior, slowly sheathed its sword, then removed its cowboy hat and bowed respectfully. Just then, a look of surprise flashed in its eyes, as if sensing something. and it turned to look in a distant direction. After a moment, it withdrew its gaze, put on the cowboy hat, and turned to walk in that direction. Behind it, in the direction it had just bowed, a massive wild boar, towering 3 stories high and resembling a small mountain, stood motionless, its face cruel and fierce. Suddenly, a faint line of blood appeared on its forehead, which quickly expanded at an alarming speed. In an instant, bright red blood gushed forth. Boom! Accompanied by a loud thud as it fell, blood rained from the sky. Sensing Mu Bei's furious gaze, the black lion turned to him and coldly said, "Arrogant. A mere weak human ant dares to look at me like that. Arrogant. Truly too arrogant." Enraged, the black lion violently swung its long tail towards Mu Bei. The sharp, piercing sound of slicing air rang out. It aimed to crush this rude and weak human. Chapter 25. Arrogance. A fierce gust of wind rushed toward Mu Bei, stinging his cheeks. The black lion's tail swung with incredible speed and ferocity, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air. With Mu Bei's dynamic vision, he couldn't even track where it was, only feeling the long lion's tail suddenly in front of him. Suddenly, a white blur flashed in his vision. The white figure collided fiercely with the pitch-black lion's tail. The wind roared. The lion's tail was deflected and rolled back. The foolish cat landed lightly on the ground, fiercely protecting Mu Bei, growling angrily at the black lion. But shockingly, at that moment, it bore a deep wound that could be seen down to the bone, inflicted by the earlier sneak attack from the black lion. Hot blood continuously seeped from the wound, staining its originally snow-white for a glaring crimson. Mu Bei felt deeply pained. He softly said, "That's enough, foolish cat. You should leave." The battle situation was clear, even one-sided. The foolish cat was no match for the black lion. Not only was there a difference in physical quality, strength, and speed, but even combat experience was completely unequal. This was easy to understand. One was a lion, the other a cat. Mu Bei truly didn't want it to get hurt any further. Meow meow. The foolish cat firmly shook its head. This time, having learned its lesson, it didn't turn back while shaking its head, but instead stared intently at the black lion in front of it. It understood the implication behind Mu Bei's words. It also knew that its master could resurrect after death, but so what? Should it then just watch him die before its eyes? No. The foolish cat glared angrily at the black lion, refusing to give an inch. On the other side, after retracting its tail, the black lion appeared exceptionally furious. In its view, the human before it was merely an extremely weak ant that it could easily crush with a single step. Did it need to exert full effort to deal with an ant? Of course not. Therefore, its earlier tail swipe was done casually, and its power was not even close to the earlier sneak attack on the foolish cat. Because of its lesser power, this tail swipe was easily batted away by the foolish cat. A humiliation. For the king of beasts, this was a tremendous disgrace. The black lion's eyes glinted with a savage light, and it roared madly. "You ungrateful creature! I will kill you!" With a fierce roar, it suddenly lunged at the foolish cat. The foolish cat meowed defiantly, unafraid, and met the charge head-on. Bang! 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 The violent sounds of collision echoed in the cramped space, blood continuously spilling. Astonishingly, despite facing a much stronger black lion, the foolish cat truly managed to protect Mu Bei, ensuring that not a drop of blood from the battle entered within a meter of Mu Bei. But all of this was built on a tremendous sacrifice. Roar! The black lion howled furiously to the sky. Bang! Another fierce collision occurred, and both sides staggered back. At this moment, the once proud black lion appeared quite disheveled and dirty. It was covered in dozens of claw marks of varying sizes. But the most severe injury was on its wings. One of its wings had been torn off, and blood continuously flowed from the broken wound, dripping onto the ground. However, compared to it, the situation of the silly cat was even worse. There was a large wound on its forehead, deep enough to see the bone, with blood flowing down the wound, making its right eye difficult to open. Its left front leg was twisted in a bizarre manner, clearly broken, and the most serious injury was on its left side abdomen. A massive wound nearly split it open. Even some of its intestines were spilling out. As for the numerous wounds all over its body, they far exceeded those of the black lion, leaving it drenched in blood. It was obvious that in this brutal battle, the silly cat was at a disadvantage. It was never a match for the black lion, let alone having to protect Mu Bei during the fight. It's important to note that although the black lion claimed to be the king of beasts, its actions showed no regal demeanor. It was exceedingly treacherous and shameless. employing tactics typical of wild animals, ambushes and underhanded tricks at every turn. Seeing that the silly cat was always protecting Mu Bei, even prioritizing Mu Bei over itself, how could the black lion miss such an obvious weakness? During the battle, it would try to attack Mu Bei at every opportunity. Distracted, the silly cat naturally suffered severe injuries, and during the most dangerous moment, it almost had its abdomen sliced open. The silly cat let out a weak meow. Its condition was already terrible, with life-threatening injuries and continuously losing blood, draining the strength from its body little by little. In comparison, although the black lion had lost one wing, its condition was clearly much better. But even so, it could not retreat. It could not retreat. Since it was still alive, how could it watch its master die in front of it? Meow? The silly cat called out and tried to step forward. But weakened and with one leg broken, it couldn't even walk steadily and fell to the ground after just a few steps. However, it quickly got back up and staggered towards the black lion. Just then, it suddenly felt lighter, as if someone had picked it up. Enough. It was a voice it recognized. Meow? The silly cat turned its head and looked at Mu Bei with its barely open left eye, feeling somewhat wronged, yet stubbornly meowing. Enough, really enough, you've done well enough. Mu Bei looked at the silly cat and gently said again, his voice soft yet firm, be good. This was probably the first time he spoke to it in such a gentle tone. After all, he was a person who often spoke harshly but acted justly. Meow? The silly cat's eyes showed self-blame and apology. It blamed itself for its lack of strength. Mu Bei smiled gently and patted its little head. Immediately, the silly cat comfortably squinted its eyes, looking quite content. Then, Mu Bei raised his head and looked at the black lion across from him, his gaze turning icy. Perhaps feeling confident of victory, the human and the cat had no fighting strength left. So the black lion did not ambush this time, but took the opportunity to rest and adjust its state. After all, it had also sustained considerable injuries. Mu Bei withdrew his gaze and walked to the window. The black lion merely watched without doing anything. Confident that the human and cat were at the end of their rope and could not escape its grasp no matter what they did. The black lion did not interfere, which saved Mu Bei a lot of plans. He walked to the window, opened it, looked down at the silly cat in his arms, and said, "See you in a bit." Saying this, he threw the silly cat out. The black lion looked on in astonishment, but then snorted disdainfully, "It can't run far. After I kill you, I'll go kill it." Mu Bei ignored it, silently looking at his own hands. His palms and arms were stained red, covered in the silly cat's blood. Mu Bei suddenly smiled, but his smile was cold, devoid of warmth. He walked to the bedside table, picked up his phone, and asked, "Do you know what this is?" The black lion scoffed, dismissing him. "Don't know, huh?" Mu Bei continued, opening his right hand, revealing a small remote control button lying quietly in his palm. He had grabbed it the moment the black lion broke in. "So do you know what this is?" The black lion still ignored him, eyes full of disdain. "So, you see, the first thing you should do after gaining intelligence is to understand the civilization created by humans," Mu Bei said, "otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Arrogant. The black lion finally spoke, roaring in fury. "Ant like humans, actually trying to kill it. Where did it get such confidence? Simply foolish and arrogant." Upon hearing this, Mu Bei suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, I'm arrogant. You are the truly arrogant one, looking down on thousands of years of human civilization." Saying this, he pressed the button on the remote control fiercely. In the next moment, a deafening explosion echoed, and a violent shockwave, along with raging flames, instantly engulfed the entire room, turning it into a forbidden zone of life. Chapter 26. Suicide Reset. Moments later, amidst the thick smoke of the apartment building, the front door on the first floor was suddenly pushed open violently. Following that, a young man clad in only scraps rushed out, covering his mouth and nose. As soon as he got outside, he released his hand and greedily gasped for air. But after taking just a few breaths, he quickly looked around until he saw not far away in a corner a severely injured Scottish fold lying on the ground, staring at him with its left eye, looking weak. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there wasn't another one. With that thought, the young man hurried over and carefully picked it up. The young man and the Scottish fold were, of course, Mu Bei and the silly cat. Looking up at his bedroom, which had turned into ruins, Mu Bei felt quite regretful. Furniture, appliances, food, personal belongings, even the firearms in his room. Yes, there were firearms in Mu Bei's bedroom. In fact, after the incident with the big yellow dog, he had even gone to the nearest military base to find some firearms. He didn't take those that were too heavy or difficult to use, but he did take some common firearms. He had practiced with them afterward and considered his shooting skills to be decent. Unfortunately, the place where those firearms were stored happened to be where the Black Lion broke in, so before he could use them, they were all buried under the rubble. Therefore, Mubei had to resort to the final plan. However, to be honest, after witnessing the terrifying speed and strength of the Black Lion, even if he had firearms in hand, Mubei felt no confidence at all. Although his room was not small, it could still only be considered a very limited space. Facing such an opponent in a confined space, firearms would not be very effective. After all, Mubei was not a special soldier trained for many years, and when the Black Lion swung its tail, he couldn't even see it clearly, let alone dodge it. How could he shoot? And if he had the silly cat entangle the Black Lion while he shot, he would be afraid of hitting the silly cat. Perhaps the only chance would be to take advantage of the Black Lion's ignorance of firearms and its carelessness to shoot it dead. But leaving aside whether he could hit the target smoothly, even if he did hit, whether he could kill it smoothly was another matter. Shooting was obviously an act of aggression, and according to Mubei's estimation, even if the Black Lion didn't understand firearms, it would instinctively dodge. Of course, all of this was hypothetical. The reality was that the Black Lion had inadvertently buried all the firearms under the rubble as soon as it entered, and Mubei had no opportunity to use them. Meow? Suddenly, the silly cat weakly called out. Mubei quickly looked down at it and saw it tremblingly raise a cat paw, pointing towards the direction of the bedroom. Mubei was startled. Oh no, could it be that the lion is still not dead? He hurriedly looked up and saw a scene of ruins, with thick smoke billowing and flames occasionally leaping up. Where was the Black Lion's figure? Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. After relaxing, he suddenly remembered that he had personally confirmed the death of the Black Lion. At that time, after turning into a soul state, he did 3 things. First, wait. Second, observe the escape route. Although Mubei could have waited a bit longer before resurrecting, he was worried about the silly cat that had been thrown downstairs. Third, confirm whether the Black Lion was dead. The Black Lion lay on the ground in a terribly miserable state, not even moving as it caught fire, undoubtedly dead. Since it was not alive, what did the silly cat mean by pointing to the bedroom? Mubei frowned, suddenly recalling that although the silly cat couldn't defeat the Black Lion, it seemed to have improved a lot compared to the last battle against that big dog. What was going on? In a flash of thought, Mubei's mind conjured up that pot of dog meat hot pot. Although the only thing he got from that hot pot was a series of stomachaches, perhaps the silly cat had gained something? Thinking of this, he quickly asked, can that lion be eaten? If an uninformed person heard Mubei's question, they would definitely think he was a hopeless foodie. The silly cat weakly nodded. However, considering that this silly cat might not be very bright, Mubei was a bit worried it would only think he was asking if it could eat. So he quickly asked again, is it beneficial for you? Can it help heal your injuries? The silly cat nodded again. Mubei was taken aback, looked around the room, and blankly asked, it's burnt, can it still be eaten? According to Mubei's original plan, he should have left immediately. After all, the noise was too loud and could attract nearby evolved creatures. Moreover, they harbored hatred towards Mubei for unknown reasons, making it too dangerous to stay here, especially after witnessing the terror of evolved creatures this time. But after learning that the Black Lion's flesh and blood would benefit the silly cat and could even help heal its injuries, Mubei immediately abandoned his original plan. He turned around to look around, then ran to a bush and stuffed the silly cat inside, saying, hide here, I'll be back soon. Although it was somewhat dangerous to leave the silly cat here in its current state, rushing into the fire with it was undoubtedly more dangerous. After that strange rain shower, the greenery in the community, which had grown wildly due to neglect, had now become much stronger and taller. It should be fine to hide a cat here for a short time. Additionally, the characteristics of these plants seemed to be somewhat different from before. However, at this moment, Mubei had no time to study these. After hiding the silly cat well, he asked, that lion is too big, there's no time to move it. Where is it most valuable? Upon hearing this, the silly cat laboriously extended its paw and pointed to its own heart. The heart? This was an expected answer. According to Mubei's guess, it could only be the heart, brain, or wings. After getting the answer, he immediately turned around and rushed back into the billowing smoke of the apartment building. After grabbing a fire extinguisher at the stairway on the first floor, he hurriedly rushed upstairs 2 steps at a time. Time. Ignoring whether he would get hurt, Mubei took the fire extinguisher and charged straight ahead. Soon, he returned to his home. The living room had become a wreck, but he still successfully found the military dagger he had placed there, which he had gotten from the army and was very sharp. Cough, cough. Mu Bei held the fire extinguisher in his left hand, grabbed the dagger in his right, and covered his nose with his arm as he turned and ran towards the bedroom. Before he got close to the bedroom, a terrifying wave of heat hit him. Thick black smoke and flames were everywhere. That was the place of the explosion, the most severely damaged area, and the fire was the largest. Mu Bei charged in without stopping. The Black Lion's body was still on fire. He sprayed the remaining extinguishing agent from the fire extinguisher all over it. Then, regardless of whether there were any remaining flames or how hot the still burning body was, he directly pounced on it. When he laboriously pulled out the Black Lion's heart, he had already sustained several serious burns on his palms and arms. Moreover, due to the thick smoke and lack of oxygen, he was starting to feel dizzy and suffocated. Cough, 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 cough. The dense smoke made him cough continuously. Mu Bei stumbled towards the wall and then, without looking below, jumped straight down from the third floor. Crack. That was the sound of bones breaking. Hiss. Mu Bei inhaled sharply in pain, almost crying out, but he held it back in the end. Then, he flipped his palm over, grasped the dagger in a reverse grip, decisively stabbed it into his own heart, and forcefully twisted it. A few seconds later, Mu Bei sprang back to life, grabbing the dagger and the Black Lion's heart and running. Damn, suicide really hurts. Chapter 27. Escape. The explosion destroyed the walls and scattered glass shards and wall fragments all over the ground outside, leaving no suitable place to land. Mu Bei understood this situation at a glance before rushing into the apartment building. Therefore, when Mu Bei decided to jump directly from the third floor, the problem he faced was one that an ordinary person with no relevant training would encounter, in a state of dizziness and suffocation. Jumping down from the third floor where the ground was covered with glass shards and wall debris without getting injured, not even twisting an ankle, was impossible. Yes, he couldn't twist an ankle because he needed to run away afterward. Without even thinking, this problem was unsolvable. So, instead of hesitating and wasting time, Mu Bei simply jumped down without looking. Then he reset by committing suicide. It was both rational and crazy. Not everyone could muster the courage to commit suicide, let alone stab their own heart with a dagger, and even twist it immediately afterward to die faster. Just thinking about that kind of pain could make one shudder. It was no wonder Mu Bei couldn't help but curse after coming back to life. As for going back the way he came down the stairs, that option was ruled out from the start. The reason was simple: there was no time. He wouldn't die, but what about the silly cat? With evolved creatures possibly surrounding them at any moment, he didn't have the luxury of taking the stairs down. Turning the corner, Mu Bei found the silly cat he had hidden in the bushes. When he hid it, he was careful to place it on the other side of the apartment building. This way, it wouldn't see him jumping down from the third floor. Perhaps it was because silly cats were a bit stubborn. Even though the silly cat knew Mu Bei could come back to life after dying, it still didn't want to see him die. This was clearly evident from its previous desperate battle. Therefore, Mu Bei found a bush where it couldn't see his bedroom and hid it there. Seeing that the silly cat was still safely hiding there, Mu Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had rushed against the clock, not only worried about being surrounded, but also fearing that the silly cat would get into trouble being left outside alone. Sensing Mu Bei's return, the silly cat, which had been resting with its eyes closed in the bushes, opened its eyes and gently called out to him, "Meow." Although it wasn't obvious, Mu Bei still keenly noticed that in just a few minutes, the silly cat seemed to have recovered a bit. This made him click his tongue in amazement. Such severe injuries, if they were on a human or ordinary animal, would definitely not heal on their own. On the contrary, if they attempted to recover without immediate rescue and subsequent treatment after suffering such heavy injuries, the result would only be a deterioration of the condition, ultimately leading to death. The reason for this difference is naturally the disparity in the body's self-repair capabilities. Delving deeper, it relates to factors such as cellular activity and regenerative abilities. Ordinary organisms and evolved organisms have a gap as vast as a chasm in this regard. For example, in humans, if a deep cut is made on the wrist, at the very least, it needs to be bandaged to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, one might die from excessive blood loss. However, a clumsy cat can show signs of recovery from life-threatening injuries within just a few minutes. It can be said that they are not on the same level at all. In fact, such a terrifying recovery speed surpasses that of the little monkey from before. Although the little monkey's injuries were severe, they were not fatal and were far less serious than those sustained by the clumsy cat. It only began to recover slowly after being treated with medicine and bandaged by Mu Bei over the following days. Compared to the current state of the clumsy cat, the difference is clear. Of course, upon careful consideration, this is also normal. Although the clumsy cat forcibly halted its evolution, resulting in incomplete evolution, it is still not comparable to the little monkey, which had not yet begun to evolve, but merely showed signs of evolution at that time. However, when it comes to recovery capabilities, Mu Bei himself is the most formidable. Using his resurrection ability for a self-reset, this kind of sinister recovery capability is simply unsolvable. Well, it just hurts a bit. Mu Bei quickly ran to the edge of the bushes and pulled the clumsy cat out. Just as he was about to leave quickly, the clumsy cat extended its small paw towards the black lion's heart in his hand. Mu Bei was taken aback, said nothing, and handed the black lion's heart to it. Suddenly, a very sharp, hook-shaped claw extended from the clumsy cat's paw and gently pierced into the black lion's heart, pulling it out after about 2 or 3 seconds. Mu Bei keenly noticed that a drop of black unknown liquid had appeared on the clumsy cat's claw, clearly taken from the black lion's heart. Then, the clumsy cat put the black liquid drop into its mouth, rolled its tongue to swallow it, and, feeling a bit fatigued, closed its eyes, quickly falling asleep in Mu Bei's arms. Mu Bei looked at the black lion's heart in his hand, momentarily speechless. Is this heart still useful? Forget it. I'll hold on to it for now. It might even be used as bait to distract those evolved creatures when necessary. He quickly made up his mind and swiftly left the spot while holding the clumsy cat. Along the way, Mu Bei was very cautious, because he had not forgotten that the little monkey was able to sense the clumsy cat's aura even when it had not evolved yet and only showed signs of evolution. He had no idea how many creatures in this world full of evolved beings could sense them now. However, to his surprise, he did not encounter any more evolved creatures along the way. This was naturally due to his quick avoidance upon seeing them from a distance, and also because most evolved creatures were attracted by the sounds of explosions. Still, the smoothness of his journey made Mu Bei secretly speculate. He hid during the day and, by evening, found refuge in a secluded bookstore. After stopping, he realized he was extremely hungry. Thinking back, he had not eaten since being attacked by the black lion that morning. He opened a pack of cookies he had grabbed from the supermarket and quietly began to eat. Since they were 1 or 2 months past their expiration date and had not been stored well, the cookies tasted quite bad, but they shouldn't upset his stomach. As Mu Bei ate silently, he began to contemplate his plans for the future. However, everything would have to wait until the clumsy cat woke up. After all, while he couldn't die, he felt like a weakling in terms of combat power. Sigh, why have all the animals and plants evolved, but I haven't? Mu Bei felt it was unfair. Where is the promised equality among all beings? Chapter 28. Watching in the dark, the clumsy cat had not yet woken up. But its condition was good. After a day had passed, its twisted and deformed left front leg had returned to normal, the wound on its forehead, the massive injury on its abdomen that had nearly eviscerated it, as well as all the various wounds on its body, had healed and formed scabs. Mu Bei, like a curious child, scraped at the scabs with his nails, causing them to fall off, which left him somewhat astonished. He couldn't help but scrape again and again. He had heard that some people enjoy popping plastic bubble wrap, the kind commonly used for shipping, and that some even become addicted to it. Feeling uncomfortable without doing it for a day, going online to buy it for this purpose. Now, he somewhat understood those people's feelings. Soon, Mu Bei had scraped off all the scabs that had formed on the clumsy cat, feeling a bit unsatisfied as he finally stopped. After scraping off the scabs, he could see that the new skin was quite pink, and the cat fur had not yet grown back over the wound. But aside from these 2 points, there were no visible signs that the clumsy cat had been injured before, especially not with such severe injuries. And all of this had only taken a single day. This speed of recovery is terrifying. If humans possessed such a level of self-repair ability, most diseases would vanish from this world. After scraping off the scabs, Mu Bei found himself with nothing to do. After all, he had no intention of leaving the bookstore at this time. First, the sky outside had begun to darken. It was not the end of the world. This city was no longer brightly lit at night, with only a few solar-powered streetlights still functioning, while other areas were completely dark. However, it wasn't the kind of darkness where one couldn't see a hand in front of one's face. After the artificial light disappeared, the light of nature began to return, and the sky became clearer and clearer. At night, moonlight and starlight often fell, but night is still night, and even with moonlight, it is far from bright, making visibility greatly obstructed. Going out at this time would be asking for trouble, not knowing when one might be ambushed. Second, looking at the clumsy cat's condition, it seemed to be almost fully recovered and might wake up soon. Mubei decided to wait for it to wake up before making any plans. Bored, he casually picked up a book next to him to pass the time. However, after glancing at the cover and finding it uninteresting, he put it back. He searched the bookshelf and eventually picked a novel, flipping it open to read. Since he had closed the door after hiding in the bookstore, there was only a bit of the sunset's afterglow coming in through the window, making the lighting quite dim, and Mubei found it somewhat difficult to read. Even so, he couldn't read the novel for long, as the sun completely sank below the horizon. The last remnants of the sunset finally disappeared through the window. Mubei had to put the book down and stared blankly into the air out of boredom. Time passed. Perhaps half an hour, maybe an hour, or even 2 hours, when suddenly a faint rustling sound came from the end of the bookshelf. He was startled and turned to look, but it was pitch black there, and he could see nothing. It turned out that while he had been daydreaming, the moonlight had inexplicably vanished, and the surroundings were enveloped in quiet darkness. Although he could not see what was happening at the end of the bookshelf and the rustling sound had also ceased, Mubei was certain that there was something there, and it had not left. It was watching him. In an instant, Mubei felt his whole body tense up from head to toe. It was an instinctual sense of danger from a living being. In the darkness, the two stared at each other silently from several meters apart. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and one could hear a pin drop. A few minutes later, the moonlight once again filtered through the window, slowly dispelling the pitch-black darkness. Mubei squinted slightly, focusing his gaze. Under the bright moonlight, the end of the bookshelf was completely empty. The thing in the darkness had left at some point. He let out a long sigh of relief, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Although his expression had seemed calm earlier, it was merely a facade of composure. After all, he himself was not in any danger. At worst, he could die again. However, the stupid cat was still asleep. And if it were to be ambushed at that moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. After this incident, Mubei no longer dared to daze off. He couldn't even sit still. He stood up, holding the stupid cat in his arms, leaning against the wall, his nerves taut. Time passed slowly in this tense atmosphere. Fortunately, the thing in the darkness did not appear again. Perhaps it had already left. Moreover, nothing else showed up in the bookstore. Not even the sounds of evolved creatures passing by outside. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, Mubei attributed it to 3 points. First and foremost, it was good luck. Secondly, it seemed not all evolved creatures could sense the existence of the stupid cat like the little monkey did. One could even say that the little monkey's perception was somewhat abnormal. Finally, the number of evolved creatures seemed to be far less than he had imagined. Regarding this last point, after careful thought, Mubei could roughly guess the reason. Simply put, it was due to the absolute dominant position of humans in the Earth's biosphere. In fact, the animals in the city mostly depended on human society for survival, not to mention those domesticated pets, even the stray cats and dogs outside, as well as the rats hiding in the sewers, all depended on human society, as they often rummaged through garbage bins for food or accepted offerings from those feeding stray cats and dogs. The sudden collapse of human society led to a massive die-off among them in a short period of time. Some were trapped and couldn't escape, while others could not adapt to the harsh living conditions outside after losing their food sources, including those pets that managed to escape. Some particularly weak pets, lacking sufficient predatory ability, might have even gone extinct. In this concrete jungle, in a modern city equipped with anti-theft doors and windows, the laws of survival were actually more brutal than in the natural world. Over the past year, Mubei had watched the city grow increasingly desolate and had seen fewer and fewer animals. They either died or left. However, he had only lamented about it in passing and had not delved into how severe the decline was. In this vast and lonely world, to explore such matters seemed like self-torture. He had even chosen to ignore it, consciously or unconsciously. So, it was only today that he suddenly realized that the number of animals that survived a year was far fewer than he had imagined. The city had become this desolate. Chapter 29. The current situation and awakening. He never expected that this desolation would save both him and the stupid cat today. Mubei chuckled silently. However, this desolation was only in the context of the entire city. If one simply looked at the number of evolved creatures as a figure, it was still quite large. Just the ones he saw during the day numbered in the dozens, and that was only a portion of the nearby area. Looking at the entire city, even on a small scale, there were at least tens of thousands of evolved creatures. As for the mutated ones, there were even more. Mu Bei categorized those creatures that had evolved and gained intelligence, with completely changed behavior patterns, as evolved creatures, while those that had only undergone changes in physical characteristics without gaining intelligence were categorized as mutated creatures. Of course, strictly speaking, mutated creatures were also evolved beings. So this classification was merely his personal bias. What kind of mutated creatures were there? Many, far more than evolved creatures. Mainly two types, insects and plants. During the day, Mu Bei saw some insects, such as fist-sized bees and blood-red mosquitoes with particularly large mouthparts. According to his observations, although their forms had changed, their behavioral patterns were still quite similar to before, showing no signs of intelligence. Why was that? He speculated it was due to the overly primitive nervous system of insects. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. An overly primitive nervous system would have limited evolutionary improvements. It could only evolve from too primitive to merely primitive, still unable to process complex information, and thus could not develop intelligence. Of course, the fact that insects were mutated creatures and not evolved beings was a good thing for Mu Bei. After all, gaining intelligence would also mean awakening their hatred towards him, though Mu Bei had no idea why and felt quite wronged, and insects were often social creatures, with numbers far exceeding those of cats and dogs. Just imagine being swarmed by massive bees seeking revenge. That would be terrifying. Therefore, the fact that insects had not gained intelligence and were merely mutated creatures was indeed something to be grateful for. However, this did not mean that insect swarms were easy to deal with. It was still best to avoid provoking them in the future. As for plants, lacking even a nervous system, they naturally wouldn't develop any intelligence. Currently, aside from growing taller and larger, and some changes in form, there was nothing particularly concerning about them. However, while insect swarms were terrifying, Mu Bei felt that evolved creatures posed an even greater danger. After all, those evolved creatures would actively attack him. He silently counted the evolved creatures he had seen: cats, dogs, rats, and birds. Although their forms had changed, he could still roughly identify what they originally were. Moreover, he had seen several different evolutionary forms of each type of creature. For instance, with dogs, he had encountered not only a dog with a single horn on its head, but also one with two tails, one covered in blue scales, and another larger than an elephant. Of course, these were just the main features. There were many other differences in specific details. Common cats, dogs, and rats were one thing, but he had never seen lions before. Recalling the evolved creatures he had seen during the day, Mu Bei thought of the black lion. Had it just arrived not long ago, which was why they hadn't encountered each other? Or had it been hiding before its evolution, avoiding them? After all, that lion was not exactly a straightforward character. If it was the latter, it indicated that the black lion might have already set its sights on him. Thinking this way, Mu Bei felt like cursing. What the hell? I haven't disturbed your ancestral graves. Why are you always targeting me? This feeling of being caught in the crossfire made him feel quite wronged, but he preferred to believe it was the latter, as that would mean the black lion had held hostility towards him even before that strange rainy day. In other words, it was a special individual that had obtained meteorite fragments and displayed signs of evolution. However, if it was the former, meaning the black lion had just coincidentally arrived in these few days, then whether it had obtained meteorite fragments would be unknown. If it had evolved to such an extent solely relying on the evolutionary substances in the air, then the outside world would indeed be quite dangerous. To summarize, Mu Bei rubbed his forehead and silently noted in his mind. First, the number of evolved creatures was much less than he had imagined, at least for now. In this city, that was good news. Second, mutated creatures like insects and plants, while their forms had changed, had not gained intelligence. So they should not attack him without reason. However, their danger could not be overlooked. Overall, it was still good news. Thirdly, since it is unknown whether the black lion has obtained any meteorite fragments, the danger level of the outside world cannot be determined for now. Thinking of this, Mu Bei couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. When the little monkey was still around, he shouldn't have treated it that way. He should have, hit its head a few more times. If it hadn't disappeared back then, wouldn't it be a special reference now? Mu Bei really wanted to slap it to death. Just as he was thinking about this, the silly cat in his arms suddenly moved, and he quickly looked down. He saw the silly cat slowly opening its eyes, and upon discovering that it was being held by Mu Bei, it immediately squinted its eyes in comfort and kept rubbing its little head against his chest. All right. Mu Bei smiled and patted its head. Although the silly cat had looked fine before, It was only at this moment that he felt completely relieved upon seeing it wake up. Meow? The silly cat jumped down from Mu Bei's arms and then gestured for him to extend his right hand. What for? Although a bit confused, Mu Bei still extended his hand. The silly cat extended its front paw, then remembered its height wasn't enough. So it wobbled up on its two hind paws and gently placed its chubby front paw on Mu Bei's right hand. Immediately after, Mu Bei felt a warmth starting to spread in the palm of his right hand, and a very peculiar feeling suddenly arose in his heart, which was hard to describe in words. When the silly cat, a bit tired, withdrew its little meat paw, Mu Bei suddenly felt as if a connection had been established between him and it, and he couldn't help but feel moved. Hey, hello, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please respond. He called out in his heart a couple of times, but it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea, and he received no response. Cough, cough, it seems it's not telepathy. But that's okay. After all, he was calling out in his heart. And since the silly cat didn't hear it, it probably wasn't too embarrassing. Chapter 30. Cat paw print, and Bones. Mu Bei's face turned red, and after clearing his throat, he opened his palm and asked, "What is this?" A beam of moonlight shone through the window, and in the moonlight, he could see that there was now an adorable light gray cat paw print in the palm of his right hand, with 4 small prints located beneath the other 4 fingers, excluding the thumb, and the larger print positioned slightly below the center of the palm. Since this cat paw print was simply too cute, Mu Bei felt it was very unsuitable for him. It looked strange no matter how he viewed it. Meow meow. The silly cat stood on its hind paws, waving its front paws around repeatedly. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Are you trying to cast a spell? Mu Bei sarcastically remarked, but he quickly understood it was expressing something related to fighting or combat, which piqued his interest. He walked to the side of the bookshelf, spread his legs apart, squatted slightly, and then reached out with both hands to grab it, lifting it up with force. The bookshelf wasn't very large, but combined with the weight of the books, it should weigh over 100 pounds. Given Mu Bei's strength, he should be able to lift it, but it would be very strenuous, and he wouldn't be able to lift it very high or sustain it for long, probably having to put it down after a short while. Moreover, upon further reflection, he thought he might not be able to lift it entirely. Because the bookshelf was relatively long, according to the lever principle, he would need to exert more force. However, the reality before him was that he easily lifted the bookshelf, which weighed over 100 pounds, even becoming a bit unsteady due to exerting too much force, almost causing him to fall. Mu Bei was a bit dazed. This significant improvement in physical quality was so similar to the evolution of those creatures outside, but he knew very well that he had not evolved like those creatures. The change he experienced was due to the light gray cat paw print in the palm of his right hand. In some novels and anime, there is a very common setting where, after both parties sign a certain contract, the growth of one party will feed back to the other. However, after repeatedly testing and carefully sensing, Mu Bei discovered that the connection established between him and the silly cat was not like that. He had not become stronger. Instead, through the mark on his palm, he could borrow the silly cat's strength. "Can I borrow your strength?" Mu Bei confirmed with the silly cat. Hearing this, the silly cat looked puzzled, scratching its head with its little meat paw, indicating that it wasn't quite sure. Mu Bei was speechless. He had thought that since this cat paw print was created by the silly cat, it would definitely understand it very well. But it turned out that while it had some understanding, after all, it had just waved its paws around. It clearly didn't know much about it. It probably only knew that this cat paw print could make Mu Bei stronger, but wasn't clear on the specifics. Although the silly cat had already woken up, it was still the middle of the night, and Mu Bei decided to wait until dawn to leave. He sat down, pulled the silly cat over to pet it for a while, and after calming down, he suddenly asked, "Do you think it's more dangerous in the city now, or in the suburbs?" This question was more of Mu Bei asking himself than actually asking the silly cat. Moreover, he found this question quite difficult to answer, because it was really hard to say. There were fewer evolved and mutated creatures in the city, as the number of animals had sharply decreased over the past year. But the suburbs were different. Compared to the city, the ecosystem in the suburbs was not so dependent on humans, and the variety of species was much richer, which meant the ecosystem had greater resilience and better regulatory capacity, so it wouldn't suddenly collapse just because humans disappeared. Additionally, the suburbs were closer to nature, and food resources were more abundant. This was no joke. In situations where it was difficult to access places like supermarkets that store food, cities made of steel and concrete were actually harsher than nature and were not suitable for animals to survive. This was indeed the case in the past. When Mu Bei went hunting, he saw far more animals in the suburbs than in the city. And more animals meant more evolved and mutated creatures now. From the perspective of the number of evolved and mutated creatures, there was no doubt that the suburbs were more dangerous. The city was much safer. But let's not forget that during that meteor shower, one of the meteorites fell in this city. In other words, among the evolved creatures in this city, some are special individuals that obtained meteorite fragments. Although it's possible that some special individuals have left, Mu Bei felt that most of them probably hadn't, as obtaining food was not difficult for them once they had awakened their intelligence. Therefore, it really couldn't be said whether it was safer to stay in the city or to go to the suburbs now. There were fewer evolved and mutated creatures in the city, but there were many special individuals. There were many evolved and mutated creatures in the suburbs, but few special individuals. Of course, this was just the situation in the city where Mu Bei was and its surroundings. If one were to leave this city, there would definitely be cities with fewer evolved creatures and no meteorite falls, or even harsher places like the Taklamakan Desert or Mount Everest, where probably not many evolved creatures existed. But putting aside whether Mu Bei would be willing to go, undertaking such a long journey under the current uncertain circumstances was definitely not a wise choice. Moreover, just because there are fewer evolved creatures now doesn't mean there will be fewer in the future. As their intelligence awakens, the impact of food resource distribution on them will become weaker and weaker. In short, the chaos has just begun. The situation is unclear, and everything is hard to say. It's better to stay here for now, Mu Bei ultimately decided. Instead of thinking this and that, it would be better to find a way to make the silly cat stronger. With this in mind, he suddenly remembered that he almost forgot about the black lion's heart and asked the silly cat, "Is that lion's heart still useful?" The silly cat nodded repeatedly. Mu Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't casually thrown it away. After resting for a night, the next day, Mu Bei and the silly cat found a nearby household and cooked the black lion's heart to eat. Mu Bei originally didn't plan to eat it. Not because he was repulsed. After all, a lion's heart, aside from being relatively rare, wasn't much different from pig liver or chicken hearts. He didn't plan to eat because he remembered the consequences of the last time he had dog meat hot pot. However, this time, the silly cat insisted that he give it a try, so he did. Miraculously, this time he didn't experience any stomach pain or diarrhea. Instead, he felt a strong sense of nourishment after eating. But what was even more surprising was the silly cat. It had actually grown 2 protruding bones on both sides of its back. Wings. Mu Bei immediately made a judgment. Unfortunately, it seemed to lack energy, and in the end, the silly cat didn't grow wings, just 2 small bumps on its back. This left Mu Bei both excited and regretful. After finishing the breakfast made from the lion's heart, Mu Bei quietly left with the silly cat. He planned to return to the house that had been destroyed. Chapter 31. A gunshot. Bang, bang. In the narrow street, fierce winds wreaked havoc, and debris flew everywhere. The buildings on both sides of the road were already covered in spiderweb-like cracks, with stones, rubble, and glass shards strewn all over the ground, creating a chaotic scene. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry rang out. At the same time, several tiny cracks suddenly appeared on the exterior wall of the office building on the left side of the road, and a completely white, petite figure leapt down from the air, crashing straight into a giant rat that was more than a person's height, covered in gray fur, but with red scales on its tail. Meow. Under the blazing sun, the white figure extended a chubby paw and slammed it down hard on the giant rat. In that moment, the size difference between the two was striking. The figure that leapt from the air was smaller than the giant rat's head, as if the giant rat could easily tear it apart and swallow it whole with just one bite. But with a loud bang, the cement ground suddenly shattered and collapsed. In the next moment, a violent gust of wind swept outwards, clearing away the debris on the ground. At the center of the impact, the giant rat, which had been slapped to the ground, twitched its 4 paws a couple of times before going completely still. The silly cat jumped off the giant rat and proudly scampered back to Mu Bei's feet. Mu Bei smacked his lips. "You really know how to use that cat paw well." Meow. The silly cat clearly didn't understand. Mu Bei said, "Next time, I'll take you to see Stephen Chow's Kung Fu." From his observation, the current strength of the silly cat should be on par with that black lion, and might even exceed it. After all, the giant rat they encountered this time was completely at the mercy of the silly cat, and what he saw wasn't even the silly cat's full strength. With this in mind, Mu Bei suddenly felt that the black lion from yesterday probably died a bit unjustly. Its strength might not have been fully displayed, and it likely had some trump cards left, since normally, people wouldn't easily reveal their trump cards just to deal with an obviously weaker opponent. The prouder a person is, the more so. And then it was blown up. Is that rat useful? Mubei pointed to the lifeless giant rat and asked. Meow meow. The silly cat nodded, then trotted back, flipped the giant rat over, found the heart, and extended a very sharp claw to stab it. A few seconds later, it pulled it out. At that moment, there was a drop of black, unknown liquid on its claw, almost identical to what it had extracted from the black lion's heart yesterday. However, there was a slight difference. This time, the drop of black liquid taken from the giant rat was lighter in color, not as pure as the black lion's. It was more grayish-black, and even seemed to be smaller in volume. Over there. The silly cat had already placed the black liquid drop into its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, it scampered back to Mubei's feet. Is there anything else that's useless? Mubei asked. The silly cat shook its head. What does that mean? Is there still something useful? Mubei asked again. The silly cat nodded, then shook its head. Mubei was confused. What does it mean to nod and shake its head at the same time? He thought for a moment and asked, do you mean it's useful, but not very useful? Meow? The silly cat happily nodded. Oh. Mubei looked at the giant rat, shook his head, and said, if it's not very useful, then forget it, let's go. Since the remaining parts of the giant rat were of little use, there was no need to take them along. It was quite large, and he and the silly cat had places to go, so it was inconvenient. By the way, that lion could speak human language. What about you, silly cat? Can you do that in the future? Mubei asked curiously while walking. Meow. The silly cat stood on its hind legs to keep up, while its front paws covered its little head in distress. Clearly, it was troubled by this question too. After one person and one cat left, moments later, 3 different evolved creatures emerged from a corner of the street. After exchanging glances, they all pounced toward the giant rat in the center of the road. But just as they were about to reach the giant rat, their movements suddenly halted, fear flashing in their eyes. Then, without even glancing at the giant rat that was so close, they turned and fled without hesitation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky, a black cloud floated over and descended upon the giant rat's corpse, wrapping it into a huge black mass. Several seconds later, the black mass dissipated. The dark cloud drifted away again, but the giant rat that had been there had completely vanished, leaving not even a bone behind. Unlike when they had fled yesterday, this time there was no explosion to attract the attention of the evolved creatures. Mubei and the silly cat, while being cautious, still encountered them 3 times. 2 of these encounters ended in battle, while the other ended with both sides silently passing each other after a brief standoff. In the afternoon, 1 person and 1 cat finally returned to their residential community. However, Mubei did not immediately return to his apartment building. In fact, that was not his goal this time. He walked straight to another apartment building not far away, went up to the 2nd floor, and stopped at the door of room 202. He originally had the key, but he had left it at home, so naturally, he couldn't have it on him. However, in this world, did it really matter whether he had a key or not? Mubei raised his hand and knocked on the lock, and the pale gray cat paw print on his palm warmed slightly, and with a click, the lock was broken. He pushed open the door, walked through the living room, and headed straight into the master bedroom. As soon as he entered the bedroom, Mubei looked toward a corner by the window. There were dozens of guns, handguns, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, as well as a large number of bullets, a box of grenades, a box of landmines, and 2 anti-tank rocket launchers with matching rockets. As the saying goes, a wise man does not put all his eggs in one basket. Mubei didn't keep all the weapons he had moved from the military in his home, considering that in the worst-case scenario, there might be an explosion in the room. He didn't store them in the same apartment building, but hid them in another building not far from him. Originally, he planned to blow up the bombs and then quickly retrieve weapons to continue fighting, but the situation had exceeded his expectations. Thinking about the countless evolved creatures that would soon surround him and the silly cat's precarious condition, Mubei made the decision to evacuate first. However, with so many weapons stored here, he certainly couldn't just abandon them. He picked up a handgun and weighed it lightly. But just as he was about to bend down to put it down, the silly cat suddenly let out an extremely sharp cry. Meow. In the next instant, before Mubei could react, he was suddenly knocked to the ground by the silly cat. Almost simultaneously, there was a loud bang. The bedside table not far away suddenly exploded into pieces, and even the wall behind it shattered and exploded, being instantly penetrated. The power of it made Mubei's pupils shrink sharply. What the hell? An anti-material sniper rifle? Chapter 32. Each different Mu Bei mentioned yesterday that it was arrogant for the Black Lion not to understand the civilization created by humans. But he never expected that the opposite example of the Black Lion would appear so quickly. The next day, just the second day. An evolved creature actually used an anti-material sniper rifle. Too fast, right? No matter what, this is just too fast. Moreover, where did it find the anti-material sniper rifle? The moment this question popped into Mu Bei's mind, he immediately got the answer. If he guessed correctly, that gun was his. It was the 99 he had found in the military's weapons depot. Not Barrett's 99, but domestically produced 99. Additionally, Barrett's 99 and the domestically produced 99 just happen to share the same name. They are not knockoffs. Barrett's 99 is a non-automatic single-shot sniper rifle, while the domestically produced 99 is a semi-automatic sniper rifle. Damn, Mu Bei cursed softly, quickly and cautiously changing his position to hide behind the wall with the silly cat. When the Black Lion attacked yesterday, it directly broke through the wall and coincidentally buried all his firearms in the rubble of his room. Later, after he detonated the bomb and destroyed the entire room, the explosion caused smoke and flames everywhere, making visibility poor and with time being very tight. He didn't check on what happened to those guns. Besides, the explosion was so powerful that it even destroyed the walls of the room. According to Mu Bei's speculation, those guns were probably all scrapped. But unexpectedly, they survived. Did being buried in the rubble actually save them? Mu Bei had to admit, this was indeed an accident that contained a large element of chance, but also some inevitability. As for how many guns were intact and still usable, he had no interest in knowing at the moment, because the threat posed by the other few guns combined was not as great as this 99 anti-material sniper rifle. Mu Bei took a deep breath, calmed down. The bullet came in through the window and hit the nightstand, so the sniper was coming from. He quickly looked up and glanced at the window, cursing internally. The power of the anti-material sniper rifle was indeed too great when the bullet hit the glass. It shattered the entire window, which undoubtedly blurred the judgment significantly. Fortunately, this was a residential area with many apartment buildings, not an open area. There were not many sniper points that could hit this window and then hit the nightstand. Mu Bei quickly made a judgment in his mind. Building No. 7 or building number 10. Meow. The silly cat shouted and darted out of the bedroom door like lightning. Although the window was shattered, going out from there was undoubtedly too dangerous. The silly cat went to chase the enemy, while Mu Bei stayed in place. He quietly waited for more than 10 seconds, suddenly frowning. Why hadn't there been a second shot? The power of that first shot had already proven that the walls here could not withstand the immense power of the 99. If it were him, he would immediately aim and take a second shot after missing the first, even if there was a wall in the way. Even if the shot was rushed and not precise, it could still create an opportunity. The domestically produced 99 is a semi-automatic sniper rifle with a magazine capacity of 5 rounds, so it could easily do that. But the current situation was that the opponent hadn't fired a second shot, giving him a chance to breathe and allowing him to secretly move behind the wall. Now, the opponent must have completely lost track of his position. Was it waiting foolishly for him to poke his head out? An evolved creature that could master the use of a 99 the next day would be that stupid? No. It must be very smart, extremely smart. It should understand that either it should immediately take a second shot after missing the first, not giving the prey a chance to breathe, creating an opportunity for itself, or Mu Bei sighed lightly, or it could miss and retreat far away. And if that were the case, there was over 90 chance that it had already planned an escape route, making the probability of catching it extremely low. Sure enough, the silly cat did not find the sniper's figure in building number 7 or building number 10. The opponent had left immediately after missing the first shot. And with buildings everywhere in this city and the terrain being complex, who knew where it had gone? In the end, Mu Bei and the silly cat only found the sniper point, but did not get any useful information from there. However, such a smart evolved creature must have been smart even before its evolution, Mu Bei thought silently in his heart. Based on his experiences over the past 2 days, he found that although all creatures evolved after that strange rainy day, not to mention the differences between evolved creatures and mutated creatures, even among evolved creatures, there were significant differences. Let us review the few evolved creatures he encountered over the past 2 days. First was the Black Lion, which left a very deep impression on him, powerful, proud, and sharp. Then there was the unknown creature hiding in the bookstore. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but now Mu Bei recalled that it probably did not intend to attack him. After all, at that time, the silly cat was in a deep sleep, and he was unarmed. Although he appeared calm, the other party should not have been so easily intimidated. It should have tested him instead of silently retreating. So, Mubei felt that it might have just been observing him or the silly cat. Speaking of which, since it left last night, no evolved creature had appeared near the bookstore, which made him wonder if it was really just because the number of evolved creatures wasn't as many as he imagined, and he was just lucky. Or was it related to that creature? Then there were the 3 he encountered on the way here. 2 of them were killed by the silly cat. Both were evolved rats, but they looked different. One was about the height of a person, covered in gray short fur, but its tail was covered in red scales. The other was about the same size as the silly cat, with huge fangs that could easily crush concrete slabs. Of these 2 evolved rats, the first one, although it showed signs of intelligence, kept squeaking throughout. The second one was smarter, occasionally speaking human language, but not as coherently as the black lion. This shows that even among evolved creatures, there are differences in the degree of evolution. Moreover, this difference in the degree of evolution is probably not caused by meteorite fragments, but purely individual differences. Just like some people are born smart, some are born dull, some learn things easily, while others can't learn no matter how hard they try. As for the other evolved creature encountered on the way, Mubei suspected that it was the special individual that had obtained meteorite fragments. The reason was simple. It gave him an extremely strange feeling. It was an upright white long-eared rabbit, about 1.7 meters tall with a pair of almost enchanting blood-red pupils, holding a slender green bamboo stick in its hand. When he encountered it, it was wandering around bored. Although Mubei had seen dozens of evolved creatures from a distance while escaping his residence yesterday, none had given him such a strange feeling. At that time, the silly cat also showed extreme vigilance. Fortunately, in the end, both sides only silently confronted each other for a moment before passing by without conflict. Finally, there was the one that sniped him with the 99, whose species Mubei didn't even know, but it was very smart, extremely smart. The differences among evolved creatures undoubtedly made the current situation more complex and unpredictable because they possessed different intelligence and personalities after evolution, almost indistinguishable from humans. And humans are such complex beings. Chapter 33, Ding Dong. Thanks to being able to borrow the silly cat's power, taking away the weapons hidden in the community became much easier. Mubei wrapped all the weapons tightly in a single bedsheet, creating a huge bundle. After packing it, he felt that one bedsheet was too thin and worried it might tear on the way, so he wrapped it with a duvet cover on the outside. After trying it out and feeling it was about right, he picked up the bundle and left the room with the clumsy cat. However, before leaving the community, he made a trip back to his home. Looking at the ruins that his home had become, Mubei felt a bit melancholic. This place held his memories, both from before and after the apocalypse, and now, everything was gone. In the bedroom, the black lion's corpse had disappeared, but there were many signs of a struggle and blood splatters everywhere, likely caused by other evolved creatures fighting over the black lion's flesh. As for the guns buried in the rubble, unsurprisingly, they were also gone. Mubei looked at his home with a sense of nostalgia, while the clumsy cat rummaged through the devastated living room and found an old-fashioned radio that was mostly charred, surprisingly not completely burned. The clumsy cat wiped the body of the radio with its little paw, pressed a button, and then showed a look of disappointment. Meow. Although the old radio wasn't completely destroyed, it was clearly no longer usable. Don't be upset. Look, Mubei walked over, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a tape. It was the unlabeled tape that recorded Uncle Lee's farewell, the song the clumsy cat loved to listen to the most. Meow. The clumsy cat immediately showed a look of surprise, but then looked at Mubei with confusion, clearly not understanding how the tape had appeared in his hand unharmed. You want to know about this? Ahem, Mubei said somewhat awkwardly. I found it by chance while looking for the dagger yesterday when I came to get the black lion's heart, so I picked it up. Meow meow. The clumsy cat was obviously very happy, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Mubei mumbled softly. I said it was a coincidence. I just picked it up. After taking one last look at the ruined home, Mubei took the clumsy cat downstairs and directly left the community where he had been living. If he had thought before coming here that finding another room in the community wouldn't be a bad idea, now he had completely changed his mind. Because of the appearance of 99, he didn't want to be shot in the head while sleeping soundly one day, nor did he want to constantly worry about whether there was a sniper lurking outside while he was at home. Besides, even if he didn't think of himself, he had to consider the clumsy cat, right? So, this time he needed to find a place that wouldn't be targeted by snipers. Mubei thought carefully and suddenly had an idea. He remembered a place he had been to before, which was just right. About an hour later, Mu Bei and the clumsy cat arrived at their destination. Along the way, they naturally encountered some evolved creatures and even saw a distant scene of a giant ant swarm transporting prey corpses. The mutated ants, about the size of a fist, were everywhere, densely packed, like a layer of black carpet, making his scalp tingle, and he quickly ran away. However, despite the twists and turns, the journey was relatively smooth, and there is no need to go into detail about the experiences along the way. Mu Bei looked up at his destination, the Shanghai International Hotel. This 258-meter-tall super high-end 5-star hotel is the tallest building in the city. Half a year ago, he had come here to commit suicide out of boredom, and now he was back. This time, he was planning to settle down. Before the apocalypse, the Shanghai Hotel was one of the landmark buildings in the city, and anyone who had seen it would use the word magnificent to describe it. This was not only because it was indeed very luxurious and worthy of such praise, but also because there were no other tall buildings within a few kilometers, making it stand out. This fact conveniently helped Mu Bei at this moment. As long as he stayed in the top-floor room of the hotel, at least he wouldn't have to worry about being sniped while sleeping, given that there were no suitable sniper points around. Upon entering the hotel, the giant chandelier in the lobby was still lit. Half a year had passed since his last visit, and there was still electricity. It seemed there were wind turbines or solar-powered generators as backup. This was undoubtedly one of the main reasons Mu Bei chose to come here. In other places, he would have to find a small generator. But coming here saved him that trouble. After rummaging through the front desk, he found a room card for the top floor and took the clumsy cat into the elevator. Heading straight there, he swiped the card, entered the room, inserted the card to get power. The room was spacious and comfortable, furnished with everything, even a refrigerator and a washing machine. But the most striking feature was the huge floor-to-ceiling window that replaced an entire wall facing outside. Mu Bei pulled open the curtains, and suddenly, the whole room became exceptionally bright. He nodded in satisfaction. This living environment was quite nice. However, he still needed to go to the supermarket later to buy some daily necessities, such as a toothbrush, toothpaste, towels, and so on. Mu Bei didn't like using the toiletries provided by the hotel. Also, all his clothes had been burned, and he was still wearing what he had randomly found during his escape yesterday, which didn't fit well. So he needed to find an opportunity to pick out some suitable clothes at the mall. Oh right, he also needed to find a radio for the clumsy cat, preferably an antique one. While thinking about this, Mu Bei suddenly froze. He suddenly felt that something was off. Why did it feel like a vacation? This was the apocalypse. The apocalypse. Just moments ago, there were evolved creatures trying to snipe him. Mu Bei felt a bit embarrassed. But despite feeling embarrassed, he thought that his thinking wasn't wrong. Daily necessities and clothes were essential. People are like iron, and meals are like steel. If you don't eat one meal, you'll feel uncomfortable. For Mu Bei, who was used to modern social life, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and getting dressed were equally indispensable. Or perhaps, although it was the apocalypse, Mu Bei hadn't fallen to the point of only seeking survival without seeking a decent life. After taking a rough look at the room, he rolled up his sleeves and decided to clean up first. After a year without care, the room had accumulated quite a bit of dust, and this would be their home for the foreseeable future. One person and one cat worked together to start cleaning. Honestly, watching a cat sweep the floor and wipe the table was quite a novel experience. After spending about an hour cleaning the entire room, Mu Bei, feeling somewhat tired, lay down on the soft hotel bed. Coupled with not having slept well the night before, drowsiness suddenly washed over him. Just then, ding-dong, the doorbell rang. Chapter 34. Don't trust the rabbit's words. Never before had Mu Bei felt that the sound of the doorbell could be so terrifying. That pleasant sound was like a thunderclap ringing in his ears, instantly shattering the drowsiness that had enveloped him, sending a cold sweat down his back, and making the hairs on his body stand on end. What the hell is ringing the doorbell? Mu Bei sprang up from the bed like a fish leaping out of water. He saw the clumsy cat staring intently at the door, crouching low, continuously growling from its throat, with its tail straight up and sharp claws slightly extended from its little paws. It was also startled by the sudden sound of the doorbell. After observing for 2 days, Mu Bei had noticed that the little monkey could sense the clumsy cat's presence from a distance, which was quite unusual, as other evolved creatures did not possess such abilities. Even the clumsy cat, whose evolution seemed different from other creatures, had this time only noticed the doorbell being pressed. Ding-dong. Ding-dong. It seemed that since no one had opened the doorbell rang again, this time twice in a row. Mu Bei frowned and gestured for the silly cat to stay in place before walking towards the door. He leaned close to the peephole, wanting to see what was happening outside. But before he could make anything out, he suddenly saw something outside flash and then rapidly enlarge in his view, taking up his entire vision in an instant. In the end, what Mu Bei saw through the peephole was a gigantic and twisted blood-red eye, as if it were staring at him intently through the peephole. The flow of time suddenly slowed at that moment. A second of staring felt like it lasted over 10 seconds. Mu Bei desperately suppressed his wildly pounding heart, slowly moved his eyes away, closed them, and gently rubbed them. Then exhaled in short, spasmodic breaths. What was that just now? An eye. That's right, it seemed like a distorted eye in the peephole image. After calming himself down a bit, Mu Bei approached the peephole again. This time, what he saw through the peephole was normal again, no longer that terrifying blood-red eye. Nevertheless, the sight outside still made his somewhat calmed heart leap wildly again, and his heartbeat quickened. It's here. How did it come? Numerous thoughts flashed through Mu Bei's mind. And finally, holding on to the idea that it's better to have good fortune than misfortune, he opened the door. Outside the door, a long-eared rabbit yawned lazily and said in human language, "I just felt something was watching me, so I looked over, and I didn't expect to scare you." It had a pair of deep blood-red eyes like rubies, contrasting with its snow-white fur, making it appear especially eerie. Unlike the evolved beings he had seen along the way, it wore clothes and casually played with a green bamboo stick, looking quite bored. Not tall or strong. One might even say it seemed somewhat weak, but undoubtedly. At the very beginning of evolution, there was nothing more bizarre than this seemingly bored creature. It was the special individual Mu Bei had encountered that morning. He noticed that when it spoke, its words were clear, articulate, and flowed far better than that of the black lion. And its voice was unexpectedly soft and sweet. It turned out to be a female rabbit. Of course, whether it was male or female didn't really matter, after all. It was just a rabbit. Mu Bei felt a bit puzzled about the rabbit's intentions, but seeing that it didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him, he felt relieved. "I was indeed scared," Mu Bei said honestly. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly realized the implication in the rabbit's words and couldn't help but exclaim, "You can see inside from the outside?" He had just used the peephole, and he knew it was installed backward. Moreover, such a high-end hotel obviously wouldn't install defective products. This meant that this rabbit could simply see inside through the peephole with its bare eyes. Damn, that's really bizarre. I need to remember to put a sticker over it later. Seeing Mu Bei's reaction, the long-eared rabbit's previously bored expression paused slightly, and a trace of unusual color flashed in its eyes. It raised a paw and scratched its cheek, pondering for 2 seconds before asking, "Do you know who I am?" Mu Bei was a bit confused. "Who? Are you famous?" "I am Wu Bu, but it's nothing special. I'm just a rabbit," said the long-eared rabbit. Mu Bei was speechless. Did it really need to specify that it was a rabbit? Moreover, he didn't know if it was his illusion. But the rabbit's tone seemed to have become a bit more cheerful, losing that initial bored feeling. Just then, the long-eared rabbit said, "I came over to greet you as a neighbor." "Oh, wait. Neighbor? Are you talking about the neighbor I think you are?" Mu Bei asked, dumbfounded. He had just randomly chosen a room and unexpectedly ended up next to this rabbit? "I think so." The long-eared rabbit pointed to the room on the left and said, "From today on, I'll be living there." Damn it, from today on. It seemed this rabbit had come along with them. Seeing them settle in, it just settled in too, and it showed no intention of hiding this fact. Mu Bei rubbed his forehead in annoyance. This situation was completely out of his expectations. He had never thought of this, but if it was going to live next door, could he forcibly drive it away? This rabbit was so bizarre that fighting it might not yield good results. As for the thought of "I can't provoke it, but can I avoid it?" that was naturally not feasible, because there weren't many places to hide from a sniper, and more importantly, wherever he and the silly cat hid, it would probably follow them there. It didn't even bother to hide its intentions, so why would it care what he thought? "Well, I hope we get along well," Mu Bei said with some headache. "That's unnecessary," the long-eared rabbit replied casually. Mu Bei thought, "Another ancestor's grave I've dug up? By the way, since we're neighbors now, can I ask you a question?" Mu Bei suddenly remembered something and asked. "Go ahead," said the long-eared rabbit. "Have you ever gotten any meteorite fragments?" Mu Bei asked directly. "Meteorites? Those stones that fell from the sky about half a year ago." The long-eared rabbit said in a flat tone, "Oh, I got one." "Oh," Mu Bei thought for a moment and said, "I'm done asking. Goodbye." After saying that, he closed the door. Outside the door, the long-eared rabbit slightly moved its lips, the corners of its mouth rising, and then it turned and entered the neighboring room. Chapter 35. Hunting. Hey hey. This is Mu Bei. This is Mu Bei. Please respond if you receive. Meow meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. I can't understand. Meow. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Mu Bei put down the military walkie-talkie, ending the conversation with a cat. At this moment, he was lying on the rooftop of a building, trying his best to hide his figure, and in front of him was a nearly 1.5 meter long, entirely black, deep cold-feeling heavy sniper rifle, Barrett 821. This was not a weapon equipped by the military. The military of our country places great importance on self-sufficiency in weaponry, and with Western countries prohibiting the sale of weapons to China, the equipment in the military is basically all domestically produced. However, just because the Barrett was not used doesn't mean it wasn't available. Mu Bei had discovered this 82 in the armory. There was no way around it. It was just too famous, dominating the 127mm sniper rifle market. Domestic troops might not use it, but they certainly needed to understand it. After all, as Sun Tzu said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. With a domestic 99, a Barrett 82, and an 88 style sniper rifle. These were the 3 sniper rifles Mu Bei brought from the military. Except for the 88 style, which was a small caliber sniper rifle with a 58mm caliber. The other 2 were both large caliber anti-material sniper rifles. Lowering his head and leaning close to the scope to observe carefully, Mu Bei picked up the walkie-talkie again and said, silly cat, the target is at the intersection in front of you, turning left 200 meters. I'll take the shot first. You act after you hear the gunshot. Meow meow meow. After finishing the instructions, Mu Bei set the walkie-talkie aside, tilted his head slightly, and pressed his eyes against the scope. Through the scope, he could see a large gray-white bird leisurely walking on the empty street in the distance, curiously looking around. It was no wonder, aside from those special individuals, other evolved beings had only awakened their intelligence in the past few days. Previously, as animals, their thoughts were chaotic. They wouldn't explore their self-identity, nor would they excessively investigate the world around them. They wouldn't have much curiosity. Wouldn't wonder what an air conditioning unit was for when they saw one, and would basically act on instinct. Therefore, now that their intelligence had awakened, everything about themselves and the world around them must have appeared completely different in their eyes. It's natural to feel curious about oneself and the surroundings. It's abnormal to look as bored as the long-eared rabbit next door, but since it's a special individual, that can be understood. After comparing the target to the surrounding buildings, Mu Bei judged its height to be around 1.5 to 2 meters when standing, though it's hard to say for sure since he wasn't observing up close. Not being very familiar with birds, he couldn't immediately determine which species it had evolved from, but given its large size, he decided to call it Brother Eagle. Even though the color was a bit off, he moved his fingers slightly, gently exhaled, closed one eye, and aimed with one eye. He slowly calmed his breathing, and gradually, his previously tense heartbeat began to stabilize. In the palm of his right hand, a faint gray cat paw print started to feel slightly warm. At the same time, Mu Bei suddenly noticed that the world around him had changed. The wind became clearer, unlike before when he could only feel a gentle breeze without hearing the wind. This time he heard it. It was a pleasant sound created by several strands of light breeze mingling together, a beautiful melody unique to nature. The image in the scope hadn't changed, but at that moment, Mu Bei had an illusion that everything was magnified several times. Everything became incredibly clear, and his previously anxious feelings relaxed, giving him more confidence in his shot. They say cats are nearsighted, but clearly, using the common knowledge of ordinary cats to judge the foolish cat was a huge mistake. This was Mu Bei's first time fully utilizing the power of the foolish cat, and he felt that all his sensory abilities had greatly improved. It was truly a novel experience. However, he quickly refocused his attention on the target in front of him, gently resting his fingers on the trigger, quietly waiting for the right moment. Just then, Brother Eagle, who had been leisurely looking around, suddenly turned its head and looked in his direction. Not good. It was discovered. Mu Bei's pupils contracted slightly as he saw this scene through the scope, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise. The huge bullet instantly left the chamber, roaring furiously, tearing through the air at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Almost in the next moment, a violent wave barely grazed Brother Eagle's wing, hitting a utility pole by the roadside and blowing a hole the size of a bowl into it. The immense power continued, crashing into the stone pavement before finally stopping. Debris flew everywhere, dust rose, The terrifying power left Brother Eagle completely stunned. Just a moment ago, it had noticed a reflection over there and looked over. And with its incredible vision evolved from its animal days, it recognized that it was a gun. Although it was somewhat different from the firearms it had seen in its animal days, it could still tell it was a gun. It looked down on it. At such a distance, how much power could a human gun have? It had only seen shotguns. What could it do to it now? But perhaps it was an instinct developed during its animal days. Even though it was disdainful, it subconsciously dodged. However, what it never expected was that the fear deeply engraved in its body from its animal days saved its life at that moment. A fiery pain continued to come from its wing, as if reminding it of the terrifying power of that shot. Brother Eagle instantly became alert, let out a scream, and without having time to consider the pain from the bullet grazing its wing, it flapped hard and flew away like it was escaping for its life. Almost at the same time it took off, there was another loud bang, and the spot where it had been standing instantly exploded into fragments. The gray-white bird evolved in fear screeched, desperately trying to escape. Bang! The third gunshot. The air conditioning unit of the adjacent building was instantly shot through, and the wall behind it followed suit, creating a large hole. Such terrifying penetration power, even with its evolved body, it had no confidence to block. If hit, that immense kinetic energy would tear its body apart. The fear of being hunted from its animal days surged over it like a tide, overwhelming it. It flapped its wings frantically, trying to increase its speed to the utmost, and in the blink of an eye, it fled to the back of a tall building, finally disappearing from Mubei's sight. Chapter 36, Anomaly. It missed. Watching Brother Eagle flee and disappear, Mubei released his finger from the trigger, feeling a bit regretful. However, this result was not unexpected. Among all firearms, the sniper rifle was undoubtedly the hardest to master, because of the long distance. A slight tremble of the hand here could result in a difference of several meters there. Mubei was not a professionally trained sniper. His performance just now relied heavily on the power of the foolish cat. Moreover, it wasn't like making a movie, in reality. Even professional snipers find it extremely difficult to hit a fast-moving target at long distances. If the first shot misses, hitting afterwards becomes very difficult. It really has to catch them off guard, a single shot to the soul. Mubei grabbed the walkie-talkie beside him and notified the foolish cat to rendezvous at the prearranged location. Since the battle ended too quickly, it didn't even have a chance to make an appearance, only able to watch helplessly as Brother Eagle fled in a panic. After all, it couldn't fly. And this was precisely why Mubei wanted to catch Brother Eagle. He wanted to see if the foolish cat could grow wings, and if so, whether he could also fly when borrowing the foolish cat's power. Flying has been humanity's dream since ancient times. After notifying the foolish cat to meet, Mubei stood up from the ground and was about to bend down to pick up the Barrett 82 when suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him. Then, a calm yet sweet voice came from the side. "Your gun is quite powerful." Mubei turned his head to look at the suddenly appearing Miss Rabbit. She had been popping up unexpectedly like this for the past few days. At first, it startled him, but after so many times, he got used to it and even complained to the foolish cat about her covert observations. Miss Rabbit's human observation diary. Mubei walked to the edge of the rooftop, leaned out to look down, and couldn't help but be amazed. "Did you jump up from below? This building isn't very tall, but it's still 8 stories. About 20 meters high. Miss Rabbit assessed the Barrett 82 on the ground and casually responded. Mubei shrugged. Can't compare. No wonder you're a special individual who has received meteorite fragments. Ever since Miss Rabbit moved into the hotel a few days ago, several evolved beings that the foolish cat had sensed lingering in the hotel had disappeared, and no other evolved beings had entered the hotel for several days. The Hanghai Grand Hotel was probably regarded as Miss Rabbit's territory. Of course, this was convenient for Mubei. In the past, having an Olympic champion would have been a sure thing. Mubei said, provided the Olympics allows rabbits to participate. Is that so? Miss Rabbit replied perfunctorily, appearing uninterested. All right, stop looking, Mubei said, bending down to pick up the sniper rifle. I have things to do. Seeing him so casual, Miss Rabbit curiously asked, Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? At the same time, a chilling aura emanated from her. Mubei, who was about to leave, suddenly shuddered, feeling as if his feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to move an inch. At that moment, he felt that what stood beside him was not a rabbit, but a giant beast from ancient times. Just then, a hint of confusion suddenly flashed in Miss Rabbit's eyes. Immediately after, the dangerous aura emanating from her began to intensify significantly. Despite it being midsummer with the sun blazing, the surrounding air became cold and oppressive, as if it were solid, making it hard to breathe, like falling into an ice cellar. Mubei was greatly alarmed. How could this rabbit be so terrifying? However, the substantial murderous intent was still far from its end, and the terrifying sense of oppression suddenly surged again, overwhelming like a tidal wave. In an instant, Mubei felt as if the entire sky was covered by her murderous intent. The world lost its color, leaving only black and white. Even the sunlight became extremely cold. The space seemed to suddenly solidify. Time seemed to suddenly slow down. Everything felt like it was in slow motion. In his palm, the cat paw print left by the silly cat was burning hot like fire. This was outrageous. Not to mention this rabbit's unpredictable temper, this aura was simply absurd. Compared to her, the black lion was like a speck of light meeting the bright moon, an immense compliment. What a joke. How could the gap between ordinary evolved beings and special individuals be this vast? However, just as that dangerous aura was about to reach its peak, and Mubei felt he might die again, the sense of oppression suddenly loosened and then completely dissipated. The hot summer air began to flow again. As if nothing had happened just now, Miss Rabbit withdrew her murderous intent, looking thoughtful. Mubei raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing he had misunderstood. Because when they checked into the hotel, they had a pleasant conversation, compared to fighting each other upon first meeting. That was already a very enjoyable dialogue, and although Miss Rabbit had been observing him secretly these days, occasionally jumping out to scare him, she hadn't done anything to him, and Mubei hadn't felt any hostility from her. Unconsciously, he even began to think of her as a rare good person. But today, he realized he was wrong. Why was this rabbit so unpredictable? Wanting to kill someone over a disagreement? No, it wasn't even a disagreement. Was it? I didn't even insult her. This is just crazy. Insane. Mubei strongly condemned Miss Rabbit's behavior in his heart. To be honest, at this moment, he really wanted to slip away, but after glancing at Miss Rabbit, he found he couldn't move his feet. Why did this rabbit look so thoughtful? Shouldn't the one feeling confused be him, the innocent victim? What was she confused about? As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. After struggling in his heart for a while, Mubei finally convinced himself with the excuse that he wasn't a cat. Just as he was preparing to jump around in front of the gates of hell, he saw Miss Rabbit relax her brow and softly say, "What a hassle." Huh? What hassle? Mubei asked curiously. He had only asked out of reflex, but to his surprise, Miss Rabbit looked at him and said lightly, "I mean, you're really a hassle." Upon hearing this, Mubei was immediately left with a black question mark. I'm a hassle? How am I a hassle? Also, you just wanted to kill me, and now you find me a hassle? Although he didn't know why, he felt insulted. At this point, Miss Rabbit waved her hand to herself and said, "Forget it. It's your business anyway. It has nothing to do with me. You continue hunting. I'm leaving." After dropping this line, she directly jumped off the rooftop, leaving Mubei standing there in the wind, dumbfounded. What does that mean? Chapter 37. Confusion after Miss Rabbit left. Mubei was bewildered for a while, unable to figure out what had just happened. He vaguely felt that this rabbit seemed to know him already. But after carefully reviewing his memories, he couldn't remember ever having a rabbit. Intermittent mental illness? Mubei muttered to himself. The voice from the walkie-talkie pulled his thoughts back. It was the silly cat who had been waiting for him at the meeting point and took the initiative to contact him. After bringing the silly cat to the rooftop, Mubei paused for a moment and sighed, leaning against the wall to sit down. He rubbed his forehead and decided to put aside his confusion for the time being. No matter what Miss Rabbit's situation was, that murderous intent that seemed capable of affecting time and space was very real, and after facing that horror, now that he had relaxed, Mubei felt an extreme mental fatigue, not wanting to move at all for the time being. This was also the reason he called the silly cat over. Besides, the terrifying aura had just appeared, and it was probably as safe as it could be at this moment. Looking up at the ever-changing clouds in the sky, after emptying his mind for a while, Mubei began to organize the things he had seen and heard these days while waiting for the silly cat to arrive. The differences between evolved beings and mutated beings won't be repeated here. Just considering evolved beings, there are actually gaps among them based on the degree of evolution, the direction of evolution, and the original species before evolution. First, there's the bottom tier, which is roughly at the level of giant rats. Most evolved beings belong to this level since the bottom tier often means the majority. Although they are at the bottom tier, in terms of strength, they far exceed the beasts before evolution. A few lions or tigers would just be a meal for a giant rat. Above the bottom tier are the relatively powerful minority among evolved beings, such as the black lion they encountered before. This is quite reasonable, as it evolved from a lion, has a good foundation, and its evolution direction clearly leans towards combat, so it is considered a strong level among ordinary evolved beings. After encountering Miss Rabbit and having a comparison, Mu Bei confirmed one thing. The black lion did not obtain meteorite fragments belonging to ordinary evolved beings. Currently, the silly cat is stronger than the black lion, but still belongs to this tier. Above this tier are the special individuals, which are the evolved beings that have obtained meteorite fragments. Their types are not fixed because whether they have obtained meteorite fragments mainly depends on luck. On the night half a year ago, whoever was closer to the meteorite's landing point had a better chance of obtaining it. If they were on the other side of the city at that time, it didn't matter whether they were a lion, tiger, or cheetah. They would all be out of luck. As for the number, if we don't consider the other meteorites from that meteor shower, focusing solely on the special individuals created by the meteorite that fell in this city, there are probably a few hundred. This number was estimated by Mu Bei after he found the meteorite's landing site based on the conditions there. How many are left now, no one knows. Because there was almost a 6-month gap between the meteor shower night and the arrival of the strange rain. Various changes such as fights, killings, natural deaths, unnatural deaths, and migrations inevitably occurred during that time. However, in Mu Bei's view, since the special individuals have already awakened their intelligence, finding food should no longer be a difficult task for them, so living for half a year wouldn't be hard, and the necessity to migrate out of this city would be low. Therefore, most of them are probably still in this city. However, perhaps because the time was too short, having only passed a few days, Mu Bei had yet to encounter any special individuals apart from Miss Rabbit. After briefly categorizing the strength of evolved beings, he couldn't help but think of Miss Rabbit again, not to mention her strange words and actions just now. Just her aura made Mu Bei feel quite puzzled because it was simply too strong. Strong to the point of being unreasonable. Today's experience felt like he had written a lot on paper, carefully classifying evolved beings into different strength levels, and then Miss Rabbit came over, crumpled the paper into a ball, and threw it in the trash can. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when Mu Bei was carrying a giant dog over 2 meters long, returning to the hotel with the silly cat, he just happened to see Miss Rabbit coming back. She was leisurely walking into the hotel lobby while munching on a green thing that looked like a carrot, and greeted Mu Bei and the silly cat as if nothing had happened before. Back in his room, Mu Bei slaughtered the prey, cleaned it, and then showcased his culinary skills. Skip 10,000 words. Since picking up the silly cat more than half a year ago, he has started learning to cook for himself. As life has become too boring after the extinction of humanity, especially before the evolution began, researching culinary skills has become one of his activities to pass the time. And now his cooking skills can be considered quite good. It must be said that time can make people proficient in various skills. After finishing lunch while petting the cat, Mu Bei specifically touched the slightly protruding bones on both sides of the silly cat's back and found that, like before, there had been no changes. The meals these days were all dishes made from hunted evolved beings, and he could feel that the silly cat's strength was gradually increasing. But the wings on its back had not made any progress at all. Previously, the hunted evolved beings were all of low-tier levels. So Mu Bei could still think that the lack of progress in the silly cat's wings was due to the prey not being strong enough. However, the giant dog caught today was about the same strength as the silly cat and was successfully hunted after considerable effort from both of them. Moreover, the black liquid droplet extracted from its heart was, in terms of color, purity, and volume, even slightly superior to the one taken from the black lion's heart. But after consuming it, there was still no change in the bones on the silly cat's back. Thus, the possibility that the prey was not strong enough, which Mu Bei had not held much hope for, was clearly eliminated. He silently stroked the soft long fur on the silly cat's back, realizing that if he wanted it to grow wings, he indeed needed to find those evolved beings that had wings and could fly, like the black lion that evolved wings back then, or the eagle that he failed to catch today. Such evolved beings are generally more difficult to hunt because once they fly up into the sky, it becomes very hard for Mu Bei and the silly cat to deal with them. However, it is only relatively difficult to hunt, just a bit troublesome, requiring some luck, skills, arrangement, and planning. For example, if Mu Bei's marksmanship had been a bit more proficient today, or if he had been a bit luckier, or if he had made more arrangements in advance, he might have caught the eagle. Thus, for the next month, he focused all his energy on hunting flying-type evolved beings. At first, it did not go smoothly, but soon, with the accumulation of experience, hunting began to slowly become easier. And the previously stagnant silly cat's wing cultivation plan also made progress. Chapter 38. Disappearance and Invitation TSK. Not good looking. Mubei lay on the bed, lifting the silly cat above his head and looking left and right before commenting. After a month of hard work, the slightly protruding bones on the silly cat's back had changed, lengthening significantly and starting to develop joints, giving a clear sense of a wing's embryonic form. However, perhaps because it had not truly turned into wings yet, Mubei thought it looked quite unappealing. How about you just stop growing? So ugly, he teased. Meow. The silly cat let out a pitiful cry. Mubei chuckled, tossed it gently upward, and caught it, saying, "Just kidding, silly cat." After playing with the silly cat for a while, he got up, stretched lazily, and slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the distant scenery. Since moving here, the mysterious evolved being that had ambushed him that day had not appeared again, as if they had completely disappeared after that. Even when he went out alone, they never showed up. A month had passed, and the situation remained the same. Mubei could only assume that for some unknown reason, the other party had already disappeared from his side. Perhaps they were taken out by other evolved beings? It must be said that this possibility does exist. During this time, Mubei had witnessed many conflicts between evolved beings, sometimes over food and territory, sometimes to show off their strength, and sometimes purely predatory behavior due to the hierarchy of the food chain. After awakening their intelligence, the society constructed by the evolved beings was quite chaotic. To put it metaphorically, it was like a primitive society that revered brute force, without moral or legal constraints, intertwined with a cruel food chain relationship. Chaos was inevitable. Order did not exist. Of course, after experiencing countless bloodshed, sacrifices, and painful lessons, one day in the future, they would realize that such chaos was not good for either side, and thus slowly attempt to establish rules and construct order together. But there is no doubt that this is not something that would happen in just over a month. In fact, many evolved beings are still immersed in the excitement and novelty of suddenly gaining intelligence and power. Therefore, if human civilization is viewed as the previous generation's civilization, and the evolved beings represent the next generation's civilization, then this time undoubtedly marks the darkest and most chaotic era in the early stages of civilization. Digressing, back to the point. The possibility that the mysterious evolved being was taken out does exist, but Mubei always felt that the likelihood was low. It was just a feeling, with no particular reason. If he had to find a reason, it would simply be that Mubei believed such a clever individual should not be easily eliminated. Since it probably wasn't likely that they were taken out, then they must have encountered some incident or undergone some change, leading to their disappearance and abandoning the pursuit of him. This unclear and ambiguous feeling made Mubei somewhat depressed, as if he had been kicked by someone, and then that person scurried away without giving him a chance to retaliate. However, if that individual vanished completely, it would actually not be a bad thing. Mubei glanced at the silly cat playing with a yarn ball and thought to himself, some unimportant hunting days passed again, and Mubei's silly cat wing cultivation plan encountered another bottleneck. The flesh and blood of flying-type evolved beings were providing less and less help. Although it was not completely ineffective, based on the current progress, it seemed that simply eating ordinary evolved beings would not be enough to grow wings. Growing wings is such a hassle. Mubei lifted the silly cat, took a look around, and complained, "Is it because you're too weak, lacking aptitude? Or are you just too powerful, and there aren't enough evolved beings for you to eat?" Meow. The silly cat extended its paw and scratched its head in confusion. Mubei, not too kindly, flicked its forehead with his finger. "Scratching your head. All you know is scratching your head. Sooner or later, you'll scratch yourself bald." After the complaints, he began to ponder how to hunt special flying-type individuals. If it had been a month ago, he absolutely would not have thought about such things because Miss Rabbit's presence was too terrifying. But now, he began to seriously consider this matter. Not because the silly cat had become much stronger during this month, but because Mubei had noticed that the rabbit next door seemed to be unusual. Because for over a month, Mubei hadn't encountered any other special individuals. Although he and the silly cat had only been hunting in the nearby area, it had still been over a month. How could they not encounter even one? Was his previous estimation of the number of special individuals wrong, and in reality, they were far fewer than expected? Or was it because Miss Rabbit was here, so other special individuals simply wouldn't enter this area? After thinking it over, Mubei ruled out the former. He always believed that special individuals who awakened their intelligence had a strong survival ability and had no reason to have died in large numbers during the 6 months before the strange rain arrived. So, the remaining possibility was the latter. But Miss Rabbit did not seem like the kind of creature with a strong territorial instinct. In other words, just because this rabbit was here, other special individuals wouldn't come over? If that were true, could it be assumed that Miss Rabbit's strength far surpassed that of other special individuals? Although it was merely an unfounded guess, it still gave Mu Bei a lot of confidence, making him feel like it was worth a try. To put it simply, what he needs is just a reason to persuade himself to give it a try, because he and the silly cat can't stay here forever, and he doesn't know when Miss Rabbit will leave. After thinking this through, Mu Bei decided to find an opportunity to go further and test a special individual. However, even if other special individuals are not as good as Miss Rabbit, they are probably much stronger than ordinary evolvers, and who knows what their personalities might be like. So it's better to first pull in Zhang Hu, oh no, rabbit skin? The next morning, Mu Bei walked out of the bathroom looking disheveled. Looking at the silly cat bouncing around not far away, playing and grabbing things, he suddenly felt like crying without tears. It's unfair. Really unfair. Most of the food he hunted and cooked was eaten by this stupid cat. It eats so much every day while he only eats a little. But why is he constipated while it has no issues at all? Forget it. Forget it. He can only comfort himself like this. The human digestive system, after eating meat without vegetables for over a month, is now experiencing the consequences. It's all due to nutritional imbalance. Mu Bei sighed, turned around and left the room. Knocked on the door of the next room and asked, "Beautiful Miss Rabbit, are you interested in going out to find some green and healthy food together?" Chapter 39. Interlude 01. The first of 8 pains in the youth. After a year and 2 months, I'm back to fill the pit. First, I'll write an interlude, which is basically something that happens around the same time in another place, involving important characters or significant plot points, greatly affecting the main storyline, and serves as an important setup chapter. But if inserted directly into the chapters, it might feel jarring for some readers, so it's written as an interlude. So, let me ask you, do you know what love is? The blood-red sunset was swaying precariously, and a girl squatted amidst the rubble, cradling her chin in her hands, slightly raising her head to ask the giant bear slumped in front of her. She had a cute, innocent little face, a very petite figure, and wore a red and white Lolita outfit with a pair of fluffy squirrel ears and a squirrel tail, while the rest of her body looked almost like that of a teenage human girl. Even walking on the streets before the apocalypse, she would only be treated as one, and the top-notch kind at that. Her voice was clear and melodious, like the sound of a spring, making anyone who heard it feel cheerful. Except for the giant bear in front of her. I don't know. Even though the giant bear was slumped on the ground and nearly 10 meters tall, when he looked at the girl who seemed like she could be crushed with a single hand, he didn't dare to move at all. His eyes filled with extreme terror, trembling as he squeezed out a few extremely dry words from his throat. A completely unnutritious response. But the girl wasn't angry. She continued enthusiastically, or rather, she continued to speak to herself. You know, a few days ago, I met a mother cheetah and her cub. Speaking of this, the squirrel girl's eyes widened, the afterglow of the sunset highlighting her cheeks that had turned rosy with excitement, making her look extremely playful. Although she was no match for me at all, until the very end, that mother cheetah was desperately protecting her cub. Even though she was injured to the point of being unable to get up, guess what? She actually got up again and again and again. Wow, that was super unexpected. To be honest, I was really touched at that moment. As the girl spoke, her expression was enchanted, her voice trembling slightly, and she immersed herself in her own feelings. The giant bear looked at her cautiously. For some reason, he didn't dare to ask what happened to that mother cheetah and her cub in the end, so he replied, "So that's love?" Little did he know that the squirrel girl changed her expression and sighed. No. No. The giant bear was taken aback, instinctively replying, but immediately realized that this sounded like he was denying her, causing this massive creature to become extremely panicked, his calves trembling as he stammered, "And no, that's not what I meant. I mean, what is that called again? Please wait a moment. Let me organize my language. Please let me organize my language." The giant bear was so terrified and flustered that it seemed ridiculous, but in fact, the girl didn't care at all. She extended a finger, resting it on her chin, slightly pursing her lips. The way she did this was incredibly cute. It's not love. No anger. This discovery greatly relieved the giant bear, who, like a drowning person desperately trying to grab a lifeline, forced a flattering smile on his rugged bare face. I see. I see. If it's not love, then what is it? The squirrel girl pondered with pursed lips and smiled. It's preferential treatment. Parents to children. Children to parents. Between partners. Among kin. Friends. These are all just preferential treatments. And there is no essential difference from how you treat those you dislike or those who are unrelated to you. As she spoke, she pointed into the distance. Little bear. Look, that is love. Following her gaze, what the giant bear saw was the sun about to sink below the horizon. Beautiful, right? The squirrel girl's voice came, sounding somewhat ethereal even though it was right in front of him. She gazed calmly at the sunset and slowly said, You see, it doesn't treat you differently because you are strong or weak, alive or dead, beautiful or ugly, love it or hate it, respect it or despise it. It equally bestows light and warmth to all living things without reservation. It is love. This sunset is love. This gentle breeze is love. This earth is love. She turned to look at the giant bear, her gaze deep. Just as I equally bestow death upon you, that is love. No. As soon as the girl's words fell, the giant bear screamed in terror, unleashing all its strength to turn and flee. It didn't have the slightest thought of fighting to the death. Step 1, Step 2, after just 2 steps, the giant bear suddenly clutched its own neck tightly. Howling in pain, its eyes wide open. With a pop, one of its eyeballs exploded, blue-green fluid splattering everywhere, blood streaming from its orifices. And huge blisters formed all over its fur, which then burst and oozed black liquid, looking extremely tragic and disgusting. But even this hysterical wailing didn't last long. And soon it came to an abrupt stop. Its massive body collapsed after ceasing to move, becoming just another insignificant corpse among the countless others around, silent forever. In the distant horizon, the sunset continued to sink slowly, showing no signs of change. The world fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, a sorrowful sigh came from a shadow in a corner. They just wanted to kill me. Why go to such extremes, squirrel? As soon as the words fell, the squirrel girl abruptly turned her head, her innocent and cute expression disappearing, her playfulness gone, and for once, she was rare to be angry. Don't call me that name in front of the master. The person in the shadows remained silent for a long time before finally saying, I understand now. Miss Illness, one of the 8 pains. The squirrel girl turned back, no longer looking at him, and slowly said, word by word, You are not him. It was both a reminder and a warning. I am indeed not him. The person in the shadows replied. As he spoke, he stepped out of the darkness, the golden afterglow of the sunset falling upon him, revealing that he was a young man, with no signs of any animal traits, but a human. The young man stood there, the breeze fluttering the edges of his clothes, making him appear solitary and lonely. True sorrow was visible in his eyes as he looked at the countless corpses around him, standing still for a long, long time. And finally, he silently shed tears. I am not him, yet I am also him. I am his discarded past, his stripped memories, his weakness and evasion, his softness and guilt. I am the insignificant conscience of the person known as Mubei. Chapter 40 Interlude 02 Above the firmament update to prove my singleness. Here is the universe. Cold, dark, eternal. Even the stars burning at tens of thousands, millions, or hundreds of millions of degrees cannot bring any warmth. Dots of stars like diamonds adorn this mysterious black curtain, beautiful yet chilling, making one shudder. 67,642 years. If calculated by Earth's time, this star region has not seen any life for 67,642 years. Time here seems to stand still, and desolation is its eternal theme. It seems that the next 67,642 years will continue to be so. However, on this day, life has visited once again. A wormhole opened without warning, and awe-inspiring warships maintained a neat and deadly formation, streaming out from it, their solid and cold hulls bearing enormous sword-like emblems, intimidating anyone fortunate enough to recognize them. The Gland Civilization. A highly developed civilization extremely far from this star region. Clearly, this force capable of destroying a civilization was merely passing through. Where they were headed next, and where they would ignite war and wailing, no one knew yet. At this moment, on a spaceship located at the front of the fleet, someone was standing on a high platform speaking. His figure was similar to that of humans on Earth, but his skin was bluish-purple, his hair color similar to his skin, and an odd tentacle sprouted from his elbow. Ladies and gentlemen, he raised an object resembling a wine glass in his hand, filled with an unknown blue-green liquid, and after gesturing to the crowd below, He smiled and said, "The jump has been completed, and there are 2 days until the next jump. During this time, you may act freely." Then he proclaimed loudly, "To the great Gland civilization! To the great Gland civilization!" The crowd below echoed loudly. After speaking, everyone drank the contents of their glasses in one gulp. Following this, the atmosphere in the venue became relaxed, resembling a lively banquet. The person who had just spoken on the platform was undoubtedly the center of this banquet, and some self-important individuals began to approach him with their glasses in hand. After this expedition, the next king will surely be His Highness the Seventh Prince. Allow me to toast to His Highness first. Who would have thought that the legendary Earth star actually exists? And it was discovered by His Highness. It shows that His Highness is destined for greatness. Earth star, we had always thought it was just an ancient myth. Exactly. Who would have guessed it was true? Haha. The person who had just spoken, the seventh prince mentioned by the crowd, smiled and raised his glass to those surrounding him, saying, "The Earth star is not a myth. The royal family has records of a peculiar planet discovered in a remote star system 6,000 years ago, home to countless rare beasts, where an ordinary person could rival 10 or even 100 men, and some possessed unimaginable abilities. Such wonders, if they do not belong to our Gland, how could it not be a loss?" Indeed, indeed, the crowd nodded in agreement. It's a pity that the ship that discovered the Earth star was merely a battleship with a crew of 10,000, and the commander was a fool seeking glory. Not only did he recklessly attack and lead his entire army to destruction, but the Earth star also disappeared from sight, and no signals could be detected again. Although many have been sent to search for it since, without exception, all have gone missing. The location of the Earth star became a mystery, and with the passage of time, even its existence has turned into a myth. The reappearance of the Earth star and the signal being captured by His Highness's people is a sign that His Highness is the next destined ruler. An elder stroked his beard, smiling as he flattered. With such merit, the next king's throne will surely be His Highness's. The seventh prince smiled and nodded, looking at one person among the crowd, saying, "The discovery of the Earth star was primarily due to Lord Rulage. Do you have any rewards you desire? Feel free to speak." The person being questioned was a young man. Upon hearing the seventh prince's question, he put down his glass, swallowed the food he was chewing, casually performed a salute, and said, "I do not wish for anything." After saying this, he resumed eating. The seventh prince's smile momentarily froze, but it was only for an instant. He smiled and nodded at the young man before looking at the crowd. "For this expedition, we still need to rely on everyone." "Not at all. Your Highness is too polite. It is our duty to share your burdens with our invincible Gland army and your assistance. Capturing the Earth star will be a piece of cake, but you must not be careless," the seventh prince slowly said. "The coordinates of the Earth star discovered this time are actually consistent with the coordinates transmitted back 6,000 years ago. It is truly unbelievable. Over these 6,000 years, did the Earth star move to another location and return, or has it always been there, hidden for some reason that we could not detect? Regarding this, everything remains unknown." Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. If it disappeared and then reappeared, how did it vanish? And if it has always been there, what means did it use to conceal itself, allowing us to be unaware? But no matter which scenario, if we can obtain it, it will be a tremendous gain. Haha. Suddenly, a rugged-looking man in the crowd grabbed a piece of meat, laughing loudly as he ate. "Your Highness, rest assured, with us around, no matter what secrets the Earth star holds, we will bring them all back to you." His voice was loud, and his manner was rough, making those nearby feel somewhat displeased, but the seventh prince smiled without a care and said, "Lord Dog, with your words, I am reassured." Then various discussions continued. It wasn't until over 2 hours later that the banquet finally concluded in a joyful atmosphere. The crowd dispersed. Those with good relations left in pairs. The last to remain was the young man who had casually answered he wanted nothing when asked about rewards. Before the banquet, he was the center of attention for the discovery of the Earth star. After the banquet, he was ignored by all. "Who told you to be rude to the seventh prince?" A voice suddenly appeared. The youth named Rulage smiled and said, "Their ability to read the room is indeed impressive. In just a short moment, no one is paying attention to me. In your current situation, wanting to act alone, being ostracized is the simplest method. I know. You are the only person I trust. I am willing to go through fire and water. Have you remembered your task this time?" "I have." The voice suddenly fell silent, and after a moment, it softly said, "Be careful." The young man's expression became serious as he knelt on one knee in the empty space, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness the seventh prince." After saying this, the young man stood up and left the venue. Moments later, a figure slowly emerged in the originally empty banquet hall. It was the seventh prince who had left earlier. He walked to the window, hands behind his back, and gazed out at the cold, dark universe, lost in thought. Even the Gland civilization's king did not know that the royal family's records about the Earth star were incomplete. 6,000 years ago, the ship that discovered the Earth star transmitted back two pieces of information. The first was naturally about the general intelligence of the Earth star, while the second was sent just before its annihilation. The second piece of information was never conveyed to the royal family, the ancestor of the seventh prince's maternal lineage, who was a high-ranking military officer at the time, intercepted it and silenced all who knew. Since then, this second piece of information has been passed down as the highest family secret within the seventh prince's maternal lineage. This message has only 8 characters. 8 characters, yet enough to make one risk beheading, or even the destruction of their home. There are gods here, immortal and everlasting. Chapter 41. Deception is a hobby. Back to the main storyline. In front of the hotel room door, faced with the sudden invitation from Mu Bei, Miss Rabbit raised a chubby paw, scratched her mouth corner, and quietly stood at the door contemplating for 10 seconds before her fluffy long ears subtly trembled. All right. The words were simple and plain, but the voice was as sweet as ever. Although she was a rabbit. Back in his room, after stroking his chin, Mu Bei looked at the clumsy cat. I've discovered something. Meow. The long-eared rabbit is quite cute. Especially the ears, I kinda want to touch them. In the morning, the sun was high in the sky. August days were so hot that people dared not go out. After walking 1 meter, 5 meters, and 7 meters out of the hotel door, Mu Bei couldn't help but want to retreat. I think I've walked far enough today. How about going back to the room to enjoy the air conditioning? As the saying goes, anywhere outside of air conditioning is far away. Air conditioning? Miss Rabbit asked, seemingly unaware of what air conditioning was. Mu Bei looked surprised. You don't know? It's in your room too, is it? Miss Rabbit replied flatly. After exchanging glances with the clumsy cat at his feet, they both looked at her. It's so hot. How have you been living for over a month? Upon hearing this, Miss Rabbit pondered for a moment and said, there's a peculiar box in my room. I put water in it, and after a while, it turns into ice cubes. I use the ice cubes to cool off. Mu Bei, that's a refrigerator. Meow meow. The clumsy cat chimed in, even though it didn't understand what was being said. It looked quite proud, presumably boasting about its ability to use air conditioning. Mu Bei briefly introduced what air conditioning was and what it was used for, stating that his earlier comment about going back to enjoy the air conditioning was just a joke. After all, today was not an ordinary day for hunting. He wanted to walk farther and see if he could encounter other special individuals. After leaving the hotel area, perhaps feeling the awkwardness of the silence, Mu Bei spoke to Miss Rabbit. Although it seems strange to ask now, do you have a name, Miss Rabbit? A name? That's something only you humans have, right? Miss Rabbit replied in a flat tone, I don't have a name. Mu Bei laughed. That's really a pity. Why? Miss Rabbit asked. A name is a great invention of human society. Faced with these unknown evolved beings, Mu Bei eagerly took on the role of a commentator, saying, it clearly distinguishes individuals from one another. For example, I am Mu Bei, not Zhang San, not Li Si, just Mu Bei. A name is the crystallization of self-awareness in intelligent life. It allows one to strongly realize their existence, to be aware that they are an independent individual, different from those around them and from the world. So I think it's a pity that you, Miss Rabbit, don't have a name. Miss Rabbit showed some interest. That makes some sense. Of course. Seeing this, Mu Bei became serious, saying, and besides, without a name, communication would be very inconvenient, right? How about this? You can be called Gallet from now on. Without half a second of hesitation, Miss Rabbit refused. No, that's a name you copied from somewhere, right? How do you know? Mu Bei was astonished. Miss Rabbit replied flatly, intuition. What the heck? What kind of intuition is that? That's too much. Moreover, did I ever say I wanted a name? Miss Rabbit said, I don't need you to name me. Mu Bei, TSK. Forget what I said. This rabbit is really not cute at all. After skipping the topic of names, Mu Bei briefly mentioned the itinerary for this outing. If you go east from here, there is a large agricultural wholesale market. Before the evolution began, ordinary animals generally lacked the ability to break through the shutter doors and security windows there. As for after the evolution began, it has only been a little over a month, which is neither short nor long. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be some well-preserved seeds there. The wholesale market should have a wide variety as well. Although it would also be possible to go to the countryside to look for ready-to-plant vegetables and fruits to transplant back. They were too far from the city center to the countryside. If it were before, Mubei could have driven there and enjoyed the ride, but in this world now, with evolved creatures everywhere, and even more terrifying mutated creatures, it was simply not worth the risk. Driving would make too much noise. Would he be looking for death? More importantly, based on his experiences hunting in the countryside before the evolution began, the ecological system there was much richer than in the city. Now, going there with his hate aura was no different from charging into an army alone. The risks were too high. So it was better to obediently go to the wholesale market to look for seeds. Furthermore, although there were certainly some private gardens in this city, first, Mubei didn't know where to find them. Blindly searching would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Secondly, after more than a year, gardens are not locked supermarkets, so they were probably long visited. Even if lucky enough to not have been disturbed by animals, small gardens, as an ecosystem, were too fragile. Without care, they would likely have already become barren. Therefore, Mubei directly ruled out this option. Looking for seeds? This time, Miss Rabbit showed some surprise on her face. She originally thought they were just going out to find something to eat. Yes, Mubei sighed. Look at me. Every day besides hunting, I have to practice writing, watch TV, watch movies, play games, and pet cats. I'm very busy. So you're planning to grow vegetables yourself? Miss Rabbit looked at him with a somewhat strange expression and said, You can grow vegetables? Hey, Mubei didn't like hearing that. That's not right. I'm quite good at growing vegetables. Miss Rabbit, let me tell you, in human society, growing vegetables is an essential skill for boys. For example, during a blind date, if a girl asks if you have a car, and the boy says yes, a hongshi with a microphone, then she asks if you have a house. And the boy says yes, a manor with a hunting ground. If she then asks if you can grow vegetables, and the boy lowers his head in shame, at that moment, the girl will say sorry, we are not compatible. This is what is known in blind dating as having 2 out of 3 qualifications. Do you understand? Mubei earnestly imparted this nonsensical knowledge of human society to Miss Rabbit. I can't even trust a single punctuation mark. Thus, Miss Rabbit made that expression. Meanwhile, the clumsy cat at Mubei's feet, who had been silent, showed a similar expression. The gap in intelligence is indeed so cruel. Chapter 42. Fine Bamboo. Mubei had a good plan. This outing, though not as far as going to the countryside, was still not close. And there would definitely be many battles along the way. Bringing Miss Rabbit along was like pulling a tiger's skin. Unfortunately, the ideal was beautiful, but reality was quite harsh. Not long after leaving familiar territory, in just over half an hour, the group encountered 5 waves of enemies, and without exception, they all ignored Miss Rabbit and charged straight at Mubei. The power of the hate aura was beyond imagination. Phew. After a person and a cat worked together to finally kill a feline evolved being, the clumsy cat ran to fetch the mysterious liquid, while Mubei sat down on the ground, disregarding his image, shaking his already soaked clothes, but still feeling hot, so he simply took off his shirt and went shirtless. On a scorching hot day like today, going out was already a hardship, and after experiencing 5 battles in a row, his stamina was considerably drained, especially the last battle. Although that feline evolved being had weak attack power, it was incredibly fast and very agile, making it difficult to deal with. In the end, they won. But it was through trading wounds for openings that they managed to seize the opportunity. It is worth mentioning that out of the 5 battles, only 2 actually turned into life and death struggles. The other 3 ended with the opponents retreating after realizing they were not worth the trouble, which is to say, they were relatively rational. One can imagine that if the silly cat looked more formidable, perhaps those 3 battles wouldn't have had to happen at all. My cat doesn't look fierce enough, Mubei thought regretfully. Of course, if Miss Rabbit could show a hint of killing intent, those evolvers probably wouldn't dare to come close. But this dead rabbit looks completely harmless today, which is really quite troublesome. Mubei couldn't help but silently criticize in his heart. 5 waves of enemies. And that's not even counting those lurking in the shadows who didn't confront them. Today was indeed a bit unlucky. But this was also related to his unfamiliarity with this area. It was no longer within his usual hunting grounds. Mubei casually estimated that at this rate, he wouldn't even reach the wholesale market if the person watching from the side didn't intervene. He looked at Miss Rabbit and said, Sometimes I really have to admire my ability to attract hatred. Is that so? Miss Rabbit replied. Isn't it? Look how long we've been out. And did you see? They all came at me. Miss Rabbit, you were clearly here too, yet you were completely ignored. Don't you think they are disrespecting you? This shows they respect you more. Miss Rabbit said, This won't do. There are too many enemies. I think there are a bit too few. Miss Rabbit smiled. Mu Bei was speechless. Are you cursing me? This rabbit really has a wicked heart. Just as he was about to say something else, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly came from above. Mu Bei instinctively looked up, but at that moment, the sun was shining brightly, and as he looked up, the blinding white light deprived him of all vision, making it impossible for him to see anything. He could only vaguely sense that something extremely sharp was rushing towards him at high speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. A sneak attack. Even without seeing, Mu Bei immediately realized. But at this moment, there was no time to dodge. In a hurry, he could only raise his hand to block. However, the next moment, the anticipated impact did not occur. The attacker was suddenly sent flying away. What happened? Why is my face wet? Mu Bei raised his hand to touch it, and what he saw was glaring red. It was blood. Meow, meow. Just as he was stunned, the silly cat had already jumped in front of him, growling and threatening the attacker. In an instant, Mu Bei's gaze was fixed on its right front leg, where a large gash had been torn open, blood gushing out. Until just now, this wound hadn't existed. The blood on his face was from the silly cat. On the other side, the attacker that had been knocked away shook its head and glared fiercely at the silly cat. It was a jade-white sparrow hawk, with only its sharp beak and claws appearing purely black, looking extremely sharp and powerful. Aside from having a strange serrated tail, its overall appearance was quite similar to that of a sparrow hawk from the animal period, clearly an evolved form. After circling in the air as a show of defiance, it angrily asked, "Why did you help him?" "Meow meow," the silly cat replied. "How infuriating. It's so infuriating. Meow. You actually don't think so?" The sparrow hawk let out a long cry and suddenly flapped its wings, shooting straight up into the sky until it became a black, then quickly dove down, intending to kill. Utilizing the force of its descent, it dove at high speed, its dark, cold claws creating a harsh sound as they scraped against the hot air. With a flap and a thrust of its wings, its speed suddenly increased again. In just 2 breaths, the black dot accelerated multiple times using the same method, constantly changing its flight trajectory, appearing suddenly near the silly cat like the flash of a grim reaper's scythe. A massive wind pressure lifted all the dust from the ground. Dust obscured their vision. A fierce glint flashed in the sparrowhawk's eyes. After retracting its wings, it suddenly spread them wide again, preparing to change its attack direction amidst the rising dust. However, just then, a slender green bamboo suddenly struck lightly against its left wing. The bamboo appeared so suddenly, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Then it vanished into thin air. Even by this point, the sparrowhawk only just realized it had been hit. Oh no, a bad thought flashed through its mind, but something unexpected happened. The anticipated intense pain did not occur. Its left wing felt no injury at all. In fact, it felt like its left wing had become even stronger. Not injured. How weak. Just as it was said, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The speed of the brain's processing was incredibly fast. As the thoughts raced through the sparrowhawk's mind, it instinctively continued to flap its wings, with a powerful thrust. The next moment, suddenly, the world spun. The sparrowhawk rolled and crashed into the nearby wall, the force so great that the solid wall collapsed, exposing several steel bars that pierced through its abdomen, blood gushing from the wound. Fragments of the wall rolled down, continuously hitting it. At the same time, an even more excruciating pain radiated from its left wing, overwhelming it like a tide. In that moment, the remnants of its almost destroyed sanity held on to just one thought. What just happened? Chapter 43. 2 questions don't mention the sparrowhawk being dumbfounded. Even Mu Bei was dumbfounded. From his perspective, just now, Miss Rabbit had casually poked the sparrowhawk's left wing with the slender bamboo in her hand, then lightly jumped back. Yes, she just touched it casually, causing no harm at all, and Mu Bei saw it clearly. But immediately after, a bizarre scene unfolded. The sparrowhawk suddenly started spinning wildly in the air, and then with a snap, its left wing actually broke off and flew away, while the sparrowhawk's body crashed straight into the wall, impaled by the steel bars within, blood splattering everywhere. The entire process looked both tragic and comical. What is going on? Mu Bei pointed at the already gravely injured sparrowhawk and said in astonishment, "What just happened?" It looked like it had a seizure. Miss Rabbit thought for a moment and said, "It used too much force and threw itself off." "Are you kidding me?" Mu Bei was speechless. However, how to say it? What just happened seemed to have nothing to do with pure speed or strength. It felt more like it was caused by some kind of mysterious ability. Ability. How is this like a novel? Just as Mu Bei was deep in thought, Miss Rabbit spoke up. It's not dead yet. Oh, almost forgot. Hearing this, Mu Bei glanced at the badly injured sparrowhawk, which had lost a wing and clearly couldn't fly away, then looked at Miss Rabbit and said, should I collect its head? Oh, Miss Rabbit replied. Thus, Mu Bei dusted himself off, picked up a cannon from the ground, and walked towards the sparrowhawk, looking at the now immobile, pitiful opponent. He had no sense of taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Clearing his throat, he asked, hey buddy, want a bite? Adu, I hate this. The sparrowhawk screeched angrily, its shrill cries piercing the sky. It seemed to know it was doomed, not caring about its injuries at all, and spared no effort in expressing its rage. I hate you, damn it. Mu Bei said blandly, I'm the one who should be hating. Being chased by you all for no reason. If it weren't for her, the sparrowhawk glared angrily at Miss Rabbit, who stood calmly to the side, then turned to Mu Bei, expressing its anger in its not-so-coherent human language. Clearly, it was very resentful of this defeat. Hey buddy, there are no ifs in this world. Mu Bei interrupted him, pulled the trigger, and said, goodbye. With a loud bang, the flames consumed everything. The finishing blow was completed, and the head was in hand. The silly cat scampered off to collect the mysterious liquid, while Mu Bei reminded it, hurry up, silly cat, it's not safe here. Then why are you using such a loud weapon? Miss Rabbit pointed at the cannon he was carrying and asked. It's all the same. While securing the cannon on his back, Mu Bei answered her question. Didn't you hear that guy's last scream of ah? I hate it. He was seriously injured and almost dead. But it wasn't his throat that was hurt. No matter what, he could still scream a few times before dying. I didn't have time to stop him. Sigh. Even in death, they have to give me trouble. Don't you think they have issues? Wait. You seem to have a problem with me too. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Since there's no way to avoid attracting other evolved beings, what's the difference whether I use a loud weapon or a quiet one? Thinking about it the other way, if I make a bigger noise, maybe I can scare off some of them, making them hesitate to come close. After finishing his words, he turned to Miss Rabbit and said, if you have any questions, just ask. I promise to answer truthfully. Miss Rabbit's earlier action was actually a deal made with Mu Bei. As for the terms of the deal, it was quite simple. According to Mu Bei's guess, she must be interested in him, or possibly in the silly cat, to have moved next door to them. So, it was simple. No need for you to observe secretly. Help me take down this guy, and if you have questions, just ask me directly. Miss Rabbit agreed. Of course, if she hadn't agreed at that time, Mu Bei was prepared to use food as the trading condition. After all, this rabbit couldn't grow vegetables. Thinking about it this way, growing vegetables is indeed an essential skill for boys. Upon hearing this, Miss Rabbit raised her chubby paw and scratched the corner of her mouth, which seemed to be her habitual action when thinking. Then, she slowly said, you were very angry when it was injured, right? It naturally referred to the silly cat. No way. You saw it wrong. Mu Bei, who had just promised to answer truthfully, said without a change in his expression. Miss Rabbit scratched her mouth again, looked deeply at the silly cat as if confirming something, then turned to Mu Bei and asked, do you know the 8 sufferings? This question was extremely out of place. No, it was exceedingly out of place because it had nothing to do with the first question at all. Do rabbits speak so illogically? More importantly, this question left Mu Bei completely confused. He had imagined many questions that Miss Rabbit might ask, such as his birthday, his past experiences, his physical condition, the cat paw mark on his palm, the evolution status of the silly cat, how he met the silly cat, how humanity was wiped out, why it was wiped out, what human society was like, etc. He even thought that it would be more understandable if Miss Rabbit suddenly asked him how to operate a computer or how to play a game than to ask this. The 8 sufferings: life, aging, sickness, death, love and separation, resentment and hatred, unfulfilled wishes, and the 5 aggregates of clinging. Mu Bei was baffled. Why are you asking this? Miss Rabbit smiled and said, it's nothing. At that moment, Mu Bei truly felt like he was at a loss, completely unable to grasp what this rabbit was thinking, whether it was a random question or if there was some deeper meaning. I've finished asking, Miss Rabbit said. At that moment, the silly cat also returned with the mysterious liquid and ran over, although he couldn't understand why Miss Rabbit asked that. Mu Bei felt that leaving this place was the most urgent matter. He looked at the silly cat and found that, relying on its strong recovery ability, the blood on its right front leg had already started to clot, so he dismissed the idea of bandaging it. However, he still picked it up and said, let's go back. Aren't we going to that agricultural products market you mentioned? Miss Rabbit asked. No, we're not going. Mu Bei replied. The silly cat is injured. We're going home. Chapter 44. Shadows. This outing left Mu Bei's mood shrouded in a layer of shadow. When he first discovered the meteorite, he had thought that the days ahead would be anything but peaceful. In fact, the day the evolution began was indeed quite dangerous. The silly cat suffered nearly fatal injuries, and he lost 2 lives, barely escaping thanks to his previous preparations. However, life after that day had been quite peaceful, as if he had moved into an ivory tower. Unbeknownst to him, he had become careless. He underestimated how dangerous this world was for him. Indeed, awakening intelligence also meant having reason, but when he thought about it carefully, there were so many evolved beings on this planet now that even if only half of them were influenced by that inexplicable hatred, it would still mean half the world. If half the world wanted to kill him, how could there be any peace? Reality was just like that, if it hadn't been for bringing Miss Rabbit along. The battle with the Sparrow Hawk just now would have been perilous enough. Even if they won, if the Sparrow Hawk attracted other evolved beings, the outcome would likely be disastrous. Never had Mu Bei realized how terrifying his hatred halo was as deeply as he did now. Trying to test a special individual? What a naive goal. Think about it. How far had he gone on this outing before he couldn't move any further? If he insisted on pushing ahead, a single misstep could lead to a domino effect of disaster. Mu Bei suddenly felt as if he were trapped here. In this small area, he could still maintain peace for the time being because the place he lived in was Miss Rabbit's territory. And it had only been a little over a month since the large-scale awakening of intelligence had occurred, so the outside world was still chaotic. He felt like he was in the eye of a hurricane. Although it was calm, he couldn't find a way out, and this calm was only temporary, with no guarantee that it wouldn't shatter at any moment. Because chaos will always end, and order will always be established. Just imagine. When the current disorderly situation comes to an end, what will happen to him, the target of everyone's ire? And how much time is left until that moment? It's really frustrating. Mu Bei thought to himself, letting out a sigh. Evolved beings being hunted. He had originally thought that his current situation was similar to the protagonists in movies and novels surviving in a zombie apocalypse. But he was wrong. Because evolved beings have awakened intelligence, intelligence has made them complex creatures like humans. However, right now was just the most chaotic and disorderly time, making him feel like he was in a world full of monsters. But it wasn't true. He was in a society that saw him as an enemy. And that was far more dangerous than a world full of monsters. How long can you survive in a zombie apocalypse? How long can you survive in a human society where everyone wants to kill you? Although Mu Bei could revive after dying, that didn't mean he liked being killed. This failed attempt at venturing out made him realize that he must find a way to resolve the issue of his hatred halo. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he would find it difficult to move in this society composed of evolved beings. Hearing Mu Bei sigh about being frustrated, Miss Rabbit casually asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just feel that my situation is quite bad," Mu Bei simply said. After all, there was no time to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Miss Rabbit responded indifferently. "Oh, is that so?" Mu Bei shrugged, determined the direction, and walked back towards where they came from while holding the silly cat. At that moment, Miss Rabbit asked, "Do you have a map?" "Yes." Mu Bei pulled out a map from his pants pocket and tossed it to her. Miss Rabbit caught it, unfolded it, and asked, "Where's the destination?" "It's circled in red." Mu Bei said, "One circle, with a square around it. Take a look." Nowadays, mobile navigation was long unusable. Before the evolution began, whenever he needed to go a bit further, he would take a map with him to save on repeated use. When drawing circles, he would use different markers for easy distinction. Miss Rabbit glanced at the map and asked, "Where are we now?" Mu Bei leaned over and pointed, "Here." He also pointed to the circled agricultural wholesale market. "The wholesale market is here." As for where they were staying, he didn't point that out. After all, this rabbit usually found her food easily every time she went out, so the tallest building in the city should be easy to find. After remembering the location, Miss Rabbit put away the map. "I'll go look for seeds." "Oh." Mu Bei nodded and turned to leave, not feeling surprised. Under these circumstances, her sudden question about whether he had brought a map only had this possibility. After delaying for a while, Mu Bei quickened his pace, but after a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask, "By the way, can you read?" If she couldn't read, she could look at the patterns on the packaging. Generally, there would be a pattern on the seed packaging. He originally wanted to say this, but when he turned around, he found that Miss Rabbit had already disappeared. So eager? "She can't be a foodie, right?" Mu Bei mumbled, ignoring her, and returned to where he was staying. Meanwhile, after separating from the person and cat, Miss Rabbit was moving quickly along the city roads. Unlike Mu Bei, who had to act cautiously due to a hatred aura, she didn't have to worry about that. So her speed was naturally much faster. In just 2 or 3 minutes, she had covered several kilometers. However, her way of rushing was quite chaotic. After stepping on a few canine evolutionist heads to borrow a path, Miss Rabbit was followed by a group of over 20 stray cats and dogs. Stop. Meow. Stop. Woof. If you have the ability, stop. Gur. Woof woof. The sounds of growling and chasing came from behind. But Miss Rabbit ignored them and continued on her way, her manner of movement quite willful, quickly attracting more evolutionists. In no time, the group following her had expanded into a dark mass. Various angry roars gathered together, creating a mighty momentum, causing the evolutionists by the roadside to shiver in fear. However, the chased Miss Rabbit had no reaction, merely focused on her path while glancing down at the map with a somewhat puzzled expression. Suddenly, after turning a corner, she came face to face with a skyscraper over 40 stories high. She gave it a casual glance, then lowered her head to continue looking at the map, leaping up onto the more than 100-meter-high building as if she were just crossing a small mound. Chapter 45. Miss Rabbit's Big Adventure. After jumping over the rooftop and not yet landing on the terrace, 2 terrified voices reached Miss Rabbit's ears. Coo coo coo. Who are you? Surprised to find evolutionists here as well, Miss Rabbit glanced towards the corner where the voices came from. They were quite different from their original forms, but it was still possible to barely tell they were evolved from chickens, 1 male and 1 female, with the female looking younger. They had built a nest in the corner and had some food next to them. Human food found from the supermarket, in very small quantities, including a half-eaten loaf of bread that was severely moldy and had apparently been opened for several days, yet they showed no intention of throwing it away. Miss Rabbit withdrew her gaze and continued looking at the map. She had no intention of harming them, but she also didn't acknowledge them, since she didn't speak. The 2 chicken evolutionists naturally didn't dare to say anything, not even daring to breathe, and the atmosphere on the rooftop fell into silence. After looking at the map for a while, Miss Rabbit glanced around at the surrounding buildings from her elevated position, then scratched her cheek, saying, I seem to be lost. At this moment, the older rooster, protecting the younger hen, cautiously said, Did you jump up from below? The shock or horror from the earlier scene was too intense for him, and even now, he still couldn't believe that a living being could jump to such a high rooftop. However, the way she appeared could only be seen as having jumped up, and if she hadn't jumped up, how else could she have gotten there? Although he was scared, he couldn't help but ask since he saw that she had no intention of harming the 2 of them. Unfortunately, his question was completely ignored. Miss Rabbit, indifferent, took a carrot out of her pocket and began to eat it with great enjoyment. Although she was lost, she wasn't worried because the rooftop of the tall building offered a wide view. While eating the carrot, she casually looked around. Soon, she spotted the hotel where she was staying. But that wasn't enough. She also needed to deduce her current location based on the surrounding streets and buildings. Once she confirmed her location on the map and added the position of the hotel, she could compare it with the map in her hand to find out which direction the agricultural wholesale market was. However, while gazing in a certain direction, the previously distracted Miss Rabbit suddenly let out a light exclamation. Immediately afterward, she showed a somewhat interested expression. As expected, she decided to go take a look. However, before leaving the rooftop, Miss Rabbit suddenly turned her head to look at the half-eaten, moldy bread that they were reluctant to throw away, then glanced at the 2 shivering chicken evolutionists, saying, Perhaps to you, eating moldy food is normal since you lived like this during your animal days. But staying hidden here will lead to your demise sooner or later. The reversion continues. Either awaken your bloodline faster than others, or wait to be eaten. Miss Rabbit's voice drifted away as she had already leaped down from the rooftop, dozens of kilometers away. This place was far from the city center, located in the suburbs. A small hill, named Mountain, lay here. The hill was only about 200 meters high, but it stretched quite broadly and had been developed by the local government into a small tourist spot. Although it was called a tourist spot, it was actually quite obscure, only occasionally visited by local people on weekends with their families to hike and have picnics. Since humanity had been extinct for over a year, this area had been left unattended, and with the plants evolving, some trees that were originally only a few meters high had grown to over 10 or 20 meters, or taken on bizarre new shapes. Some vegetation had even broken through the ground, rudely toppling and overturning artificial structures like stone bricks and benches, thus giving the current Mountain a sense of primitive rawness. At this moment, in a grove halfway up the mountain, A tree about the thickness of 2 or 3 people hugging it, and over 30 meters tall, suddenly began to fall, crushing a large area of shorter trees around it. Accompanying the fall of the tree was a wave of cheers. The cheers were enormous and echoed back and forth. Second leader! Second leader! Roar! So powerful! Truly the second leader! Woof! A woo! In the woods, a large group of evolutionists was gathered, and roughly counting, there were at least over 100. At the center, surrounded like a star, were 4 quite special beings. The most eye-catching was, of course, the enormous rat that was about 12 or 13 meters tall, sleeping sprawled out. Truly a giant. In front of it stood a large black dog walking upright, with a black hat on its head. On its shoulder, a purple-black parrot was yawning in a very human-like manner. The last one stands atop the giant rat's head, resembling a lone wolf among the leaders of many evolutionaries. His size is quite small, even smaller than a teddy dog, with a black and white striped coat like a zebra. However, what draws the most attention is his eyes, filled with extreme ferocity, as if hiding endless madness within. Anyone with a bit of insight would probably not want to make an enemy of him. At this moment, the object of the cheers from the surrounding evolutionaries is the large black dog standing upright, whom they refer to as the second leader. He resembles a primary school student showing off something to others, proudly extending his right paw, waving it casually before suddenly stepping forward to swipe at a cat-like evolutionary crouching in front of him. Immediately after, as the other party's terrified gaze met his, something bizarre happened. The black dog's paw clearly did not touch the other, but it was as if some invisible force fell along with his right paw, instantly spilling the cat-like evolutionary's guts. A single strike to kill. The spurting blood crazily stimulated the nerves of the evolutionaries present. This is a savage feast. The black dog licked the warm blood off his paw and laughed heartily. This is what heaven has bestowed upon me. My right paw is covered with an invisible blade, longer and sharper than my paw. Invincible. Ha ha ha. There is nothing in this world that I cannot cut. Roar. Second leader. Kill that human. Yes. Kill her. No. We should eat her. The cheers around were deafening, and the black dog laughed madly. Of course. I am the chosen one. Anyone who dares to oppose us can only meet a dead end. As his words fell, the cheers grew louder, and the atmosphere instantly reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, a sweet voice softly chimed in. Human? Can you tell me about it? Chapter 46. A punch. A kick. This suddenly appearing voice was not loud. Indeed, it could even be described as gentle and sweet, but it aptly interrupted the frenzied atmosphere, drawing all eyes to the speaker. There stood a white long-eared rabbit, dressed in human clothing, casually perched on a branch of a large tree, seemingly appearing there out of nowhere. Woof. A rabbit? Who is she? Does anyone know her? She looks delicious. After a moment of silence, a cacophony of voices spread through the crowd. The world had turned upside down, yet in this chaotic beginning, the gradually collapsing old order still influenced the thinking of the evolutionaries. A small, delicate rabbit was not taken seriously by many, just like the previous cat. It was dead and gone. Just as the atmosphere was about to turn frenzied again, the leader, the black and white lone wolf, suddenly spoke. Foolish. She, like a few of us, is also a chosen one. Chosen one. These 3 words seemed to represent an irresistible power, one of the few orders in the new era. Upon hearing this, the once boisterous evolutionaries fell silent. Chosen one. What is that? Miss Rabbit asked curiously. Ha ha. The black dog, as the second leader, laughed. That is a gift bestowed by heaven upon the chosen. More than half a year ago, a miraculous stone fell from the sky. You must have received a fragment of it, right? You call that a gift? Miss Rabbit revealed a strange smile upon hearing this, and said, I have not received it. You need not worry about what we will do to you. The black dog, clearly thinking she was being cautious, continued, in such a short time. To evolve to our level and to fluently use human language, it can only be the chosen one. Rest assured, the 4 of us, like you, are all chosen ones. We are companions. Companions? Yes, companions. Miss Rabbit looked down at him, her eyes showing indifference, and said lightly, Ridiculous. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the black dog was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Yet Miss Rabbit remained expressionless, saying calmly, Know your own weight, little one. Her sweet and gentle voice was like a cold hand, gripping the black dog's neck tightly, causing his dog face to flush red. What did you say? This time, it was no longer a question, but an angry shout. At this moment, the lone wolf leader stared directly at Miss Rabbit, his eyes filled with ferocity, insolence. Kill her. Kill her. The purple-black parrot on the black dog's shoulder yawned and said lazily, a fool who cannot even see the gap in strength. Bringing them as companions will only hold you back. It would be better to let her become our nourishment for evolution. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd gasped, and the atmosphere became even more frenzied than before. All the evolutionaries erupted, their eyes filled with greed and fiery light as they looked at Miss Rabbit. The leader is right. Eat her. Long live the leader. Long live the leader. Woof, woof, woof. Roar. Kill her. In this frenzied atmosphere, the lone wolf stared at Miss Rabbit, his mouth curling into a grin that revealed a blatant killing intent. A chosen rabbit, huh? Looks quite delicious. Miss Rabbit sighed softly and said, I originally wanted to ask a few questions. As she spoke, she lightly leaped down to the center of the arena. As soon as she landed, the second leader, the black dog, let out a furious roar and lunged forward with killing intent, charging forward with an unstoppable force, showcasing extraordinary power backed by his terrifying speed and strength. If an ordinary evolutionary were here, they would likely be crushed before they could react. Skill is useless. This is what pure strength means. The black dog jumped high, raising his right paw, and swung down towards Miss Rabbit with the timing of his descent. At the same time, Miss Rabbit suddenly felt her body sink slightly. She looked up and casually glanced towards the direction of the lone wolf. The black dog in the air clearly anticipated this scene, his face showing a smug expression. He had never lost in his coordination with the lone wolf. Ha ha ha. You can't move, can you? Die. As his paw was about to fall, Miss Rabbit suddenly raised her left hand and reached out towards him. Seeing this, the black dog was first taken aback, then revealed a mocking smile, blocking his right paw with her hand. What a foolish thought. The right paw, covered with an invisible blade, swung down with killing intent. However, in the next moment, the scene he imagined of severing her arm and spilling blood did not occur. That invisible blade, which usually cuts through anything, was easily grasped by her paw. Immediately after, Miss Rabbit gently squeezed with her left hand, and with a crunch, something invisible was crushed. But upon reflection, time was of the essence. From the moment the second leader, the black dog, lunged until this moment, it had barely been a breath's time. While Miss Rabbit spoke, her left fist swung down onto the black dog's astonished face, followed by a loud bang, sending the black dog crashing violently into the ground, his body twisting into an incredible exaggerated shape, clearly on the verge of death. Even if he were to be half dead, it would be fine to ask questions then, and it was possible to accidentally kill him. Next, Miss Rabbit lifted her right leg and took a step forward, softly saying, "Tremor." In an instant, a wildly violent wave surged outwards from her, unleashing unmatched force. The ground cracked. Bang, bang. The sound of collapsing echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, the self-proclaimed chosen second leader, the black dog, and over 100 evolutionaries were completely annihilated. On top of the giant rat, the lone wolf suddenly stumbled, its forelegs simultaneously torn and bleeding, and it was also injured. The originally indifferent purple-black parrot flapped its wings in terror, screaming frantically at the giant rat still lying on the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Stinky rat, stop sleeping. Get up. Stop shouting, Miss Rabbit said, pulling a carrot from her pocket and taking a bite before continuing. He's already dead. Chapter 47. The bad-tempered rabbit. Miss Rabbit's tone was as casual as if she were commenting on the nice weather, which sounded like a thunderclap to the purple-black parrot. She suddenly recalled a phrase often boasted by the big black dog, purely powerful. With one punch to kill one, a kick to shake off a bunch. Crushing everything without the need for skill. What to do now? Escape? She thought. Really wanted to, but didn't dare. Damn it. Roar. More accurately, on top of the giant rat's corpse, the lone wolf barely held itself up without falling. After letting out a long howl, it looked fiercely at Miss Rabbit below and angrily said, "If you give me more time, if you let me evolve to a higher level, how could this happen? Damn it." Enough, Miss Rabbit said nonchalantly while munching on her carrot, casually pouring cold water on him. Controlling gravity is so impressive. I've seen your ancestors too, controlling gravity to toy with a young azure dragon, and then over an hour later, they were killed by the adolescent azure dragon. What are you talking about? The lone wolf didn't understand. Just some things from a long time ago. The way the azure dragon was toyed with was quite amusing. So I have a bit of an impression. After finishing her carrot, Miss Rabbit clapped her hands and said lightly, "Forget it. Why am I telling you this? About the humans you just mentioned, tell me all the details." I specifically spared your life. Roar. No way. The lone wolf roared, leaping down from the giant rat's head, charging at Miss Rabbit regardless of its injuries, its eyes filled with madness and killing intent. If I'm going to kill, then let it be. The predator can only die in battle. At the same time, around Miss Rabbit's body, gravity suddenly increased dozens of times. Miss Rabbit sighed lightly, dodging the charge effortlessly. The tenfold gravity seemed to have no effect on her. She simply grabbed a slender bamboo and casually poked it at the lone wolf. A strange thing happened. The originally fierce lone wolf's attack suddenly scattered, and then it began to sway uncontrollably from side to side like a drunk person. Even worse than a drunk. Its forelegs lacked any sense of coordination, some moving forward while others moved backward, some turning outward and others inward. After twisting like a baby learning to walk for a while, the lone wolf finally collapsed to the ground. Trying to get up but failing. What kind of sorcery is this? Just a little trick, Miss Rabbit said. I understand. This is your ability. Destroying the opponent's body balance is your power. The lone wolf shouted, desperately venting its anger as it couldn't get up due to its body being uncontrollable. If you say so, Miss Rabbit casually replied, poking him again with the bamboo. Instantly, the lone wolf's volume dropped to a normal speaking level. But he still looked furious and was roaring, appearing very strange. Too loud, Miss Rabbit explained. Meanwhile, the purple-black parrot was stunned. This ISNTA machine. The voice can be adjusted? What kind of bizarre ability is this? Damn it. Is it fun to manipulate others' bodies like this? The lone wolf angrily said. You have such great power. Why toy with me? Kill me. Use your power to kill me. He was unwilling. When the other party first attacked him with the bamboo, he had already prepared to die on the spot. But the result was like this. As a predator, how could he twist on the ground like a pitiful creature? Kill me. The lone wolf roared in frustration. Miss Rabbit smiled. I don't want to. Seeing this, the lone wolf was taken aback. His eyes grew even more violent. Are you insulting my dignity as a predator? Living in shame is worse than dying in battle. Did you misunderstand something? Miss Rabbit asked in confusion. I never said I would let you go. You. The lone wolf was furious and said, Damn it. Lift your sorcery. Even if I die, as a predator, I want to die with dignity. Hee hee. Miss Rabbit suddenly pointed at the corpse of an evolved being, saying, That cat was just killed by that dog. No reason, just casually killed, because to you. That cat is just a tool, something to be disposed of at will. For such as you, why should I be merciful and give you the death you desire? The dignity of a predator? To me, it's just nonsense, worthless. At this point, Miss Rabbit paused and then continued, If the Azure Dragon were here, he would probably say this. As for me, she looked down at him with a flat expression. How you want to die has nothing to do with me. Looking into her eyes, the lone wolf suddenly realized that standing in front of him was an arrogant jerk. She would do as she pleased, based on her own whims. Your reasons, your thoughts, your desire to die with dignity and glory, all of these were unimportant, meaningless to her. She didn't care and wouldn't listen. So, roaring was useless, begging was useless, resentment was useless, everything was useless. I understand. This time, despair crept into the lone wolf's voice. You are as arrogant as your ability. After saying that, he cursed unwillingly. One day, you will pay for your arrogance. Miss Rabbit calmly replied, That day will never come. She turned to the purple-black parrot, which was hovering in the air, wanting to flee but too scared to do so. Hey, seeing Miss Rabbit call her. The purple-black parrot trembled and nearly fell from the sky. Instinctively, she screamed at herself to run, but reason told her she couldn't escape. So, after hesitating and struggling, she saw Miss Rabbit showing a hint of displeasure, and she hurriedly flew over. Is there anything you need, Big Boss? Big Boss. Miss Rabbit asked with interest. Where did you learn that term? I heard it from humans when I was raised by them. The parrot replied honestly. Oh, Miss Rabbit nodded. You're not one of the so-called chosen ones, right? The purple-black parrot was shocked. How do you know, Big Boss? Because you're a parrot, so you speak well. Pretending to be a chosen one? Your boss is really easy to fool. Miss Rabbit smiled, pointing at the lone wolf, who was clinging to the so-called dignity of a predator, wanting to die in battle against a strong opponent, and said, I think dying at your hands would be a good end for him. Huh. The purple-black parrot was astonished. Miss Rabbit, Instantly, the purple-black parrot trembled all over, raised its wings, and gave a very standard salute. Yes, Big Boss. No. The lone wolf let out a desperate roar, starting to curse madly. But soon, his curses gradually faded away, eventually disappearing. After taking down the original boss, the purple-black parrot cautiously asked, "Is there anything else you need, Big Boss?" She thought that the rabbit before her had a terrible personality. "What has to deal with the humans you mentioned earlier?" Miss Rabbit asked flatly. Oh. The purple-black parrot landed on the ground, suddenly remembering that the big boss had just killed over 100 evolved beings with one kick, and quickly flew back up, saying, "It's like this, Big Boss. Recently, not far from here, many evolved beings died, some of whom were they were their subordinates. So they are preparing to retaliate, and being a boss isn't easy. Besides, there's actually the idea of taking the perpetrators under our wing as well. Because according to witnesses, there was only one assailant, a human girl." Chapter 48. Knowing. "Boss, do you really not want those?" The purple-black parrot turned back repeatedly, reluctantly saying, "Those are 3 chosen ones and over 100 evolutionaries. Eating them would be very helpful for evolution. If you don't like eating raw meat, just give it to me. I'll learn to cook right away. I've seen humans cook food before. By then, you can eat the meat. And I'll just have some soup. I don't eat meat. Why'd I need those?" Miss Rabbit said. "Eh? You don't eat meat, boss?" The parrot blurted out. "Then how did you evolve to be so powerful? Want to know?" Miss Rabbit asked. Upon hearing this, the purple-black parrot shivered and quickly shook her head. No, I don't want to know. How dare I know? In today's world, if there really were a way to get stronger quickly, who would tell others for no reason? The more you know, the quicker you might die. However, boss, even if you don't eat them, it would be too wasteful to just throw them away. Looking back at the ground full of evolutionaries, especially those 3 chosen ones, the purple-black parrot swallowed hard, showing a painful expression, as they were indeed very precious items. "Are you really not taking them?" "Too dirty," Miss Rabbit casually replied. The purple-black parrot hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Since you don't want them, can you give them to me? I don't mind the dirt." "I don't mind the dirt. Whatever," Miss Rabbit said. At that moment, the purple-black parrot really felt an impulse to turn back, at least to take the hearts of those 3 chosen ones, because from experience, the heart is the most valuable part of an evolutionary. But just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly realized. She remembered how the lone wolf died. Although it was her doing, ultimately, the lone wolf died due to the sudden malicious whim of this bad-tempered rabbit in front of her. This boss, to put it nicely, acts according to her whims and is unrestrained. To put it harshly, she is reckless and capricious. If the boss thinks it's dirty, wouldn't she get dirty if she went back to get the hearts? What if the boss slapped her to death? That would be too unjust, right? After thinking about it carefully, she decided to let it go. The purple-black parrot said with great reluctance, resolutely turning her head and no longer looking at the tempting spoils all over the ground. "Why don't you want them again?" Miss Rabbit said. "I think it's more important to stay alive." The purple-black parrot smiled awkwardly. "Boss, look at me now. Isn't my life pretty good? A parrot should know how to be content." "Oh, then hurry up and lead the way," Miss Rabbit said, sighing a little regretfully. Hearing that sigh, the purple-black parrot trembled all over, almost scared to the point of wetting herself. Could it be that the boss really wanted to kill her just now? No. With this boss's reckless personality, does she need a reason to kill her? Wait, that's not right, precisely because of that bad personality. She might specifically find a reason to kill her, just to let her fall from the peak of her bird life into the abyss in an instant. In dramas, those with a malicious sense of humor like to do this. Thinking this way, the purple-black parrot immediately fell into boundless fear, looking anxious and uneasy. Even her flying movements became incredibly stiff, and she directly bumped her face against a tree. After a few such episodes, she finally calmed down a bit. After a while, feeling that the atmosphere was too oppressive, the purple-black parrot spoke up. "Boss, are you also interested in that human?" When feeling anxious, some people like to remain silent to calm their emotions, while others unconsciously talk more to relieve pressure. Without a doubt, this parrot is the latter. She continued, "Indeed, no evolutionary would be uninterested in humans. They were undoubtedly the rulers of this world, but for some reason, they all died out suddenly over a year ago. Haha. Many evolutionaries feel quite regretful about this, saying they can't personally torture humans, eat their flesh, and gnaw on their bones, and so on. However, there are also evolutionaries who have a good impression of humans. Those are mostly individuals who received kindness from humans in the past or were amazed by the civilization left behind by humans, growing fond of them." The purple-black parrot rambled on. "As for me, I think humans are quite good. Although my previous owner always kept me in a cage, if it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. A parrot should know how to be content. Living is the most important thing. Moreover, my old owner treated me well, and I am still very grateful to him. But it's useless to talk about this now, since humans are extinct. By the way, boss, do you know why humans suddenly went extinct? I know, Miss Rabbit said. Haha, boss, you really don't know either. I've asked many people and nobody knows. The purple-black parrot originally just wanted to find a topic to chat about. But Miss Rabbit's answer shocked her so much that she immediately covered her mouth with her wings and then fell to the ground with a thud. But at this moment, she didn't care about such trivial matters. After spreading her wings and flying up again, the purple-black parrot nervously circled low for several rounds, opened her mouth to ask. But in the end, she didn't ask anything. The more you know, the quicker you die. As a little parrot who knows nothing, she could live a bit longer. She firmly believed in this principle. So, she didn't ask, not even daring to speak, just focused on leading the way. After all, what if she talked herself to death? After some time, a rabbit and a parrot returned from the outskirts to the city, but not to the city center. Rather to the west side of the city, which, however, was also an area filled with tall buildings. In fact, this place was even more modernized than the city center. Because the west side of the city housed many high-tech enterprises, it was the technological incubator of this city. We're almost there, boss. I can hear the sounds just ahead. The purple-black parrot said. Miss Rabbit nodded blandly. With her hearing, she had naturally heard the sounds of fighting ahead long ago. Due to the large-scale conflict, the number of evolutionaries in the nearby area had become very few. Some who were afraid of getting caught up had run far away, while those who hadn't fled mostly gathered around to see if there would be any opportunities to pick up something cheap. When Miss Rabbit and the purple-black parrot arrived, they saw these onlookers, but for some reason, their numbers were very few. On the wide two-way road, the battle was already nearing its end. The collapsed vegetation, damaged flower beds, severed limbs everywhere, and the blood-stained ground made it evident at a glance how brutal the previous battle had been. Yet even so, the dozens of evolutionaries still alive were fighting fiercely, and surrounded by them was a girl who looked human. She wore a pristine white dress, had waist-length black hair, graceful eyebrows, and a delicate nose, appearing dignified and beautiful, with the breeze lifting her hair. What a lovely sight. If anyone familiar with Mu Bei were present, they would be astonished to find that this girl bore a striking resemblance to Mu Bei. Chapter 49, Strange. The situation on the scene was vastly different from what the purple-black parrot had learned. According to the information she received, several forces that had previously suffered losses should have come to seek revenge on this human girl, but the current situation was puzzling. The purple-black parrot awkwardly said, Boss, I'm sorry, the information was wrong. I didn't expect there would be evolutionaries wanting to protect her. Is that so? Miss Rabbit said indifferently. Of course. The purple-black parrot said, just now, when that human girl was almost attacked, wasn't there an evolutionary who rushed over to block the attack for her with his body? Slipped. Miss Rabbit said. Huh. The purple-black parrot looked shocked, then suddenly said, Boss, look, just when that evolutionary was about to attack the human girl, that cat over there threw the knife in its hand at him, fierce and accurate, directly taking his life. Slipped. Miss Rabbit said. The evolver stumbled over a stone. The sheep's stick suddenly broke. The ground suddenly collapsed under that bear. The purple-black parrot, with a head full of question marks, said, Are you kidding me, boss? How can there be so many accidents? Miss Rabbit looked at the human girl, who was clearly at the center of the conflict yet remained unscathed, and said calmly, Of course there are. Upon hearing this, the purple-black parrot didn't say anything, but she felt unconvinced. Although you are the boss and incredibly strong, do I look like a fool? However, she soon pushed this thought aside. She noticed that the dozens of evolvers in the fray displayed fear. And this fear became especially pronounced when they looked at the human girl in the center. The two groups were filled with terrified faces during the shootout. What was going on? At that moment, the purple-black parrot suddenly recalled something strange she had noticed before but hadn't paid attention to. There were too few spectators. The number of surviving evolvers, along with the corpses on the ground, roughly counted, was in the hundreds. Such a large-scale battle would surely scare off some evolvers. But it would also attract many onlookers or those hoping to pick up the pieces. From the comparison of the number of survivors and corpses, she and the boss had arrived late. The battle was nearing its end, and there should have been quite a few spectators gathered by now. But the reality was that there were spectators, but very few. Why was that? The purple-black parrot suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, cold sweat trickling down. Just then, a loud roar echoed through the arena. Stop. On the count of 3, Everyone stop. As long as we all stop, she won't be able to do anything to us. The purple-black parrot turned to look and saw that the speaker was a brown bear with an injured right eye, whose appearance and physique were basically the same as in its animal form, but at this stage, being able to speak so fluently meant it was almost certainly a chosen one. That's right. Everyone stop at the same time. Yes, let's all stop. As long as we stop, her witchcraft won't work on us. Agreed. Let's all stop. Voices echoed one after another, and without exception, they were all chosen ones. With their leadership, soon all the evolvers eagerly, joyfully, and fearfully expressed their agreement. 1, 2, 3. The brown bear who proposed it began the countdown. At the moment the word 3 fell, all the evolvers stopped simultaneously. For a moment, the atmosphere became even more oppressive than during the previous chaos, until after a while, realizing that nothing further was happening, the evolvers slowly relaxed, and the atmosphere eased slightly. A canine evolver let out a long sigh of relief, swearing that next time he encountered that human girl, he would run as far away as possible. Then he tried to retract his outstretched right hand. It had been injured in the fight, and just as he stopped, it happened to be in a reaching position. Now that he felt a little relaxed, he suddenly felt unbearable soreness in his right arm. But at that moment, with a crack, his right arm suddenly dislocated for no reason. Immediately, his arm fell helplessly. And at the same time, the knife he was holding fell and struck another evolver on the shoulder with a thud. Ah! The injured one cried out in pain. But before he could curse, the brown bear suddenly glared and hoarsely roared, "Don't move." At his shout, all the evolvers, including the one who had just been cut, dared not move an inch. It wasn't that they feared the brown bear, but rather that everything that had happened before was too bizarre and terrifying. The overwhelming fear instinctively compelled them to obey the bear's words. After a while, the brown bear panted heavily and said in a low voice, slowly back out. "We're leaving." All the evolvers and chosen ones did as he said. During this time, not a single one of them dared to glance at the human girl. However, a horrifying thing happened. As soon as they moved, all sorts of accidents began to occur one after another, blood splattering once more, severed limbs flying again, and even 3 more evolvers lost their lives in the chaos. They couldn't retreat. They couldn't move. Realizing this, a tremendous pressure fell upon every evolver in the arena like a towering mountain. No one dared to move. A strange cry from an unknown bird echoed overhead. Then, a long stone block fell from the sky, because everyone in the arena was too afraid to move. It went unnoticed and ultimately fell unimpeded onto one evolver's head. Bang! It burst like a watermelon, red and white brain matter splattering everywhere. Instant death. No one moved. But accidents still came. In an instant, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Ah! To everyone's surprise, the first to break down was the commanding brown bear. Sometimes, those who appear the calmest are actually the most fragile, right? He suddenly turned to look at the human girl, killing intent bursting from his eyes, and roared, "Damn it, I'll fight you to the death." Amidst his roar, he charged at the girl. The bear's actions severely stimulated the other evolvers, like knocking over dominoes, instantly triggering a chain reaction. Fight her to the death. In that moment, all the evolvers went wild, rushing toward the girl. But for some reason, to outsiders, it looked like they were marching to their doom. Indeed, everything was merely a replay of what had just occurred. As time passed, one evolver after another fell, all dying at the hands of their own. From start to finish, they didn't even manage to touch the hem of the girl's clothes. Chapter 50, Calamity from Man. At this moment, the onlookers exploded with noise. Screams, gasps, and discussions merged into a chaotic buzz, difficult to distinguish. Some decisive evolvers had already turned to leave. If before, most of the onlooking evolvers thought the situation was a bit strange, now they felt it was downright sinister. So damn sinister. It's no wonder there were so few spectators here. They must have fled after realizing the situation was odd. Soon, the crowd of onlookers dispersed in a rush. Those who remained, aside from a very few greedy individuals who were blinded by the sight of the piles of evolver corpses, were just the purple-black parrot and Miss Rabbit. "BBB boss, what the hell is going on?" The purple-black parrot asked in terror, instinctively turning to Miss Rabbit. If she hadn't been pulled here by the boss today, she would have run away on the spot. "This is man-made disaster," Miss Rabbit said calmly. "Man-made disaster of calamity." The purple-black parrot was taken aback. The boss seemed to know that human girl. She was curious, but what happened next made her head go blank, completely forgetting about the girl, because Miss Rabbit suddenly reached out and grabbed her. The purple-black parrot was instantly scared silly. After reacting, she immediately cried out, tears streaming down her face, "BBB boss. You can't do this. You can't burn the bridge after crossing it. I must have some use. Please spare my life. Boss, I have an elderly mother. A 3-year-old child, and a childhood sweetheart waiting for me to marry her. You can't kill me." Miss Rabbit shot her a glance and said, "Shut up." Saying that, she flipped her hand backward. Suddenly, the purple-black parrot transformed into a shooting star and flew away at an incredible speed. Far away. Her voice faintly echoed, "Big boss." At this moment, the human girl who had been silent suddenly spoke up, her voice soft and timid, giving off a very shy vibe. "Sister Rabbit, why did you let her go?" Sister Rabbit. This form of address undoubtedly indicated her acquaintance with Miss Rabbit. If someone were to scrutinize this sentence, they would discover a terrifying thing. Before those onlookers left, this girl did not stop them at all. But regarding the departure of the purple-black parrot, she used the term "let go." In other words, in her view, aside from the purple-black parrot who was thrown out by Miss Rabbit at high speed, no one else could escape. "Don't call me that." Miss Rabbit stepped into the arena. But the master said names are important," the human girl said timidly. "Is that so?" Miss Rabbit replied nonchalantly, "From the names he gave, Rabbit, Loose, Little Wolf, I can't see any sense of importance." The master said that the meaning of a name depends on what you give it. Smooth talker. Moreover, the master is indeed bad at naming. But, Sister Rabbit, the girl turned to look in the direction where the purple-black parrot had flown away, and in a soft voice, she asked, "Aren't you afraid that throwing her could directly kill her? That would be her life." Miss Rabbit said, walking towards her. At this moment, the chaos among the evolvers in the arena had come to an end. The last one standing was the brown bear. However, he had completely lost his fighting spirit. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone to stop him from attacking that human girl now, but he just sat there blankly on the ground, doing nothing, looking utterly dejected. As Miss Rabbit passed by him, the brown bear suddenly trembled and fell silent. The girl seemed to sense something, furrowing her brows slightly, and took a few steps back, creating some distance from Miss Rabbit. Miss Rabbit did not pursue. She stood still and looked at her, saying, "You still look so annoying." Upon hearing this, the girl pouted, seeming a bit aggrieved, but did not say anything. "To abandon all your characteristics and mimic him to this extent." Miss Rabbit sighed gently. "Don't you know that doing so is equivalent to offending others in their eyes?" The girl lowered her head. Miss Rabbit's words became rare and more so. "Others don't like you." At this moment, the human girl, or rather, the existence resembling a human girl, finally mustered her courage, raised her head, her face flushed as she argued, "Master." The master said that as long as Little Grievance becomes what she wants to be, that's enough. Sigh, Miss Rabbit sighed, staring at the other for a while before suddenly saying, "Leave here." Huh. The girl was confused. "Sister Rabbit, what are you talking about?" "I said leave here," Miss Rabbit repeated, suddenly revealing a murderous intent. Seeing this, the girl retreated a few more steps. "The master is right here. How can Little Grievance leave?" "You saw him?" Miss Rabbit frowned, then showed a hint of relief. "No wonder there are fewer returners near the residence. It was you who did that?" The girl timidly replied, "I saw him over a month ago in the bookstore, but the master's condition was a bit strange, so Little Grievance didn't dare to show up. Fearing that my abilities might accidentally hurt the master. Just not awake, right?" Miss Rabbit said flatly. Seeing this, the girl seemed to understand that she couldn't persuade Miss Rabbit. Suddenly, a pair of pure black wings extended from her back, and with a gentle flap, she flew into the air. Miss Rabbit looked up at her. "You don't think flying up high will keep you safe, do you?" "Of course not." The girl shook her head and said seriously, "Although Little Grievance hasn't fought with Sister Rabbit, the master said that among us, only Sister Rabbit has used her abilities to an unimaginable extent. Sister Rabbit, Little Grievance doesn't know why you want me to leave, but I can't leave. So I apologize." As soon as her words fell, the girl spread her right palm, pointing it down towards the ground, her 5 fingers slightly curling. Suddenly, the buildings in the area began to tremble gently, dust falling in clumps, and the glass emitted a creaking sound under the unbearable weight. The insects hiding in the corners crazily scurried out. The evolvers still present were terrified to discover that the ground they stood on was becoming unstable. The earth was shaking. Deep underground, something was surging and roaring. It seemed ready to break through the ground and devour everything above. A disaster. Chapter 51, Heavenly Might. The purple-black parrot realized something today. Luck tends to balance out overall. A few days ago, she was just an ordinary evolver, and among ordinary evolvers, she was among the weaker ones. She accidentally encountered two chosen ones, which could be said to be the worst luck ever. Thinking she was going to be eaten, her luck had definitely dropped to the bottom. As a result, because she spoke human language well, she was mistakenly thought to be one of them, and by a twist of fate, she joined their ranks, even rising to the 4th position, with many subordinates stronger than herself. Although she worried about being exposed one day, her days were indeed comfortable, and her luck was at its peak. Unfortunately, after just a few days of good fortune, a killing god suddenly appeared and effortlessly annihilated her side. Luck fell from its peak and returned to the bottom once again. However, in this seemingly doomed situation, she somehow survived. Although she had to give up on 3 chosen ones and hundreds of evolvers, which was extremely painful. Being able to become familiar with the big boss felt like being a little brother to the big boss. This situation of narrowly escaping death and seeming to encounter an opportunity could be considered good luck, right? Then, there was no then. The big boss inexplicably threw her away, during which she hit a tree branch, broke several bones, and even injured her wings. Ultimately, after experiencing several days of ups and downs, she turned back into that weak, helpless, and pitiful little parrot. Luck returned to square one, and life returned to square one. Forget it, being alive is good. Although everything had returned, she no longer had to worry about when she would be exposed. The purple-black parrot comforted herself. Being a parrot means knowing how to be content. Now back to being all alone, she cautiously moved her injured body, preparing to find a place to hide. After all, the world was not safe now, and her ability to survive had significantly decreased with her injured wing. However, why did the big boss suddenly throw me away? The purple-black parrot murmured softly to herself in a voice only she could hear while searching for a suitable hiding place. Even if the big boss has such a bad personality, surely he wouldn't be so capricious? Just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble lightly, and the bushes rustled. Boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds came from afar. Was that the direction she had flown from? The purple-black parrot turned to look in the direction of the sound and was instantly dumbfounded. In the distant sky, dark red lava, accompanied by rolling black smoke, surged straight into the clouds, violently tearing through the cloud layer. The sea of fire filled the sky, and black smoke obscured the sun. Massive waves of fire swept in all directions, falling like a torrential rain. Countless burning rocks rained down, ruthlessly destroying and incinerating everything on the ground. The might of annihilation. At the top floor of the Shanghai Grand Hotel, Mubei stared blankly at the scene in the distance, and for a long time. Even the homemade ice cream in his hand melted, and he didn't notice. Damn, at that moment, he felt that even this word could not describe the shock in his heart. What was he seeing? A volcanic eruption. A volcanic eruption in the city. What the hell is this? Why would there be a volcanic eruption in the city? Mubei came back to his senses and squatted down to pinch the clumsy cat beside his feet. It felt real. What the hell? This isn't a dream. Mubei was even more confused. He remembered that there was no volcano in that place. Could it be an underground volcano? Just like the one under Yellowstone National Park in the USA? But he hadn't heard anything about that. In the distance, the sky was fierce and majestic. The entire west side of the city was engulfed in flames, resembling a hell on earth. The fire had been burning for the entire afternoon, showing no signs of stopping. This disaster was far too severe, completely on a different level from the various fires that had occurred in the past. Mubei even suspected that it would eventually affect him here. If that were to happen, he and the clumsy cat might have to consider leaving and moving to another city. However, this would not only add complications, but also involve significant risks during the moving process. After all, after going out today, he had gained a deeper understanding of the power of his hatred halo. In the evening, it started to rain. Around the same time, the doorbell rang. Mubei went to open the door, and sure enough, Miss Rabbit was standing outside, still with that indifferent expression. He glanced at her and suddenly said, "Miss Rabbit, are you injured?" Although Miss Rabbit had no visible wounds, there were several spots on her hands and feet where her rabbit fur was missing, likely from injuries that had healed but where the fur had not yet grown back. Moreover, her clothes were somewhat damaged. Miss Rabbit replied lightly. Mubei casually asked, "Is your opponent also an evolved being who has obtained meteorite fragments like you? Are you referring to the Chosen Ones?" Miss Rabbit asked. Chosen Ones? Mubei was taken aback. Some evolved beings outside who had obtained fragments were calling themselves that. She explained it a bit. Chosen Ones. Mubei repeated the name and couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Rabbit asked, "What's wrong?" "Just find it a bit funny," Mubei said with a laugh. "So, Not only humans but animals also become so arrogant after awakening their intelligence? By the way, what was the outcome? She got away. Oh, Mubei said. Miss Rabbit handed him a bag she was holding. Seeds. Okay. Mubei took it and said, but I might have to move soon. Upon hearing this, Miss Rabbit showed a puzzled expression. Why? Volcanic eruption. Mubei replied, it might affect this place. TSK. Who would have thought there was an active volcano underground? If this happened before humanity's extinction, the relevant leaders would have been executed 10 times over. Don't worry, it won't reach here, Miss Rabbit said. Why? Mubei was confused. Isn't it raining? Miss Rabbit said casually. Mubei chuckled in disbelief. This little rain was nothing, but he had no intention of arguing with her. Instead, he said, I just made some yogurt with milk powder. Would you like to try some? No need. Miss Rabbit rejected him lightly and turned to walk back to her room. It's carrot-flavored, Mubei added. As soon as he said that, Miss Rabbit's ears twitched, and then she walked back. Okay. After watching Miss Rabbit take the carrot-flavored yogurt back to her room, Mubei shook his head with amusement and closed the door. Then, he opened the bag to take a look, and he was immediately at a loss. Miss Rabbit brought back quite a few seeds, many packets. But why were they all carrots? I'm not a rabbit. Late at night, unable to sleep, Mubei sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought as he looked out at the scene beyond the floor-to-ceiling window. Rumbling, thunder and lightning, heavy rain pouring down. Why did a typhoon suddenly come? Chapter 52. Overthinking is worse than knocking on the door to disturb. In the summer, it's not unusual for a typhoon to come here. It happens every year. This sudden appearance, if it weren't for the inexplicable volcanic eruption during the day, Mubei would think it was just that the typhoon was moving quickly. Hence the sudden change in weather and the onset of strong winds and rain. After all, there were no weather forecasts now. He didn't understand how to predict the weather based on cloud changes and humidity. But after the volcanic eruption, a typhoon came right after. This seemed very strange. After all, a volcanic eruption in the city is absurd. He had lived here for so many years and had never heard of any dormant volcano underground. After internally complaining about this bizarre situation, Mubei glanced at the clumsy cat, who had just been startled awake by the thunder 2 minutes ago, but was now peacefully asleep again, and couldn't help but feel that being carefree was nice. The night was deep, and outside the floor-to-ceiling window was pitch black, with only the occasional lightning slicing through the sky to bring a momentary cold light to the world. The raging typhoon howled, and the heavy rain mercilessly pounded against the window, creating a rhythm of crackling sounds. With an unfruitful outing, returning to see the bizarre volcanic eruption and typhoon, Mubei felt that the events of today were more than the sum of the past month. He thought of the rabbit next door and recalled her earlier action during the day. That shouldn't be something achievable just by having a strong physical body, right? Is bamboo poisonous? No. Out of curiosity, he had borrowed it from Miss Rabbit and seen that it was just an ordinary bamboo stick. The next morning, ding dong. A sleepless Mubei pressed the doorbell of the next room. He thought it was better to ask directly than to think about it endlessly. Didn't someone say that communication is key between people, and the same goes for between humans and rabbits? After a while, Miss Rabbit opened the door. Good morning. Mubei greeted her and handed over a bag of yogurt, saying, I can't stand the carrot flavor, so I'm giving it all to you. Oh, Miss Rabbit took it, looked at it, and then showed it. Do you have something else to say? Expression. Mubei, don't you think you should say something? Miss Rabbit tilted her head slightly and, after thinking for a moment, said, thank you. Then, as a thank you for the yogurt, she added, don't you think you should invite me in to sit for a while? Mubei said, well then, come in. With that, she turned and walked into the room. Mubei followed her and closed the door. Miss Rabbit's room was arranged almost identically to his and the clumsy cat's room. After all, they were adjacent hotel rooms. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, there was no sign of the typhoon letting up. Due to the bad weather and the lack of lights, the room seemed somewhat dim, but it didn't hinder visibility. After casually surveying the room, Mubei got straight to the point. Actually, I came here today to ask you something. Oh, Miss Rabbit casually replied, taking out a bottle of carrot-flavored yogurt from the bag and taking a sip. Perhaps enjoying it, she added, go ahead and ask. In Mubei's eyes, Miss Rabbit was someone who did whatever she wanted. For instance, if she was interested in him, or the clumsy cat. She simply moved next door without caring about how the parties involved felt. So, since Miss Rabbit said to ask, Mubei straightforwardly asked, do all chosen ones have their own abilities? Miss Rabbit replied casually while enjoying her yogurt. What about ordinary evolved beings? Mubei pressed further. It's possible, Miss Rabbit said, finishing one bottle of yogurt and pulling out a second from the bag. It's ultimately just a matter of the degree of evolution. Mubei pondered for a moment. He had previously thought that the only difference between ordinary evolved beings and chosen ones was just the meteorite fragments. The chosen ones were fortunate enough to have obtained meteorite fragments. In other words, they had received more evolutionary material, let's call it that for now. However, whether the extra evolutionary material merely allows them to be one step ahead in the evolutionary path, or if a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change, remains unknown. Miss Rabbit believes it is the former, but her casual response always makes Mubei feel as if she knows something. So, Miss Rabbit, is your ability to control the opponent's body balance? He curiously asked. No, Miss Rabbit waved her hand, saying, my ability could be said to be the most useless ability in the world. You don't need to worry about it. Huh. Mubei was bewildered by her statement. The most useless ability in the world. What a joke. Although it's not about controlling the opponent's body balance. Being able to do that is definitely not a bad thing, right? In other words, it must be an ability that can not only control the opponent's body balance, but also do other things. Where on earth is it useless? Miss Rabbit looked down and counted the yogurt in her bag, then raised her head and said, let me answer one last question for you. Huh. Is the carrot-flavored yogurt's ability so powerful? Mubei suddenly felt that he should make more of this dark cuisine when he returned home. With many questions to ask, he hesitated for a moment before throwing out a guess that even he found absurd. The volcanic eruption yesterday, and the typhoon outside now. Do you think it could have been caused by the ability of some chosen one? How could that be possible? You're overthinking it, right? Miss Rabbit replied. But I still feel it's very strange, Mubei said. You're overthinking it, Miss Rabbit said lightly. Mubei thought for a moment and sighed. All right. After asking his questions, he prepared to take his leave. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly turned around and said, I've been forgetting more and more lately. Oh? Miss Rabbit casually responded. Mubei continued, at first. I just forgot the brand of the tape recorder I used in middle school and the name of my homeroom teacher in elementary school, little things. Later, I found that my parents' faces were a bit blurry in my dreams, and now I can hardly remember the faces of my family and friends. Upon hearing this, Miss Rabbit squinted slightly, and a hint of seriousness appeared in her blood-red pupils. Mubei continued. It's as if the memories of the past 20 years are slowly disappearing from my mind. Is that so? Miss Rabbit said after a moment of silence. However, the 8 sufferings you mentioned earlier, the more I ponder, the more I feel an impression, yet I can't recall it, like a memory from long ago. Mubei pressed his lips together and said, form, feeling, thought, action, consciousness, these are the 5 aggregates. The 5 aggregates gather into the body, like a fire burning fiercely, leading to the suffering of the 5 aggregates. The suffering of form arises from the intensity of form. The suffering of thought arises from love and separation, resentment and hatred. And the 3 sufferings of unfulfilled desires. The suffering of action arises from aging. The suffering of consciousness arises from birth and death. So, Miss Rabbit, the 8 sufferings shouldn't just be a simple religious philosophical issue, right? The last question, Miss Rabbit did not answer. Mubei waited for a while. But when he saw no response, he opened the door and left. He clearly felt that Miss Rabbit knew something. And he also clearly felt that she didn't want to tell him. Back in his room, Mubei found the silly cat playing with a ball of yarn, and couldn't help but sigh again that being carefree was indeed something to be envied. After petting the cat for a while, he lazily lay down on the bed, lifted the silly cat high, and then set it aside. I say, silly cat, what exactly are the 8 sufferings? Meow? What could it be? Meow? I feel like I have an impression. Meow? Sigh, forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Meow? Why did you ask me? Meow? After this exquisite dialogue, Mubei gave up. He felt a bit foolish for asking the silly cat earlier. However, he quickly became foolish again. Silly cat. Do you think the rabbit lady next door has some bad intentions? Meow? She was the one who first mentioned the 8 sufferings, but she won't tell me the details. Speaking of this, Mubei couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. I can sense that it should be related to my memory. If I could know what the 8 sufferings are, perhaps I could remember something. Additionally, Mubei noticed that when he mentioned his memory problems, Miss Rabbit's expression changed. His intuition told him that she definitely knew something, but she just wouldn't say it. Meow meow. You think she has bad intentions too? Meow. Sigh, Mubei sighed deeply. And after a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke as if to himself. Silly cat. What exactly is wrong with my memory? Regarding memory issues, Mubei only recently discovered them. It wouldn't be accurate to say he was slow, Rather, the way his memory was deteriorating was strange. He didn't forget things or become absent-minded about what he needed to do. He just found that many things were unclear when he tried to recall past events. The first time this situation occurred was when he took the silly cat and the stinky monkey out and wanted to give the stinky monkey some musical exposure. That day, he accidentally discovered that he couldn't remember the brand of the tape recorder he bought in middle school, even though his memory had always been good. And he usually remembered many small things. He couldn't recall the brand of the tape recorder he used to listen to Jay Chou's songs. But that was ultimately just a trivial matter. Forgetting it was no big deal, and he didn't think much of it. In the following days, although he would occasionally recall the past and find that he couldn't remember certain things, they were also very minor matters, and they happened many years ago. No matter how much Mu Bei prided himself on his good memory, he wouldn't dare to say he remembered everything. It is quite normal to forget some distant, insignificant memories. Therefore, at that time, he merely sighed and didn't find anything strange. As for dreams, having a blurry face in dreams is actually very common. After that, strange rain fell, and evolution began. He and the silly cat changed their residence, learning to adapt to a new life. Although life couldn't be said to be particularly dangerous, it was definitely not as carefree and idle as before. Additionally, once they changed their place of residence, there was naturally no situation of seeing things that reminded him of the past. Thus, for over a month, Mu Bei rarely recalled past events, but focused all his energy on his current life. It was only recently, by chance, that he suddenly realized he couldn't remember many things. Not just trivial matters, but also some things he shouldn't forget. For example, which friends he had and what his parents looked like. These were things he shouldn't forget, but he just happened to forget. To say forget might be too much. For now, he could only say some things were a bit unclear. But Mu Bei knew that if this continued, it wouldn't be long before he completely forgot who his friends were and what his parents looked like. It had only been a little over a year since humanity's extinction, and he wasn't at an age where he would suffer from dementia. Such a speed of forgetting was absolutely abnormal. Mu Bei had also thought that it might be a side effect of resurrection. However, this explanation had an unexplainable aspect. He clearly remembered events that occurred after humanity's extinction, even some trivial matters, and he hadn't experienced any forgetfulness in his daily life. In other words, what he was gradually forgetting were just memories from before humanity's extinction. Therefore, rather than saying Mu Bei's memory was deteriorating, it might be more accurate to say that the memories of the past 20 years were disappearing from his mind. Next door, in Miss Rabbit's room, after Mu Bei left, she put the remaining bottles of yogurt in the refrigerator, then skillfully picked up the air conditioner remote control from the TV cabinet and turned on the air conditioning. 6,000 years of a great dream. Is it finally time to wake up? Miss Rabbit murmured softly and slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the thunder and lightning had eased slightly, but the storm raged on. In the area affected by the volcanic eruption, the rain fell on the hot lava and burning buildings, quickly evaporating into mist, shrouding a large area. From a distance, it resembled a massive white beast crawling on the ground. Miss Rabbit gazed out and muttered to herself. Looking at it this way, the calamity without cause of Little Yuan is truly remarkable. The natural disasters that trigger calamities and the man-made disasters that bring misfortune. With just a slight guidance, even the forces of nature can become weapons in her hands, and disasters tend to stack up like a chain reaction. In terms of destructive power, calling it the greatest of the 8 sufferings would not be an exaggeration. She stood silently, staring at the storm outside, but her mind was somewhat absent. However, the most troublesome thing is not the natural disasters and man-made disasters. Meeting those one does not like is called the gathering of resentment and hatred. This is the most fundamental and widespread application of calamity without cause, and it is passive and uncontrollable. The power that pulls fate in the dark, Little Yuan's discord with others, will eventually lead to the gathering of the 8 sufferings here due to calamity without cause. Just like this. Thinking of this, a hint of melancholy appeared on Miss Rabbit's face, as if recalling some very distant memory, remembering that roaring figure. She sighed, which was rare for her, and said, "Song Long, this time, you will die. I really can't kill Little Yuan, and even if she leaves here, can it really change anything?" The room fell into silence, and after a long while, she finally spoke softly. Is this ultimately fate? Chapter 54, Interlude 03. The girl finds a baby. The wind in the wilderness always blows with a desolate chill. In this plain overgrown with weeds more than a meter high, there are no trees in sight, nor any decent waterholes, and even larger rocks are scarce. Most of the evolved beings, having gradually shed their wild habits, disdain such places. Even those who still maintain herbivorous habits clearly prefer to look for more nutritious plants instead of the weeds here. Some herbivores have even changed their habits and started hunting other evolved beings. After all, although plants have also evolved, their nutritional value is often far less than that of other evolved beings' flesh and blood. However, what makes this plain so deserted is not just this. There is another reason: a huge anthill. Thousands of giant ants roam this area, considering the wilderness their territory. More than 20 evolved beings once attempted to cross here, relying on their numbers, but they never made it out. Since then, nearby evolved beings have avoided this place like the plague, and anyone who sees it will take a detour. In everyone's eyes, this wilderness has nothing attractive and is so dangerous that anyone who runs there must either be out of their mind or seeking death. However, there are indeed people who would run to such places. She is neither out of her mind nor seeking death. She simply has no choice. Damn it! That little brat ran into the wilderness. Outside the wilderness, 3 goat-like evolved beings surveyed the area, and one of them burst into anger, shouting at another, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could that little wolf brat have escaped? How can you blame it all on me? What were you doing at that time?" The shouted one retorted, "You have responsibilities too." "No, it was your task to watch that brat. Don't put all the blame on me. It was clearly your responsibility. Do you want to fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid?" The two began to accuse each other and argued fiercely, just as it seemed they were about to come to blows. Another larger and more robust goat-evolved being finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Enough." As soon as he spoke, the other two immediately fell silent. Clearly, he was the leader among them. "I'll go in and take a look." After saying this, the leader frowned and entered the wilderness. However, just moments later, he stumbled out in a disheveled state, looking back in panic. "It's too dangerous in there. Those giant ants keep calling their companions, swarming out in droves. There are just too many. If I hadn't run fast, I might have been done for." Then, he said somewhat relieved, "Fortunately, they only consider this wilderness their territory and didn't chase me out. Let's go. That wolf girl is doomed." "Yes." The other two responded respectfully, their attitudes very deferential, because standing before them was a chosen one, holding a high status in their clan. As the 3 were about to leave, the leader of the goat, chosen one, thought for a moment and then instructed, "You two stay here, in case that little brat runs in and hides. And if she is lucky enough not to encounter the ant swarm, she might return after we leave, and then she would slip away. This situation is also possible. That little brat's mother swallowed a divine stone while pregnant with her, and all signs indicate she has gained some benefits, but she is still young, so she poses no real threat. However, that doesn't mean she has the right to survive. To be cautious, you two stay here for a day, keeping a close watch on the surroundings. If after a day there is still nothing, then return. With that little brat's strength, she can't go far in this wilderness. She can't possibly hide in one spot for a day." "Yes," the two answered. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, the wolf girl who had run into this place was frantically fleeing without a clear direction. Her appearance retained the characteristics of the wolf tribe, covered in deep blue fur, with sharp claws on her limbs, but the proportions of her body parts were very close to that of a human. Therefore, she walked upright. The girl was lucky. She didn't encounter any patrolling giant ants when she entered. She did not look for a place to hide, nor did she think about returning after her pursuers left. Being young, she lacked such calm wisdom. Instead, fear, panic, the false sense of security brought by the weeds that were taller than her, and the slight relief and joy that seemed to indicate no one was chasing her anymore drove her deeper into the wilderness. However, luck eventually runs out. Without any warning, they appeared right in front of the girl, nearly a meter tall and even slightly taller than her. Their terrifying appearance made anyone shudder at the core, and the dark green shells shimmered with an eerie light. Most importantly, they never act alone. Blocking the girl's path were at least a dozen giant ants. She fell, lost control of her bladder, and trembled as an overwhelming sense of fear and a powerful survival instinct surged through her. The girl scrambled to her feet, using all fours to turn and flee. However, this was the territory of the ant swarm, an area widely recognized as a death zone nearby. To recklessly encounter the patrolling ants like this, how could there be a way out? The ferocious giant ants seemed to be everywhere, continuously appearing, and in no time at all, they easily pushed the girl into a desperate situation. Just at this moment of despair, a very faint crying sound suddenly reached her wolf ears, which had become exceptionally sensitive due to fear. Without a moment's hesitation, upon hearing the crying, the girl stumbled in that direction. If one thinks carefully, it is actually quite funny in such a situation. What was she going to do by running towards the sound of crying? But at this moment, the girl had no leisure to think about these things. In her desperation, not knowing where to escape, she heard a different sound and instinctively ran toward it. However, something strange happened. The girl ran further away, and the giant ants she encountered along the way became fewer, coupled with the fighting potential of the wolf tribe that erupted in a desperate situation. She narrowly escaped several ant ambushes, as if walking on a tightrope. Gradually, the originally certain death trap opened a gap. Finally, she stumbled her way to the source of the crying. On the wild ground, which looked no different from other places, lay a set of clothes worn by an adult man. Next to it, a brown cowboy hat, a sheathed longsword, and a small crying jaguar cub. This was everything that lay before the girl in the wilderness at that moment. Chapter 55, Interlude 04. The harsh reality approaching the girl. The jaguar cub in front of the wolf girl was smaller than her head, looking like it had just been born, its cries indistinguishable from those of a human baby. However, since the girl could speak the human language, she didn't find it strange. She endured the intense pain from her wounds and asked, "Did you save me?" For some reason, the ant swarm seemed to avoid this place. Wah, wah. The only response was the jaguar cub's continuous cries and its small paws flailing around. Seeing this, the wolf girl quickly got down on all fours, imitating her mother's past actions, rubbing her face against it to try to soothe it. But it felt very awkward for her, who was used to walking upright, and it didn't work at all. After a moment, she had to stand up, wrap it in the clothes on the ground, and awkwardly rocked it like she had seen in a human parenting illustration not long ago, saying, "Don't cry, baby. Don't cry." After a while, it actually had some effect, and the crying lessened a bit. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the things on the ground, saying, "Are those your dad's things? Did he leave for something? Let us wait for him here." However, waiting turned into 3 days, and they waited for nothing. Gurgle, gurgle. With no food nearby, the girl, who had come here to escape, was not only physically injured but also mentally exhausted. After 3 days without eating or drinking, she had reached her limit. The cub in her arms cried even louder. After waking from a weary dream due to hunger once again, the girl looked at the sky and softly said to the jaguar cub in her arms, "It's been 3 days, little baby. If we keep waiting like this, we'll starve to death. Let's South leave this place first. Don't worry. Your dad will definitely come to find you. Just like my mom and dad, they will also come to find me. So, to help them find us smoothly, we must leave here first and find a way to survive." As she spoke, she struggled to prop herself up, preparing to leave, hoping that the giant ants would not want to approach the cub. At that moment, the cub suddenly began to cry loudly, its tiny front paws reaching out towards the ground. "What's wrong?" The girl looked curiously in the direction of its small paws and began to understand. "You want these things your dad left behind." As she said this, she couldn't help but think of her own parents who had been taken away. Feeling a pang in her heart, she squatted down and picked up the cowboy hat and the long sword from the ground, placing them beside the cub. The jaguar cub stretched out its tiny paws, trying very hard to hold on to them, looking very precious. This made the girl feel a mix of amusement and heartache. Since the surrounding weeds were taller than her, she had to exert herself to jump a few times to observe the scenery in the distance. Then she chose a direction away from where she had come from, holding the sword and the cub, dragging her exhausted body towards the edge of the wilderness. The girl was right. It wasn't the place she had just been that the ant swarm avoided, but the jaguar cub in her arms. As she walked through the wilderness holding it, she didn't see a single giant ant. Although she didn't know why, thanks to it, she managed to survive and get out. "I owe you my life again." After successfully exiting the wilderness, the wolf girl said to the cub in her arms, "Before our parents find us, we have to rely on each other. I'm older than you, so I'm your sister, and you're my little brother." Wah. As soon as the girl finished speaking, it began to cry loudly. What's wrong? What's wrong? You don't like it?" The girl looked down and thought for a moment, suddenly feeling troubled. "Could it be that you see me as your mom?" "No way. No way. I'm still small. I can't be your mom." Wah. It continued to cry. Seeing this, the girl gritted her teeth and said, "All right, then for now, you can treat me as your mom." Wah. Wah. However, as soon as she said that, it cried even louder. Did I guess wrong?" The girl quickly said. "Then let us stick with sister." Wah. "Don't cry, baby. You'll be hurt." Wah. "Good baby, good." The girl awkwardly comforted the jaguar cub in her arms while carefully searching for food in the wilderness. In her view, this was the safest method. If danger arose, She could escape into the wilderness at the first moment. Because of the presence of the cub, the wilderness, which was extremely dangerous for others, became a refuge for her. However, not long after, she realized this method was not feasible. The nearby wilderness had been completely emptied of food by the ant swarm, even if there were leftovers. She didn't have the time to search carefully. Without food, both she and the cub in her arms would not be able to hold on any longer. Thus, the girl had no choice but to start moving towards a direction away from the wilderness. Fortunately, because the ant swarm occasionally went out to look for food. Not only was the wilderness itself deserted, but even the surroundings were rarely visited. Otherwise, the jaguar cub's cries would have attracted many malicious individuals. Soon, the girl found a small human town. After searching through a dozen households, she finally found some biscuits, snacks, and a few boxes of milk. Because she had seen these things before with her parents, she knew she needed to open the outer bag first. She carefully tore open a pack of milk with her claws, found a bowl, poured the milk into it, and then placed the cub next to the bowl, saying, "Good baby, drink the milk." Seeing it start to drink the milk, she then opened a pack of biscuits, swallowed hard, and began to eat them hastily. After consuming several packs of biscuits, the girl finally felt a sense of being alive again. Next, drowsiness hit her, and after her weary mind relaxed slightly, she couldn't help but fall asleep. That night, the girl had a beautiful dream, a wonderful dream about family reunion. However, in the middle of the night, bang, a loud noise shattered everything. Not even her dream was allowed to continue. After the door was kicked open, a dozen goat-evolved beings streamed in. Following them, 2 chosen ones among the goats entered. "You're really lucky to have come out from the wilderness," one of the goat chosen ones, significantly taller than the others, said. "It's just a pity that your luck won't last. You weren't caught by the ones left behind, but instead encountered us who were out looking for food." Roar. The wolf girl gritted her teeth, a series of low growls emanating from deep within her throat. She leaned against the wall, slightly bending her knees, extending her right paw to shield the jaguar cub, constantly looking for a chance to escape. "Don't be so hostile." At that moment, another chosen one suddenly stepped forward. Unlike the previous one, he was of average size but walked upright, with a golden horn growing from his forehead. "We come with sincerity. Specifically bringing your parents here to reunite with you." "What do you mean?" The girl's eyes widened in an instant as she anxiously glanced behind them. "Mom and Dad are here." "Where are they?" "Let them go." "Oh dear, where are you looking?" The chosen one of the unicorn laughed and patted his belly, saying, "Aren't your parents right here?" Chapter 56, Interlude 05. Come. In that moment, the girl's mind went blank. She stared dumbfounded at the laughing evolvers and chosen ones, feeling the world around her suddenly spin. Despair, sadness, and anger surged within her like a burning flame, consuming all her rationality in the blink of an eye. Roar. She lunged at them like a wounded, crazed beast, only to be kicked back at a faster speed, leaving her covered in blood. However, the girl paid no attention to this. She attacked again and again, but was effortlessly kicked away each time. This was a torment that couldn't even be called a fight. Moments later, the severely injured girl collapsed in a pool of blood, no longer able to rise. She could only stretch her hand forward with great effort, mumbling deliriously, "Give them back to me. Give me my mom and dad back. Give them back. Give them back." All that responded to her were the raucous sounds of laughter in the room. Wow. Wow. At that moment, a young jaguar cub struggled to crawl over and stood between the girl and the evolvers. Its cries finally brought the girl back to her senses slightly. "Little baby? Huh." The chosen one of the unicorn let out a small gasp, as if just noticing that there was a cub in the room. He chuckled. "You little brat are really interesting. Even when you're in trouble, you pick up a burden." However, with a smile on his face, he lifted his foot and ground it against the jaguar cub, then suddenly kicked it hard. With a loud bang, the kicked cub crashed through the thick wall and fell into the adjacent room. "But look, it's dead now." Satisfied with the despair on the girl's face, the chosen one of the unicorn laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha." At that moment, the tall goat chosen one said lightly, "All right, stop playing, hurry up and kill this little brat. You're just too serious." The chosen one of the unicorn shrugged, saying, "What's wrong with playing a bit? But fine, if you don't want to play, I won't." After saying this, he grinned and walked toward the despairing girl. But just then, a childish voice suddenly appeared. "Don't you feel ashamed bullying a little girl like this?" In the midst of shocked gazes, a young jaguar walked through the large hole in the wall and entered the room as if no one was there. It was even shorter than the girl, and, after picking up a cowboy hat from the ground, walked over to the girl in the blood pool, squatted down. gently placed the hat on her head, and comforted her. It's okay now, little girl. This scene had a subtly discordant feeling, because it was clearly very small. But it acted as if it regarded itself as an adult. Little baby? The girl barely lifted her head, her eyes vacant, breath barely there as she asked. Her vision was blurry, but she could smell the scent of a little baby from the other side. The young jaguar gently patted her head over the hat and said again, "It's okay." Then, it stood up, turned around, and faced the dozen or so goat evolvers and 2 chosen ones, saying, "Next, I will be your opponent." As soon as the words fell, it suddenly reached back with its hand and then brought it to its front. In its tiny paw was a golden horn. At that moment, the golden horn on the chosen one of the unicorn's forehead had mysteriously disappeared. Attacking a dying little girl, can you have some shame? The young jaguar looked up at him, its voice childish but cold as it said, "If you have the ability, come at me openly, you bunch of trash." "You're that one from before?" The chosen one of the unicorn frowned. "Why have you suddenly grown?" "Because the 0 hour has passed," the young jaguar replied. "Huh, you're just trying to be mysterious." Upon hearing this, the chosen one of the unicorn sneered, looking at the horn in the young jaguar's hand, and said, "Come back." However, the golden horn showed no response. "Come back." No response. "Come back." Still no response. The chosen one of the unicorn's face turned red as he shouted loudly, "Come back." At this moment, the young jaguar looked at the horn in its hand, then glanced at the chosen one's right leg, which was stained with blood from kicking the girl repeatedly. "If you want it, I'll give it back to you," it suddenly said, then casually flicked its paw. Almost at the same instant, with a bang, the chosen one of the unicorn's right leg was struck as if hit by a cannonball, suddenly disappearing, leaving only a bleeding hoof lying alone on the floor. Everything happened too quickly. It wasn't until 2 or 3 seconds later that the chosen one of the unicorn reacted, the excruciating pain continuously stimulating his nerves, causing him to roll around while clutching his leg. The sudden turn of events threw all the evolvers into chaos. But the young jaguar had no intention of taking advantage of the chaos. It merely took a step forward and shouted, "Come, little brat, don't be too arrogant." Seeing this, the tall goat chosen one raised his head and bellowed. Then his 4 hooves and horns suddenly grew several times larger, turning a dark gray color, exuding a sense of ominousness. With a powerful push against the ground, he disappeared from his original spot. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hooves pounding the floor echoed through the room like a torrential rain. Seemingly wary of the young jaguar's strength, he didn't T-charge directly, but kept changing positions, looking for an opportunity. About 10 seconds later, a sharp glint flashed in the goat chosen one's eyes as he found a blind spot. His hooves grew even larger, and with a forceful leap, he unleashed all his power, charging full force at the young jaguar. At the same time, a black, eerie sheen began to flow from his horns. However, everything came to a halt when he collided with the young jaguar. The tremendous rebound force shook the goat chosen one's internal organs violently, and in a daze, he felt as if he was being lifted. Lifted? The goat chosen one's pupils shrank, barely waking up from the impact, and was immediately terrified. The young jaguar was gripping his horns with one hand, swinging it hard, and smashing it onto the floor. The concrete floor cracked in response. They were on the 5th floor, but after the young jaguar's strike, the goat chosen one's body crashed through multiple floors, ultimately being smashed into the ground of the 1st floor with a loud bang. Rubble flew, dust billowed. Moonlight streamed through the window into the room, illuminating the deep, dark hole as if it were a monster ready to devour. At that moment, all the goat evolvers fell silent. Even the chosen one of the unicorn, who had lost a leg, dared not wail anymore. Aside from the sound of gravel rolling and the floor cracking, there was no other noise. The world was so quiet that it seemed only they remained, along with the young jaguar that was looking at them. Come. Chapter 57 Interlude 06 Old Sorrowful Songlong. Half a minute later, everything came to an end. The young jaguar neither displayed any strange abilities nor showcased any intricate techniques, yet the battle ended abruptly and overwhelmingly. All abilities and tricks lost their meaning in the face of its straightforward combat. It was pure speed, strength, reflexes, and physical ability. After the battle ended, the young jaguar walked back to the girl and found that she had already fainted. It adjusted her position and, using its claws, cut its finger to let its blood drip into her mouth. "Don't worry, little girl, you'll be okay," it said, its voice youthful, yet carrying a reassuring tone. As if sensing this reassurance even in her unconscious state, the pain on the girl's face eased slightly. After doing all this, the young jaguar looked around. That swing it made almost split the entire building in half. Although it seemed fine now, it was still somewhat dangerous for the unconscious girl. So, it picked up the girl, took its belongings, and changed to another location. Time passed slowly. Due to her severe injuries and mental trauma, the girl still had not woken up by morning. However, her breathing had become much steadier and stronger, a significant improvement compared to her previous state of barely breathing. And her wounds had healed quite a bit. After the young leopard kept watch for a while, he went out to find some food and clothing. Day turned into night, and the girl continued to sleep until the next evening when her eyelids gently fluttered. Is the little girl awake? A clear, somewhat childish voice reached her ears amidst the darkness. Ah! The wolf tribe girl suddenly opened her eyes, and memories from before her coma flooded her mind, causing her to scream in pain and hold her head. Just then, a warm hand gently pressed on her head. Don't be afraid, it's okay now. The girl looked up in confusion and saw a jaguar boy standing in front of her, about 2 heads taller than her. They are all dead, he said. Dead? The girl asked blankly, momentarily unable to process this. The jaguar boy nodded and said, yes, they are all dead. Upon hearing this, the girl wanted to ask something, but suddenly sniffed the air and looked at the boy in shock, hesitantly asking, baby? Only then did she notice that although the boy in front of her was wearing clothes she had never seen before, the cowboy hat on his head and the long sword at his waist belonged to the baby. She suddenly remembered that before she lost consciousness, though her vision was blurry, she seemed to have seen the baby suddenly grow up to a height just a head shorter than hers. But now, looking at him, he seemed to be 2 heads taller than her. Had she been unconscious for many years? At that moment, the girl couldn't help but feel confused. Was this person really the baby? The completely bewildering situation even made her temporarily forget her painful memories. Seeing her confusion, the jaguar boy thought for a moment and said, this is my ability. Ability? The girl exclaimed in surprise. She knew that chosen ones all had their own abilities because her mother was a chosen one, although she had gained some advantages while in her mother's womb. Apart from being able to speak fluent human language, she was actually no different from other evolved beings. She never expected the baby to actually be a chosen one. Infant, childhood, adolescence, youth, middle age, old age, and decline, each lasting 7 days, continuously cycling, with different strengths at different stages, the jaguar boy explained calmly. This is my ability, ephemeral destiny. Oh wait, that's not right. The girl said in confusion, you were a baby for several days, after forcibly transforming into a certain stage. The entire next cycle is in the infant stage, the jaguar boy simply explained, then added somewhat awkwardly, among the 7 stages. Only the infant stage is something I can hardly control, so I caused you some trouble. Oh, the girl nodded somewhat dazedly. So, the baby wasn't really a baby after all. Although she didn't know how old he was, he should be older than her. Thinking about how the jaguar boy had just been crying and wiping his nose in her arms not long ago, she couldn't help but feel a bit amused yet awkward. I can't believe you turned out to be a chosen one, she said. Chosen one? The jaguar boy frowned and asked, is that what they call it here? It's for those who have obtained fragments of meteorites from the returning, evolved beings. Yeah, the girl replied, everyone calls them that. What's wrong, baby? The boy pondered for a moment and said, it's nothing. Also, my name is not baby. Then what is it? The girl asked. My name is Songlong, old Songlong. The jaguar boy said. Songlong? Upon hearing the name, the girl seemed to remember something and said, I heard my parents. She was going to say something, but suddenly bit her lip tightly when mentioning her parents. After a while, she finally released her lip, wanting to continue, but every time she tried to mention her parents, she couldn't continue, and tears quickly filled her eyes. The jaguar boy named Songlong gently patted her head and said, if you want to cry, then cry. As if her weakness was allowed at that moment, the girl tightly grasped Songlong's clothes and burst into tears, crying heart-wrenchingly. Songlong quietly waited nearby, saying nothing, only occasionally gently patting the girl's head to offer comfort. After more than half an hour, the girl gradually stopped crying. After a moment of sniffing, she recalled what she had wanted to say earlier. I heard my parents say that dragons were the divine beasts worshipped by humans who lived here in the past. It is said that humans really like dragons. Upon hearing this, a hint of melancholy appeared in Songlong's eyes as if he recalled something, but he didn't say much, simply responding, Do you also worship dragons? The girl guessed. Not really. My name wasn't chosen by me, Songlong said, and besides, in my era, there was no such thing. The girl pouted and skeptically asked, How old are you? I've actually lived quite a few years, Songlong replied. Definitely not as long as the history of dragons. The girl waved her hands, describing what dragons looked like, and finally said, "These are all things my parents told me." This scene made Songlong a bit stunned. He realized that the girl was far stronger than he had imagined. Those evolved beings seemed to have other accomplices. "Do you want to take revenge?" Songlong asked. Upon hearing this topic, the girl's expression darkened. She bit her lip and finally shook her head. "No need. The two bad guys who took my parents were among those people you said were dead, right?" "Yes, but the remaining people are with them. Don't you hate them?" Songlong asked. The girl thought for a moment and said, "I still hate them." "Then why not kill them?" Songlong asked. Why do we have to wipe them out?" The girl asked in confusion. Hearing this, Songlong couldn't help but smile. A heart as blank as white paper cannot be called kind. At most, it can only be called naive. But having experienced pain and seen darkness, still being willing to embrace the world with kindness amidst tears and struggles is undoubtedly true kindness. Songlong sincerely hoped that the strong and kind girl could embrace the beauty of the world in her future life. He patted the girl's head gently and asked, "Do you have a name?" "No." The girl shook her head and said, "I heard that some evolved beings give themselves names, but I don't have one. My parents didn't give me a name." "Then how about I give you one?" Songlong asked. "Oh, okay," the girl replied. Songlong pondered seriously for a moment and said, "How about this?" Saying so, he used his fingernail to carve the character, Peng, into the ground. "This character means unchanging," he explained. "Hong?" The girl repeated. "From now on, this will be your name." "Okay," Songlong smiled and said, "I hope that no matter what you encounter in your future life, you can maintain this strength and kindness." The girl felt a bit confused, but still nodded. "Well then, Hong, I have to leave here. If you want, you can temporarily follow me," Songlong said as he walked outside. The girl hurriedly followed. "Temporarily?" "Yes," Songlong explained. "I have something to do, and before that, you can follow me." "What is it?" the girl asked curiously. If it had been before, Songlong might not have answered or would have remained silent for a moment before speaking. But now he simply said calmly, "To kill someone," because he had once again solidified his conviction. As they talked, the two walked toward the wilderness. The wind carried their conversation faintly. Does that person have a grudge against you?" "No. On the contrary, he has been very kind to me. A huge kindness." "Aren't you repaying kindness with enmity then?" "Yes, repaying kindness with enmity." "Then why do it?" "Why? To allow children like you to love others, to be loved by others, to pursue what you want. To do what you want to do, to give you the chance to discover the beauty of this world." Under the sunset, the two walked further away. The wind in the wilderness always blew with a mournful chill. Chapter 58 Crisis and Opportunity. Mu Bei felt that the city was probably finished. A few days ago, after a volcanic eruption, a typhoon suddenly arrived. They thought things would calm down, but who knew that in the afternoon of that day, a major earthquake suddenly struck, followed by another volcanic eruption. At that moment, he really doubted whether he lived in a volcanic zone. In the following days, earthquakes of various sizes continued, and occasionally there would be volcanic eruptions, happening not just in the west of the city, but everywhere. Fortunately, the Shanghai Grand Hotel where he lived was unscathed. Although it suffered some damage, it did not collapse. After all, it was the most upscale hotel in the city, with high construction quality and seismic resistance. Of course, Mu Bei also hesitated about whether to temporarily move out. After all, if the Shanghai Grand Hotel really collapsed, the consequences would surely be much worse than that of a 2- or 3-story flat building. However, in the end, he dismissed the idea. This place should have been considered Miss Rabbit's territory. He hadn't seen any other evolved beings come in for over a month. But once he moved away, those evolved beings who viewed him as an enemy might emerge from who knows where. Thinking this way, it was better not to change locations. Moving might be even more dangerous. Then, fortunately, despite the frequent earthquakes in the past few days, the Shanghai Grand Hotel held strong. The construction quality of this hotel was quite impressive, no doubt about it. While tending to the carrots he had planted, he spoke to Miss Rabbit, who had come over to check his food supplies. "Oh," Miss Rabbit responded lightly, indicating her lack of interest, then asked, "Can we eat it now?" Any person with common sense would tell you that you're thinking too much. It's only been a few days since you planted them. However, Mu Bei changed the topic and said, "Common sense doesn't apply now. It should be edible in a couple of days." The pots used to grow the carrots came from the large potted plants in the hotel. Due to being long neglected, the ornamental plants that were originally in the pots had long died, and the soil had dried out. Mu Bei pulled out the original plants, collected some rainwater, moistened the soil, and planted some carrot seeds. Initially, he was just bored and trying it out, not expecting the seeds to actually germinate, after all. Miss Rabbit had brought back so many carrot seeds, wasting a few didn't matter. But unexpectedly, despite the poor soil and light conditions placed in the hotel corridor, the carrot seeds sprouted the next day. Now, they were almost mature, growing at rocket speed. As for the reason for this abnormal situation, Mubei speculated that there might be some thin evolutionary substance in the air. If growing vegetables was this easy back then, I wouldn't have ended up not eating any at the end. Looking at how easily the carrots were growing now, Mubei couldn't help but think of his vegetable garden that was destroyed just as it was about to mature due to the evolution incident. By the way, Miss Rabbit, have you gone out in the past few days? He asked. Yes, to find something to eat. Miss Rabbit stared intently at the nearly mature carrots and said, but soon I won't need to go out anymore. Mubei, is this fellow planning to stay home? My silly cat and I have also gone out a few times in the past few days, but we didn't dare to go far. We found food and immediately came back, Mubei said. Because of the fog? Miss Rabbit asked. Yes, Mubei replied, looking out the window now. He couldn't see what the situation in the city was at all. Besides the frequent earthquakes and occasional volcanic eruptions, the typhoon had also wreaked havoc for several days. Although it prevented the spread of fires, it also created a massive amount of fog. Now, the entire city was shrouded in white mist. If he didn't rely on the silly cat's power when going out, he couldn't distinguish between people and dogs from a meter away. Furthermore, since there were ruins everywhere outside, saying it was difficult to move would be an understatement. In such circumstances, the role of vision was greatly diminished, relying more on hearing, smell, and intuition, naturally increasing the danger of going out. Moreover, under these visibility conditions, the modern weapons that Mubei was accustomed to using were rendered useless. Feeling the danger, in the past few days, he would find food and return immediately without lingering. However, opportunity often coexists with crisis. After a series of disasters, it was impossible to estimate how many evolved beings had died in the city, so Mubei was also considering whether he should go out and explore thoroughly. Thinking about the current miserable state of the city, he couldn't help but sigh. I estimate that when the fog clears, what we will see is a city that is unrecognizable and full of scars. Oh, Miss Rabbit responded flatly. The current situation didn't surprise her much. Simply put, it was a small grievance that triggered the dormant dead volcano underground, causing turmoil deep within the crust. Unforeseen disaster is such a troublesome ability. This ability can be said to be synonymous with bad luck and disaster, often starting something that cannot be controlled, frequently causing collateral damage, whether it be natural disasters or man-made disasters. However, because of the small grievance's gentle and somewhat timid nature, this ability has not caused too much disaster. Killing some evolved beings and destroying a city cannot be called a big deal. If unforeseen disaster fell into the hands of Song, it wouldn't be surprising if the world was destroyed at any time. So, how about leaving here to live elsewhere? Miss Rabbit suddenly spoke. Mubei looked at her in surprise. This is the second time you've said this to me. The exact same words Miss Rabbit had said to him once the day before yesterday. Based on his understanding of her, repeating the same opinion twice was not her style. Hearing this, Miss Rabbit fell silent for a moment, then said, "Forget it. It's useless anyway." Her words were abrupt, and after she finished speaking, she left on her own, neither explaining anything nor saying more, leaving Mubei completely puzzled. But he increasingly felt that the rabbit living next door was a bit strange, especially after they went out together that day and then parted ways. He didn't know what she encountered, but her words and actions occasionally seemed odd after returning, clearly hiding something from him. Sometimes, Mubei even wondered if Miss Rabbit might not be the chosen one. But if she wasn't the chosen one, who was she? Moreover, didn't she say that she had obtained meteorite fragments? Aren't those who have obtained meteorite fragments the chosen ones? Did she lie to me back then? That doesn't make sense. What reason would she have to lie to me at this moment? Another thought popped into Mubei's mind. He wanted to meet other chosen ones, and once this thought emerged, it became very urgent. Chapter 59 Special Risks and Rewards always coexist. In the thick fog where you can't see your hand in front of you, with evolved beings potentially emerging from anywhere. The predicament of lacking modern weapon support, and although he had tried to wait for the earthquakes and volcanic eruptions to subside, there was still a huge hidden danger that could not be guaranteed not to happen again. If it were just going out to find some food, it would be one thing. But if he wanted to explore deeply or even plan to contact the chosen ones, the danger level would skyrocket. One stroke of bad luck could cost him his life. The risks were extremely high, but the rewards were also very tempting. Because the silly cat can extract that mysterious black liquid droplet. During this time, Mubei has witnessed many battles between evolvers. But he has never seen any evolver extract mysterious droplets from an opponent's heart like the silly cat. Although the silly cat itself is not quite sure what that thing is. It is easy to infer from its lack of interest in other parts that it is nothing more than an essence or something of that nature. Other evolvers do not possess such abilities. Because of this ability, the tragic situation outside is like a bountiful fruit hanging precariously from a branch to the silly cat. Although it is very dangerous, it would be a mistake to miss this opportunity, Mubei sighed after weighing the options. To be honest, he does not like taking risks. After all, he just wants to survive alongside the silly cat and has no interest in being the world's #1 or invincible. Putting the silly cat in danger feels somewhat counterproductive, but in today's world, becoming stronger is necessary, and the potential gains this time are too tempting. It is worth taking some risks. Because if this opportunity is missed, it might require taking on even greater and more significant risks in the future to achieve similar gains. Moreover, from another perspective, with the cover of thick fog this time, they should be able to go further, and if things go wrong when encountering the chosen ones, the chances of escaping would also be higher, Mubei thought. After making the decision, he reached out to grab the silly cat, who was watching Tom and Jerry, and played with it, turning it over and examining it. Silly cat, is extracting that black liquid droplet your ability? Meow? The silly cat scratched its head, indicating that it didn't know. Mubei understood this very well. After all, what could one expect to learn from an idiot? He continued, but silly cat, you are quite special. You are neither an evolver nor a chosen one. Just by simply organizing the timeline, one can see that the silly cat's evolution is completely different from that of other beings. On the night of the meteor shower, the silly cat did not obtain any fragments. Yet it gradually awakened its intelligence and completed its evolution after some time, although it was incomplete due to a forced exit in the middle, transforming from an ordinary Scottish fold into its current snow-white form, with a tail resembling a two-dimensional foxtail. At the same time, the chosen ones, after obtaining fragments, gradually awakened their intelligence. They might have awakened certain abilities in advance, like the stinky monkey being able to sense the silly cat's aura from afar. But they did not complete their evolution. As for the evolvers, they did not exist at that time. Half a year later, when the eerie rain arrived, all beings began to evolve, yet the silly cat showed no signs of change. Just a little bit of organizing reveals that the timeline of the silly cat's evolution is different from both the evolvers and the chosen ones, making it very special. Another thing is its attitude towards Mubei. In today's world, aside from mutated creatures that have not awakened their intelligence, both evolvers and chosen ones seem to harbor deep hostility towards him for some reason. But the silly cat does not. It clearly possesses intelligence but does not hold any hostility towards him, and it's not because of their good relationship. It simply does not feel that way. Lastly, for some unknown reason, the silly cat cannot speak human language. Nowadays, even evolvers much weaker than the silly cat can manage to say a few words. But the silly cat cannot, which is quite strange. Mubei knows that his cat is special. It is different from other beings, but to him, it is just the silly cat. Sigh. Everyone is dead, and I'm still alive. Not only alive, but with billions of lives. Randomly picking up a cat that seems quite special, and the rabbit living next door also looks a bit special, Mubei muttered to himself, teasing the silly cat with a cat toy. After rambling on, he suddenly sighed and said somewhat dazedly, actually, compared to becoming stronger, I sometimes wish you could speak earlier. It's really boring being alone. Meow. The silly cat stretched out its little paw, wanting to comfort Mubei, but unfortunately, its legs were too short. How about I teach you sign language starting tomorrow? Mubei said. Meow. Never mind, with those meat paws of yours, you definitely won't be able to learn. Mubei said. So, silly cat, hurry up and learn to talk. This outing was undoubtedly the most dangerous one so far, and at the same time, it was the lightest and simplest one. Anti-material sniper rifles? In such thick fog, these things are useless and rather hinder movement. In the end, Mubei only brought a handgun, a small submachine gun, and 3 grenades. As for other preparations, the main thing was to remind the silly cat to run as soon as it encounters a chosen one, and he would handle the testing tasks, because after all, Mubei could be resurrected if he died, but the silly cat could not. This took Mubei a full 2 hours of talking, and after much persuasion, he finally got the silly cat to understand. As they were about to leave, he again reminded it anxiously, if you encounter a chosen one, you run. Do you understand? Just like Miss Rabbit next door, if you see one, you run. Remember? If you don't run when the time comes, don't blame me for cutting ties with you. Meow? Upon hearing this, the silly cat turned to look at Mu Bei, showing a surprised expression. After spending so much time together and going through hardships, Mu Bei could roughly understand the silly cat's expressions and actions, and he immediately became furious, slapping its head. You actually don't plan to run. After I told you so much, did you just let it go in one ear and out the other? This silly cat really made him mad. Thus, after another round of both soft and hard tactics, threats and temptations, and explaining the stakes and necessity under Mu Bei's self-destructively aggressive ultimatum of if you don't run, I'll commit suicide, the silly cat reluctantly agreed. This time it should really have agreed. After confirming this, Mu Bei felt somewhat relieved and sincerely thought that a thick-headed fool like the silly cat was really hard to deal with. Chapter 60. Yeah? Stepping out of the hotel door felt like entering another world. The view was a vast expanse of white, heavy with moisture, damp and muggy. Even though the typhoon hadn't passed, there was no refreshing feeling at all. As soon as he stepped in, Mu Bei borrowed the silly cat's power, but even so, his vision was still compressed to about 10 meters. 10 meters, even a human could run in under 2 seconds. Wild animals like cheetahs could do it in less than a second, not to mention the current evolvers. In the next moment after seeing the opponent, it might already be right in front of him. Therefore, this is definitely not a distance that provides peace of mind. Fortunately, the thick fog does not hinder hearing and smell. After borrowing the silly cat's power, aside from vision, Mu Bei's other senses were greatly enhanced, which was much more reliable than vision at this moment. That way, Mu Bei pointed towards the west of the city, speaking to the silly cat at his feet. Compared to earthquakes and the building collapses triggered by them, volcanic eruptions are undoubtedly more catastrophic, and the largest volcanic eruption occurred in the west of the city, which was the very first one. Afterwards, the disasters that followed were also the most numerous and severe in the west of the city. If the distribution of evolvers in the city was roughly uniform before, then the death toll there should be the highest. Meow? The silly cat responded. However, after giving the direction, Mu Bei sighed. Although we have set a goal, the possibility of being able to walk there all the way is minimal. They had just left the hotel and could still distinguish directions, but once they delved deeper, losing their sense of direction, combined with the inevitable sudden situations, the chances of being able to continuously head west were almost non-existent. Even though they would surely gain something along the way, since they had decided to come out, they might as well treat that place as their destination for now. As long as the city hasn't been too severely damaged, there are always ways to navigate by distinguishing road signs and landmarks. However, he and the silly cat probably wouldn't be returning to the hotel anytime soon. After some contemplation, Mu Bei advised the silly cat, try to avoid conflicts. If you have time to fight, you might as well collect a few more heads. After saying that, he helplessly wiped the rain off his face. The typhoon hadn't passed yet, and the strong winds and heavy rain continued. But to minimize noise and avoid affecting their movement, using an umbrella or wearing a raincoat was obviously impossible, so within a short while, he was completely drenched. He had a premonition that he might catch a cold. With this thought, he quickly and quietly dashed into the rain and fog with the silly cat. At that moment, in the room next door on the top floor of the hotel, a pair of blood-red, eerie eyes were silently watching them through the thick fog. After Mu Bei and the silly cat disappeared into the mist, the owner of those eyes shifted her gaze to the distance, seemingly pondering something. It was only after more than half an hour that she made a decision. Taking so long to consider something was extremely rare, even unprecedented, for her. Then, she opened the window and leaped down from the top floor of the hotel. Surprisingly, during her descent, the fur all over her body rapidly shed, and her body quickly transformed. By the time she landed, aside from her blood-red pupils and the rabbit ears on her head, she had become indistinguishable from a human girl. As soon as she landed, she headed in a certain direction without hesitation, moving with incredible speed. Unfortunately, the carrot was out of reach. Even if they were merely on their way, even if it was only for an hour, Mu Bei and the silly cat's gains were enough to match several days' worth of effort, and the probability of encountering an evolved being was much lower than before. Clearly, the frequent disasters had not only caused a large number of deaths, but had also made the surviving evolved beings much more cautious. After all, low visibility affected them just the same. With both sides being more cautious, the number of encounters naturally decreased, under the policy of focusing on collecting heads and avoiding conflicts. So far, they had only experienced one unavoidable deadly struggle, which was significantly better than the previous outing with Miss Rabbit. However, fewer encounters with the enemy did not mean that the fog was safe. On the contrary, it was very dangerous, because battles had become exponentially more difficult. The opponent in that unavoidable, deadly struggle wasn't very strong. In the past, the silly cat could have resolved it quickly, but this time it dragged on for quite a while due to the thick fog. The harsh environment made combat unpredictable, with many variables. Ambushes became easy and hard to guard against. What worried Mubei the most was that although they were lucky this time, if the next drawn-out battle attracted other evolved beings, it could create a vicious cycle of encirclement and massacre, which would be troublesome. If it came to that, he would have to use his trump card to act as bait. Moreover, there was the unknown chosen one who could appear at any moment. With high rewards come high risks. After witnessing the grim situation before him, Mubei realized that this disaster was likely a reshuffling for the evolved beings in this city. After devouring the unfortunate victims, the surviving evolved beings would become stronger. More crucially, disasters brought people together. Perhaps a large evolved force would emerge. Thus, this was not just a regrettable missed opportunity. It was also a very dangerous one, even though it was fraught with risks. Mubei and the silly cat couldn't afford to miss it. Besides, he couldn't turn back now because he was lost. In a place filled with ruins and visibility limited to 10 meters, searching for prey while avoiding other evolved beings, after recently experiencing a deadly struggle. It was truly difficult not to lose direction. Perhaps from the moment he stepped into the fog, the only thing he could do was take one step at a time. If the path after leaving the hotel was roughly a straight line, they were now far from the hotel. If they had been going in circles, they might still be near it. The silly cat was gathering mysterious droplets while Mubei stood guard, pondering the current situation. It seemed there were likely no chosen ones near the hotel. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone so long without encountering any. If they had already moved far from the hotel, then perhaps a chosen one could emerge at any moment. Looking around, the visibility range was filled with ruins, but perhaps somewhere there could be a road sign buried. Mubei planned to take a little time to search for it to determine where he was now, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a momentary darkness in his consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found his perspective had changed. A massive, illusory tombstone was hovering behind him, mysterious and solemn. Grand and ancient. Huh? Am I dead? Chapter 61. This is not what I planned. Death is something that most people only experience once. But Mubei had gone through it several times, yet none were as inexplicable as this one. Am I dead? Upon realizing this, Mubei felt no fear. No shock or confusion about how he died or who killed him. Instead, he thought, oh no, the silly cat is in danger. At that moment, the silly cat was staring blankly in the direction of his soul's feet, which was where his body lay, seemingly stunned and unresponsive. An overly intense shock can cause one's mind to crash, especially for someone not very sharp, and this time, Mubei's death was too sudden, even he was dazed. But being dazed at this moment was extremely dangerous. Without a moment's hesitation or pause, Mubei chose to resurrect. In his soul state, he was absolutely safe. But he didn't take the opportunity to search for his enemy or even check how he died. Instead, he immediately chose to resurrect. Because there was something much more important at hand. Silly cat, run. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Mubei's body hadn't even fallen yet. After yelling loudly, he exerted force with his feet and shot out in the opposite direction from where the silly cat was. He didn't know where the enemy was or who they were, but he knew the enemy was very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The earlier attack he hadn't reacted to. And neither had the silly cat. What did that mean? It meant that if the enemy had attacked the silly cat instead of him, the silly cat could have died. At the very least, it would be severely injured. A wave of fear surged in Mubei's heart, followed by anger. It felt like a burning heat was scorching his chest, but he knew now was not the time to vent his emotions. The most important thing was to run. To use himself as bait. To let the silly cat escape. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he felt another sharp pain in his chest. Immediately, his consciousness went dark again. Death descended once more. This time, Mubei still didn't see where the enemy was, who they were, or how they attacked him. But he saw how he died. A bloody, gaping hole appeared in his left chest, and his heart was completely destroyed. Such a wound made Mubei immediately think of a sniper. 99? That guy appeared again? No, wait. There was no gunfire. Moreover, if he had indeed been shot through by an anti-material sniper rifle, the buildings behind him should have been damaged too. But they weren't. So this wasn't a sniper. Furthermore, in this pitch-black environment, it was impossible for a sniper to appear. Suddenly, a small shadow darted into Mu Bei's soul vision. The dark shadow was slightly smaller than the large hole in his chest. It was a very small brown bird with a long, slender beak. Its flying posture resembled that of hovering, and it was hiding in the dead angle of vision between him and the clumsy cat. If it weren't for the fact that Mu Bei was currently in a soul state, he would have definitely struggled to detect its presence. A hummingbird. The one attacking them was a hummingbird. Just as Mu Bei's soul discovered it, the bird sprang into action. In an instant, it flapped its wings over 100 times. And then, after a strange wave, it suddenly vanished from its position. It didn't simply accelerate to the point of looking like it had disappeared. It truly vanished. The originally empty space rippled like the surface of a lake at that moment, and the flapping hummingbird seemed like a stone dropping into water, completely losing its trace once it entered. This bizarre scene heightened Mu Bei's sense of crisis to its peak. He instantly understood the situation. A chosen one. A chosen one with spatial abilities. This was simply terrible. Mu Bei did intend to contact a chosen one, but he absolutely did not want to encounter one with spatial abilities. It's well known that, whether in novels or anime, spatial abilities are generally very dangerous. What the hell kind of luck is this? This city is so big, there are so many chosen ones. How did he end up bumping into one with spatial abilities? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Mu Bei chose to resurrect once more, shouting, "Idiot! I'm still alive." In the next moment, less than a meter away from the clumsy cat, the space rippled again like the surface of water, and the hummingbird appeared out of nowhere. Turning around in shock to look at Mu Bei, it really was going to attack the clumsy cat. After killing him, the opponent would activate its ability again. Mu Bei couldn't think of any other possibility, so he once again chose to resurrect without any hesitation or pause. Are you surprised? Are you confused? Looking at the bewildered hummingbird, Mu Bei raised his middle finger at it and said, "Because you're so weak." The hummingbird, having been mocked by an opponent it had killed twice, was greatly enraged. After screeching in anger, it didn't respond to Mu Bei and directly turned around to charge at him, flapping its wings at an extremely bizarre speed once more. The space rippled, and the small hummingbird lost its trace again. Damn it! Does this damn bird's ability have no usage limit? Mu Bei cursed angrily in his heart. But he also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as the other party would be provoked by him, it was fine. Next, it was time to follow the plan. The clumsy cat would escape first. However, just then, an angry cat's meow rang out. Meow. Immediately after, the space suddenly rippled again, and the hummingbird revealed itself. Strangely, it appeared in exactly the same position where it had previously vanished. Moreover, judging by its expression, this appearance seemed to not be its intention at all. Failed teleportation. The sudden scene left the hummingbird dumbfounded. Ever since awakening its abilities, while it had experienced failures before, they were always due to its body not being able to withstand it, or exhaustion, or mental fatigue. But now, its body was still able to endure. And there were no signs of exhaustion or mental fatigue. How could the teleportation fail? Confused, it once again activated its ability, however. What happened next left it even more dumbfounded. This time, not even a ripple in space appeared. At this moment, the already recovered clumsy cat angrily pounced towards it. Its blue-gray vertical cat eyes filled with murderous intent, and it seemed to have undergone some strange change. Seeing this, the hummingbird quickly flapped its wings and darted away at high speed. However, in the next moment, a tremendous force struck it. Its wings were violently torn off. The sharp cat claws, infused with rage, slashed down, eviscerating it. I thought I had avoided it, accompanied by immense sharp pain and incomprehensible confusion. The hummingbird plummeted to the ground like a kite with a severed string. Chapter 62. Conversations of suffering at the same time, in another corner of the city. Two beings resembling human girls were confronting each other from a distance. One had blood-red pupils and snow-white hair, with a pair of fluffy rabbit ears on her head. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly turned her head, gazing into another direction, slightly raising her eyebrows with an indifferent expression. The black-haired girl confronting her had wings on her back, standing in the air. She also looked towards that direction, but unlike the rabbit-eared girl's indifference, her brows were tightly furrowed as she murmured, "Something must have happened to the master. Otherwise, that person wouldn't be so angry. Little Yuan should go take a look." Saying this, she looked at the rabbit-eared girl, her sweet voice filled with urgency. "Sister Rabbit, what do you want to do?" The rabbit lady, with a calm expression, returned her gaze and said, "What are you so nervous about? That guy won't die." Upon hearing this, the girl who called herself Little Yuan clenched her fists, pouting in dissatisfaction. She was anxious in her heart, but couldn't act recklessly. because standing in front of her was the 5 blazing suffering, the original 8 sufferings, and the only one created by the master using her own form as a reference. The other 7 sufferings were modeled after her. It is said that when she was born, she was devoid of reason. The gathering of the 5 burned like fire, causing all worldly sufferings to befall her, driving her mad. She should have been a failed creation, but in the end, she was reborn due to a self-evolved ability. It was an ability composed of 9 self-seals, simply referred to by the master as 9 seals. All abilities of living beings in this world are enhancements of themselves, differing only in the type and amount of enhancement. Only the ability of the 5 blazing suffering was meant to suppress herself. And now, for some unknown reason, Sister Rabbit had actually unsealed the 8th seal. This was already the closest to her original form. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was the usually carefree and willful Sister Rabbit, little Yuan would definitely think that the other party was going to fight her. But no matter what Sister Rabbit was thinking, this posture undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on little Yuan. It was a dangerous aura, like falling into a river in the middle of winter, drowning and suffocating. Strangely, the nearby evolvers couldn't sense it. But even without sensing it, they seemed to be driven by something, unconsciously avoiding the area where they were. Little Yuan understood that this was the truth behind why no evolvers entered the hotel where the master was. Memory is such an ambiguous thing. It can beautify, it can distort, and sometimes it can shield itself for self-protection. The deep-rooted fear made the evolvers overlook that hotel, and they weren't even aware of it. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to fight you. Seeing little Yuan looking so tense, the rabbit lady returned to her usual demeanor, acting casually, her expression relaxed, and her tone indifferent, saying, "This fog is affecting visibility, so it's more convenient to find you like this, saves time. Well, it's not pleasant to be burdened with sufferings." Then she continued, "I came to tell you that I will be leaving for a while." Upon hearing this, little Yuan raised her eyebrows in surprise, feeling relieved yet frowning at the same time. A few days ago, it was about driving her away. Now, it was Sister Rabbit who wanted to leave. What exactly was she planning to do? The rabbit lady looked at her and suddenly said casually, "The world often associates weakness with kindness, but upon careful thought, there is no causal relationship between the two. Is there? Little Yuan, like me, has no interest in the fate of the masses. From a universal perspective, we are not good people. Among the 8 sufferings, there is probably only one good person." Her words seemed irrelevant, but little Yuan vaguely understood something. She then heard the rabbit lady continue, "And that is the first question. Is the Azure Dragon a good person? Another issue is ability. He possesses an overly dangerous ability. His Mayfly fate forcibly distorts the originally smooth power curve by dividing life stages, creating extremely low valleys and extremely high peaks. He is too dangerous in his youth. I consider that sealing his memories along with Mayfly fate might save his life." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Would Brother Songlong be willing?" Miss Rabbit casually replied, "I don't care whether he is willing or not." Xiao Yuan, as expected, I asked a stupid question. It was the familiar Sister Rabbit. Reckless and unreasonable, Xiao Yuan said, "Maybe as long as the wood is made into a boat. But the wood hasn't been made into a boat yet." Miss Rabbit interrupted her casually. Xiao Yuan paused, her voice lowered as she said weakly, "We can help push the master's plan forward." "Help? What can you and I do?" Miss Rabbit interrupted her again. "From my observation, his plan can almost be said to be indefinitely shelved." Xiao Yuan worriedly said, "The master has indeed lost his memory, right?" Miss Rabbit raised an eyebrow, her tone revealing some annoyance and a hint of wanting to see the fun. "It's much more troublesome than just amnesia." Hearing this, Xiao Yuan did not ask further, but furrowed her brows in greater worry. Long before their reunion at the bookstore, she had sensed something was off with the master. And now she had only received confirmation from Sister Rabbit. Miss Rabbit did not bring up the topic again, instead saying, "Moreover, do you really think that if the wood were already made into a boat, Songlong wouldn't take a path opposing him?" Her seemingly casual remark left Xiao Yuan at a loss for words. Xiao Yuan could only remain silent. Miss Rabbit rarely sighed, saying, "Among us, Songlong is the one he likes the most, which is why he saved his life 6,000 years ago, but it's hard to say what will happen next time. Actually, it's best to let you leave here, but I need to be away for a while, and if you're not here either, it would be bad if something happens." After a pause, considering Xiao Yuan's indifference to many things, she reminded her, "I recently found that some returners from outside also call themselves the Chosen Ones." Immediately, Xiao Yuan's brows furrowed even deeper, and after a moment, they slowly relaxed. but her expression showed no signs of relief. She nodded and said, "Sha Yuan understands." After saying that, she thought for a moment and asked, "Should we seal Brother Songlong's memories and abilities with 9 seals?" As far as Xiao Yuan knew, there are 3 uses for 9 seals. The most formal is, of course, release, which means to remove abilities. The higher the level of release, the stronger the accompanying sufferings. But correspondingly, the strength retrieved by Sister Rabbit becomes greater, and her posture gets closer to that of a human. However, no one besides the master has seen the fully released posture of 9 seals. Besides release, there are also seal and reverse. However, in Sister Rabbit's words, seal and reverse are just small tricks she came up with when bored. Using 9 seals against an enemy is seal, and reversing seal is reverse. But because the ability of 9 seals is specifically designed to seal her own, when used on others, it can only invoke a very small part. And the effect is not very good, practically manifesting as weakening and temporarily enhancing potential. In the case of others, they would generally use seal to weaken opponents and reverse to strengthen teammates, but Sister Rabbit has never used it that way. She is accustomed to using single-point enhancement and single-point weakening, and because she is extremely precise and meticulous, seal and reverse in her hands have become like puppeteer's strings, almost allowing her to manipulate the opponent's body at will. Xiao Yuan always thought this method of use was quite morbid. Who would use enhancement and weakening like this? In short, according to Xiao Yuan's understanding, Sister Rabbit's 9 seals cannot seal the memories and abilities of old suffering. However, considering the master's high evaluation of Sister Rabbit, besides the orthodox release and the small tricks of seal and reverse, 9 seals should have some secrets she does not know about. No. Miss Rabbit suddenly pointed to the sky. Use that. Oh. Xiao Yuan understood and responded. After explaining everything, Miss Rabbit finally turned to take a last look. Deeply sighed and said, "Xiao Yuan, you don't know, he's really easy to deceive now, and he even thinks of me as one of those returners. Sometimes it's quite interesting to see him overthink things. After all, who would have thought he would have this day? Sigh, I won't be able to see him again. It's even more regrettable than not being able to eat carrots." After saying this, she didn't care about Xiao Yuan's reaction to her words, casually waved her hand, and walked away by herself. Maintain the status quo, wait for me to come back. Chapter 63. God? In the dim and narrow space, Mu Bei silently leaned against the wall. About 10 minutes ago, the clumsy cat suddenly displayed great power, taking down the chosen one hummingbird, who had spatial abilities, and then collapsed, directly falling unconscious. So, he hid with the unconscious clumsy cat and the hummingbird that the clumsy cat had taken down. It is worth mentioning that Mu Bei discovered that once the clumsy cat fell unconscious, he could no longer borrow its power. This was something he had just discovered. After all, the last time the clumsy cat fainted was on the day the evolution began, when he still did not have the cat paw print mark in his palm. Therefore, whether he could continue to borrow power after the clumsy cat fainted was still unknown until just now. But now, the answer was clear. No? It was somewhat expected. Fortunately, based on previous observations and speculations, the current evolvers are relatively restrained, so they should not be discovered in the short term. However, if the clumsy cat continues to remain unconscious, it would be hard to say after some time. Why is the fool always so impulsive? Sigh, I want to die. Mu Bei gently stroked the unconscious clumsy cat, and couldn't help but recall the battle just now. By the way, what ability did the clumsy cat use just now? During the battle with Hummingbird, the clumsy cat used its ability 3 times in total. The first was to make Hummingbird appear. The second was to prevent Hummingbird from using its abilities, and the third was to forcibly teleport Hummingbird. The dead Hummingbird might not have understood. But Mu Bei saw it very clearly. At the end, Hummingbird indeed avoided it, but the clumsy cat continued to swipe as if it hadn't seen it. It should have missed. But just when the clumsy cat's paw was about to hit Hummingbird's original position, something strange happened. Hummingbird suddenly returned to its original position. It was just like teleportation. But unlike the teleportation used by Hummingbird, there were no signs or spatial ripples. In that instant, Hummingbird appeared at its original position very suddenly and unexpectedly, completely taking the full force hit from the clumsy cat, leaving it utterly bewildered. Originally, based on the performance of the first and second abilities, Mu Bei thought the clumsy cat's ability should be one that forcibly interrupts the opponent's ability or a stronger ability that controls the opponent's abilities. But the situation of the third use overturned this guess, because there were no spatial ripples that would occur when Hummingbird used its ability. Therefore, this was neither an ability to control the opponent's abilities nor an ability to forcibly interrupt the opponent's abilities. Time reversal? A time reversal that only affects Hummingbird? Given the presence of spatial abilities, Mubei thought perhaps there were also time abilities, but he quickly shook his head, internally denying this guess. No. Time reversal cannot explain the second situation. Well, forget it. I'll just ask the clumsy cat directly when it wakes up. Although based on this stupid cat's past performance, Mubei felt it likely wouldn't know either. Moreover, thinking about it carefully, no one stipulated that there could only be one ability, right? Perhaps it could be several abilities, who knows? His cat is so special. Being able to extract that mysterious liquid drop might also count as an ability? Although Mubei did not fully understand the true nature of the clumsy cat's ability, one thing he discovered was that the cost of using this ability was extremely high. Not only did it fall into a coma, but the consumption was beyond imagination. The embryonic wings on its back had disappeared. After using the ability just 3 times, the energy that had accumulated for growing wings was completely depleted, leaving Mubei speechless. What kind of ability consumes so much? The thick fog swallowed their vision, effectively depriving them of sight, as they had no idea when or from where the enemy might appear. Gradually, time began to feel increasingly unbearable. Just then, Mubei suddenly felt a slight warmth in the cat paw print on his palm. At the same time, the clumsy cat in his arms stirred slightly. It had awakened. Mubei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was quite lucky. He handed over the hummingbird he had been holding. Go ahead and absorb it. Meow? The clumsy cat responded, extending a sharp, hooked claw from its small paw and gently piercing the hummingbird's heart. About 2 or 3 seconds later, it pulled it out again. One could say that it truly lived up to being the chosen one, as the mysterious liquid droplet extracted from the hummingbird's heart far surpassed those obtained from ordinary evolved beings. Not to mention the purity, which is hard to quantify with the naked eye. Just in terms of volume, it was at least 10 times greater than before. However, besides that, there seemed to be no other differences. If this mysterious liquid droplet was indeed an essence or something of that sort, then there seemed to be no essential difference between the chosen ones and ordinary evolved beings. Perhaps it was indeed just a matter of the level of evolution. As Miss Rabbit had said, after extracting the droplet as usual, the clumsy cat placed it in its mouth, rolled it on its tongue, and swallowed it. Seeing this, Mubei felt much more at ease. The raw rice had already been cooked. He no longer had to worry about this hard-earned chosen blood and flesh being snatched away. How does it feel? Mubei asked. Upon hearing this, the clumsy cat carefully sensed it and then scratched its head. Meow? Mubei, even though you swallowed a chosen one, it seems like the clumsy cat didn't feel anything special. Mubei changed the question. Did you use your ability before? What was it like? Originally, he was just asking casually, not expecting much, as his cat was not very bright and often had no clue when asked. But to his surprise, the clumsy cat scratched its head and suddenly began to scratch the ground with its paw. Huh? Before Mubei could finish his sentence, he swallowed it back because the ground that had been scratched by the clumsy cat suddenly returned to its original state. Time reversal. Mubei exclaimed in shock. Although he had previously dismissed this guess, the scene before him made him unconsciously think so. Meow meow. The clumsy cat waved its small paw, denying his guess. Mubei raised an eyebrow. Not that. Then what is it? The clumsy cat scratched its head in some distress and then started gesturing to Mubei. Meow meow meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow. Meow meow meow. Although Mubei could roughly understand the clumsy cat's expressions and actions by now, it was undoubtedly very difficult to express abilities accurately through gestures. After several wrong guesses, he gradually began to understand. Upon receiving the correct answer, the Mubei who had been able to calmly speculate about time reversal was now left utterly dumbfounded. After a moment of daze, he grabbed the clumsy cat by the neck and inspected it up and down, incredulously saying, "Are you a god, you silly cat?" Chapter 64. Rules and traces. Mubei had not seen or known many chosen ones. There was the big dog that the clumsy cat had killed a long time ago. The small monkey before evolution, the neighbor Miss Rabbit, a chosen one somewhere in the city who could trigger natural disasters, whose existence he could not confirm, just suspected. And the hummingbird he had just fought. Among these, he had only confirmed the true nature of the ability of the hummingbird. Only this one. Yet it was enough to reveal some things. Because its ability was neither a transformation of the body nor something like water or fire, but a spatial ability. Teleportation. Mubei could accept that biological evolution could lead to bodily mutations, allowing for transformations, fire breathing, or water spraying. But he found it hard to accept that biological evolution could lead to a mutation that allows for teleportation. How could a body mutate to traverse space? If there really were a creature capable of doing this with its physical body, regardless of how it achieved it, at the very least, its physical form would not be something that the clumsy cat could tear apart with its claws. The emergence of the spatial ability teleportation made Mu Bei realize that the abilities of the Chosen Ones, and perhaps future evolved beings, likely stemmed from mastering and utilizing certain rules. Because only in this way could it explain why a mere creature possessed such abilities. This was also the most shocking aspect of the clumsy cat's ability. If one understood others' abilities as applications of rules, then the clumsy cat's ability was akin to the rules themselves. It was not merely a matter of being powerful, more importantly. The nature was different. It was something fundamentally different. Did I really pick up a god? Mu Bei looked at the clumsy cat's silly appearance and simply could not connect it with a god. After staring for a while, he suddenly sighed. A being that can resurrect after death encounters a cat that seems to embody rules. Is it a coincidence? Mu Bei did not believe so. He increasingly felt that there was a huge mystery surrounding him, and that the sly rabbit next door might know something. However, no matter how one put it, Mu Bei was quite pleased with the clumsy cat's ability, not only because their strength had greatly increased, but more importantly, it alleviated a significant part of his long-standing worry. Since the beginning of evolution, every time he went hunting, Mu Bei's biggest concern was not for himself, but for the clumsy cat's safety. So he was careful, cautious, made plans, did not get greedy, and tried to avoid risks, all because he feared something irreparable might happen. Over time, this had become a source of anxiety for him, even though he had made a decision and resolved to go deep into the fog this time. Internally, he was quite conflicted and had thought several times about simply turning back. After all, while the clumsy cat was not weak, it was not particularly strong either, and its intelligence was not very high. Because it stayed with him, it was also likely to get caught in trouble, making the situation seem quite dire. But today, that anxiety was finally alleviated by a large margin, although the clumsy cat still could not use its ability freely. Having this trump card indeed made Mu Bei feel much more at ease. At the same time, it also increased his confidence in the upcoming journey. Well done. Mu Bei patted his silly cat's head, rare praise, and then asked, by the way, the thing you just showed me, does it consume a lot? Meow, 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 meow. The clumsy cat raised its small paw and gestured continuously. Oh, Mu Bei nodded, quickly understanding its meaning. So, this little thing doesn't consume much? It seems to depend on the situation. Wait, can't I just try it myself to find out? With this thought, Mu Bei immediately became excited and wanted to personally try it out. To be honest, he was quite looking forward to it, but unfortunately, in less than a minute, he got the result. The experiment failed. Although he could borrow the clumsy cat's power, he couldn't use its ability, just as he couldn't extract that mysterious liquid droplet. In the time that followed, the man and cat continued to explore in the thick fog. After swallowing the hummingbird, the clumsy cat's own strength had also seen a significant increase, and Mu Bei could clearly feel it when borrowing its power. Even the visibility had increased from about 10 meters to over 20 meters. Although it was still quite limited, at least it was a considerable improvement. Under their cautious approach of acting low-key and collecting heads discreetly, 2 days passed. Even with the cover of thick fog, there have been dozens of encounters with evolvers over the past 2 days, including unexpected meetings in the fog, scavenging when prey was found, and ambushes during meals or sleep. They even encountered 7 chosen ones, making a total of 8 including the hummingbird. In just 2 days, they met 8 chosen ones. After leaving the area around the hotel, by searching for road signs, Mu Bei realized he had moved far away from the hotel. The probability of encountering chosen ones actually increased dramatically. Those who had previously been elusive would occasionally pop up. The more he interacted with them, the more Mu Bei felt Ms. Rabbit was extraordinary. Although he couldn't grasp her depth from her only attack, nor understand what her ability was, he had sensed her killing intent: a black and white world, a shrouded sky, a cold sun, a frozen space, and a slowed time. To this day, every time he recalls it, he feels as if he is falling back into that experience. However, none of the 8 chosen ones encountered over these 2 days exuded such a terrifying aura, not even those who got slightly close. Previously, there was no comparison. But now that he had one, Mu Bei was 100% sure not all chosen ones were that strong. It was just that Ms. Rabbit was absurdly powerful. Realizing this made Mu Bei feel a bit frustrated. Hadn't he been hesitating because the rabbit next door was too strong? And as a result, she was just a special case? No, wait, Is she really a chosen one? Is there really such a vast power gap between chosen ones? The doubts that had occasionally surfaced before surged back into his mind, causing the corner of Mu Bei's mouth to twitch. Speaking of which, he always thought Ms. Rabbit was a chosen one, mainly because when he first moved into the High Hotel, he asked her if she had ever obtained meteorite fragments, and she said she had. Could that rabbit be lying to me? But what reason would she have to lie to me? Surely it can't just be because she enjoys deceiving others? Aside from the matters concerning the chosen ones and Ms. Rabbit, Mu Bei also discovered something very interesting over the past 2 days. He found traces of some evolvers living in human houses. This made him realize that something called life, rather than mere survival, was being born in the newly emerging society of evolvers. A new civilization was thriving on the ruins left by human civilization. And the more he witnessed the growth of this new civilization, the more he could sense the departure of the old one. Perhaps the civilization of the evolvers would be built upon the foundation of human civilization. After all, human civilization has been preserved so completely. But it would no longer be human civilization. The dead cannot be pursued. Mu Bei sighed inwardly while deftly handling the wild boar that had just been killed by the silly cat. If he were alone, he could easily survive for several days with just a bit of compressed biscuits, but he had a cat with him. The silly cat's appetite was now much larger than his. Even if he brought a backpack full of food, it wouldn't be enough for a single meal. So Mu Bei simply did not bring food, but some seasonings instead. After gutting and cleaning the wild boar, he found an iron rod to skewer it. Then dismantled and broke some wooden tables and chairs, piled them together, sprinkled gasoline on them, lit a fire, and started barbecuing with materials he found on site. This was how he and the silly cat had been solving their meals these days, although it wasn't difficult to find a gas stove. An ordinary home frying pan couldn't handle much food at once, which wouldn't be enough for the silly cat. It would take multiple rounds and be very time-consuming. So barbecuing was more convenient. Of course, this method would make more noise, but it was a trade-off. Sizzle. The golden hot oil dripped down along the grooves, falling onto the fire and making faint popping sounds. Under the scorching flames, the crispy and tender pigskin curled slightly, while the wild boar meat inside glistened enticingly, filling the air with a rich, mouth-watering aroma that was intoxicating. Both Mu Bei and the cat swallowed hard, resisting the urge to take a bite, while flipping the wild boar and occasionally brushing on some seasonings. Just as they were about to indulge, an unexpected guest arrived. They found him, accompanied by a loud shout. A killing intent rolled in without concealment. Mu Bei turned around in anger. Who's disturbing my meal? Damn it. He was surrounded. Chapter 65. Ambush and counterattack. Mu Bei looked dumbfounded. Although the wild boar meat was very fragrant and made one drool, his silly cat was practically drooling. There was no way they would be surrounded and only then realize the presence of enemies. Right? Chosen ones. Among the newcomers, were there chosen ones capable of hiding themselves and their companions? He focused his gaze and saw that the one who had shouted was a large, pot-bellied, two-headed giant dog. True to its name, it had 2 heads. But it seemed to be controlled by the same will, with 4 eyes squinting slightly, exuding a sense of contempt. As for the others, Mu Bei couldn't be bothered to describe them, because those who disturbed his meal were just ugly no matter how you looked at them. Next to and behind the 2-headed giant dog stood quite a few others. Meanwhile, evolvers were continuously emerging from other directions, even in some positions blocked by walls. Sounds could still be heard coming through. Thanks to the rapid increase in the silly cat's strength over the past 2 days, Mu Bei's field of vision had reached nearly 100 meters when borrowing its power. After a rough calculation, he found that the number of evolvers that had come was actually in the hundreds. Among them, at least 20 felt like they were chosen ones. Moreover, they weren't clustered together but were scattered, maintaining a distance that supported each other, forming a complete encirclement without leaving a single gap. It seemed that there would be no chance to eat this meal. Mu Bei frowned and asked the 2-headed giant dog, "Who are you?" Although the silly cat's strength had greatly increased in recent days and its awakened ability was impressive, it clearly still couldn't control its power. Using it placed a huge burden on it. Facing so many opponents, a head-on confrontation would likely not end well. The safest method was still to eliminate a few of the leaders with a lightning strike, taking advantage of the chaos to escape the encirclement. The 2-headed giant dog snorted, spraying white mist from its 4 large nostrils, its gaze looking down. "Those who will kill you." Mu Bei, have all these chosen ones learned to act cool now? All right, then what's your name? Mu Bei asked. Do you know what a name is? Invincible. The 2-headed giant dog raised its head proudly. Mu Bei was taken aback. momentarily unable to respond. What did you say? My name is Invincible. The two-headed giant dog declared arrogantly. Mubei, he had brought up the topic, hoping to observe the reactions of these evolvers and chosen ones to identify the leaders among them. But this topic really couldn't continue. What the hell is Invincible? How could there be such a foolish guy like that stinky monkey? It seems that no matter the era or society, there are all kinds of characters. This made Mubei feel a bit emotional, as he suddenly realized that the world had become lively again. When humanity had not yet been extinguished, there were often slogans about protecting the earth. Now that he thought about it, it was truly arrogant. The earth neither cries nor laughs. It continues to spin without humanity. The earliest life on Earth was born in an anaerobic environment 3.5 billion years ago, and the rise and fall of a single species seemed so insignificant in the face of this eternity and change. My thoughts have drifted. In this situation, only Mubei could still be distracted. He glanced over the evolvers within his sight. The earlier shout of finding him indicated they were coming for him. So when had he been targeted? Perhaps it was at some moment in the fog over these past few days. Or perhaps some evolvers had seen him before but did not rush in recklessly. Instead, they chose to retreat for a while, waiting to gather their companions before returning. After all, there would always be some cautious individuals. If it is the former, then he is unfortunately seen by someone within a large group of evolvers. Likely by some influential figures. Otherwise, how could so many evolvers gather in such a short time in this thick fog? This is what is called being extremely unlucky. If it is the latter, then they might be something like a specialized group tasked with hunting Mubei? Perhaps, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. What matters is how to break out. Raising an eyebrow, seeing that the other party did not immediately pounce. Mubei was about to say something when he heard the dumb cat let out a low growl. Meow? In the next moment, 3 chosen ones abruptly appeared in a place that had been empty just 10 meters away from him. Mubei's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, he realized that the newcomers were far more cautious and cunning than he had thought. Whether it was the shout of "found him" or the encirclement formed by hundreds of evolvers, it was all a cover for the ambush. The other party induced him to think that he could approach them using his invisibility ability and form an encirclement, leading him to subconsciously believe that his invisibility had been lifted. Their appearance was intentional. It was a trap designed to mislead him and distract him. The real killing move was the ambush from these 3 chosen ones. In a flash, Mubei grabbed his submachine gun and frantically fired at one of the chosen ones. Da-da-da-da-da. That was the one among the 3 chosen ones who looked the most surprised. Most likely the one capable of hiding itself and its companions. Its invisibility ability probably worsens as more people are hidden, making it easier to be discovered. Otherwise, wouldn't hundreds of evolvers simply go invisible and ambush him? Nonetheless, even so, such a power is still too dangerous. A direct attack is easier to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Whether to break out of encirclement next or to prevent such incidents from happening again in the future, this chosen one was undoubtedly the top priority to eliminate. Dense bullets tore through the air at a terrifying speed, crazily attacking the opponent like a storm. Poof, poof. The sharp sound of bullets piercing flesh echoed continuously, blood splattering, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen bullets hit. However, since Mubei was shooting in a hurry, not a single one of those bullets struck a vital spot, likely not even inflicting serious injury. At the same time, the roar of the submachine gun and the clear pain of bullets hitting flesh snapped the hidden chosen one, who had momentarily been stunned because of its ability suddenly failing. Back to reality. Along with it, the hundreds of evolvers surrounding Mubei and the dumb cat also regained their senses. In an instant, deafening roars erupted, and thousands of troops began to charge. On the ground, in the sky, a dense mass of evolvers pounced, like a giant net descending upon him. A thick stone wall rose from the ground, blocking all the bullets aimed at the hidden chosen one. In the next moment, accompanied by a cat's meow, the stone wall abruptly disappeared, but the hidden chosen one was already gone, having used that brief moment of respite to activate its ability and vanish from Mubei's sight. Should the dumb cat let that guy reappear? No. Mubei pulled out 2 impact grenades, removed the safety pins, and threw them out with all his might without even looking. While borrowing the dumb cat's power, his speed of action was also extremely fast. Dumb cat, meow. In the next moment after the cat's cry, with a thud, the impact grenade collided with something in the originally empty space. Immediately afterward, a violent shockwave and rampant flames engulfed that area. The hidden chosen one screamed as it revealed itself. What awaited it was a barrage of bullets roaring madly. Da-da-da-da-da. Mu Bei unleashed the remaining bullets all at once, instantly turning the hidden Chosen One's head into a beehive. At this moment, the hundreds of evolvers had already reached right in front of him. The view was overwhelming. Mu Bei placed his hand on the last grenade. Because of the ambush, the plan to quickly eliminate the leading few had already collapsed, and facing such a number of opponents head-on was far too burdensome for the dumb cat. He was ready to sacrifice himself as bait. However, just then, the ground suddenly shook. Chapter 66. The ambush on the other side. The earth trembles. During this time, Mu Bei had witnessed many earthquakes of various magnitudes, but none were as fierce as this one. It felt as if an invisible giant hand had violently torn the earth apart. The ground cracked open with countless giant mouths, ready to devour people. And buildings made of steel and concrete crumbled like they were made of tofu. Cracking, collapsing, screams, and wails, civilization and order shattered in an instant. Extreme panic swept over all the evolvers, and in the face of this apocalyptic natural force, even their original target, Mu Bei, was forgotten. And all of this happened in just 1 or 2 breaths. From an utterly calm moment to the apocalyptic collapse of the earth, it was like switching slides. Suddenly jumping from one scene to another. Fast. Too fast. At this time, 2 streets away, Xiao Yuan half knelt on the ground, her face pale. Cold sweat continuously oozing from her smooth forehead, and one of her pitch-black wings was surprisingly broken, bloodily dropped beside her, while her left side was also clearly injured. Although she pressed her hand tightly against it, blood continued to flow through her fingers. Why? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Why would this happen? Where her gaze fell, coincidences and disasters were occurring at an abnormal speed and frequency. The shaking ground, collapsing buildings, tricky falling rocks, flying steel bars, dark clouds rapidly gathering at an unbelievable speed. Howling winds, thunder crashing down, lightning dancing, accompanied by explosions of various electrical appliances. All of this pointed directly at the goat man at the center of the disaster, as if the entire world were rejecting him at this moment. However, in such unpredictable and relentless accidents, the goat man was able to avoid everything unscathed, appearing to be in peril at first glance, but if one looked closer, it was clear he was handling it with ease. It was precisely because he was fully confident that he narrowly avoided each time. This performance was completely inconsistent with his appearance, because he looked really too ordinary. Even though his very anthropomorphic goat form was quite noticeable at the current level of evolution, his aura was truly unremarkable. No brutality, no sharpness, no arrogance, no calmness, no agility. Nothing at all. He looked like a little transparent being, small and ordinary. A futile effort. While dodging, the goat man spoke leisurely. Yet he did not answer Xiao Yuan's question. I admit, in terms of destructive power, your ability is indeed terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is the worst of the 8 pains. Under the accumulation of disasters, unwarranted calamity has almost no limit. Even the unimaginable act of shaking the continental shelf is not impossible for you. Boom. Thunder struck, interrupting his words and smashing the ground beneath him to pieces. But that was all. The goat man seemed to have known this all along, avoiding it unscathed, and continued. But even if you sink the continent to the bottom of the sea and unleash an apocalyptic disaster, you still cannot harm me. Because my ability just happens to restrain unwarranted calamity, and also because I am just a small, insignificant individual. I ask you, why did you ambush me? Because of her overwhelming anger, Xiao Yuan's originally timid voice unexpectedly became aggressive. Answer me, Death Pain. Why? Death Pain calmly replied, isn't that obvious? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. Just now, seeing her master being attacked, she prepared to secretly lend a hand by triggering a minor earthquake to create chaos. The crust has been unstable these days, making it very easy to induce an earthquake with natural disasters, and then apply man-made disasters. But at that moment, just as she was using her abilities and her attention was completely absorbed, a deadly crisis suddenly arose. If it weren't for the inexplicable flutter in her heart at that moment, her heightened alertness, and her instinctive full-force use of her abilities that caused the nearby area to completely shatter while she desperately dodged, she would have either been killed on the spot or completely lost her ability to resist. However, the current situation was not good either, as she was still seriously injured. The ambush from the 8 pains came completely out of her expectations, and probably out of Sister Rabbit's expectations as well, because among the 8 pains, only the old pain betrayed the master, and the old pain, that Songlong, would never do such a thing. He would appear openly. Was the ambush from the dead pain due to personal grievances? Of course not. Her relationships with others were not good, but no one would want to kill her. The answer was obvious. The dead pain wanted to harm the master. With the eldest sister not here, you can't stop me, the dead pain said. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. It turned out that the calamity from nowhere had already guided one of the 8 pains here. However, because Sister Rabbit was here before, he had been hiding with ulterior motives and did not show himself. She slowly stood up, the pain from her wounds causing her face to pale even more. Why do this? The dead pain looked at her, seemingly unwilling to answer this question. But faced with the inquiry from the fellow 8 pains of the Grievance and Hatred Society, he remained silent for a while before calmly saying, because knowledge has no end. While life has limits, he continued, this world is so complex yet pure, any language struggles to describe even a fraction of it, and the more I know, the more I feel my own insignificance and ignorance. As he spoke, a fiery light burst forth from the dead pain's eyes, the mysteries of life, the beginning and end of the universe, the shores of truth, the ends of the world. I want to know everything. However, my lifespan is limited. And one day I will die with a belly full of regrets, with no opportunity to learn the things I want to know. I am not willing. I want infinite lifespan. I want immortality. No, I must do this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. The dead pain continued. Although the specifics of how to do it still need to be explored, there is no better time than now. The eldest sister is not here. That one hasn't grown to a threatening level yet, and the master is in trouble. This is already the best time. Xiao Yuan interrupted. After saying so much, isn't it all for desire? Yes, the dead pain admitted without hesitation, then countered. What's wrong with desire? He said solemnly. Loudly, is it wrong to want to know? Is it wrong to want to witness? What is wrong with desiring something, pursuing something? Xiao Yuan shook her head. Xiao Yuan cannot understand. Perhaps feeling too agitated, the dead pain suppressed his emotions, his tone calming again as he said, forget it. Why am I telling you all this? Xiao Yuan looked at him deeply and suddenly said, who knows, maybe it's guilt? Then she sighed, her tone sad yet mixed with a hint of relief. It's about time, isn't it? The dead pain was taken aback. What? Sister Rabbit told Xiao Yuan to maintain the status quo and wait for her return, but it seems that is no longer possible. Let's die together here, dead pain. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, coldly looked at the dead pain, raised her right hand to the sky, and softly uttered, natural disaster. Almost as soon as her words fell, a point of light suddenly shone from an infinite height, rapidly emitting a light far greater than the sun. Chapter 67. The appearance of all beings 65 million years ago, a meteorite approximately 10 kilometers in diameter sounded the death knell. The violent impact created a massive crater with a diameter of 180 kilometers in the Gulf of Mexico, with an explosive yield equivalent to 950 trillion tons of TNT, equal to 5 billion Hiroshima atomic bombs, or 1.58 million are hydrogen bombs. The shockwave swept over thousands of kilometers, triggering a tsunami thousands of meters high, and blew a large amount of high-temperature debris into the atmosphere, causing global wildfires. At the same time, the immense impact force reached the Earth's interior, causing abnormal volcanic activity. Countless volcanoes erupted, and smoke and toxic substances obscured the sky, spreading across the globe, blocking sunlight and plunging the climate into an incredibly harsh nuclear winter, kicking the then-dominant dinosaurs into the grave of history. An impact that was insignificant for the Earth nearly destroyed the entire ecological circle. Life is so fragile. The meteorite brought by the Grievance and Hatred Society was naturally not as terrifying, but it was by no means ordinary. The intense friction generated temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, transforming it into a massive fireball that, under Earth's gravity, collided with the ground at a speed exceeding 20 kilometers per second. Initially, it was just a dazzling point of light piercing through the dense fog at the edge of the sky, but within seconds, everyone who saw it, whether from the city or far away, felt its chilling might. Everyone realized that this was definitely not the kind of dazzling meteor they had seen before. It was not something that could be called beautiful scenery. It was death, it was despair, it was decay and destruction. It was the merciless heavenly might that could only be begged for forgiveness while crawling. The two-headed giant dog gazed invincibly at the sky above. It was not a native of this city. It came from a distant place. More than half a year ago, a meteorite the size of half a head fell precisely in front of it. It was a very special stone, irregularly shaped, shimmering with a faint black light, exuding an irresistible, alluring aura, instantly attracting all creatures within 100 meters. It ultimately obtained it. Although it faced numerous setbacks afterward with that stone, it became stronger and smarter, and no one could take that stone from it. Then one day, it suddenly felt a booming sensation in its head, as if it had broken through a certain critical point, and its thoughts became extraordinarily clear. The world opened up in its eyes, no longer chaotic, and everything it saw, heard, and thought changed. At that moment, it realized that this was a gift from the gods. If not, why would it have fallen right beside it? Why were there no competitors around that could pose a threat at that time? There was only one answer. It was chosen. What did the gods choose it for? To find the answer, on the very day it awakened its intelligence, it resolutely left the place it had lived since birth. During its journey, it gathered many followers. Eventually, it arrived in this city. Here, it found the answer. Here, it met the demon. It was a human, and upon seeing him, a surge of inexplicable hatred stirred wildly deep within its heart. This is the apocalypse. This is the mission bestowed upon me by the gods. It was so excited that it almost acted on the spot, but after great difficulty, it managed to hold back and chose to retreat for the time being. Not out of a desire to disobey the god's will. On the contrary, to execute it practically and without incident, because at that time, there was a seemingly troublesome character beside the demon, a long-eared rabbit. She seemed to have noticed it, but did nothing, probably fearing it, just as it feared her. Afterward, it began to gather manpower, formulate plans, and arrange for its subordinates to find the demon's residence. But curiously, they could only find him when the demon went out hunting, yet could never locate where he lived. Even when they tracked him, they would inexplicably lose him. However, it didn't matter. Even if that demon had strong counter-tracking abilities and hid well, he would have to go out hunting eventually, and then it would be able to find him. After thorough preparation, the moment to execute the divine will finally arrived. This time, the long-eared rabbit was absent, and the setup originally meant to capture it all at once was now only used to deal with that demon. It should have been an easy task, but the reality was far from it. The invisibility ability of its most proud subordinate was unexpectedly discovered in advance, and even under the protection of numerous chosen ones. It was killed by the opponent. That was not all. In the sudden earthquake that followed, its subordinates were instantly overwhelmed by fear, abandoning all their devotion to the divine in their desperate bid for survival. How utterly disgraceful and humiliating. Is that why you personally descended to deliver divine punishment? The two-headed giant dog silently gazed at the immense light far beyond the sun at the end of the sky. Its instincts told it that the light was aimed at them. Shock, panic, and fear flashed in its eyes, but in the end, only devotion remained. It knelt down, pressing its originally raised head tightly against the ground. Please forgive. Somewhere in the city, a bird evolutionist sat before a small mound with vacant eyes. He had truly gone mad, foolishly following the rabbit's words and taking his trembling daughter away from the high rooftop where they had been hiding. Was a beautiful and bright future awaiting him? No, it was a cruel reality. The ridiculous illusion lasted only half a day in his mind. Half a day later, his daughter died, torn to shreds like a piece of discarded cloth. After that day, the look in his daughter's eyes before she died became a nightmare that would haunt him forever. Pain, fear, helplessness, and resentment. At that moment, he knew that every second now and every second in the future, those eyes would always be watching him, not allowing him any relief. Perhaps only death could free him. The immense light above caught his attention, and he mechanically raised his head to look, his dead eyes suddenly showing some fluctuations. He suddenly burst into mad laughter. If that rabbit were here now, he would definitely point at the light in the sky and loudly ask her, "Become stronger? What is the use of being strong? Tell me, in the face of something like this, what good is being strong?" Becoming stronger was utterly meaningless. Everything, all of it, was meaningless. Time passed second by second, the piercing light rapidly revealing its terrifying might. An attack from the sky was inherently fearsome. At the same time, more and more evolutionists who saw it instinctively felt it was approaching the city. An unprecedented panic erupted. Some evolutionists knelt on the ground, trembling, some turned and fled, frantically choosing their paths. Some stood frozen, at a loss. Some acted like they were mad, wantonly destroying everything around them. Some tightly embraced each other, closing their eyes and waiting for fate to arrive. Nothing could stop it. The massive meteorite, enveloped in supreme heavenly might, pierced through the atmosphere at a speed exceeding 20 kilometers per second. Now, how much time was left for this city? 5 seconds? 10 seconds? Chapter 68, Destruction. Thud. A thick steel bar pierced into the left shoulder of the dying bitter one, turning his face pale and letting him truly experience the terror of calamity. The physical body of the bitter one was incredibly strong, yet at this moment, a mere steel bar managed to injure him. The principle was somewhat similar to how paper can cut skin or how one might choke while drinking water when unlucky, but it was much worse. Everything, whether biological or non-biological, has weaknesses, perhaps at a certain moment, or from a certain angle, or only when multiple conditions are simultaneously met. An opportunity that should not exist and could not be seized suddenly arises. But under the influence of calamity, nothing is impossible. This does not mean that every attack from calamity has a similar effect to a supercritical hit that ignores defenses, but rather that it turns the impossible into the possible. An attack that seems harmless could lead to severe consequences. Therefore, during the previous battle, the dying bitter one chose to evade all attacks for safety. To ordinary people, that would be impossible. How could one dodge such bizarre man-made disasters? Which small stone was gently moved by the wind, where a bug crawled out, where a trickle of water flowed along the stone's grooves? How much humidity changed in the air? There were so many surrounding factors, who could grasp them all? And the interactions, entanglements, and collisions between these factors could produce countless unexpected outcomes. How could a trivial matter snowball into a lethal attack directed at oneself? It was utterly unpredictable. If natural disasters were added to this, it would be utterly despairing. But for the dying bitter one, it was different. His ability, chaos parameter, allowed him to grasp and process all surrounding information in an instant. In his eyes, there was no unknown, no unforeseen occurrence. One could say that his ability precisely countered calamity in one-on-one combat. Through control, processing, calculation, and deduction, the dying bitter one could clearly understand how accidents would occur, where attacks would come from, and how to evade the next attack. And with the physical prowess of the bitter one, knowing everything made dodging those accidents not difficult. If the dying bitter one feared anything, it was undoubtedly unavoidable attacks. For example, the unreasonable strength of his older sister. Or, for instance, the meteorite currently on its way. When the immense light illuminated the sky, the dying bitter one felt it was unbelievable. Natural disasters could indeed cause calamity, and the scope of their application was vast. They could summon thunder from above and trigger magma from below, but planetary debris from outer space. That was thousands of kilometers away, due to the distance. The information change triggered while moving planetary debris was far beyond the dying bitter one's ability range. So he did not notice it. Could the calamity of little resentment reach there? The dying bitter one had known little resentment for a long time. Although they had no blood relation, the bitter ones had spent long years together like siblings. In his understanding, calamity should not have such a wide range of application. But the impossible was happening right before his eyes. At that moment, the dying bitter one realized that he did not understand enough about this sister, who had always quietly stayed by their master's side and rarely interacted with others. The burning fireball descended from the sky with a terrifying might that would flatten everything, even though it was still far away, hundreds of kilometers away. Given the speed of the meteorite, it would actually arrive in just a few seconds. In the little time remaining, the dying bitter one knew he had to escape as far as possible, even if he couldn't escape the impact zone. He had to at least avoid being directly hit by the meteorite. Thus, he could no longer evade all attacks as he had before. Because if he wanted to dodge certain attacks, he would have to change his direction, and he had no time to waste. Ignoring the pain, the dying bitter one dashed over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, in a situation where his ability was countered and he was reckless. It was indeed difficult for little resentment to deal with him. If it were a normal situation, he would have likely escaped. But this was not a normal situation. Continuous earthquakes and volcanic eruptions for an entire week had destabilized the crust beneath the city, and combined with the extremely terrifying earthquake just now, the underground was like a massive barrel of explosives, ready to ignite. And as the dying bitter one mentioned before, under the accumulation of disasters, calamity had almost no limits. Boom, boom, boom. Massive columns of magma erupted incessantly, trapping the dying bitter one nearby. Are you crazy? Seeing this, the dying bitter one shouted angrily. If this continues, you will die too. Do you have a problem with resentment and hatred? It's still not too late to stop. We can still run. All right, I'll leave this place. You stop quickly. You will die too. Little Yuan remained silent, as if she hadn't heard anything. The pillars of fire continuously blocked her opponent, and such frequent eruptions naturally couldn't last long, but all she needed was just a few seconds. Amidst the roar of lava, time quickly passed. A few seconds was not long at all. The immense despair broke through the stratosphere and crashed into the troposphere. A meteor nearly 300 meters in diameter burning at over 10,000 degrees, casting a shadow named Death. At this moment, there were only 0.5 seconds left until destruction. It was at this time that little Yuan finally shifted her gaze from Death Ku to another direction. That was the direction where Mu Bei was. Just as Death Ku said, she would also die in 0.5 seconds. Isn't she afraid? No, she was afraid. She bit her lip, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Isn't that a sign of fear? She didn't want to die. She wasn't someone seeking death. When death descended from the sky, she felt the same fear. Even more so, the feeling of waiting for death was scarier than death itself. As if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Fear surged like a tide, but at the same time, another stronger emotion came, regret. She felt an immense regret. Meeting again 6,000 years later, she hadn't even had a chance to truly see him. But she didn't regret it. In terms of one-on-one combat, she was not Death Ku's opponent, especially since she had been ambushed and severely injured. Other than perishing together, she couldn't find any other way to stop Death Ku. Perhaps Death Ku ultimately wouldn't be able to seize the Master's immortality. But how could she just watch her master being captured? Captured to be experimented on, killed repeatedly? No, she would never allow it. Suddenly, she remembered many years ago. When she was rejected by others for transforming into his appearance and felt lost, he didn't scold her for her offense, but smiled and patted her head, saying, "Little Yuan, you just need to become the person you want to be." That was her treasure. It might be hard for anyone to believe, but the treasure of the resentment and hatred in the 8 pains was just a sentence. The trembling of her hand stopped. Little Yuan's mood inexplicably calmed down. She overcame her fear, but she couldn't overcome her regret. The 0.5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The clouds were split open, the sky shattered, and the enormous meteor descended like a spear, the fierce wind blowing away the thick fog, the piercing sound of breaking through the air mixed with the muffled roar, accompanied by an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. An endless white light swallowed the world. Chapter 69, The Distant Mountains and Forests. Oh, it's like this again. Watching her opponent fall, the girl showed a somewhat bored expression. She had a petite figure and an extremely delicate face. Even this expression that couldn't be called cute appeared innocent and playful just because it was on her face. The girl gently tapped her pink chin with her finger and said, "Why is everyone so obsessed with such meaningless things?" She looked past the 2 bloodied corpses and towards the child in the back. Unsurprisingly, she found the expression she had seen countless times on the other's face: despair, anger, shock, grief, grimace, hatred. "I'm tired of it. I can't even pretend to be moved anymore," the girl thought. She asked, "Hey, let me ask you. Do you think there is love between you and your parents?" "Bastard. I'll kill you. I want to kill you. You demon." The child, awakened from his grief, roared and lunged at the girl. However, before he could get close, he suddenly fell to the ground in pain, his limbs uncontrollably starting to convulse. Mud covered his face, mixed with blood and tears, anger and hatred. The girl watched him struggle, her face showing no pity. She was a devil beneath an angel's guise, evil wrapped in innocence. She was love, she was hate, she was a person filled with hope. She was a person overflowing with despair, she was a seeker, she was a forsaker, she was the sickness in the 8 pains. Not going to answer? Children are so disobedient. All right, let me tell you. The girl's innocent face took on a playful smile as she spoke cruel words. "No, little friend. Everything your parents did for you is essentially just hurting others, just like the attack we just suffered. There is no love between you. What exists is merely selfishness and baseness that thrive on the sacrifices and deaths of others." If one were to delve into the meaning behind this relationship, what one could ultimately find would be nothing but entangled hatred, unvented anger, and bottomless greed and despair. "Enough, sick pain." A voice interrupted. The speaker was a young man, standing not far from the girl, but he seemed unable to move, so he could only cast a pleading gaze towards her, saying, "Let him go. He is still just a child." However, the girl seemed not to hear his words. She slightly lowered her head, looking at the child convulsing in the mud, his limbs growing weak, her voice becoming somewhat ethereal and distant. "Life cannot bear love. In the world of life, there is only chaos and disorder built upon countless disparities. However, there are only 2 moments when life can be called love, a love like the sun when it is born, and when it perishes." After speaking, the girl did not say anything more, ignoring the young man's constant pleas. She coldly watched as life gradually faded away. In the end, she heard the other's delirious mumble, "Great God. Little ghost, the gods do not love the world," the girl suddenly said. Her somewhat profound expression quickly vanished. Turning to look at the tearful young man, hands on her hips with a slightly angry huff, speaking in a somewhat spoiled tone, "Hey, what is there to cry about? Can you even be called the Master's avatar like this?" The young man opened his eyes, realizing his body could finally move. He silently raised his hand to wipe away his tears, found a long stone, and began digging a pit in the ground. Seeing this, the girl said discontentedly, "Boring. Crying for a few ants. Not at all like the master." "No, you're wrong." The young man suddenly spoke. "If he really didn't care, I wouldn't have appeared. Moreover, he who has lost his past memories probably isn't the one you used to know anymore." At this point, the young man suddenly raised his head, gazing in shock at the sky in a certain direction. A disaster without reason? In a certain city. Big sister, how can I become as strong as you?" A rabbit-type evolver. No, it should be a chosen one. Bounced excitedly towards Miss Rabbit. He had gray and white fur, a pair of white rabbit ears, and 3 tails of different colors, his demeanor lively and energetic, as if he were a member of the main cast in a comic. Even if he wasn't the protagonist. I almost forgot. Thank you, big sister, for saving me." The boy bowed, then pointed at his rabbit ears, smiling brightly. "My name is White Ear, and I'm of the same kin as you, big sister." Miss Rabbit glanced at him and casually said, "Want to get stronger?" Yes. The boy named White Ear's eyes sparkled, excitedly gesturing, saying, "I want to be as powerful as you, big sister." A dozen chosen ones. Just like swatting flies. My goodness. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. So incredibly strong. I've never seen such a powerful chosen one like you, big sister. Hee. Please teach me. How can I become as strong as you?" Miss Rabbit said lightly. "Why do you want to get stronger?" White Ear thought for a moment and smiled. "I want to survive. This world is too dangerous. If I could be strong like you, big sister, I could definitely live well. If you want to survive, I suggest you find a place to hide." "It's simpler that way," Miss Rabbit said. White Ear looked confused. "Is that really how it works?" Miss Rabbit casually replied. However, because her attitude was too casual, White Ear looked at her suspiciously and said, "Big sister, you're not just messing with me, are you? We're from the same tribe." Just as Miss Rabbit was about to answer, she suddenly turned her head and gazed into the distance, frowning slightly. That was the direction she came from. Beside her, the young White Ear followed her gaze, his eyes widening in surprise. "Wow, what a huge fireball. Is that a meteorite? But it's completely different from the ones I've seen before. Even from this distance, it looks terrifying. If someone gets hit by that thing, they LL definitely." White Ear's voice suddenly cut off. He couldn't finish the last few words. Fragments of memory flashed by like a revolving lantern, then dissolved into nothingness. As eternal darkness surged from all directions, engulfing him. In the end, he heard a slightly puzzled voice. "You seem to think of me as a good person?" Chapter 70. The end of an outsider in a humid tropical rainforest. A burly middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes was frantically fleeing without a clear direction. The man looked extremely disheveled. Not only was he in tattered clothes, his face was dirty, and his body was covered in wounds. He frequently glanced back, not caring about the surrounding bushes and vines, as if he were being chased by some terrifying beast. Suddenly, the path ahead opened up, revealing a river blocking his way. The river was not wide, only about 6 to 7 meters across, and the current was not swift, yet it made the man hesitate. But soon, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, plunging into the river with a splash. Without pausing for a moment, he exerted all his strength and swam desperately toward the opposite bank, as if something enormous and dangerous lurked in the water. Fortune smiled upon him. He successfully reached the other side, looked back briefly, and then ran off again. After fleeing for over an hour in such a desperate manner, encountering danger several times, the man finally exhausted himself and found a relatively safe corner to hide. "I can't run anymore. If I die, then so be it." He gasped for breath, taking a long time to calm his racing heart. Then, he pulled out a waterproof bag from his pants pocket, opened it, and took out a slightly chipped voice recorder. The man took a deep breath and exhaled slowly before turning on the recorder and saying, "According to human calendar, it should be September 2026. But I don't know the exact date. I can't remember, damn it. Who the hell knows what the date is? I don't give a damn. Hey, listen up. Whoever finds this voice recorder, You better listen to me. Ah, no, not like that. Please listen to what I have to say. The man squatted down, despairingly hanging his head, gripping his hair tightly as he cried. I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry. I'm so confused right now. I don't know when I'm going to die. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or maybe in the next moment. So if someone finds this voice recorder. At this point, the man fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a low, calm, almost pleading tone. If possible, please give it to my wife. I beg you. Then there was about 10 seconds of silence. The man continued, all right, let us talk about myself. My name is Band, and I'm the vice captain of a special squad in the 1st Division of the Great Gland Civilization Empire's army. Suddenly, the man stood up and shouted, no, my name is Lauren Fordson. I was born in California, USA, and I'm a car mechanic with a happy family. My wife's name is Roland Humphrey. She is a graceful and virtuous woman, sometimes a bit spicy and lovely. Also, I have 2 sons. No, that is not right. The man suddenly corrected himself. I'm Band. My wife's name is Lila. She is still waiting for me to return to Glandstar. Oh my God, what am I saying? I'm Lauren Ford, a Native American. I'm human. No, I'm not human. I come from the Great Gland Civilization. I'm going crazy. I suspect I have an extremely severe delusion. I actually think I'm an alien. This ISNTA delusion. I am Band. Over 20 years ago, I was ordered to come here for investigation, and then I lost track of what happened. What am I even saying? This body looks human no matter how you see it. How could it be an alien? No, I really am an alien. As for this body, I don't know why it's like this. I should have purple skin covered in scales. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I am Band. Lila is still waiting for me to return. No, I don't even know Lila. My wife is Roland Humphrey, and we have 2 sons. I am Band. No, I am Lauren Ford. The man kept saying incoherent and nonsensical things. Suddenly, he raised the hand holding the voice recorder high, a look of painful struggle on his face. But in the end, he resisted the impulse to smash it to pieces. Although it was chaotic, it recorded his messages to his wife over this period and was something very precious, even more important than his life. The man carefully turned off the voice recorder, painfully held his head, and couldn't he help but whisper, who the hell am I? Am I Band or Lauren Ford? Why? Why do I have 2 sets of memories? Suddenly, a voice came from ahead. You are Band. The man looked up in confusion and saw a neatly dressed stag standing not far away, exuding an aura just like that of a human. Due to his work, the man had seen many people, some wealthy, some in power, some descended from nobility with a long family history, and some deeply cultured with profound personal background. But at that moment, he felt that the stag before him, merely standing there, radiated a grace surpassing anyone he had ever met. It was a kind of aura that was hard to describe in words. The stag in a suit smiled gently at him and said in a calm and unhurried tone, You are Band, from the distant Gland Civilization. No, the man shook his head, hesitantly saying, I am human. No, you cannot be human. The stag gently shook its head, denying his words, yet it was surprisingly not rude at all. It spoke with a slight smile, appearing elegant and polite, and softly said, Because humans do not exist. Humans do not exist. The other party's casual statement struck the man's mind like a thunderbolt. Shocked, dazed. The man's face showed both expressions simultaneously. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, laughing until tears streamed down his face. But as he laughed, he began to cry. And while crying, he laughed again. Complex and contradictory expressions constantly flickered across his face, making him look like a madman, unable to distinguish whether he was happy or sad at that moment. After a while, the man gradually calmed down. Yes, I am Band, he said. Then, he looked up at the stag and asked, So, who are you? Since you know the name of the Great Gland Civilization, you must be an extraordinary evolved being, right? Excuse me, I haven't introduced myself. The stag in a suit placed one hand on its chest and bowed slightly, smiling. I am named Wang Ying. A title bestowed upon me by my father, the Great One, signifying the suffering of love and separation. He spoke the latter half of his sentence in Chinese. And without a translation device, Bander couldn't understand. After staring at the other person for a moment, he asked, So, what do you want from me? I don't think you're here to kill me, right? That's right, I don't want to kill you, Wang Ying smiled and said. I'm looking for my father. And during this time, I need some family. There are probably very few aliens still alive on this planet, so you are a very rare species. Be my family, Bander. Rare species. Upon hearing this, Bander was momentarily stunned, then angrily laughed. How outrageous. Facing the greatness, He started to say something, but abruptly stopped. Then a look of confusion appeared on his face as he scratched his head and said, Wang Ying, what are you talking about? Family. You're my only family. You're acting so strange today. Just as he spoke, he suddenly noticed what he was holding in his hand, opened his palm, and asked in confusion, a voice recorder? He shook his head and casually threw it away, then asked, where are we going next? Wang Ying thought for a moment, pointed in a certain direction, and said, East. I always feel that my father is there. But before that, let's find a family member who can fly. Chapter 71. Departure. End. Wow. The soul state of Mu Bei crossed his arms, leaning against a floating, huge, illusory tombstone, staring blankly at the scene before him. The world of souls was cut off from sound, but this did not hinder his perception of the devastating destructive power. Rather, it was because it was silent that the collapse of the world felt especially shocking. High buildings, the ground, all life. Everything easily melted away without any resistance. Mu Bei didn't even want to use terms like a hot knife through butter to describe this scene, because in the silent world, it felt more like the sun rising and dew dispersing, natural and irreversible, but the process was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times faster. The scenery in his eyes was instantly erased, leaving only a whirlwind of dust that could not even be considered debris. Mu Bei suddenly felt a sense of survival after a catastrophe, even though he was already dead. He thought he might even have to thank the group of evolvers who had attacked him earlier. Because of the attack, surrounded by enemies, after the sudden terrifying earthquake occurred, he and the stupid cat did not choose to hide but decided to take the opportunity to escape. After all, although everyone was preoccupied at that moment. What about after the situation stabilized? Mu Bei did not think both sides would shake hands and make peace. Although it was somewhat risky to do so, in hindsight, it was precisely because he decisively took that action at that time that he and the stupid cat were fortunate enough to avoid being hit directly by the meteor. Of course, they did not completely escape. The falling meteor created a giant pit with a diameter of several kilometers, and the shock wave swept across dozens of kilometers. Although they started fleeing from the moment the earthquake occurred, due to time, terrain, the earthquake, thick fog, and many other factors. Plus, they hadn't even thought about the possibility of a meteor falling next. He and the stupid cat only managed to get about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the impact point, and they were still within the range of the shock crater. But at least they had left the center. Otherwise, he would be fine, just losing a life, but the stupid cat would be in danger. During the confrontation with the Evolver group, using its abilities multiple times had drained it a lot. And now, although Mu Bei had still lost his life, the stupid cat was safe. Thinking of this, Mu Bei's soul looked down, and all he could see was his broken body because the stupid cat was in his arms. At the moment the meteor fell, he had protected the stupid cat in his embrace, and then he was blown away by the hot and violent shockwave. And at that moment, he died. By the way, because he was blown away, although they were still in the range of the shock crater at that time, they had already moved away from it. Perhaps because of the mark on his palm, Mu Bei could clearly sense that the stupid cat was still alive. He didn't expect both him and the cat to be safe. There are very few things in the world that are so good and naive. The harsh reality is the truth of the world. Under such destructive impact, the best result would be for the stupid cat to stay alive. As for him, in the current situation lacking effective medical means and fraught with danger, even if it was just a broken leg, he would probably have to commit suicide to reset. Not that he liked suicide. It hurts, right? But sometimes, it is indeed a choice that must be made, or perhaps the best way to solve the problem. Of course, a certain stupid cat would not agree with this idea. With this thought, the soul state of Mu Bei helplessly rubbed his forehead. I'll be lectured by the stupid cat later. I can't believe I got lectured by a cat. After a while, Mu Bei's body, already in a state of ruin, suddenly moved. Then, the stupid cat emerged from below with a listless expression. Obviously, even with Mu Bei's body as a meat shield to block the impact, it still took a lot of effort. In fact, according to Mu Bei's estimation, if the stupid cat were in full condition, even in the impact point of the meteor, with its abilities, it should have several ways to avoid it. After all, its abilities are indeed unreasonable. Unfortunately, the previous encounters with the Evolver group had drained it significantly, making it unable to sustain such consumption anymore. Although the stupid cat couldn't see the soul, Mu Bei had told it that it was above its body, so it stood on its hind legs, looking listless but still waving its front paws, meowing repeatedly in a scolding tone. Mu Bei quietly watched in the silent world, and when it seemed about time, he chose to resurrect. Instantly, the world regained its sound. At the same time, a wave of hot air mixed with a burnt smell surged in, carrying a large amount of dust, causing him to immediately cover his mouth and nose. Okay, don't be angry. Mubei sat up, covering his mouth, and said in a muffled voice, Meow. All right. Meow, meow, meow. This is an emergency. Meow. Don't be angry, okay? Mubei covered his mouth with one hand and pressed down on its head with the other, rubbing it vigorously. Although the stupid cat was unhappy, it eventually chose to compromise. Meow. Mubei patted its head and smiled. Let's go. After such a big incident, many evolvers will definitely come to investigate the situation. When the time comes, not only will there be survivors from this city, but even guys from other cities, so it's better to leave this place of trouble quickly. As for the original upgrade plan for the stupid cat, that was naturally out of the question. Life is not a novel or comic. It's unrealistic for everything to go as planned. Unexpected events are the norm. Some surprises can be corrected, bringing the plan back on track, or revising the plan accordingly. But some surprises exceed the scope of correction, enough to completely destroy the plan, like this one. It would be a lie to say there was no regret. But being able to stay alive is good enough. Hearing Mubei's words, the stupid cat raised its paw and pointed in a direction. Meow. Not that way. Mubei said. You're pointing towards the meteor's impact direction. We need to leave here quickly. The thick fog had now dissipated. But the dust kicked up by the meteor's fall lingered in the air, not dispersing for a long time, and visibility was not much better than before, perhaps even worse. Logically, with the surrounding scenery being similar and visibility poor, it should be difficult to determine the direction, but don't forget that Mubei was in a soul state before. The soul is an illusory thing, so it wouldn't be disoriented by the impact at that time. He had determined the meteor's impact point based on the direction of the shockwave. The stupid cat shook its head, still pointing there. Meow. Mubei understood. You mean you want to go there? Meow, meow. The stupid cat nodded. Is there something there? Mubei asked curiously. Meow. The stupid cat showed a troubled expression, probably unsure how to describe it, or perhaps it didn't really know what was there. However, Mubei nodded decisively and said, Then let's go take a look. Although they needed to leave here as soon as possible, it wasn't to the point of racing against time. The man and the cat quickly made their way toward the meteorite's landing site. As they ventured further in, visibility diminished. At first, Mubei could see some broken walls and even severed limbs, but after a while, he saw nothing at all. The extremely high temperature at the time of the meteorite's impact had vaporized everything. Moreover, the closer they got to the center, the higher the residual temperature became. If it weren't for the strength of the clumsy cat, Mubei probably wouldn't have been able to enter at all. After a moment, they reached their destination. Before them stood a black mountain, quietly looming. Due to the obstructed view, it seemed endless, its majestic presence enough to instill awe in anyone who beheld it. However, Mubei's gaze quickly followed the clumsy cat to the side of the meteorite. Compared to the enormous meteorite, it was so small and unremarkable. Yet it left Mubei utterly dumbfounded. In this forbidden zone of life, he had encountered the last thing he should have seen, life. It was a small bird with black feathers and a broken wing, a species Mubei had never seen before. Even though it was covered in blood and dust, it remained stunningly beautiful. It lay beside the meteorite, its life status unknown. Undoubtedly, this was an immensely powerful chosen one. Before the meteorite fell, Mubei had noticed the howling winds, flashes of lightning, and lava erupting wildly. It was extraordinarily abnormal. Thus, it was likely that it was the chosen one capable of causing natural disasters, or perhaps the opponent of such a chosen one. Either way, it signified strength. This was simply an excellent opportunity for a lucky find. At that moment, the clumsy cat approached it, sniffed it, and suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Turning to look at Mubei, seeing this, Mubei's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an inexplicable impulse made him blurt out, "No." As soon as he said it, he froze, because logically, this was an incredible lucky find. He didn't understand why he had said that. It was just an intuition, an inexplicable instinct. Mubei furrowed his brow and stared at the broken-winged bird. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "I just feel like we can't eat it." But soon, he realized that he might be overthinking. The clumsy cat seemed to have no interest in this chosen one at all. It simply extended its paw and flipped the bird over, revealing a pendant. The pendant was quite simple, a red thread passing through a small black stone. The stone was quite pretty, about the size of half a thumb, translucent black mixed with a deep purple hue. Strangely, the thread of the pendant was long, unlike anything a small bird could wear. The clumsy cat pointed at the pendant and meowed. "Meow. Do you want this?" Bei was a bit taken aback and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although his intuition told him not to let the clumsy cat eat this chosen one. It wouldn't be good to force it to give up such a big opportunity. Since it wasn't interested, that was just perfect. Take it, Bei said, then pointed at the broken-winged bird and added, as for it, let's not eat it. Meow meow. Upon hearing this, the clumsy cat eagerly tore the thread of the pendant, placed the black stone in its mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Bei was stunned, just about to ask how it had eaten it, when he suddenly saw the clumsy cat stumble and nearly fall. What happened? Bei exclaimed in surprise, quickly asking. His cat was silly, but it shouldn't be tripping over flat ground, right? However, the clumsy cat now looked as if it were drunk and about to fall asleep. Its eyelids almost closing. It shook its head vigorously, barely managing to stand on its hind legs, swaying as it waved its paws, signaling Bei to crouch down. Then, just like when they were in the bookstore, it placed its chubby front paw on Bei's right hand. Meow. After about 2 seconds of contact, the clumsy cat suddenly collapsed weakly onto the ground, curling up into a fluffy white ball. Bei was bewildered, reaching out to gently poke it, and the ball immediately rolled back and forth like a weeble. What a familiar scene. The last time he saw this was when the clumsy cat evolved. After that, no matter how many evolved beings or even chosen ones it absorbed, this had never happened again, nor had there been any signs. What on earth was that stone? Bei looked down at his right hand and noticed that besides the faint gray cat paw print in his palm, there were now 2 interlocking black chains. What is this? The current situation was very sudden and might even have exceeded the clumsy cat's own expectations. It had only managed to leave something on his hand before falling into a deep sleep. But fortunately, he could still borrow its strength, which was different from when it was unconscious. Perhaps the clumsy cat's consciousness still maintained some connection to the outside world. Given the situation, it seemed it might not wake up for a while. Bei picked up the fluffy ball, no, the clumsy cat, and decided that regardless of everything, their next task remained unchanged, to leave this place as soon as possible. He turned around, just about to leave when he suddenly looked back at the broken-winged bird. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately did nothing and left the area. Whether evolved beings or chosen ones, they regarded it as an enemy. He had no reason to save what could potentially be an extremely powerful foe, right? Upon further reflection, it was already quite unbelievable to have left it alone. With Bei's departure, this forbidden zone of life returned to silence once more. However, 2 minutes later, footsteps echoed again. The departing youth returned, letting out a helpless sigh. I don't know why, but I just feel like I can't leave you behind. He picked it up and left this place, subsequently departing from the city. Hidden behind the truth lay a long-held wish, while the false concealed the human heart. The deity awakened from slumber fell to become immortal, and the delayed guilt split him into 3 parts, sealing the door to reality. Indeed, nothing was more dangerous than the human heart. The box of the world was opened, and ships from afar sounded their greedy horns, with the flames of war about to spread, and the 8 sufferings destined to meet. This time, how would the deity choose? Volume 1, Awakening End. Next volume, Flames, the silent roar will eventually transform into a roar. Chapter 72, Shadow Play. The night was deep. The bright moonlight fell softly, intertwining with the shimmering reflections on the water's surface. Thin mist gently wafted from the nearby forest, making the riverbank appear somewhat cool and dreamy. Crackle, crackle, a cluster of bonfire flames flickered on the riverbank. The bonfire burned slowly, occasionally crackling, piercing the silent night. Surrounding the bonfire sat a peculiar group. They were peculiar because among them was a young human, probably one of the rarest species on Earth today. The young man sat on a large stone, his expression calm, with a fluffy white ball resting on his lap, while a small bird with black feathers perched on his shoulder. The bird's feathers glimmered with a deep, translucent sheen, looking as if crafted by the hands of a deity, entirely unlike anything mundane. Opposite the young man, sitting face to face around the bonfire, was a black cat, roughly the same size as an ordinary house cat, with a tail split into 5 forks and paw pads that resembled human hands, each finger having 9 joints, appearing far more agile than a human's. But what was most striking was its fur, which seemed both real and unreal, ever-changing, like a burning black flame, better described as a shadow. Just then, the shadow cat, which had been sleeping on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes. It glanced at Bei with some dissatisfaction, stood up on its 2 feet, and clasped its 2 front paws together. Its fingers, which had 9 joints, quickly intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, a shadow of a wolf's head was cast under the flickering campfire. This scene seemed quite interesting to Mubei, reminiscent of a child's game. But the transformation wasn't over. The shadow cat suddenly extended two hook-like claws from each of its front paws. Immediately, the wolf head shadow, which had only a rough shape before, transformed into a vivid and lifelike figure. However, before anyone could take a closer look, the wolf shadow suddenly broke free from its constraints like a living creature and darted into a nearby small growth. Mubei referred to this ability as shadow puppetry. "It's quite interesting," he said. "Master, Xiao Yuan has seen the source of this ability," the little bird perched on his shoulder whispered. "But the way I saw it used was completely different." "Oh really?" Mubei casually replied. "How was it?" "It was much more mysterious," Xiao Yuan said. "It was one of the oldest and strongest beings, said to be immortal and indestructible." "Have you fought it?" "No, but that guy challenged Sister Rabbit." "And the result?" "Sister Rabbit killed it." "Mubei, what happened to being immortal and indestructible?" "Over there." After releasing the shadow cat looked at Mubei and asked with dissatisfaction, "Why did you let the enemy get so close?" Mubei pointed to Xiao Yuan on his shoulder and said, "I'm afraid she might accidentally destroy the whole area." "Such a beautiful view, what a pity." Upon hearing this, the shadow cat paused, glanced at the black-feathered little bird, and felt this statement made sense. It stopped talking, lay back down, and stared vacantly at the campfire, showing no intention of going back to sleep. Mubei then took out a square, silver-colored metallic object from his backpack. After pressing a few buttons, something magical happened. A beautiful and melodious song emanated from the cold metal. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grass connects to the sky. The evening breeze stirs the willow, the flute's sound lingers, the sunset beyond the mountains. At the ends of the earth and corners of the sea, half of my friends are scattered, a pot of turbid wine to enjoy the remaining joy. Tonight's farewell dream is cold. The clear and ethereal song flowed by the cold stream bank, distant and lonely. The shadow cat was clearly no longer surprised by this magical scene. It didn't even lift its eyelids and asked, "Is it this song again?" Mubei rubbed the clumsy cat ball resting on his thigh and smiled. After all, some people like it. At this moment, the shadow cat raised its head and stared at the fluffy round ball for a while before asking, "Is your friend still not awake?" "Yeah," Mubei replied. "When will he wake up?" the shadow cat asked. Hearing this, Mubei couldn't help but look down at the light gray cat paw print and black chain on his right palm and said somewhat helplessly, "I'm afraid it will take some time." The black chain left behind before the clumsy cat fell into a deep sleep seemed to seal a certain aura from him, which is why those evolved beings no longer chased him like rabid dogs. One must say, long live low profile. Long live normal communication. This was accomplished after the clumsy cat swallowed the black stone, which also reflected that the thing was unusual. The time of the clumsy cat's sleep this time would probably be a bit long. But Mubei never expected that a bit long would turn out to be this long. Now, it had been 6 months since then, and there were still no signs of the clumsy cat waking up. "I've never heard of evolution falling into a deep sleep," the shadow cat said. "Aren't you seeing it for the first time as a human?" Mubei replied, "The world is vast, anything can happen." "Humph, that makes some sense," the shadow cat responded. Just then, several wisps of thin mist that had floated in from the grove began to dissipate. Shortly after, the wolf shadow that had dashed into the forest returned, carrying a fox, and placed it beside the campfire before vanishing into the ground. The shadow cat then prepared to eat. Mubei asked, "Aren't you considering roasting it? Why bother with such trouble?" The shadow cat replied disdainfully, "Oh, then give me a leg." "I'm hungry," Mubei said. "If you're not roasting it, I will." "Humph, humans are so pretentious." Saying this, the shadow cat extended a claw and sliced off a fox leg. Tossing it to Mubei, "Here, have your free meal." Mubei accepted it. Free meals are great. There's nothing more enjoyable than getting something for nothing in this world. The shadow cat, Mubei looked at Xiao Yuan on his shoulder and asked, "Do you want to eat?" Xiao Yuan isn't hungry. Xiao Yuan spread its wings and flew up, saying, "Xiao Yuan will check if there are any enemies nearby." Mubei had seen many evolved beings with physical disabilities, indicating that even for them, who had recovery abilities far beyond humans, losing limbs was different from ordinary injuries. But for Xiao Yuan, losing a wing seemed no different from a regular injury. It grew back just a few days after waking up. "Try not to use calamity," Mubei said. After half a year of interaction, he had discovered that Xiao Yuan's misfortune was a very easy-to-lose control ability. This didn't mean Xiao Yuan couldn't control her power, but rather she couldn't control the consequences of her power. Because disasters aren't something that can be stopped at will. They evolve on their own and can escalate. A little over a month ago, Mubei witnessed disaster turn an entire city into ruins, almost burying him and the Shadow Cat alive, leaving the Shadow Cat with a deep psychological scar. What exacerbated her power's loss of control was that Xiao Yuan herself would occasionally have bad luck. For instance, the time when disaster reduced a city to ruins was triggered by a group of evolved beings trying to provoke her. Or half a year ago, shortly after she woke up, she had gone out alone for a while, and when she returned, she was covered in dirt and had a huge wound, claiming she had barely avoided being hit by a falling artificial satellite. Although she dodged it, she didn't completely escape. At that time, Mubei was utterly dumbfounded. How many artificial satellites were left in the sky? How long would it be before one fell? How big is the Earth? And she almost got hit. Xiao Yuan's bad luck was quite abnormal, but she had grown accustomed to it. She said it was her suffering. Chapter 73. Immortal Xiao Yuan's figure vanished into the night. Mubei slightly lowered his head, fiddling with the flickering campfire. Encountering someone you dislike is called resentment and hatred, and Xiao Yuan's ability and suffering were clearly related to misfortune. The 8 sufferings are not just a title. Mubei thought of the death-related suffering she had mentioned that tried to attack him. Xiao Yuan said she couldn't understand the thoughts of the death-related suffering. But Mubei felt that if he were in her shoes, he might make the same choice. She had talked to him about the abilities of others. At first, Mubei found the death-related suffering's ability completely nonsensical and unrelated to its title, but when she mentioned the character of the death-related suffering, he suddenly realized the cruelty hidden within. A life with a clear end possesses an insatiable thirst for knowledge, which is an extremely cruel thing. But even crueler is the ability called chaotic parameters. This ability to explore everything gave that thirst for knowledge hope, but also brought him the greatest despair. Just as that little poem says, "If I had never seen the sun, I might have endured the darkness. But now, the sun makes my loneliness even more desolate." The shadow of death casts the seeds of pain, which continuously grow, deform, and ultimately transform into an invisible monster, its shell filled with regrets and unwillingness. One could say that the betrayal of the death-related suffering was inevitable. Mubei even felt sorry for him. While Mubei was preparing the fox leg and roasting it over the campfire, Xiao Yuan returned. He looked closely and felt she probably hadn't encountered any enemies. Xiao Yuan's bad luck was occasional and generally had no relation to whether she used her power. It was just that once she overexerted her ability, a great calamity would befall her. The time she was almost hit by an artificial satellite shortly after waking up was undoubtedly a consequence of her attracting a meteor. At that time, she probably had a premonition of misfortune, which is why she ran out alone. Seeing that she was fine, Mubei withdrew his gaze. The skewered meat sizzling over the campfire began to emit a faint popping sound, and an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. The Shadow Cat across from them had already finished eating and, aided by the darkness of night, began to doze off. Xiao Yuan lightly landed beside Mubei, quietly observing the campfire for a moment before suddenly saying, "Actually, even without using my abilities, I'm quite strong." Hearing this, Mubei was taken aback for a moment, but soon realized what Xiao Yuan was talking about. Recently, he had been using various excuses to shift the responsibility of confronting enemies onto the Shadow Cat, or simply taking it upon himself, and Xiao Yuan had clearly noticed this. To be honest, it didn't really matter, because as long as she didn't overextend her abilities, Xiao Yuan's bad luck was unrelated to whether she used her powers or not. But Mubei always felt that he should do something, even if it was meaningless. When he created the 8 sufferings, he had incorporated some ideas that directly influenced their abilities and led to their shared suffering. In other words, Xiao Yuan's misfortune was his fault. Xiao Yuan had never mentioned this, and he had inferred it from what he had learned about her past. At first, Mubei didn't pay much attention to it, but after half a year of getting to know her better, he felt quite uncomfortable seeing her consistently unlucky. If he could, he would love to give his past self a good beating for causing so much trouble. Seeing that Mubei didn't respond, Xiao Yuan thought he didn't believe her and got a bit anxious. "I'm really strong, you know?" Mubei chuckled, not wanting to delve into this topic. He took Xiao Yuan's words and tried to brush it off with a joking tone. "Really?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan wanted to affirm it, but remembered that just before, it was Sister Rabbit who had been by their master's side, which made her lose some confidence, and her voice dropped as she said softly, maybe." But then she immediately perked up, as if trying to encourage herself, her voice rising a notch. Xiao Yuan's physical abilities exceed those of many current ancestors. The 8 sufferings weren't created as combat weapons. In fact, one could say there was no real reason for their creation. If one had to come up with a reason, it was simply a matter of inspiration. Did the gods need a special reason to plant a little flower? Some of them had stayed by Mu Bei's side since their birth and had hardly interacted with other beings, like Xiao Yuan. Others were so engrossed in their research that they refused to let Mu Bei give them a name, saying that having suffering was enough and there was no need or interest in remembering 2 names. Yet, even without understanding combat, as creations of the gods, the physical abilities of the 8 sufferings were evident. Xiao Yuan flapped her wings and said earnestly, "I'm really strong. I should be. Moreover, as long as I don't overextend, using my abilities doesn't affect me, so the master doesn't need to worry too much about me." Mu Bei didn't speak. With Xiao Yuan putting it this way, he couldn't be overly sentimental. Besides, it was indeed true that she would be unlucky regardless. But he pursed his lips, focusing on turning the meat in his hands. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "I'll think of a way." "Huh? What?" Xiao Yuan was slightly taken aback. "I remember that Miss Rabbit's ability is called 9 Seals, right?" "Yes. 9 seals. Seals both Miss Rabbit's strength and her suffering. As long as she doesn't actively undo the seal, she is no different from an ordinary being." Mu Bei continued, following this line of thought. "Your bad luck should also be sealable. It sounds easy, but doing it may not be so simple." Mu Bei wasn't confident he could replicate the 9 seals, a unique ability in the world. After all, although he learned a lot from Xiao Yuan, he had no memories of his own and didn't know what he could do in the past. Learning from others is ultimately different from having one's own memories, as the former adds an extra layer of interpretation and includes Xiao Yuan's perspective, and many things were also unknown to her. "Don't worry, even if I can't do it." Mu Bei rubbed the clumsy cat's head and said, "Clumsy cat can definitely do it." Xiao Yuan looked at him with some confusion and asked, "Why go through all this trouble, master?" Mu Bei was taken aback for a moment and smiled silently. The gods can plant a little flower without needing a reason. The gods can pluck a petal from the flower without needing a reason. But mortals often need a reason to do things. If it weren't for their closeness, Mu Bei wouldn't want to expend that effort. Different treatment is a mortal's reason. But what's wrong with that? He gently rubbed her head and said, "I don't want to see you continue to be so unlucky." As he rubbed her head, Xiao Yuan felt a bit dazed. When was the last time the master patted her head? It was when she had just been born. Xiao Yuan just needed to become what she wanted to be. The words from that time seemed to echo in her ears. "The master is different from before," she murmured. "No, it's not right to say that. It's more like he's become like he was even earlier, but that's not quite right either. Something seems different." "Is it?" Mu Bei withdrew his hand, brought the roasted meat closer, blew on it a few times, and tore off a small piece to put in his mouth. Hiss, hot. He chewed a few times and swallowed the meat. Perhaps in the eyes of the gods, imperfect things are more beautiful. But Mu Bei didn't think of himself as a god, nor did he think of Xiao Yuan as an object. He said, "I can't remember the things you mentioned. Of course, it's not that I don't believe you, but I am who I am, Mu Bei, an ordinary person. I eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, have things I like, and things I dislike." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan stared at him intently, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Sister Song Song will probably be unhappy. She thinks the former master was a god, a celestial being, and the later master is love. But Xiao Yuan thinks that no matter what happens, the master is still the master." "Hearing you say that, suffering must be a super troublesome guy," Mu Bei laughed, gesturing to the meat in his hand. "Want to eat? Although it doesn't taste great." "Yes," Xiao Yuan replied. Chapter 74. Look, there's a shivering one. A few days later, under the setting sun, in the vast fields, a swarm of mutated bees surged like a massive black wall, covering the sky and charging directly from the horizon. Each bee was about the size of a fist, forming a dense black mass that seemed endless, aggressively pursuing a young human running ahead. This sudden scene left the shadow cat, who was about to climb a tree to pick some fruit, stunned. Seeing Mu Bei charging straight toward her, she immediately got scared and fluffed up her fur, her tail standing straight up. "Meow." Mu Bei dashed past her and scoffed. "What else with the cute act, meowing around? Hurry up and run." "Meow? Human." The shadow cat hurriedly chased after him, both terrified and dissatisfied, asking, "What did you do?" As he ran, Mu Bei replied, Actually, it's not much. I think I accidentally killed their queen." "You?" The shadow cat was furious. "Why did you kill the queen? How was I supposed to know that was the queen?" Mu Bei was also quite helpless. Now these bees had mutated, and with them being so large, he thought the particularly big one was just a heavily mutated one. He didn't have any special research on insects. Since it was so large, couldn't you have been more careful? The shadow cat retorted angrily. This can't be blamed on me. Mubei decisively shirked responsibility, refusing to admit it was his mistake. Who would know that the queen would venture out alone? That's unreasonable. It's simply illogical. Why would the queen be out alone? It's insane, right? Have you ever heard of a queen going out alone? I'm just a cat. How would I know? The shadow cat cursed and glanced back, instantly getting scared again as her fur bristled. In a short time, the distance between them had significantly narrowed. The terrifying buzzing of the bees merged into one, sounding as if it were right at the back of their heads, causing both human and cat to feel a chill run down their spines. What now? Human, what do we do now? Ingmao urged repeatedly. Even the tone of its voice became a bit sharper. What else can we do? Mubei said, run. Find a pond to dive into. Hide in the water for a while. Whether this method would be effective, Mubei actually had no confidence. Although these mutated creatures had not developed intelligence, they still benefited from evolution, with significant changes in physical abilities and a slight increase in IQ, just not enough to reach a level of intelligence. Would the mutated bee swarm really disperse if they dove into the pond? Moreover, what if these bees mutated into a swimming variety? I can't swim. After a moment of silence, Ingmao suddenly spoke up. Damn, Mubei was speechless. How could a feline not know how to swim? At that moment, he completely forgot that his own cat couldn't swim either. I remember you all are afraid of water. You just don't like getting wet. You're really losing the cat's face. Mubei criticized. Think of another way, human. Ingmao flared up again. Although it considered itself strong, it would never be arrogant enough to turn back and confront the swarm. That would be too foolish, akin to suicide. With such numbers, the only thing to do was run. Mubei, besides hiding in the water, they could also hide in a house, not to mention whether these fist-sized bees could break the windows. But the village was in the direction the swarm was coming from. Could they run back? In the direction they were currently fleeing, there were no buildings in sight. Moreover, given the situation, even if there were buildings ahead, they wouldn't make it there in time. There was a pond visible from afar, but this damn cat actually couldn't swim. Wait, I don't think I can swim either. At that moment, the little Yuan on his shoulder spoke up. Master, let me handle it. Mubei turned to glance at her. Just about to say something when he suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye, hurriedly stopping, causing his lower body to become unsteady, almost falling flat on his face. Ingmao, who was running beside him, instinctively stopped as well. Why did you stop, human? Just that brief delay allowed the relentless swarm chasing behind to close in a bit more. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Mubei said helplessly, almost crashed. He saw at his feet a newly evolved puppy, trembling and looking at him with wide eyes, as well as the terrifying swarm behind him that seemed endless. Forget it. Ingmao glanced and urged, hurry up and run. Saying that, it pretended to run. Mubei looked at the trembling puppy at his feet, then back at the rapidly approaching swarm, and said helplessly, Little Yuan, use man-made disaster. As his voice fell, a wheel of fate named luck was set in motion. The bee swarm, which had been advancing relentlessly, suddenly erupted into chaos. The buzzing grew loud and disordered, losing any semblance of rhythm, as if an invisible hammer had fallen, shattering the order. Disorder and chaos intertwined, misfortune and accidents grasping life. Large swathes of mutated bees fell from the sky, like a terrifying black storm. Ingmao, who was about to flee, was almost wide-eyed in shock. It had seen the bird on Mubei's shoulder summon earthquakes, volcanoes, and lightning storms, but had never seen such a bizarre sight. Suddenly, a surge of awe for the unknown rose within it. Visible disasters are easy to avoid, but invisible misfortunes are hard to guard against. Not everyone is like the dead who can perfectly counter man-made disaster. Little Yuan's man-made disaster may not be as intuitively terrifying as natural disaster, but it was undoubtedly more bizarre, and the more enemies there were, the greater the power. When the number of enemies became overwhelming, what presented itself was a violent decay. It's like a highway filled with cars. Even if only one car loses control, it can cause catastrophic chain reactions, let alone countless cars losing control randomly. Although Little Yuan said she was the worst fighter among the 8 sufferings, Mubei felt that was only because her ability wasn't geared for single combat. The crisis of the swarm was quickly resolved. Mubei squatted down and picked up the puppy, examining it. Although he hated dogs, he wouldn't be able to sleep well if he accidentally stepped on something so small. Little one, where are your parents? he asked. In the past, being able to speak fluent human language and having a variety of abilities were signature traits of the chosen ones, but now these identifiable traits were slowly disappearing. And ordinary evolved beings were gradually able to use human language fluently, with the top-tier, even awakening abilities. One thing Miss Rabbit didn't lie about was that it was ultimately a matter of evolutionary level. Chapter 75, Inheritor of Civilization. Although Mu Bei asked it a question, he didn't expect this puppy to respond in human language. At this stage, unless both its parents were chosen ones and it had a strong ancestral bloodline, it was unlikely that it could speak at this age. However, he knew it could understand his words and grasp his meaning. Unlike humans, human children at this age are still crawling on the ground, while this puppy probably had the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old child. For example, Ingmao was actually just over a year old and was not a chosen one, but rather an ordinary evolved being that had experienced some fortunate events. The puppy, held by Mu Bei, was clearly terrified, tears welling in its eyes, its body trembling, whimpering and barking. I didn't ask you to speak. You can nod or shake your head, right? Where are your parents? Dead. Mu Bei frowned, unperturbed. After all, cats and dogs have always been at odds. But as soon as he frowned, the puppy became even more frightened. Its trembling intensified, and after a few whimpers, it blanked out and chose to release itself. Damn! Mu Bei shouted, quickly standing up and throwing it down, but it was still a moment too late. Warmth spread from his calf. He looked down at his wet pant leg, then at the curled up, trembling puppy on the ground, and finally glared at the giggling Ingmao. Before rolling his eyes at the sky, he sighed and muttered that kids are troublesome, then squatted down again, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm just going to ask you a few questions." However, the puppy merely curled up, shivering, not daring to look at him, showing no reaction to his words. Mu Bei tried to ask a couple more times in a calm tone, but it was still useless. He couldn't help but frown. Was it deaf? Or had it been scared silly? He pointed at the nearby Ingmao and said, "Do you see it? This guy is named Ingmao." "Hey, human. I never admitted to that name." Ingmao interrupted. "All right," Mu Bei said. "Let me reintroduce. This guy is named Ingmao, has no hobbies. Just likes to eat young canine evolved beings, like you. But if you obediently answer my questions, I can ask it to let you go." Since the soft approach didn't work, he decided to try the hard one. If no matter what he said, there was no reaction, then perhaps the puppy had hearing issues. But fortunately, this time it reacted. It suddenly lifted its head, quickly scanning the area with a tense and fearful gaze before looking at Ingmao. Clearly, that name was easily recognizable among the group. Mu Bei quickly tapped Ingmao, signaling it to give some reaction. Thus, Ingmao bared its fangs and grinned at the puppy. Instantly, the puppy's expression turned extremely terrified, trembling violently, its mouth opening and closing incessantly but unable to make a sound, its big watery eyes bulging, and then slowly rolling back. Foam began to form in its mouth, and with a kick of its 4 legs, it fainted cleanly. Mu Bei, little Yuan. Ingmao, damn, this puppy is way too timid. Right. Master, what do we do now? Little Yuan asked. Mu Bei was somewhat troubled. Actually, he didn't have any pressing questions to ask. It's just that now he could communicate normally with these evolved beings, and he was a bit curious about them. When he saw a lone, young one, he casually asked, much like asking a solitary child he encountered on the road, "Where are your parents?" But who knew that the pup would react this way, leaving him in a dilemma? If it hadn't fainted, it would have been fine for him to just walk away, as they were strangers anyway. If he had to put it that way, he had just spared its life and saved it from the swarm, even though he was the one who had attracted the swarm. But now that it had passed out, leaving it here would mean it might get eaten by some passing evolved being after they left. He felt a bit uneasy about that. After all, it had fainted because he scared it. Finally, he sighed and said, "Let's take it with us for now. I am not called Shadow Cat." The Shadow Cat declared again. "Okay, I got it. Shadow Cat, you carry it." Mu Bei said, "I'll go wash my pants at the pond." Are humans always so unwilling to listen to others? The Shadow Cat said, rolling up the pup with its tail in dissatisfaction. "Yes, humans are like that," Mu Bei replied dismissively, suddenly raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Huh? What is this?" He leaned closer to the pup and pulled out a hidden red thread from the fur around its neck. The thread was soft, the kind of wool commonly used for knitting sweaters, and as a single strand, it was not particularly strong, clearly not used to restrain it. After looking at it for a moment, Mu Bei suddenly bent down to search for something on the ground. Soon, he found a small wooden sign in the nearby grass, which had a small hole drilled into it, with a matching piece of red thread threaded through the hole. It was evidently the same thread that had broken into two pieces. Upon seeing the small wooden sign, Mubei was almost stunned. It had the character written on it in a crooked manner. The handwriting was terrible, as if it came from a kindergarten child. For Mubei, a calligraphy enthusiast, it was almost unbearable to look at, but the problem was that the writing was very new, the wooden sign was new, and even the broken red thread, although dirty, still looked quite new, showing no signs of having been through any weathering. In other words, this character and this wooden sign were made by an evolved being. He had seen many evolved beings that could talk, but this was the first one he had seen that could write. Were they its parents? Or other companions? Mubei suddenly became very interested in the pup. He turned to the shadow cat and casually instructed, "Keep an eye on it. Don't eat it." "Huh. We're not using it as reserve food." The shadow cat was taken aback. Mubei was speechless. It seemed it thought he was asking it to take the pup as reserve food. Even if he hadn't discovered this wooden sign, he never intended to use it as food. "You want to let it go?" The shadow cat asked in confusion. "Why? Even if we let it go, it will eventually be eaten by other evolved beings." Mubei looked at the pup, which was fainting with tears in its eyes, and said, "It can live a little longer, and it might not be eaten. Perhaps it can have a family and live a full life. Who knows what its future holds?" By that logic, the prey we've eaten before was no different. The shadow cat scoffed. "Humans are really hypocritical." Mubei sighed. "You're right. But this hypocrisy is precisely what distinguishes humans from other animals." After saying that, he added, "Whether it's the good side or the evil side." The shadow cat frowned. "Be clearer." Mubei laughed and looked at it seriously. "Actually, you awakened beings are not much different from humans. So, use your own eyes to confirm what kind of despicable yet great aspects the awakening of wisdom has brought you. Inheritors of civilization. Chapter 76. Bonfire and night talk. After that, the shadow cat didn't speak again. The group found a village and settled in a house that looked decent. Although Mubei searched the area before it got completely dark, he couldn't find a generator, which was not something every household commonly had. So it was normal not to find one. This left him a bit disappointed, as it had been a while since he enjoyed the comfort and convenience that electricity brings. At the same time, it made him nostalgic for the leisurely times he spent with the silly cat. As for the earlier days, before humanity's extinction, he couldn't remember. He still remembered what a generator was, the taste of chocolate, that acids and bases could neutralize each other, and that free fall was due to the existence of gravity. But he couldn't remember the past 20 years of life. He didn't remember who had visited him in his life. However, regarding his own memory, he had long noticed it and had previously asked Miss Rabbit about it, so he was mentally prepared. In fact, because he met Little Grievance, he understood that the things he remembered were things he originally remembered. The things he didn't remember were things that had never happened. Crackle, crackle. It was now winter. And to keep warm and provide light, Mubei lit a bonfire in the living room. Although there was no electricity, there were still plenty of things to burn. Even if he set the whole house on fire, no one would jump out to say anything. After fetching some water from a nearby pond and boiling a few kettles of hot water with the gas stove, Mubei took out a set of clean clothes from his backpack and then a flashlight before heading to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, drying his hair, he found the shadow cat looking very flustered and asked him, "Human, is there any hot water left?" "Huh, yes," Mubei replied. "Then let me use it." After throwing down this sentence, the shadow cat hurriedly went into the bathroom, looking annoyed. Mubei looked at Little Grievance in confusion and asked, "What happened?" Little Grievance pointed with its wing at the dog pup on the ground, saying that it had just woken up. "Oh, and then?" Mubei asked. Little Grievance's soft voice carried a hint of laughter. It found itself tied up by Shadow Cat's tail, and when it saw the fire in front of it, it fainted again, and it even peed on Shadow Cat. "Uft! Ha ha!" Mubei laughed out loud without holding back, making the Shadow Cat, who was about to take a shower in the bathroom, angrily meow several times. He shook his head with a smile. That guy had laughed at him before, and now karma had come back around. No wonder the pup was left on the ground while it rushed to take a shower. By the way, don't cats dislike getting wet? After laughing, Mubei said to Little Grievance, "I'll boil some more for you." The remaining hot water was originally reserved for Little Grievance, but now it was used by the Shadow Cat. Fortunately, there was still plenty of water he had fetched from the pond, so boiling some more was not a hassle. Little Grievance can do it by itself. How can I trouble the master? Little Grievance hurriedly said. Mubei gently shook his head, stopping it. No need. After adding water to the kettle and placing it on the stove, he turned on the gas. After doing all this, Mubei returned to the living room, picked up the silly cat that was on the sofa, and sat down in a place far from the pup. Over the past 6 months, the silly cat had almost become his personal pillow. It felt great, and holding it in this freezing weather was very warm, though a bit heavy. On the silent, cold winter night, the bonfire in the center of the living room burned slowly, casting a warm orange-red hue over the small space. A wave of drowsiness washed over Mu Bei, but it was not bothersome. Instead, it brought a rare sense of comfort and ease after a long journey. Since leaving that city half a year ago, he, Little Grievance, and the sleeping silly cat had been wandering, never staying in one place for more than 3 days. He added some books and wooden planks to the fire, and the quietly burning bonfire illuminated Mu Bei's face with the rare warmth of winter. He suddenly said, "We've been wandering for almost half a year, right?" "About that," Little Grievance replied as it flew to his side, then looked up at him with a somewhat hesitant expression. "Master, are you thinking of settling down?" But Mu Bei knew her concerns and asked, "Do you really think that Xiao Yuan is still alive?" Xiao Yuan couldn't be sure. She shook her head and said, "But didn't Xiao Yuan survive too?" Didn't you say that the black stone I gave you protected you?" Mu Bei asked with confusion. Then denied, "That shouldn't be the case. Although I don't remember, based on the reaction after the dumb cat swallowed it and combined with what you told me. It's not hard to guess what it is. Rather than saying it was a talisman for you, it would be more accurate to say it was something I left for the dumb cat 6,000 years later." "Oh, sorry." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan was stunned and timidly asked, "Why does the master want to apologize to Xiao Yuan?" Her voice held confusion and fear, which Mu Bei noticed. In Xiao Yuan's view, he probably didn't need to apologize to her. Regarding this, he felt quite helpless. In fact, he didn't particularly like being called master. But Xiao Yuan insisted on calling him that, believing it to be natural, so he had to go along with it. Mu Bei looked at her and said, "I'll give you another gift when I get the chance, and this time it won't have any other purpose. The master is saying this." Xiao Yuan understood and sighed in relief, saying, "But the master really doesn't need to apologize." It was because of that thing that Xiao Yuan survived and was able to reunite with the master. At that time, Xiao Yuan thought she was definitely going to die. So it should be Xiao Yuan thanking the master. Mu Bei helplessly patted her head and said, "I can probably guess what that is. That thing should only exist in your possession, and the dumb cat doesn't have one. Well, even if there is more than one, I don't think I would give it to the dumb cat. Whether in terms of strength, personality, or loyalty, the dumb cat was not a suitable object of trust. Not to mention, if that thing were really handed to him, he would likely use it for research. So, he probably didn't have anything similar. And the dumb cat's chaos parameter did not seem like a capability that could survive a direct meteor strike. As for surviving a meteor strike, Mu Bei didn't even consider that possibility. After all, it was a direct meteor strike. Although many anime feature scenes of resisting or even shattering meteors, those either exaggerate or aren't actual meteors, merely large rocks falling from the sky. What are real meteors like? They can penetrate the entire troposphere in 0.5 seconds. At such speed, even a grain of sand could easily take a life, let alone the nearly 300-meter-wide meteor summoned by Xiao Yuan. Mu Bei had witnessed that terrifying scene where the world seemed to dissolve. In fact, he indeed did not see any life there except for Xiao Yuan at that time. Chapter 77. Chapter 71. Your future, but master, don't forget, the title you gave him was the dumb cat. Xiao Yuan still felt uneasy. When they perished together, she hadn't thought so much. Or rather, after that, she was unable to consider anything more. But who knew that under the protection of that black stone, she unexpectedly survived. And the life that should have ended had a continuation, allowing Xiao Yuan to think about things after their mutual destruction. Therefore, a question inevitably arose in her mind. Did the dumb cat really die? That dumb cat. Surprises often come from insufficient understanding. The dumb cat's lack of understanding regarding her unwarranted disaster ultimately led to the failure of the plan. The reason he lacked understanding of the unwarranted disaster was that Xiao Yuan had always been by Mu Bei's side, rarely interacting with others, and had fought very few times, let alone overdrawn her abilities. Plus, she wasn't the type to show off. But looking at this matter from another perspective, isn't it the same? What applications do the chaos parameters have? Where are the limits of their abilities? Almost no one knows. He usually appears and disappears mysteriously, and in the past, it was always Sister Rabbit who went to fetch him. Xiao Yuan spoke softly, her eyes revealing self-blame. She was not a confident person. Regarding his abilities, Xiao Yuan only knew a rough idea. She felt she was useless. No, you did very well. Mu Bei patted her head. She seemed to particularly like him doing that. But he added, but don't do things like mutual destruction in the future. He didn't dislike the wandering life, but after a long time of wandering, he occasionally wanted to stop and rest. However, he couldn't deny Xiao Yuan's concerns. Although, in his understanding, the dumb cat's suffering stemmed from the irreconcilable contradiction between its limited life and infinite thirst for knowledge, he couldn't guarantee whether this title had other meanings. As for the dumb cat's abilities, he also didn't understand them now, because Mu Bei could never remember those things. After saying 1,000 words, he couldn't deny the possibility that the dumb cat was still alive, simply because its title was the dumb cat, one of the two related to life and death. Additionally, Mu Bei also knew that compared to the uncertain fate of the dumb cat, Xiao Yuan's real concerns were actually directed at someone else. The problem was, Mu Bei helplessly said, "Can we really find Miss Rabbit by asking around like this?" Xiao Yuan was somewhat at a loss for words and finally hesitated to say, "Xiao Yuan thinks that asking around is better than staying still." Because it was indeed this reasoning, Mu Bei could only sigh helplessly. Speaking of which, they were now like headless flies, completely clueless, which was actually a situation he had created himself. 6 months ago, after Xiao Yuan woke up, she told him a lot of things, many of which were bizarre and absurd, completely overturning Mu Bei's worldview. His first reaction was disbelief, but after calming down, his intuition and reason made him feel that those words had considerable credibility, because they could explain many things he had previously found incomprehensible, including who the dumb cat was, who he was, why he could come back to life after dying, why humanity suddenly perished, what was going on with his memories, the process of biological evolution, and why evolved beings harbored hostility towards him, and so on. The probability of a chosen one he had never met suddenly rambling a bunch of nonsense that could answer many of his doubts was too low, unless the other party could read minds, or had a mind-reading companion who had a very mischievous personality and loved to deceive. Meanwhile, Mu Bei also realized that to find Miss Rabbit, what they should do was to go back to that ruined city. According to Xiao Yuan, Miss Rabbit had only left a few days ago, and the commotion from the meteor's fall was so great that she might return to check the situation. However, Mu Bei did not do that at the time because the dumb cat had fallen into a deep sleep. He was not worried that the dumb cat couldn't protect herself while asleep, but rather that he couldn't protect the dumb cat while she was asleep. Returning to that city, which had attracted countless gazes and could potentially become chaotic and full of dangers, was simply too risky. After all, he didn't trust the newly picked up Xiao Yuan very much at the time, and it would be reckless to risk the safety of the dumb cat based solely on a stranger's words. By the time he gradually trusted Xiao Yuan, returning to that city would have no meaning. Even if Miss Rabbit had turned back, she would surely have already left. It can only be said that a decision that seemed correct at the time may not necessarily be correct upon reflection, such is often the case in life. Therefore, Mu Bei didn't feel much regret. After all, it was just a possibility, and based on Miss Rabbit's personality, she might not return. As night deepened, the temperature dropped significantly. After Mu Bei, the shadow cat, and Xiao Yuan finished washing up, they sat on the sofa, warming themselves around the campfire, all feeling a bit drowsy. Woof 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 woof. A faint, indistinct sound suddenly entered Mu Bei's ears, waking him slightly. He glanced over and found that the sound came from the dog cub. It hadn't woken up, just shivering in a faint state. Mu Bei realized that this was because it was a bit far from the fire. The shadow cat was so angry at that moment that it casually threw the pup on the ground, not caring where it landed. After all, it was still very young and naturally felt cold in this weather. Little Yuan noticed this too, but she remained indifferent. Mu Bei was about to get up to move the pup closer to the fire, but he suddenly saw a shadow stretch out, wrapping the pup up and tossing it beside the fire. The warm bonfire shone on it, and the pup, still in a dream, gradually stopped shivering. Woof, woof, woof. Mu Bei looked at the shadow cat, which was pretending to doze off, with some surprise. As if sensing his gaze, the shadow cat said lightly, "I want to see the future of the one you mentioned." After saying this, it suddenly opened its eyes, looked at Mu Bei, and said, "I also want to see your future." Mu Bei laughed and said, "Then you may not be able to see it. I will live longer than you." He thought the shadow cat would refute him, or even mock him, as it often did, but to his surprise, it just glanced at little Yuan and then returned its gaze to him. After a moment, it closed its eyes again and said, "Then I will look at the future that I can see." A night passed. In the early morning, light from outside seeped in through the gaps in the curtains. The bonfire in the living room had already gone out, leaving only a few sparks and residual warmth. Mubei woke up groggily, shivering for a while in the quilt before finally deciding to get up. He struggled to crawl out of the quilt, took the coat beside him, put it on, yawned, and walked to the window, pulling open the heavy curtains with a swift motion. The glaring white light made him squint slightly. He shrank his neck, breathed into his palms, and said softly, "It's snowing." Chapter 78. The old friend arrives in the wind and snow while Mu Bei was brushing his teeth. Little Yuan flew over to tell him that the pup had woken up. In fact, it had also woken up once last night. But after seeing the bonfire and the shadow cat, it fell back asleep. At this point, Little Yuan said with some relief. But this time it held on and is still awake, probably because the shadow cat isn't here. After thinking for a moment, she added, "It might also be that after waking up so many times, it has developed some immunity." Holding the toothbrush, Mu Bei was at a loss for words. Good heavens! It fainted 3 times from fear? He had never seen such a timid evolver. He suddenly began to doubt what he had told the shadow cat yesterday, that it could live a bit longer and might not be eaten. Perhaps having a bunch of descendants and die of old age. Who knows what its future holds? Could such a timid evolver really survive in this era? Mu Bei suddenly felt uncertain inside. Look, a whole night had passed. If the shadow cat really liked eating such little dogs, it would have been eaten long ago. How could it still be alive now? Mu Bei tried to explain, but the pup remained skeptical. He stood up and weakly fell onto the sofa, wrapping himself in the quilt that Little Yuan had fetched for him, then said without raising his head, "Believe it or not, at worst. I'll faint a few more times, and I'll get used to it. Spreading rumors takes a mouth, dispelling them takes legs." He learned this lesson. Little Yuan rekindled the extinguished bonfire in the living room. While Mu Bei was contemplating whether to take a nap, the tightly shut door suddenly made a sound of unlocking. The shadow cat, which had not been seen since early morning, had returned. Ever since traveling with the shadow cat, he no longer had to break in when looking for a place to stay. Its ability was truly wasted if it didn't become a bandit. Oh, he almost forgot. There wasn't much worth stealing now. Creak. The door cracked open. But then, a biting cold wind suddenly slammed the door open, swirling in snowflakes without restraint, causing the indoor temperature to drop several degrees, nearly extinguishing the newly lit bonfire. "Close the door," Mu Bei shouted from under the quilt. Soon, the door was closed again, blocking out the wind and snow. Mu Bei poked his head out and turned to look, discovering a small mountain had appeared in the living room. Seemingly a wild boar evolver, which was quite massive. If it had been whole, it probably wouldn't have fit through the door. Fortunately, the shadow cat had divided it into several pieces, successfully dragging it into the living room. However, its hunting this time seemed not to have been easy, as it bore several injuries. "Almost flipped?" Mu Bei asked. "What do you mean?" The shadow cat inquired. "It means you almost got taken out by the other party," Mu Bei explained. Upon hearing this, the shadow cat snorted coldly and said, "Just a chosen one." "Mu Bei, what are you bragging about? Aren't you not even a chosen one?" As for the matter of ordinary evolvers killing chosen ones, he wasn't surprised at all, as it was no longer the time when evolution had just begun. Accidents and opportunities meant reshuffling was happening all the time. The differences in combat abilities among species, the different directions of evolution, personality differences, a variety of abilities, and even whether to band together all exacerbated this. Weaker fighters can kill stronger non-fighters, and cruel and cunning ones in the dark can kill indecisive ones in the light. Even the weak can take down the strong with the help of traps. An ordinary evolver might awaken an exceptionally terrifying ability, while a chosen one might end up with a useless ability. In short, those who were ahead at the start may not stay ahead until the end. Today, still clinging to the idea that chosen ones are definitely stronger than ordinary evolvers is undoubtedly outdated and incorrect. As time goes on, the small number of fortunate ones who gained advantages due to luck, the chosen ones, will be thoroughly crushed in the brutal competition for survival against the chaotic backdrop of the era. The ones who rise to the top will be pure strength, regardless of whether they are chosen ones or ordinary evolvers. "By the way, the pup is awake," Mu Bei said, turning his head to look but not seeing the pup's figure. He couldn't help but wonder, "Where is it?" Little Yuan pointed under the sofa. "Mu Bei, so this thing went and hid under the sofa as soon as the shadow cat came back. This is really reassuring. It didn't faint and even found a place to hide on its own. You see, growth often happens unexpectedly," Mu Bei sighed. Although he couldn't see it, he could fully imagine the pup trembling under the sofa at that moment. The shadow cat glanced at its hiding spot before preparing to eat. However, This indifferent attitude seemed to Mu Bei to be the correct way to respond. If it spoke gently to the pup, it would definitely faint for the fourth time. The shadow cat had no interest in cooked food and still maintained its habit of eating raw meat. Mu Bei had tried to persuade it several times, but it was useless, so he stopped. Everyone has their own way of life. Maybe it just thinks raw meat tastes good, right? After all, these evolvers have good teeth. An ordinary bacteria pose little threat to them. Watching the shadow cat begin to eat, Mu Bei felt quite hungry himself. So he had no choice but to crawl out of the quilt, take some rice from his backpack, rinse it, turn on the gas stove, and start cooking porridge. Next, he took some wild boar meat, cleaned it, and skillfully stir-fried 2 dishes. The pots, bowls, and knives were found in this house as kitchen. These items are almost available in every household, and it's not difficult to find a place to stay overnight. So Mu Bei usually doesn't carry these cooking tools with him. They are bulky and inconvenient. In his hiking backpack, aside from some clothes, toiletries, and miscellaneous items, he only brought a small bag of rice, some iron skewers used for roasting meat when camping outside, and some seasonings. Nowadays, well-preserved and usable seasonings aren't something every household can find. After stir-frying the dishes and cooking the porridge, Mu Bei served 3 bowls. One for himself, one for little Yuan, and one prepared for the pup. Unlike those evolvers and chosen ones who hunt for their own evolution, Mu Bei and Xiao Yuan eat just to fill their stomachs, so their food intake is not large. As for the amount of food that Dog Wazi eats, he wasn't sure. He just prepared a little bit for now. He knocked on the leg of the sofa and said, "Hey, Dog Wazi, it's time to eat." There was no response. Mu Bei called out again, but still no reaction. So, he added some wild boar meat to Dog Wazi's bowl of porridge and placed it on the floor, saying, "It's here, come out and eat by yourself." Just as he was drinking porridge, he suddenly heard a noise at his feet. Mu Bei glanced over and found that the bowl of porridge was missing. If he listened closely, he could hear the faint sound of eating coming from under the sofa. After Dog Wazi finished eating, Mu Bei left the remaining porridge and vegetables for him, thought for a moment, and then threw a large piece of wild boar meat under the sofa. After washing his hands, Mu Bei yawned and snuggled back into his blanket, thinking, what a nice little break. At that moment, Xiao Yuan suddenly said, "Master, someone is coming." Probably a passing evolver, Mu Bei replied casually, drowsily dozing off. However, bang, 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 someone knocked on the front door. Chapter 79. Fantasy becomes reality. Many animals had senses far superior to humans before evolution, and after evolving, they became exceptionally sharp. Mu Bei and the others had no intention of hiding, so it was not surprising that they were discovered. What surprised him was that the other party actually came to knock on the door. Nowadays, it wasn't a friendly world. Visiting? That doesn't exist. Could it be some starving or overconfident fellow? At that moment, a voice from outside urged, "Hurry up and open the door. Let me in." The voice was sharp, yet contained a certain depth, and it was lively. "Let me in." Mu Bei was taken aback. He then heard the sharp voice continue, "Hey, you human, why aren't you opening the door? If you don't open it soon, don't blame me for breaking in." Mu Bei frowned, suddenly recalling something, and his expression quickly disappeared. He turned over with a blank face, wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, closed his eyes, and instructed, "Just pretend you didn't hear." Unfortunately, the noise attack that had defeated him back then was still as piercing as ever. After a bout of noisy shouting outside, the irritated shadow cat angrily sent out a shadow to grab the doorknob and open the door. As soon as the door opened, before the snowstorm could blow in, a yellow figure rushed towards Mu Bei. However, the yellow figure came quickly and left even faster. Just as it uttered a hey, it was suddenly flung back out of the door with a bang. Ah, what the hell? Hearing this bizarre noise, Mu Bei poked his head out from under the blanket, just in time to see Xiao Yuan gently land on the blanket. Then look outside before turning to Mu Bei and saying, "You suddenly rushed towards you, so I..." Mu Bei instantly understood what had happened and couldn't help but laugh. "Did you just knock him away?" Xiao Yuan lowered her head a bit shyly, then quickly asked, "Master, you seem to know him. Did Xiao Yuan do something wrong?" "No need to be so formal." Mu Bei extended his hand from the blanket, gave a thumbs up, and praised, "In fact, well done. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. By the way, he won't be dead, right?" "He shouldn't be," Xiao Yuan said. Xiao Yuan held back in the end. "What a pity," Mu Bei said. "Huh. Then Xiao Yuan should." She hadn't finished her sentence when Mu Bei quickly interrupted. "No need. I was joking." Unlike the deceptive Miss Rabbit, who often mixes truth with fiction, Xiao Yuan's character is very simple and pure, which is why she sometimes takes his jokes seriously. While they were talking, a yellow figure peeked in from outside, but it walked in a rather strange manner, as if it was clearly injured but trying to act as if nothing was wrong. Mu Bei teased, "Injured?" Upon hearing this, the little monkey instinctively patted its chest, but its expression twisted in an instant, tears welling up in pain. After gasping for air, it stubbornly said, I, how could I be injured?" Meanwhile, the shadow cat looked at Mu Bei in confusion, its expression seemingly asking, "Who is this crazy guy?" Mu Bei sighed, "I know what you're going to ask. This isn't a crazy person. This is a typical case of CHNRB-ing, the kind that can't be cured." He looked over the little monkey, whom he hadn't seen in over half a year, and curiously asked, "By the way, what happened to you?" Although he immediately recognized the little monkey from its annoying noise and unique CHNR aura, the current appearance and outfit were truly shocking. Why does this stinky monkey look exactly like Sun Wukong from Journey to the West? And where did it get the phoenix feather golden crown, the golden armor, the lotus silk cloud shoes, and the Rui Jingu Bang? Surroundings? TSK. Looking at the sheen and texture, the quality of these items the stinky monkey found was indeed excellent. If those things really existed, they probably wouldn't be any less impressive. Mu Bei slightly opened his mouth, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. He saw the little monkey playfully twirling the Rui Jingu Bang in its hand, then imitating Sun Wukong scratching its ears and cheeks for a moment before extending the hand, holding the golden staff forward, palm open, grinning, and saying, "Small." Then, the golden staff actually shrank by a circle. Small, 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 under Mu Bei's unblinking gaze. The golden staff kept getting smaller and smaller until it was finally stuffed into the little monkey's ear. Mu Bei was truly dumbfounded this time. He certainly didn't believe that the real Sun Wukong had appeared. First, he knew the previous little monkey and had even watched the Journey to the West TV show with it. Second, Sun Wukong was just a fictional character. Even if he really existed, he definitely wouldn't look like this, because the Sun Wukong in the TV show was played by an actor. But what was going on with the scene in front of him? Mu Bei paused for a moment and curiously asked, "Stinky monkey, what's going on?" "You ask it." The little monkey took the golden staff out of its ear, made it big again, played with it for a few moments, posed, and proudly said, "This is my Rui Jingu Bang. It's the stabilizing needle of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Can be big or small, weighing 13,500 jin. Also, call me Great Sage." Mu Bei changed his question. How did you become Sun Wukong?" Upon hearing this, the little monkey showed a puzzled expression and retorted, "Human. What are you talking about? I've always looked like this." Mu Bei sighed. "Here it is. The typical symptom of CHNRB-ing is selective disregard for reality." Mu Bei sighed. "For a moment, I actually thought you would be able to communicate well if you spoke." He turned to Xiao Yuan and asked, "Xiao Yuan, do you know what kind of ability this is?" "Huh." Xiao Yuan was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Master, isn't this the ability to make things bigger and smaller?" Mu Bei realized that this was because Xiao Yuan was unaware of the little monkey's changes and only saw it making the stick grow and shrink, leading to her judgment. So, he briefly explained the situation. Naturally, this was met with strong denial from the little monkey. "Master, are you saying he turned into a fictional character?" Xiao Yuan asked. "Yes," Mu Bei added, "not only that, but even that character's props have been brought into reality." "Oh, I see." Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and seemed to have some recollection. However, due to the long time that had passed, she pondered for a while before suddenly realizing, "Master, I understand, but wasn't their clan exterminated? I didn't expect there to still be remnants of their bloodline." "Exterminated?" Mu Bei was taken aback. "By whom?" "By Sister Rabbit." Xiao Yuan replied. This is truly an unexpected answer, but why doesn't he feel surprised at all? Mu Bei looked at the little monkey. "Stinky monkey. It seems we still have a grudge. Hey, you human, what nonsense are you spouting again?" The little monkey bared its teeth and angrily said, "I, the great sage, am originally from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, born from the immortal stone that has existed since the dawn of time. My heavenly father and earthly mother. What ancestors do I have? Also, call me the great sage." Mu Bei rubbed his forehead. Damn, what a lunatic. Chapter 80. Secrets from 700 years ago borrowing power. Summoning gods, the ancient art of bathing. According to Xiao Yuan, the little monkey had several names for its abilities back then. Simply put, it first needed to create a sufficiently clear and defined image in its mind, and then, over time, supplemented by offerings and wishes, project the illusory image onto itself. After projecting the image onto itself, its strength would be enhanced, and it could also use the abilities of the image. The degree of enhancement and the extent to which the image's abilities could be utilized mainly depended on the solidity and clarity of the image in the mind. The solidity and clarity of the mental image, as well as the earlier sculpting process, were related to many factors. The most crucial being the understanding of the image and its strength. Xiao Yuan could only remember these things about the little monkey's abilities. Although it sounded quite detailed, there wasn't much substantial content. These were all things many people knew back then. As for some real confidential matters, such as the specific sculpting methods, the types of offerings and wishes, whether there were any unknown weaknesses or secrets about this ability, Xiao Yuan was completely unaware. After all, she had only heard about it, and remembering it was already quite good. In the past 6 months, they had encountered some evolvers with rare and even mysterious abilities, not all of which Xiao Yuan recognized. And even those she did recognize were mostly only vaguely understood. Compared to those, her memories of the little monkey's abilities could be considered quite detailed. This was because it involved Miss Rabbit. About 7,000 years ago, their clan had a peak period. At that time, they didn't know what kind of opportunity they had. But based on some rumors left by Sister Rabbit in the world, they successfully projected her image. Xiao Yuan recalled, but they couldn't project 9 seals. Mu Bei was slightly taken aback. What? No seals? Wouldn't that cause chaos? Not that serious, Master, Xiao Yuan explained softly. Our clan's ability is to project an image onto ourselves to enhance our strength and, to a certain extent, use the abilities of the image, rather than unleash the strength of the image itself. However, even so, it was enough to stir up turmoil in the world, because even among us, Sister Rabbit was different. Hearing this, Mu Bei couldn't help but think of what Xiao Yuan had said, that Miss Rabbit's true form was a human shape like his own. He then heard Xiao Yuan continue. Sister Rabbit's image has a very exaggerated enhancement effect. It is rumored that the clan leader back then single-handedly slaughtered several surrounding clans with similar strength. Although because they didn't have 9 seals, when projecting Sister Rabbit's image, the projector would lose their sanity and couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, making it impossible to spar, but as a pure killing tool, it worked well. In just a few decades, their clan rapidly rose and became one of the overlords of the time. Then, this news reached Sister Rabbit's ears. She became very interested in her image, and since she happened to be idle at the time, she went out to find them, specifically to fight her own image, resulting in the deaths of several of the strongest. Mu Bei. So that's how the genuine version dealt with the counterfeit? Xiao Yuan's voice was soft and gentle, her tone calm and unperturbed as she recounted her clan's rise and fall. They were too brutal in using Sister Rabbit's image and made many enemies. After Sister Rabbit left, many forces attacked them together, and they quickly perished. Mu Bei said with a hint of emotion, although it wasn't directly caused by Miss Rabbit. It's not wrong to say they were destroyed by her. For the next 1,000 years, there were no further news about them. Xiao Yuan said as she spoke, her brow suddenly furrowing, her voice gradually lowering until it stopped, her head slightly bowed, as if she were pondering something. Seeing this, Mu Bei asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's like this, Master," Xiao Yuan suddenly remembered. Sister Rabbit seemed to have said at the time that our clan was a failure, she said. Looking at the little monkey who was jumping up and down in anger, vehemently denying any ancestors, but was decisively ignored by her and Mu Bei, with a hint of confusion in her tone. Failure? Mu Bei was taken aback. What does that mean? Xiao Yuan didn't know either. She shook her head, explaining that she didn't pay attention at the time and didn't ask. It was quite normal that Xiao Yuan didn't pay attention, given her personality. Regardless of whether the little monkey's ancestral clan was a failure, a semi-finished product, a finished product, an imported product, or a bean product, she probably had little interest. But Mu Bei wouldn't let it go easily. He pressed on. What else did Miss Rabbit say at the time? She didn't say much. Xiao Yuan pressed her wings against her forehead, trying to think. After a moment, she said, "The other thing is that Sister Rabbit seemed quite disappointed when she returned, saying it was more interesting to fight with us. However, she probably thought I was too weak, so she never fought with me." As she reached the end, her voice became slightly dejected, and she quietly lowered her head, a hint of gloom flashing in her eyes. Clearly, Xiao Yuan was not truly indifferent about her discord with others. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed her appearance when transforming into human form from being exactly like Mu Bei to only resembling him by about 70 to 80%. Unfortunately, at this moment, Mu Bei was focused on thinking, his attention elsewhere, so he didn't notice. Otherwise, he would have told Xiao Yuan that at least from his perspective. It was definitely not the case. Was that called sparring? That was bullying. She never fought Xiao Yuan before, and in Mu Bei's eyes, it seemed like she was caring for the excluded Xiao Yuan. After all, when it came to one-on-one combat, Miss Rabbit's strength was clearly far above Xiao Yuan's. Even during their encounter 6 months ago, she had let Xiao Yuan escape and even got injured herself, making it quite obvious that she had gone easy on her. Mu Bei pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Who did Miss Rabbit beat up back then?" Let me think. Right, it was Dead Ku." Xiao Yuan recalled, saying, "That day, Dead Ku was beaten up to the point of almost losing half his life." Mu Bei sighed and said, "I understand." "Huh? What?" Xiao Yuan was puzzled. "You said before that the Stinky Monkey's ancestral clan didn't know what opportunity they had to project Miss Rabbit's image, right?" Mu Bei said, "If I'm not mistaken, Dead Ku is their opportunity." Although Xiao Yuan had a simple personality, she was not a fool. Upon hearing this, she immediately reacted, "Ah. So the meaning of failure is..." Mu Bei nodded. What they wanted was not Miss Rabbit's image, but 9 seals. Chapter 81. Speculation and speculation. Mu Bei's speculation was something Xiao Yuan had never thought of before. The reason Mu Bei could make such a guess was based on Dead Ku's attack 6 months ago. 7,000 years ago, Dead Ku had not betrayed them. How could Xiao Yuan have thought too much at that time? Not only her, but others wouldn't think much either. In the eyes of everyone, the whole incident was just that Sister Rabbit went out looking for fun after hearing about her image and was dissatisfied with the outcome. So she took it out on Dead Ku. Although she did hit him a bit hard, who could blame her for being in a bad mood? Everyone could only silently sympathize with Dead Ku. But now, re-examining this matter from back then, a vague and retrospective sense of strangeness emerged. Miss Rabbit's image, unable to project 9 seals, was a failure. Dead Ku, who was almost beaten to half his life. And various fragments of information pieced together on the basis of Dead Ku's betrayal led Mu Bei to this speculation. Because if there really is something in this world that could seal him, the only 2 things that Mu Bei could think of were one being Miss Rabbit's 9 seals. The other one didn't exist 7,000 years ago. He didn't expect that even back then, Si Ku had already harbored ulterior motives. It seems that Miss Rabbit discovered something from the ancestors of the little monkey, but despite not being blood relatives, Ba Ku was no different from siblings. And out of selfishness, she didn't expose the matter, only giving Si Ku a lesson and a warning. Thus, the truth of that year was buried. Mu Bei frowned and said, "Now I also think it's very likely that Si Ku is still alive. A guy who had ulterior motives 7,000 years ago just died because of an unexpected accident due to insufficient information about disaster of innocence. I find that hard to believe." He even speculated further. Could it be that his death in the confrontation with Xiao Yuan 6 months ago was also part of his own scheme? If that were the case, Mu Bei, who originally felt pity for him, would be very angry. He wasn't angry at Si Ku's betrayal. Indeed, he was their creator. But at the same time, he was also the creator of their misfortunes. Should children with diseases and defects be born? Is being born out of love or causing them to suffer? This complex and thought-provoking question aside, Ba Ku's misfortune purely stemmed from Mu Bei's personal interests back then. It wouldn't be surprising if they resented him. But they didn't resent him. Si Ku's betrayal was merely out of his own desires. So, Mu Bei actually wasn't very angry inside. However, if the confrontation with Xiao Yuan 6 months ago was indeed orchestrated by Si Ku himself, then Mu Bei would feel very angry because Xiao Yuan almost died. Upon learning that Si Ku likely had ulterior motives long ago, Xiao Yuan's mood visibly dropped. Originally, in her heart, she thought Si Ku's betrayal was just a moment of confusion. She was still thinking that once she found Rabbit Sister, she would let Rabbit Sister give him a good beating to wake him up and make him apologize to the master, and she would also help plead for him. Indeed, such thoughts were naive and even wishful thinking. Her relationship with Si Ku wasn't good, and they had even fought over life and death. But ultimately, they were siblings who had spent a long time together. Mu Bei patted her head and comforted her. "Don't be too sad." Just then, the shadow cat, who had been pretending to sleep with its eyes closed, suddenly asked, "Since you failed, why not exterminate their clan to eliminate the evidence? That way, you wouldn't be discovered." Hearing this, Mu Bei looked at it in surprise. All along, he hadn't deliberately avoided speaking in front of the shadow cat when talking to Xiao Yuan. After all, they were companions. It would be inconvenient to have to consider what could be heard by the shadow cat and what couldn't, and to avoid saying things it shouldn't hear. Wouldn't that be too cumbersome? It would also seem suspiciously sneaky. Moreover, Xiao Yuan was much stronger than the shadow cat. And there was no large-scale means of information dissemination now, so did he really need to be so cautious? However, although he had avoided the shadow cat while speaking with Xiao Yuan, the shadow cat had never asked much or said much. First, that's just its personality. Second, the information revealed in Mu Bei and Xiao Yuan's conversation was mostly fragmented and disjointed, so from the shadow cat's perspective, it might seem more like nonsense. Why are you looking at me so surprised? The shadow cat opened its eyes and asked somewhat displeased. Isn't it strange to be surprised? Mu Bei laughed. Humph. The shadow cat snorted coldly, closed its eyes, and acted as if it didn't care whether he spoke or not. Mu Bei chuckled and shook his head. So if you fail, you just move on to the next? That's too presumptuous. How many possibilities do you think you have to try? Moreover, abilities can grow. Perhaps success will come in the future? Siku was plotting against a deity. Any hint of possibility was invaluable, so how could he easily give up? Mu Bei stroked his chin and speculated. From this perspective, their clan still having bloodline remnants is probably due to Siku saving them, or perhaps they are hidden experimental backups or insurance measures. After pondering for a while, he glanced at the shadow cat and said, as for your suggestion to eliminate the evidence, do you think Siku would not have eliminated the evidence? No. I'm sure he must have erased all traces long ago. We just don't know why Miss Rabbit still discovered it. The sudden appearance of the little monkey brought forth some long-buried memories, leading Mu Bei and Xiao Yuan to unexpectedly discover some unsettling speculations. Seeing Xiao Yuan in a low mood, Mu Bei decided to change the subject. He looked at the little monkey, who was sulking because no one was paying attention to it, and asked with a smile, why aren't you jumping around anymore? Humph. The little monkey jumped left and right, huffing. You think I, old son, will jump just because you want me to? Mu Bei looked at him as if he were crazy. Aren't you jumping around quite happily? By the way, how did you find us? You weren't following us the whole time, were you? Mu Bei casually asked, but after the question, he quietly observed the little monkey's reaction. More than half a year ago, when he and the silly cat were still struggling to survive in that city, he had been targeted by an unknown evolved creature using an anti-material sniper rifle. And after missing a shot, it completely disappeared and never reappeared. Mu Bei felt that the most likely suspect was this stinky monkey, because an anti-material sniper rifle is not something easily obtainable. At that time, although the Chosen One had awakened their intelligence early, the chances of them going to a military base's weapon depot and finding an anti-material sniper rifle were very slim. Therefore, that rifle should have been the 99 that he left at home. This leads to two possibilities. 1. An unfamiliar evolved person nearby was attracted by the explosion, found and took away the firearms buried in the ruins, and this evolved person just happened to know how to use firearms. If so, it should be an early awakened Chosen One, or was clever enough to learn how to use the 99 anti-material sniper rifle in a day, and coincidentally, it still hadn't left the neighborhood the next day and just happened to see Mu Bei and the silly cat returning. 2. It was done by the little monkey. He knew where the gun was, knew how to use it. Mu Bei had taken him and the silly cat hunting, and could easily guess that he and the silly cat would likely return to the neighborhood, and he was smart enough. Clearly, the second possibility is much more plausible and does not involve so many coincidences. However, because the silly cat had a good relationship with the little monkey, Mu Bei had never mentioned this to the silly cat, but had always felt that the little monkey, who disappeared before the evolution, was actually the most suspicious. Chapter 82. Among the deluded, the ignorant, the hesitant, and the oath-takers. That was the original speculation. But today's reunion made Mu Bei doubt his previous guess. From the little monkey's displayed methods, it wouldn't be difficult to hide and shrink the 99, but the problem was, would this fool, who considers himself to be Sun Wukong, be willing to use a sniper rifle? Sun Wukong using a sniper rifle? Could this stinky monkey accept that setting? Tracking. Why would I, old son, track you guys? The little monkey, mimicking Sun Wukong, grinned, jumped onto the coffee table, and prepared to grab a fruit to eat, but found none, and had to give up reluctantly, saying, I, old son, have great powers. Finding you guys is easy. Oh, how did you find us? Mu Bei asked. But as soon as he spoke, he already guessed the answer. Sure enough, the little monkey plopped down on the coffee table, crossed its legs, and looked at the silly cat, saying, I, old son, followed its scent here. Damn, Mu Bei couldn't help but curse inwardly. Before the evolution, This stinky monkey's perception ability was already unusual. He didn't expect it to be even more extraordinary after evolving. Actually able to follow the scent left by the silly cat all the way here. This guy is a stalker, right? He looked at Xiao Yuan. Does their clan have this ability? Little Yuan had never heard of it. Perhaps it was mixed with other bloodlines, she guessed. At this moment, the little monkey said with confusion, "By the way, why is it still sleeping? I, old son, am back, and it doesn't even get up to welcome me? Oh, could it be seriously injured? Get lost. Can't you talk? The stupid cat is just temporarily asleep, nothing more." Mu Bei simply brushed it off and said, "Did you really come all this way sensing the stupid cat's aura?" Compared to a mysterious evolver that appeared out of nowhere, filled with coincidences, he truly felt that this stinky monkey had a greater suspicion. Of course, what's so difficult about that? The little monkey crossed its legs and casually said, "Its aura is so special." Upon hearing this, Mu Bei raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with little Yuan. Aside from the 8 pains, this was the first time an evolver had noticed the uniqueness of the stupid cat. Really? What is the aura of the stupid cat like? Mu Bei asked. Hee. Well, this. The little monkey shook its head while jumping down from the coffee table and circling around the sofa twice. In the short span of a few sentences, it had already completed a series of actions, jumping on the coffee table to look for fruit, sitting on the coffee table with its legs crossed, even changing legs, and finally jumping down from the coffee table and circling the sofa twice, like it had ADHD. Mu Bei couldn't help but rub his forehead. Watching TV was still fine, but having a guy jumping around next to you in reality was really annoying. Tang Seng's temper was too good, but then Mu Bei was stunned. He was surprised to find that the little monkey had actually stopped talking. "Why aren't you speaking anymore?" "Humph." The little monkey snorted in dissatisfaction. "Its aura is only slightly weaker than mine." As it spoke, it kept glancing at the stupid cat, its expression extremely conflicted, its mouth opened and closed repeatedly, making grunting sounds for quite a while, and finally shifting its gaze away, sulking. "All right, it's a bit stronger than me, just a little. Just a little." Mu Bei was shocked. "You're saying it's not weaker than you? Now tell me, who on earth are you?" Upon hearing this, the little monkey's face turned red, and it turned its head away. Seeing its reaction, Mu Bei couldn't help but laugh, but his heart was even more puzzled. Could it really have been a coincidence back then? Was there truly a mysterious evolver that appeared out of nowhere and later vanished without a trace? Meanwhile, the shadow cat was staring intently at the stupid cat on the sofa for a while before casting a puzzled look at Mu Bei and hesitantly asking, "Does it have something special?" How should I put it?" Mu Bei retracted his thoughts, thought for a moment, and said, "Ignorance is bliss?" A high emotional intelligence answer often only required 5 words to make the shadow cat explode in anger. At this moment, little Yuan added, "If you can't perceive it, it means you aren't even qualified to sense that one. Wait until you become stronger, and then you will be able to feel it." The shadow cat paused, snorted lightly, and then calmed down. Although it didn't submit to Mu Bei, it was very convinced by little Yuan. This might be because it often quarreled with Mu Bei, and thus had developed a habitual defiance towards him, or perhaps because in the world of evolvers, strength is more recognized than status. Seeing the shadow cat at a disadvantage, the little monkey showed a proud smile, presumably reveling in its ability to perceive the specialness of the stupid cat, while the shadow cat could not. Mu Bei was somewhat surprised. "What's there to be proud of? You just noticed the specialness of the stupid cat. Do you even know who it is? Besides, it relies on some strange bloodline mixed in its body. I estimate you couldn't even beat a single tail of the shadow cat." Mu Bei certainly didn't know who was stronger between the little monkey and the shadow cat. He just couldn't stand this stinky monkey being so smug. "Nonsense. I, old son, am definitely stronger than it." The little monkey jumped up angrily. The shadow cat, however, lazily closed its eyes and continued to pretend to sleep, clearly not intending to argue. Look, it even admits it itself. Seeing this, the little monkey raised its head, clearly puffed up with pride, and said proudly, "I, old son, am much stronger than it. I can take on 2 of it. No 10. No 100. Then why don't we fight and find out?" The shadow cat suddenly said, "Huh." The little monkey was taken aback. "Who is stronger and weaker? We'll know if we fight." The shadow cat said, "You. Let's fight." The little monkey was furious. "I, old son, am not afraid of you. Let's go outside to fight," Mu Bei said. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow cat walked outside without saying a word, not wasting any time. "Are we really going to fight?" The little monkey looked blankly for a moment, then muttered and followed out. Mu Bei looked at little Yuan. This monkey is a bit cowardly. In the midst of the wind and snow, the little monkey and the shadow cat faced off against each other. Mu Bei, wrapped in a quilt, along with little Yuan, watched the battle from the second-floor balcony. In the yard, those two were still exchanging verbal jabs. Actually, it was just the little monkey shouting, and as Mu Bei listened, he suddenly asked, "Will that day really come?" "What?" Little Yuan was puzzled, not picking up on his words. "You said that when the shadow cat becomes stronger, it will be able to sense the specialness of the stupid cat. Will there really be a day when the remaining embers will reignite?" Mu Bei said. His tone was more of a denial than a question. He looked at the shadow cat and the little monkey in the yard, revealing a very complex expression. "Little Yuan. Look, they can't even sense who the stupid cat is. Compared to the mythological era, they are so weak. But so what? What does it matter if they can't sense it? They're the new generation, such vibrant lives, they still have a future. Perhaps maintaining the status quo is good enough." Little Yuan said, "Everything depends on your choice." As if he had known this answer all along, Mu Bei sighed deeply, looked up at the wind and snow, and murmured in a drifting tone, "Maintaining the status quo, maintaining the status quo. To put it nicely, it's procrastination. To put it harshly, it's avoidance. I have to make a choice, and when the time comes, little Yuan will still stand by your side." The usually obedient little Yuan suddenly interrupted him, speaking decisively. "No matter how the master chooses, little Yuan will support you. Forever." Chapter 83. The scene of social death. Mu Bei was stunned for a moment. He fell silent for a while, then sighed, gently patting little Yuan's head, and changed the subject. "Let us not talk about this. Between the shadow cat and the stinky monkey, who do you think is stronger?" Little Yuan originally wanted to say something, but still obediently skipped the previous topic and said, "The monkey's degree of atavism should be higher than the shadow cat's. From this perspective, the monkey has the upper hand. However, their clan was just an inconspicuous race in the mythological era before successfully projecting Sister Tutu's image. Not very strong, but not very weak either, while the ancestor of the shadow cat is much stronger." "Is it the one you mentioned a few days ago?" Mu Bei asked. He remembered that little Yuan's evaluation at that time was that it was one of the strongest and oldest beings, said to be immortal and indestructible, and that the method of that being's abilities was much more bizarre than the shadow cat's shadow play. "Yes, master," little Yuan replied. "Can you elaborate?" Mu Bei asked curiously. Little Yuan thought for a moment, extended a wing, pointed at the stainless steel railing in front of them, and saw their distorted reflections on it. She said, "It can manipulate its own reflection. For example, like this." Just this." Mu Bei was taken aback. "Manipulating reflections is similar to manipulating clones. Is that really strong? No matter how small the reflection." "Oh, master." Little Yuan pointed at the sky and said, "For example, when it rains. Every drop of rain reflecting it can be used by it. It's truly the art of turning one into many." And when it challenged Sister Tutu back then, it was a rainy day? The corners of Mu Bei's mouth twitched, roughly understanding the transformation from quantity to quality. The shadow cat was now manipulating its own shadow, while the being at the source of its bloodline could transform reflections into shadows and manipulate them. The biggest difference between the two lies in their limits. A shadow is singular. Even if multiple shadows can be created under multiple light sources, their number is still quite limited. The challenge lies in generating multiple light sources during a battle, but creating reflections is infinitely simpler. In fact, under certain conditions, this ability can become extremely terrifying. Mu Bei couldn't help but imagine the scene from years ago when that being challenged Miss Rabbit, where every drop of rain turned into his reflection. However, that wasn't all. Little Yuan continued. In addition, he could swap positions with his reflection and even reverse influence reality through it. All of this was a remarkable extension of his powerful foundational combat abilities. To be honest, little Yuan probably couldn't defeat him. Some abilities are not closely related to the user's foundational combat capabilities, such as little Yuan's misfortune, which maintains its power even if she is weak. However, some abilities heavily depend on the user's foundational combat capabilities, and one could say that foundational combat capability is the cornerstone. The being from back then clearly belonged to the latter. With formidable combat abilities as the foundation, terrifying manipulation skills as the means, combined with unpredictable spatial techniques and causality techniques that reverse reality through reflections, and on a rainy day at that. Mu Bei sighed, and yet they still lost. Due to a lack of memories from the mythological era, Mu Bei didn't have a particularly clear concept of Miss Rabbit's strength. He had only seen her make a move once half a year ago, which hardly counted as a real confrontation. But today, he began to understand why little Yuan held a mysterious confidence in Miss Rabbit. Such an absurd number of reflections, combined with the ability to swap positions with them, must be the reason that being claimed to be immortal and indestructible. Logically, with such abilities, especially on a rainy day, even if one couldn't win, they should at least be able to escape. Yet, Miss Rabbit killed her. That was little Yuan's exact words from a few days ago. Thinking of this, Mu Bei suddenly touched his chin, feeling somewhat speechless. Why were the ancestors of the two evolved beings beside him, Shadow Cat and Little Monkey, all killed by Miss Rabbit? Was she a demon king? While Mu Bei and little Yuan were chatting, it seemed that the battle between Little Monkey and Shadow Cat was about to begin in the yard. Hey, you little kitty, I'll tell you in advance. Little Monkey took out his golden staff, demonstrated it a few times, then slammed it heavily onto the ground, shouting, "This is my weapon, called the Rui Jingu Bang, forged by the Supreme Old Lord himself. It's a treasure from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, capable of changing size, and weighs 13,500 pounds. If I smash your head with this, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Shadow Cat, look at my eyes." Little Monkey quickly blinked a few times and grinned, saying, "These are the Fire Eyes golden eyes. No matter what tricks you use later, you definitely can't escape my Fire Eyes golden eyes. Shadow Cat, and look at my monkey fur." Little Monkey proudly spun around, saying, "I learned the supernatural art of the body outside the body, also known as the clone technique. Every strand of my monkey fur can transform into anything, 84,000 feathers. Responding to my heart's desire. Don't say I'm bullying you with numbers later." Shadow Cat, Little Monkey continued, listing his skills. "In addition, I can also perform the 72 transformations. Control heaven and earth, have a copper head and iron arms, and 3 heads and 6 arms." After hearing so much, Shadow Cat could no longer hold back and interrupted him. "Are you done?" Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Little Monkey suddenly paused, then his eyes widened in anger, pointing the golden staff at Shadow Cat and loudly shouting, "Hey, you little kitty, I kindly remind you, and you don't appreciate it. Watch how I deal with you. 72 transformations. Transform." As he finished speaking, a faint light flashed across him. Immediately, the mighty great sage was gone, and a 70-centimeter tall little monkey appeared in his place. With brown monkey fur, rounded ears, and a big round monkey face adorned with 2 rough, unruly blushes, he looked adorably silly. With 3 tufts of hair on his head and a red heart-shaped bottom, crossing his arms and tilting his head, with a pair of cheeky monkey eyes looking sideways. At that moment, the entire scene fell silent. The wind and snow in the world seemed to pause for a moment. Mu Bei gasped in shock. In the past 6 months, he had traveled many places with little Yuan and seen many evolved beings, but he had never seen such an outrageous transformation. What the heck is this 72 transformations? How did this guy turn into a Yushi monkey? Could it be that the Yushi monkey has strong combat power? Chapter 84. Unexpected news. Ha ha ha. The flickering bonfire conveyed warmth, and laughter echoed in the winter living room, filled with a joyful atmosphere. Laugh. Keep laughing. The Yushi monkey-like little monkey jumped up and down in frustration, spinning in circles before pouncing at Mu Bei. I'll fight you." Bang. A cushion hit him in the face. "Just found it." Mu Bei paused and said, "Your brother." Little Monkey instinctively picked it up and saw that it was a Yushi monkey-themed cushion, instantly turning his monkey face purple with anger. He forcefully threw the cushion to the ground, stomped on it a couple of times, then lunged at Mu Bei again. "You human, so despicable. I'll fight you. Give it up." Mu Bei stretched out a hand, grabbed his face, and pressed him down, saying, "In your current state, you're probably on par with a puppy." Little Monkey, having his face pressed down, flailed his arms, yelling in anger, "You despicable human. You're driving me crazy. You're so despicable." Just then, Mu Bei extended another hand and ruffled the 3 tufts of hair on his head, unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, this feels like a 3-dimensional Yushi monkey. Can you transform into something funny next time?" Of course, he said this, but in his heart, he understood that this smelly monkey suddenly turning into a Yushi monkey wasn't the result of using the 72 transformations, but rather, well, this guy had reverted to his original form, because he had appeared in the form of Sun Wukong after disappearing for more than half a year. Mu Bei almost forgot that this guy hadn't evolved into that form, but rather transformed into Sun Wukong through his leveraging power ability. Whether this ability can be actively lift or not, Mu Bei didn't know, but the conditions for the passive lift to revert to the original form should exist. From the earlier situation, it seemed to occur when one was exhausted. This smelly monkey was slapped away by little Yuan when he first appeared. Although he pretended to be unscathed, upon careful thought, with his strength, how could he have been fine? He probably was heavily injured. By the time he dueled with Shadow Cat, he was likely unable to maintain his ability. Hence the embarrassing scene of shouting the 72 transformations and transforming into a silly Yushi monkey. However, Mu Bei indeed did not expect this idiot to have evolved into a Yushi monkey. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh again and reached out to ruffle that tuft of hair once more. This feeling, wow, was simply unbeatable. Being ruffled, little monkey trembled with anger. The world is cold, and human hearts are indifferent. But thinking that getting angry and jumping around wouldn't help, he felt a bit deflated and simply sat down on the ground, turning his head to the side and sulking. Seeing this, Mu Bei struggled to suppress his laughter and asked, "How did you end up like this?" "How would I know? You ask me, I want to ask others." Little monkey replied gloomily, "I just feel like this shouldn't be my appearance, but when I woke up, I turned into this. What can I do? I'm also very desperate." "Don't use also." Mu Bei corrected him, "I think it looks pretty good." At this moment, the little monkey on his shoulder interjected. Little monkey remembers that their clan doesn't actually look like this. They should be covered in long gray-black fur, over a meter tall, with exposed fangs, looking fierce and intimidating. As soon as she finished speaking, before Mu Bei could respond, the little monkey turned back in surprise and exclaimed, "Eh? Is it really that ugly?" Mu Bei said, "Suddenly don't you think the Yushi monkey looks pretty good? Come on, show me your table-thumping laugh." "You, humph." The little monkey huffed angrily and turned away from him. Perhaps all his middle school energy was vented during his transformation. Or maybe the current silly and cute Yushi monkey form was really disheartening him. After releasing borrowing power, the little monkey spoke much less dramatically, even referring to himself as I instead of this old son of mine. To be honest, Mu Bei really wanted to seal his ability permanently. Look, isn't it much better this way? He wouldn't be jumping around annoying people. Mu Bei turned to the little monkey and asked, "Doesn't your clan really look like this silly appearance?" The little monkey shook his head. "All right." Mu Bei thought for a moment and roughly understood what was going on. He looked at the little monkey and smiled. "Sorry, if I'm not mistaken, I probably turned you into this. At that time, he thought your table-thumping laugh was amusing and might have thought you should be a Yushi monkey." "What? You thought I should be a Yushi monkey?" "So I became one." The little monkey looked doubtful, adding, "Also, your apology lacks sincerity." Believe it or not, Mu Bei shook his head, ending the conversation. He reached under the sofa and quickly pulled out the little dog with a weak and helpless whimper. Seeing it looking terrified and almost peeing itself, Mu Bei couldn't help but sigh. "You need to toughen up. Being so timid won't do. Don't worry, I promised the Shadow Cat one to eat you." Seeing him so casual, the little monkey was momentarily stunned and murmured, suddenly, "That seems a bit credible." Then he excitedly jumped up and shouted, "Hurry, hurry. Turn me into the great sage. You have to turn me into the great sage." Mu Bei was speechless. "Why should I?" "You owe me," the little monkey said smugly. "You turn me into this. Isn't that a debt?" "Bah." Mu Bei scoffed. "You even stole a meteorite from me." The little monkey's expression instantly dropped. And after stammering for a long time, he simply lay down on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. "No. You have to turn me into the great sage. Turn me into the great sage. Turn me into the great sage." Hearing this familiar noise, Mu Bei rubbed his forehead and kicked the little monkey over. "Stop annoying me. We're even. I don't owe you." But the little monkey immediately got up excitedly, his eyes rolling, and suddenly said, "Then if you owe me, can you help me transform?" "Huh?" Mu Bei was taken aback and disdainfully asked, "What can you do for me?" "Humph." The little monkey crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows smugly. "I know where the rabbit sister you mentioned is." Chapter 85, Second Voice. "What? You've seen Sister Rabbit? Where is she?" As soon as the little monkey finished speaking, the little resentment turned to him, asking fiercely. When it came to Mu Bei's safety, she was even more anxious than Mu Bei himself, especially as time went on. Little resentment increasingly felt that under the influence of unforeseen disaster, it would be no surprise if their group encountered old suffering at any moment. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. And the only way to shake off the sword of unforeseen disaster hanging over their heads was for little resentment to leave. But she couldn't. The inexplicably unified title of Chosen One made her a little uneasy, not to mention that now there was also a traitorous old suffering. If she left, with Sister Rabbit absent, The silly cat falling into a deep sleep, an old suffering hiding who knows where, in a world full of undercurrents, who knows what would happen. It was very likely that as soon as little resentment left, something would go wrong. So she couldn't leave. And if she couldn't leave, unforeseen disaster would easily attract old suffering. Reality is not a fairy tale. There is no perfect choice. All little resentment could do was find a solution in Sister Rabbit. But the world is vast, and after searching for more than half a year, there hasn't been a single clue. Now that there was suddenly news, the anxiety that had accumulated in little resentment burst forth. In contrast, the person involved, Mu Bei, was relatively calm. Because of the experience of being slapped away by little resentment, when she confronted him so aggressively and pressing, the little monkey couldn't help but flinch and replied, "No. I haven't seen her." Little resentment paused. "You haven't seen her?" At this moment, Mu Bei asked, "Before this, there's another question. Do you know Sister Rabbit?" The little monkey shook his head. "I don't know her." If he didn't know her and had never seen her, then how did he know who they were looking for? And how did he know where she was? Little resentment's tone was quite dissatisfied, even unfriendly. Mu Bei couldn't help but wonder if the little monkey couldn't answer this question. Then his monkey brain might be smashed. But he saw the little monkey turn his head and said, "I can't say, but I just know." You. Seeing this, little resentment immediately got angry and looked at Mu Bei. "Master, can I kill him?" The little monkey shrank his neck in fear. Mu Bei was just about to jokingly say to hurry up and kill him, but suddenly thought of little resentment's somewhat serious personality, fearing she would take the joke seriously. If she lost her temper and acted, he might not even have time to stop her, so he hurriedly swallowed the joke. However, this little monkey was simply nonsensical. Knowing but not saying? What does that mean? A trap? If it's a trap, it's way too obvious. Mu Bei thought for a moment and said, "Anyway, there are no clues. Let us go see." Hearing this, the little monkey excitedly said, "Then can you turn me into the great sage?" Mu Bei shook his head. "No. No." The little monkey looked shocked. "You have to keep your word. To be precise, I don't even know how to help you transform." Mu Bei said, "Didn't you say that when you thought I should be a Yushi monkey, I became a Yushi monkey? Then you should think I should be the great sage." The little monkey urged, suddenly pausing, looking doubtful. "You aren't just bragging, are you?" Mu Bei waved his hand. "The situation is different." He stroked his chin, pondering. At that time, I hadn't fully woken up yet, and the false memories about self-awareness were just beginning to dissipate. After all, I had been asleep for too long. I guess there was still a bit of power left that hadn't dissipated, unconsciously distorting your form. Should I say it was an interesting coincidence, or rather an unfortunate accident? What do you mean? The little monkey didn't understand. Mu Bei didn't explain much, saying, "How about this? If we really find Sister Rabbit, I'll owe you first, and when I can help you transform, I'll help you change. If it doesn't work, when the silly cat wakes up, I'll have it help you transform." The little monkey stared at him for a while, then looked at the silly cat for a while, and in the end, not knowing who he had confidence in, or perhaps just trying it out, he compromised. "All right." But after saying that, he couldn't help but anxiously remind, "But don't forget, you must keep your word. A man should keep his promise. Absolutely must keep your promise. Don't forget to turn me into the great sage. Absolutely must not forget." All right. Mu Bei felt a headache coming on. "Stop annoying me. I keep my word." "That's good." The little monkey nodded happily, and after finalizing the matter, he felt even more spirited. "So when are we leaving?" "Now. How about we leave right now? Get lost. With this much snow, are you crazy to go out?" Mu Bei said, gesturing at the dog pup in his hand. "Besides, I need to deal with it first." "Deal with it?" The little monkey scratched his head. "Steamed or braised?" Just as he spoke, Mu Bei's expression changed slightly, and he quickly tossed the dog pup to him before retreating a few steps. The shadow cat, which was already a bit far away, moved even further back. "Huh." The little monkey instinctively reached out to catch the dog pup, confused. "What the hell? This dog just peed on me." Following Mu Bei and the shadow cat, the little monkey also went to take a bath with a look of bad luck on his face. Mu Bei found a basin and a towel, poured warm water into the basin, and pushed it in front of the dog pup. "Wash yourself. I didn't make it clear earlier. I'm not dealing with you, but with your problem. Don't worry, I said I wouldn't eat you, so I won't." However, the timid dog pup didn't dare to move at all. Seeing it unresponsive, Mu Bei sighed, grabbed it, and swished it in the basin like washing a hot pot for a while, then changed the water again, and swished it again, and then changed the water again, swishing it again. Of course, he kept the pup's head above water while doing this. After swishing it through 3 basins of water, Mu Bei felt it was enough. Took the towel and began to dry it while asking, "Where are your parents?" The dog pup lowered its head and shrank back, not answering. Mu Bei didn't rush it, quietly helping it dry off. After a moment of silence, the dog pup suddenly shook its head gently. Mu Bei noticed and asked, "They're not around?" Hearing this, the dog pup fell silent for a moment and shook its head again. "Oh, still alive?" Mu Bei guessed. Seeing it nod, he continued, "You heard earlier, we are leaving here. But don't worry, fate brought us together, and before we leave, we will help you find your parents." As soon as he finished speaking, the dog pup suddenly raised its head, shaking it vigorously, its misty dog eyes showing signs of resistance and fear. Mu Bei was taken aback. It didn't want to see its parents? However, he quickly guessed what might be going on. Even in civilized societies, there are often cases of parents abandoning their children, let alone in a society without legal or moral constraints like this one. The dog pup was likely abandoned by its parents. No, judging by its resistance and fear, it might have even been traded like a commodity. In the world of evolutionaries, this was quite common. In fact, most evolutionaries didn't see anything wrong with it at all. Mu Bei gently patted its head, not mentioning its parents again, and instead asked, "So who were you with before you met us? Was it the one who made the wooden plaque for you?" Clever. This was a name filled with good wishes, probably not given by its parents, but by another evolutionary. Considering that the wooden plaque, although dirty, was quite new, that evolutionary must have been with the dog pup not long ago. And since this person gave it such a blessed name and specially made a wooden plaque, they likely treated it well. Mu Bei decided to return the dog pup to that evolutionary, and he was curious to see what this person who could write looked like. When Mu Bei asked the question, the dog pup remained silent and did not answer. Mu Bei waited for a while, still not seeing it reply, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Hadn't it just been willing to communicate? Why was it unwilling to answer this question? He pondered for a moment and suddenly realized, exasperated. "Are you worried that we are going to catch it?" The dog pup trembled and then nodded. Mu Bei shook his head helplessly, picked up the dog pup, opened the door, and walked onto the balcony. In the biting cold wind, he pointed to a small mountain that was vaguely visible in the wind and snow, saying, "Little Yuan, shake it." Immediately, the previously silent world suddenly shook, as the little monkey in the house shouted, "Earthquake! Earthquake!" The small mountain that Mu Bei pointed at suddenly trembled. Although the details were obscured by the wind and snow, it looked as if it had suffered a heavy blow, with a small part of it collapsing and the entire mountain tilting, completely changing shape. On the balcony, the dog pup's eyes widened in terror at this scene. If it hadn't just been scared into peeing, it would have surely done so again now. It heard Mu Bei's somewhat helpless voice. "See? My little Yuan is very strong. Much stronger than any evolutionary you've ever seen. We don't need to go through so many twists and turns, or put in so much effort, just to catch a mere evolutionary to eat. I just asked you a question to send you back." The dog pup trembled all over, fearfully glancing at little Yuan, then quickly looked away. However, this made it finally believe Mu Bei's words, and after a moment, it quietly said, "Humph." Mu Bei was taken aback. "What? You still don't believe me?" The dog pup quickly shook its head, saying, "Humph." Mu Bei looked at it in confusion, but then heard it say humph for the third time. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized that it was probably saying the name of that evolutionary. Humph, hum, zhong, ru, su. Which one? Based on the dog pup's pronunciation, Mu Bei thought for a moment and concluded that any of those characters as a name seemed a bit strange. Hung seemed relatively normal. However, recalling that the evolutionary had given the dog pup the name Clever, Mu Bei thought perhaps the dog pup's pronunciation was inaccurate and not the first tone. So, with a curious mindset, he demonstrated 4 different pronunciations for it to try to recognize, eventually discovering it was the second tone. The evolutionary who adopted the dog pup and named it was called Second Tone. Chapter 86, The Strong and the Weak. After that, Mu Bei asked some other questions. But since the dog pup was too young and not very articulate, he only half understood a few things. After casually informing the shadow cat of the information he had gathered, the shadow cat looked skeptical. "You say it was adopted?" "Yeah," Mu Bei added, "from an orphanage." The shadow cat seemed taken aback by this answer, and somewhat speechlessly said, "Is that guy that idol?" Mu Bei was surprised. "Why?" The shadow cat squinted its eyes, glancing at the dog pup. When their gazes met, the dog pup immediately shrank its neck, lowering its head and trembling. Seeing this, the shadow cat mockingly sneered, "What can these burdens do? Serve as bait or as reserve food?" Mu Bei looked at it and frowned. Respecting the strong is merely an animal instinct. Protecting the weak is the stance that civilization should have. If your society is merely about the strong exploiting the weak, it is no different from the age of beasts. As he spoke, his tone suddenly became a bit flat. Then it would be better to just destroy it. Humph. The shadow cat snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced. At that moment, the little monkey, having just finished bathing, heard their conversation and hurried over with an air of pride, teasingly saying, "Are you talking about that orphanage?" "Hee. I know where it is." Mu Bei sighed. "Speak." The little monkey scratched his head, having keenly sensed that Mu Bei seemed to be in a bad mood. Thinking to himself, what did I do to annoy him? Originally, he wanted to ask for some benefits along the way, but seeing this, he unconsciously swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and said, "It's not far from here. I heard about it on the way here." While Mu Bei was talking to the little monkey, the shadow cat had walked away on its own. It found a corner to lie down, closed its eyes to pretend to nap for a while, then suddenly opened its eyes, looked around, and saw little Yuan sitting on the balcony railing, quietly admiring the wind and snow, actually just staring blankly at the snow, and walked over to ask, "Will you protect those weak ones?" Xiao Yuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and after regaining her senses, she shook her head after some thought. Seeing this, Shadow Cat couldn't help but show a strange expression, as if to say, "See, she can't do it either." At this moment, Xiao Yuan said, "You didn't understand what the master just said?" Shadow Cat asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "Your previous question, whether the answer is yes or no, doesn't prove anything. If the answer is yes, it doesn't support the master's statement. If the answer is no, it doesn't negate the master's statement either, because my answer is just an individual choice, dependent on my personality, thoughts, and so on. What the master just said refers to the entire societal structure, its universal culture. He is observing whether you have transformed from beasts that slaughter each other into intelligent beings that still slaughter each other, or..." As she spoke, she suddenly noticed Shadow Cat's disinterested expression and couldn't help but gain some insight. She changed the subject. "Actually, you are just doubting whether a strong person willing to protect the weak really exists, right?" "Yes," Shadow Cat admitted. "It exists," Xiao Yuan replied, and added, "And he is much stronger than me." Her calm statement caused Shadow Cat to widen its eyes in shock, not knowing whether it was more shocked by the existence of a strong person who protects the weak or by the fact that there is someone even stronger than the one in front of it. Or perhaps both. "Is it the rabbit you were looking for?" It guessed. Xiao Yuan was speechless. How could that be possible? Sister Rabbit only bullies others. She doesn't even do a good job of protecting the master. Shadow Cat fell silent for a moment, then turned to leave without saying a word. But just as it was about to step away, it suddenly said softly, "I can't understand. What benefits does that kind of strong person have in protecting the weak?" "There are no benefits." Xiao Yuan shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "But if one day you meet him, you might understand." Because of the sudden arrival of the little monkey, the originally aimless journey now had a plan. First send Dog Baby home, then follow the little monkey to find Miss Rabbit. At this time, it was almost noon, and Mu Bei felt a bit hungry. So he got up and walked towards the kitchen. Xiao Yuan flew over and landed on his shoulder. After walking a few steps, Mu Bei suddenly heard Xiao Yuan say in his ear, "Master, behind you." He glanced back and found that Dog Baby was actually cowering behind him, which left him stunned. Could it be that it was scared by Shadow Cat again, hence following him closely? Because Dog Baby was probably as timid as a needlepoint. Mu Bei suspected that if he turned around to ask it a question, it might hide under the sofa again, so he simply ignored it. However, not long after entering the kitchen, he found that Dog Baby seemed to be very interested in cooking. Was it the bowl of porridge and the plate of stir-fried pork from the morning that piqued its interest? Hey, this guy is smarter than Shadow Cat. Mu Bei couldn't help but lean down and ask, "Are you interested in cooking?" Dog Baby, stretching its neck to look at the cooking counter, was startled by his question and shrank back its neck, but after hesitating for a moment, it still nodded. Seeing this, Mu Bei raised his eyebrows, bent down to pick it up, and placed it on a nearby counter, saying, "If you want to see, then look." While he skillfully cooked, he chatted with Dog Baby. "And that is a rice cooker. If there's electricity, you can use it to cook rice." At this point, Mu Bei suddenly froze, then shouted towards the kitchen door, "Smelly monkey, come here." Soon, the little monkey came running in eagerly. "What's the matter?" "Your monkey hair can transform into anything, right?" Mu Bei asked. "Of course." The little monkey patted its chest, looking proud. Oh, then quickly turned into a generator. Mubei raised his eyebrows, delighted. Why didn't I think of such a good idea until now? To his surprise, the little monkey shook its head and said, No way. I'm not in the great sage state right now. I can't transform. Then when can you transform again? How much longer do you need to rest? Mubei asked. I can't transform today. I have to wait until tomorrow, said the little monkey. Mubei kicked it out in frustration. What good are you? But soon, the little monkey, having been kicked out, came running back excitedly, indignantly saying, Why did you kick me? A generator? I don't need to use monkey hair to transform. I already have one on me. Mubei was taken aback. Just like how you can shrink the Rui Jingu Bang and hide it in your ear, the word smart is manifested differently in different people. It can be seen in meticulous planning, extensive knowledge, or being charming. In the little monkey, it was that cleverness. This guy had figured out how to use the DVD player and TV on its own, and when sneaking into his house, it even knew how to erase traces. Though it was a bit of a trickster, one could not deny that it was indeed a very clever evolved being. Hurry up and take it out, Mubei said. No way. The little monkey shook its head. I'm not in the great sage state right now. I can't take it out. Mubei couldn't help but fall silent for a moment, then raised his foot and kicked it out again. Get lost. Chapter 87 Feel the Fate. Mubei, Xiao Yuan, and Dog Baby went to the kitchen. In the living room, besides the silly cat on the sofa, there were only the little monkey, who had been kicked out of the kitchen twice, and Shadow Cat. Before the little monkey could speak, Shadow Cat had somehow found a small mirror and set it in front of itself to stare at. Although it posed as if to say don't bother me, the little monkey clearly wasn't buying it. With its hands behind its back, its eyes darting around, it approached Shadow Cat and pretended to casually notice it, showing a look of surprise. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic. Shadow Cat, the other party didn't respond. But what kind of person is the little monkey? Does it need a response to talk? It chattered nonstop. Is your name Shadow Cat? Why are you called that? Who named you? Oh, I guess your name must have something to do with your ability. Although I didn't see it just now. Is it an ability related to shadows? Haha. If you don't speak, I'll take that as an acknowledgement. TSK. Abilities related to shadows aren't that common. But they're not rare either, pretty ordinary. Hehe. Compared to me, you're far behind. Do you know who I can turn into? The Great Sage. I can turn into the Great Sage. Do you know who the Great Sage is? By the look on your face, you definitely don't know, right? But I think you really want to know. Oh, this is a long story. We have to start from Nuwa mending the sky, a long, long time ago. The little monkey's chatter, in summary, was that it gradually shifted the topic to Sun Wukong, although it was spitting all over the place. Shadow Cat seemed to hear nothing and was focused on staring at its own reflection in the mirror, with a serious expression mixed with a hint of confusion. After chatting for quite a while, the little monkey felt its throat was about to smoke from talking, but it was very satisfied. Thinking that Shadow Cat was actually quite a good listener, and it had misjudged it before, it was a good fellow. Just as it was thinking this, preparing to get a drink and continue talking, it suddenly saw Shadow Cat lift its head, its pupils slightly constricting. And then two earplug-like black shadows rolled out from its ears, transforming into sharp arrows that shot out, twisting the door handle and forcefully pulling it open. Instantly, a flurry of wind and snow poured in, and Shadow Cat darted out like lightning. Hey! The little monkey was stunned, still not reacting when Mubei came rushing out of the kitchen, holding Dog Baby, and as he passed by the sofa, he grabbed the silly cat as well. Then without looking back, he ran outside with Xiao Yuan. The little monkey stared blankly at the others who suddenly ran out, feeling somewhat bewildered, and loudly asked, What are you all? Before it could finish, a tremendous blast suddenly erupted from the kitchen. Immediately, a violent shockwave, accompanied by various fragments of stone and wood, along with a massive wave of flames, slammed into the little monkey, who was still injured. Poof! Moments later, in the snow-covered yard, the little monkey was covered in black soot, lying on the snow with a face full of despair, gazing at the snowflakes drifting down from the sky and the occasional sparks that floated by. He moved his lips and asked with difficulty, Why? His eyes glistened slightly as he turned to look at the nearby Mubei, who was inspecting him with his head down, and said indignantly, Why did your cooking lead to a gas explosion? Mubei glanced at his injuries, which were quite serious, and noted that he was fully bandaged. He had experience in this. Coincidentally, the monkey also had experience. He cleared his throat, crouched down, and tried to smooth the monkey's 3 tufts of hair, only to end up with soot on his hand. Embarrassed, he washed his hands in the snow and said, It's just bad luck. Bad luck? That explanation lacks sincerity. The little monkey felt a surge of frustration, thinking he might spit blood, and retorted, "No, you definitely did it on purpose." After spending some time together, he understood very well that Mu Bei was capable of cooking. He had never seen him cause any accidents while cooking before. So, the gas explosion must have been intentional. It couldn't be that coincidental. Everything was fine before, and now that he just arrived, there's a gas explosion? What a joke. It was definitely deliberate. Deliberate, my foot. Mu Bei patted his head and realized he got soot on his hand again. Feeling a bit annoyed at his instinctive action, he had to wash his hands in the snow again while explaining, "It really is bad luck. Let me tell you, bad luck is similar to fate and karma. It's mysterious and unavoidable." "I don't believe it." The little monkey interrupted. "You did it on purpose." Mu Bei shrugged. "Think what you want. Anyway, you'll soon experience it yourself." "Humph. You don't need to frame me. Let me ask you, if you weren't doing it on purpose, why didn't you remind me when you ran out just now?" The little monkey said indignantly, feeling quite clever for exposing the other's lie. Mu Bei thought for a moment and honestly replied, "I forgot." He really did forget, after all. Similar incidents happened from time to time, and both he and Xiao Yuan, the instigator, and Ying Mao had become accustomed to it. Moreover, Xiao Yuan didn't need him to remind her. A minor incident like a gas explosion wouldn't cause her any real harm, just some dirt on her. As for Ying Mao, unlike the complaining monkey in front of him, Ying Mao treated such unpredictable bad luck as a form of training. If you reminded him, he would feel looked down upon. His personality was quite quirky. So, Mu Bei genuinely didn't think to say anything at the time. With the little monkey still injured, and now dealing with a gas explosion, Mu Bei and the others stayed in the village for a few more days. After all, the orphanage wouldn't run away, so there was no rush. Xiao Yuan was eager to set off not because she was interested in the orphanage, but because she wanted to find Miss Rabbit as soon as possible. However, since the one injured was the guide, the little monkey, she had no choice but to suppress her urgent feelings. After spending a few days together, the little monkey finally understood what Mu Bei meant by "you'll soon experience it yourself." This group was ridiculously unlucky. In just a few days, there was one gas explosion, one house collapse, doors and windows were damaged for no reason in the middle of the night, and he was blown silly by the cold wind once. At the same time, he realized that the truly unlucky one was actually that black-feathered bird. The others were just collateral damage. Originally, the little monkey was quite afraid of Xiao Yuan, especially since she had once casually slapped him into a serious injury. Even if he pretended to be tough, deep down he was still scared. Now, whenever the little monkey saw Xiao Yuan, his legs felt weak. He couldn't help but feel anxious, thinking that at this rate, he might choke to death just drinking water. Don't be fooled by his constant shouting of "Call me the great sage." Just as Mu Bei had said before, this monkey was a bit cowardly. Even if he borrowed power and transformed, holding the golden staff and performing the 72 transformations, it was still just a facade. At his core, he remained a carefree monkey. Mu Bei reached out to pat the little monkey, who had once again turned into a mummy after half a year, secretly regretting that his 3 tufts of hair were all wrapped up. Really, the feel of the 3-dimensional carefree monkey's hair was unbeatable. Anyone who smoothed it would know. He comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, nobody will die." The little monkey looked at him suspiciously. "Are you sure?" "Of course." Mu Bei smiled slightly, giving him a reassuring look. "Why?" The little monkey quickly pressed for an explanation, seeking reassurance. Mu Bei glanced at him and said, "If someone died, how would we continue to be unlucky?" The little monkey replied, "That makes sense, but don't you think that's even scarier? So don't worry. You won't die from that bad luck." Mu Bei paused and added, "But it won't end either." Chapter 88. How have you survived until now? Although the little monkey felt apprehensive, he finally gritted his teeth and decided to lead the way, looking like he was about to step onto the final battlefield. It was clear that the temptation of becoming Sun Wukong was extremely great for him. This fellow might be cowardly, but his admiration for Sun Wukong was genuine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to borrow power in this way. After all, no matter how you look at it, using a fictional character as a source of power is definitely easier than using a real person. Of course, whether it was easy or not didn't concern Mu Bei, as long as it was useful. Not to mention, just being able to shrink things down could be seen as a storage space, right? In other words, carrying a bed, quilt, and generator with you is not a dream. No, why not just bring a whole house? In the future, when there's nowhere to stay in the wild, he could just pull out a complete house with a bedroom, living room, and bathroom, plus a generator, electric lights, TV, water heater, air conditioner, rice cooker, and microwave. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Thinking of this, Mubei couldn't help but show a kind smile and lightly pat the little monkey's head, saying, "The youth has a bright future. I believe in you." After leaving the little monkey's room, Xiao Yuan, who had been quiet, looked at Mubei, who seemed to be in a good mood, and said somewhat jealously, "Ever since the monkey arrived, you seem to be in a better mood." Mubei was taken aback. "Really?" "Yes," Xiao Yuan said, her tone somewhat downcast. "Since he came, your tone and demeanor have been much more relaxed than before." Mubei thought back and realized it seemed to be true. He turned to glance at Xiao Yuan, seeing her expression was subtly aggrieved and defeated, and couldn't help but chuckle. Such little thoughts, in the past, Xiao Yuan wouldn't have expressed them. Mubei could feel that she didn't consider herself close to him, not because she didn't want to, but because she was afraid. Admiration and loyalty do not equate to closeness. Those are two different things. But since that night a few days ago, when they had a heart-to-heart by the campfire, Mubei noticed that Xiao Yuan had become much closer to him. It was precisely because of this that she showed a bit of her small thoughts today. He reached out and gently stroked her little head, smiling. "It's not that my relationship with him is closer than with you. It's just..." He pursed his lips and said with some emotion, "Seeing him reminds me of the simple days spent leisurely with the silly cat. Those days were gone forever." The next morning, the little monkey was half slumped on the sofa, comfortably lying back. Although he was still fully bandaged, his injuries had improved significantly over the past few days, and he could barely move. As soon as he was able to move, he eagerly transformed into Sun Wukong and showed off in front of everyone. At this moment, the little monkey, feeling quite pleased with himself, squinted his eyes contentedly. "I'm satisfied." Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly remembered something. His expression froze slightly, and he discreetly widened his eyes to sneak a glance at Mubei, who was standing in front of him. Upon seeing the somewhat gloomy expression on his face, he couldn't help but shyly look away. Observing the little monkey's small movements, Mubei calmly asked, "Where's my generator?" "What do you mean That's mine," the little monkey shouted in his heart. But at that moment, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He awkwardly shifted his gaze back, scratched his head, and said shyly, "I forgot. Tomorrow, okay?" Seeing this, the corner of Mubei's mouth twitched. He was really at a loss for words regarding this guy. From that day on, when the little monkey said he couldn't transform today and had to wait until tomorrow, it was easy to deduce that his ability, borrowing power, had a time limit. Moreover, it was a rigid restriction that limited how long he could use it in a day. It wouldn't just recover after taking a break. Thus, it was clear that this was an ability he wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary. Yes, that's what a normal person would think, but look at how this guy used it. Early that morning, he transformed into Sun Wukong and bounced around in front of everyone, almost wagging his tail in the air to show off. After that, he was like, "Time's up." Then he collapsed on the sofa, exclaiming, "I'm so satisfied." According to him, he had always used his ability like this. "Mubei, are you seriously misunderstanding how to use your ability?" Mubei found it both infuriating and amusing. Shaking his head, "How are you still alive with such reckless spending?" After questioning him, he gained a better understanding. The little monkey's borrowing power could be used for a varying amount of time each day. If he transformed into Sun Wukong and did nothing but walk around, chat, and bounce about, it would last about 30 minutes. However, if it was used for combat, it would last a maximum of 5 minutes. Considering the little monkey's personality, Mubei suspected that this 5 minutes might be an exaggeration. To put it simply, the little monkey had a blue bar that couldn't be replenished and could only recover automatically the next day. Once he used borrowing power, the blue bar would start to deplete, and if he used skills, the depletion rate would accelerate. So, to summarize, low power mode lasts half an hour, while full power operation lasts less than 5 minutes. Mubei scoffed, "What a lousy battery life." "What did you say?" The little monkey jumped up angrily, wanting to headbutt Mubei. Although he had exhausted his ability, he still had basic combat strength. Unfortunately, he was currently injured and could only barely recover to a state where he could move. Thus, Mubei grabbed the nearby plush monkey pillow and threw it back at him. The three-dimensional monkey was no match for the two-dimensional one. "I ask you, can your ability be turned off voluntarily?" Mubei asked. "Humph." The little monkey rubbed his head, feeling okay since it was just a pillow hitting him. He disdainfully replied, "So what if it can? So what if it can?" Mubei repeated, chuckling, "Of course, it means your lousy ability can be somewhat useful. As soon as he heard the words lousy ability, the little monkey's eyes widened in anger, and he jumped up again, feeling deeply insulted. He felt he had to headbutt Mu Bei to death. Exactly. Today? Right now? Right here. I'm going to headbutt this guy to death. Then the little monkey was mercilessly thrown back again. Don't waste your ability if there's nothing going on. You're just wasting it. Mu Bei shook his head. He felt that the little monkey's behavior couldn't even be called reckless spending. It was like wasting his life, and it was completely meaningless. He couldn't help but wonder how he had survived until now. Wait, could it be? The little monkey tightly covered his head. No, I absolutely can't not use my ability. Hearing this, Mu Bei felt an urge to facepalm. I said don't use it recklessly. But he knew that such vague statements were useless for the little monkey because he didn't feel he was using it recklessly at all. His thinking process was different from normal people. Mu Bei sighed and decided to change to a simple and clear approach, then leave 5 minutes for full power operation. No way. The little monkey shook his head, suddenly realizing something, and shouted, full power operation doesn't even last 5 minutes. That low power mode lasts 5 minutes. Mu Bei replied, I won't leave any time. Not a second. The little monkey shook his head repeatedly. Only a fool would leave time. If I can turn into the great sage, I will definitely turn into the great sage. What do I need time for? That's wasting. Got it. This idiot insisted that not transforming was a waste, completely contrary to normal people's thoughts. An ability with a daily usage time limit and a very short combat duration was just for showing off? What kind of brain do you have? The key point was that a storage space that couldn't be used anytime and anywhere was of no use at all. However, no matter what Mu Bei said, the little monkey refused to budge. He seriously suspected that with this guy's cleverness, he had probably already guessed that Mu Bei wouldn't really kill him, which was why he was so stubborn. Thinking this way, Mu Bei felt a bit helpless. After all, he couldn't really kill him. They were at least acquaintances, and he needed him to guide him to find Miss Rabbit. Moreover, if he killed him, wouldn't the storage space be gone? It was frustrating. No, he needed a reason to hit this idiot. Wait, do I need a reason to hit him? No, I don't. Look at how angry I am. I'm all confused. Chapter 89, Deception and Oddities. After hitting this guy, Mu Bei's thoughts gradually calmed down. This little monkey was foolish, but not stupid. On the contrary, he had a certain cleverness. Yet, despite having such an ability, he continued to waste it. And with his foolish personality, he hadn't wasted himself to death yet, which in itself indicated some issues. Perhaps using those life and death reasons that would be very persuasive to normal people to persuade him would be ineffective. With this in mind, Mu Bei got an idea. He glanced at the little monkey's frustrated face and casually said, by the way, have you ever thought about why you currently have no power to fight back? The three-dimensional little monkey rubbed his head, which had just been beaten by the two-dimensional little monkey, and snorted. Of course, it's because I'm injured. Oh, what else? Because I can't turn into the great sage right now. Otherwise, humph. Mu Bei shrugged and said, see, that's it. You just used your ability. As he said this, he remembered the little monkey's love for showing off and changed his words. You were all showy before, but now that you need to show off, you can only stare blankly, right? Ah, this. The little monkey immediately realized, looking quite humble, you humans really make a lot of sense. Is this what they call the wisdom of the elders? Mu Bei, get lost. What a good little monkey you are. Why do you have a mouth? What elder wisdom? I seem to be older than this guy. Well, to be precise, there's no one older than me on this planet. Mu Bei suddenly felt a bit sad because the 3 words old guy had popped into his mind. There was nothing more depressing than referring to oneself as an old guy and having no way to refute it. On the other side, the little monkey, who was quick to understand, became excited. The reasoning was not difficult to understand. He had just been too busy enjoying himself before. Now that he was reminded, he felt it made a lot of sense. He even thought that the 5 minutes proposed by Mu Bei was too short, shaking his head and saying, I need to leave 15. No, there aren't that many things to do all day long. Let's leave 12. No, let's make it a round number, 10 minutes. Watching the little monkey twist and turn, as if every minute was worth calculating, Mu Bei sighed and set aside the old guy's thoughts. At this moment, he really wanted to complain about the monkey's poor battery life. Was it meaningful to be so troubled over 1 or 2 minutes? 1 or 2 minutes in low power mode. How much time would that be in combat mode? Maybe just 10 or 20 seconds. Even if it added up to a total of 10 minutes, that would only convert to a little over a minute of combat time. You're not little Yuan, and definitely not Miss Rabbit. In just over a minute, my little Yuan could destroy everything within 100 miles. causing catastrophic damage. As for Miss Rabbit, Mu Bei wasn't sure what she could do. But that creature looked like a demon from the mythological era. But what could you accomplish in just over a minute of combat time? Mu Bei thought seriously and figured it might be enough for this stinky monkey to die 100 or 80 times in Miss Rabbit's hands. Okay, to be serious. In Mu Bei's view, the little monkey wasn't like Miss Rabbit and Little Yuan, who far surpassed this era. He belonged to this era. Whether strong or weak, his strength was within the scope of this era. Therefore, if it really came to a moment where he needed to show off, how much use would just over a minute of combat endurance have? It's really hard to say. After all, the effect of the ability, borrowing power, is to amplify one's strength through imagery and temporarily borrow the abilities of the imagery to a certain extent, not to exert the strength of the object being borrowed. Otherwise, their clan would have long since soared to the heavens alongside the sun after borrowing Miss Rabbit's strength. So, despite the little monkey being able to transform into an exact replica of Sun Wukong and use his magical powers, appearing quite convincing, it was all fake. It was a special effect. Very cool, very flashy, but still fake. It was a temporary enhancement, a temporary character skill card. Thus, although the little monkey listened to Mu Bei's persuasion and reserved 10 minutes, which converted to just over a minute of combat time. If it really came down to needing to show off, that little bit of time would probably be insufficient. Of course, Mu Bei would never take the initiative to say this, because if he did, either the little monkey would loudly oppose it, thinking he could conquer the heavens in just over a minute, or he would ponder for a moment and realize Mu Bei was right. If it was the former, that would be fine, as long as he was happy, but if it was the latter, that would be a pain. Just by looking at the little monkey's struggles over 1 or 2 minutes, it was clear that asking him to reserve more time was unrealistic. After all, what ordinary people considered wasteful behavior was, in his eyes, a legitimate use. So the likely outcome was, you're right. Reserving 10 minutes is useless, never mind. Let's not reserve it, let us just get on with it. Therefore, although Mu Bei wanted to complain, he ultimately held back. In the next 2 days, reality proved Mu Bei's guess about the little monkey's strength, even surpassing it. The so-called 72 transformations were merely the ability to transform into a few small animals. The so-called magic of heaven and earth only allowed him to grow as tall as 3 stories. And he was even less impressive than some large evolvers Mu Bei had seen before. The so-called cloud somersault was just a short-term acceleration technique, capable of covering at most a few kilometers. The so-called body outside the body, using monkey hair to transform into a generator, was nothing but bragging, at most. He could transform it into simple items, like a cup. If Mu Bei hadn't seen the shrunken generator beforehand, he would have doubted that this guy's claim of shrinking a generator to carry with him wasn't just boasting. Fortunately, although the effectiveness of the ability was still discounted, a generator could only shrink to the size of a fist, not as freely changeable as the Rui Jingu Bang. At least it was reliable this time. Sun Wukong might be a potential imagery, but as it stood, his actual performance was just so, not particularly weak, as he had quite a few magical techniques, but it felt somewhat broad without depth, flashy without substance. Considering the extremely short combat endurance, it couldn't be said to be very strong. Mu Bei compared in his mind and felt that the little monkey should not be a match for the Shadow Cat. It must be said that such performance was indeed a bit lacking, because borrowing power isn't a bad ability, and the little monkey was still the owner of 2 meteorites. His starting point was much higher than that of the ordinary evolver Shadow Cat. Indeed, shadow puppetry has high potential, but potential is one thing. The current use of Shadow Cat is completely different from that of the guy who claimed to be immortal and was ultimately defeated by Miss Rabbit. Of course, Mu Bei was just expressing a sentiment and didn't feel particularly disappointed. After all, whether this stinky monkey could fight was really not that important. It was like having a level 99 Pokemon while encountering monsters that were single-digit levels. What difference did it make if other Pokemon were level 1, 2, or 5? When facing weak monsters, the level 99 would just steamroll through. When encountering something on the same level as the level 99, what difference would it make if other Pokemon trained to level 10? They would still be cannon fodder. Ahem. This may not show much respect for Little Yuan and Shadow Cat, but the principle is pretty much the same. With Little Yuan around, whether the little monkey or even Shadow Cat could fight was actually irrelevant. Mu Bei didn't care about their strength. However, to be fair, the little monkey's performance was indeed oddly weak. Thinking of this, Mu Bei shook his head. Forget it. As long as the ability to shrink things worked, It didn't really matter whether this stinky monkey's trump card was as he guessed. Chapter 90. A familiar stranger. It was quite miraculous. Even the weight shrank along with it. Mubei held a fist-sized diesel generator, weighed it in his hand, and couldn't he help but marvel. The law of conservation of mass is broken. The rules are distorting the laws of physics. After casually speculating in his mind, Mubei packed the shrunk generator into a shockproof bag and placed it in his backpack. He then checked other items that had also shrunk. The diesel barrel, found at a nearby gas station. The smaller single bed, the smaller blanket, the smaller family-sized tent, the smaller change of clothes, and so on. Originally, he had wanted to pack a house directly, but unfortunately, the little monkey's ability wasn't very powerful. If a generator shrinks to the size of a fist, how big would a house need to be? Even if it shrunk, it couldn't be moved. Fortunately, he wasn't in a sparsely populated area. Finding a house to use temporarily in the ruins of human civilization wasn't difficult. A few days ago, he had been camping outside just for fun, wanting to try winter camping. Thinking about it, packing a house seemed meaningless. Moreover, upon closer consideration, even if the house could shrink to a portable size, the things inside were not fixed. If it jostled around on the way, it would probably be a mess and completely uninhabitable. So, it was better to shrink individual items. After organizing the items he needed to bring, Mubei took one last look at the place he had been for several days. After more than half a year of wandering, this was the place he had stayed the longest, and now it was time to set off again. He wiped away a faint sense of nostalgia that had suddenly arisen in his heart, shouldered his backpack, and led the way out of the yard. Huh, aren't we driving? Seeing him lift his leg to leave, the little monkey glanced at the yellow sports car parked in the yard. How cool was that car? Hearing this, Shadow Cat asked in surprise, "Can those iron shells still move?" Of course they can move. Mubei stopped and looked at Shadow Cat. They just need a jump start, and an emergency car battery will do the trick. Haven't you seen it before? No, Shadow Cat shook his head. Mubei smiled and said, "Actually, there are revolvers who can drive. I saw it once." Saying this, he glanced at the little monkey and said, "It's not just cars. As long as you're willing to think about other things, most of them can be figured out. After all, many are designed with simplicity in mind, at least for their basic functions. Moreover, there are still quite a few guiding or explanatory things in human society, with both images and text. If all else fails, you can figure things out through trial and error. Don't underestimate your wisdom." "Oh," the Shadow Cat replied dully. Seeing this, Mubei shrugged helplessly. He felt that the Shadow Cat was a bit like a stubborn adherent to the ways of a primitive society. "Hey, you haven't answered me yet." Seeing that the man and cat were chatting away, the little monkey jumped up and exclaimed, "Why not drive the car?" Mubei chuckled, "I dare to drive. But do you dare to sit?" The little monkey sneered. "What's there to be afraid of?" He wanted to retort loudly, but suddenly noticed the small grievance on Mubei's shoulder and was instantly startled. Various scenes of vehicles losing control and exploding flashed through his mind. And the words in his mouth turned into, "Of course I wouldn't dare." What a joke. Cooking can lead to a gas explosion. Living in a house can make it collapse. What's the difference between driving and sitting on a barrel of explosives? Of course I wouldn't dare. However, he also thought that the yellow sports car parked in the yard was really cool, making him a bit itchy. So after thinking for a moment, he scratched his head and suggested, "Actually, you could let her stay further away that way." Before he finished speaking, he saw Mubei looking at him coldly, and the expression on his face disappeared, which startled him. He quickly shut his mouth. They were old acquaintances and had often bickered. But Mubei's angry expression was something the little monkey had seen many times before, yet this time he instinctively felt it was different. It wasn't playful banter. This time it was serious. On the other side, Mubei was looking coldly at the little monkey. The same suggestion had been brought up by the little grievance herself in the past, but he had rejected it. Her loyalty was unquestionable, and her dependence on him was evident. Mubei couldn't possibly let the little grievance stay away just to avoid bad luck, because that would undoubtedly hurt her, even if she wouldn't complain about anything. Furthermore, her bad luck was his responsibility. What kind of person would make the little grievance stay away? However, Mubei also knew that this annoying monkey probably just said it casually. Rather, it was himself, due to his good relationship with the little grievance and his guilty conscience, who was reacting a bit too strongly at this moment. Thinking of this, he softened his tone. "It's just a bit of bad luck. What's the big deal?" "Oh." The little monkey shrank his neck and weakly responded. Although he deeply doubted the phrase, "What's the big deal?" he understood that this evolved being named Little Grievance was highly trusted and valued by Mubei. So, He couldn't help but glance at the clumsy cat dumpling in Mu Bei's arms, thinking that this foolish cat was really. It turned out that the little monkey was not only a bit naive, timid, and unreliable. Mu Bei and his group had been wandering around for several days. Yet they still hadn't found the orphanage. Don't you know where it is? Mu Bei was furious. He always felt that this monkey was asking for a beating. I heard about it too. The little monkey scratched his head, looking confused as he muttered, I heard it was in the nearby city. When I was watching TV and trying to find places, I usually found them quickly after the dialogue about being in a nearby city. Mu Bei's mouth twitched. You were watching a historical drama. How can that be the same? The cities in historical dramas are small and few, and they have walls around them. So, of course, they're easy to find, but modern cities are different. And that's a TV show? Do you think there would be plots about not being able to find a city or getting the wrong city? Anyway, it must be nearby. The little monkey said confidently, let's ask someone. At this, Mu Bei became even angrier. We've asked several people in the past few days, and no one has heard of any orphanages. He began to suspect whether this annoying monkey was actually bad with directions. Thinking carefully, this guy had followed the scent of the clumsy cat and chased for half a year before finally catching up. Could it really be directionally challenged? The little monkey pouted. Evolved beings have too much mobility. If we ask a few more, we're sure to find someone who knows. Mu Bei sighed, took out a generator and other items from his backpack, and said, forget it. Let's eat first and restore these things to their original state. Oh, the little monkey responded, transforming into a figure resembling Sun Wukong, while casting spells and saying, I, old Sun, suddenly feel like I've turned into a tool monkey. No, you're overthinking it. Mu Bei said seriously. After kicking the little monkey out of the kitchen, Mu Bei squatted down and patted the head of the dog cub following him at his feet. It's so nice to have the dog cub, who likes to watch him cook, following him around all day. Compared to that annoying monkey who doesn't make him feel good for even a day, the dog cub was simply an angel. Especially those eyes full of admiration and curiosity. Really nice. Just a bit too timid. After starting the generator and connecting some appliances, Mu Bei skillfully placed the dog cub on the kitchen counter. Over the past few days, he had realized that the dog cub's interest in cooking was not just a passing phase, so he assigned it some simple tasks, like passing him things or setting the oven's temperature and time. They were all trivial tasks. After all, first, the dog cub was too young. Second, as a little puppy with 4 short little legs, especially soft paws, what could it do? Operate human kitchen tools? Fortunately, the dog cub could still evolve. Otherwise, given its evident interest in cooking, it would probably become increasingly frustrated at not being able to do things itself. It's strange to say, but during these days, it had followed them and had feasted on quite a bit of flesh from evolved beings, and even the chosen ones. Yet, not only did it not awaken any abilities, but it also hadn't changed in form at all. It was still the same as before, without even a color change in its fur. Perhaps that was the reason it was abandoned by its parents? Looking at the dog cub holding a salt shaker and gazing at him with admiration, Mu Bei's lips moved. But in the end, he didn't ask. Forget it. Let us find more flesh from chosen ones for it to eat during this time. Strength brings miracles. At lunchtime, while Mu Bei was eating and pondering the dog cub's diet, the little monkey suddenly turned to look outside. Then, the shadow cat also looked out. Following that was the dog cub. Without borrowing the clumsy cat's powers, Mu Bei's perception was even worse than that of the dog cub. Thus, in the room, only the 3 of them were unresponsive. The clumsy cat dumpling form, asleep. The little grievance, calmness of a strong being, and Mu Bei, unaware. Since they were just borrowing the kitchen to eat and leave, the door was left open. At the doorframe, a small head cautiously poked in. Before the little monkey and the others could react, the newcomer suddenly brightened up, and an obvious look of surprise burst forth on her face. Uncle Mu Bei. Chapter 91. I'm going to die. When Mu Bei heard the words Uncle Mu Bei, he was stunned because he didn't remember anyone calling him that. He looked up in surprise and saw a petite figure wearing a goose yellow down jacket, looking like a 13 or 14-year-old human girl, with bright eyes, cute features, and a face full of surprise. According to Little Grievance, a high level of evolution doesn't necessarily mean a form close to humans. But a form close to humans definitely indicates a high level of evolution. If it weren't for the fine, fluffy gray tail swishing behind this evolved being, she would be indistinguishable from a human girl. The level of evolution was ridiculously high. But the problem was, who was she? One of the 8 sufferings? Since the newcomer was female, ruling out Miss Rabbit and Little Grievance, 2 guesses popped into Mu Bei's mind. He looked at little Grievance and quietly asked, "Is she from the birth pain or the sickness pain?" Although he felt that the suffering of hardship and illness should not be how he referred to himself. Upon suddenly encountering an evolved being of such a high level, he could only think of this guess for a moment. However, Xiao Yuan shook her head at him no. This left Mu Bei even more surprised. How could her level of evolution be so high? In today's era, this is even more astonishing than suddenly encountering the 8 sufferings. Or perhaps, her appearance, which is extremely close to that of a human girl, is actually just the result of some ability, like a disguise technique or transformation technique. At that moment, the evolved girl, who had just greeted Mu Bei, spoke again. She smiled at the corners of her mouth and her eyes, which were filled with excitement, waved her hands happily, greeting everyone one by one. Aunt Xiao Yuan, Uncle Ing Miao, Uncle Desheng, Brother Kong. Instantly, the bewildered expressions multiplied into several bewildered faces. Everyone looked at each other, reading the same question from each other's expressions. Who is she? Although the little monkey quickly became delighted at being called Uncle Desheng and threw all doubts aside, boasting, Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on." The other mentally normal individuals clearly could not ignore this oddity, because no one recognized her. If this were human society, they might have called the police on her right away. Mu Bei's mind flashed with possibilities of scams and traps, and he calmly asked, "Who are you?" He simply inquired normally, using very ordinary words, with a tone that was also quite ordinary, and his expression only reflected confusion, without any emotions like displeasure or questioning. However, upon hearing this, the girl suddenly shrank her pupils, and her expression froze. It was as if she had heard something very terrible, and she instinctively took 2 steps back, even holding her breath unconsciously, with waves of panic, unease, and fear appearing on her face. Then, she abruptly turned her head, looking at Xiao Yuan, then at Ing Miao, then at the little monkey, and finally at Go. But she only saw the same confusion on their faces. No one recognized her. Finally, the girl stiffly turned her head back to look at Mu Bei, her mouth twitching as if trying to force a smile, but she failed. After several attempts to speak without a word, she finally, with a tone filled with panic and helplessness, stammered towards Mu Bei, "Uncle Mu Bei, do you really not recognize me?" Mu Bei frowned slightly. Of course, he did not recognize her. After all, for an evolved being of such a high level, if he had ever seen her, there was no reason he would forget. Moreover, she not only knew him, but also knew Xiao Yuan, Ing Miao, the little monkey, and Go, and their group had only recently come together in the past 10 days. In other words, if they truly knew each other, then she should be part of the memories from the past 10 days. Although those memories were not vivid, they were still clear, and he had never seen her before. Not only him, but the others had never seen her either. Is there a problem with his memory? Was it interfered with? Indeed, some evolved beings have abilities related to the mind, but the problem is that Xiao Yuan also did not know her. Could there be another evolved being in this era who could secretly target Xiao Yuan? Furthermore, Mu Bei also noticed a crucial point. No, a blind spot. She actually knew Go's name, because even the little monkey did not know Go's name. The wooden plaque with his name on it had been casually pocketed by Mu Bei at that time, and it had not been hung back up for Go yet. Neither Mu Bei, Xiao Yuan, nor Ing Miao had mentioned Go's formal name to the little monkey, and Go himself could barely say a few words, let alone introduce himself. How did this evolved being know? It was somewhat strange. However, after all, it's just a few names. Perhaps she just somehow learned them. Mu Bei certainly would not doubt his memory simply because she could call out their names while they did not recognize her. Just a few names, it doesn't prove much. On the contrary, he was considering whether this could be some kind of trap. Seeing him frowning slightly and not speaking, the evolved girl looked at the others for help. Aunt Xiao Yuan, Uncle Ing Miao, Uncle Desheng, Brother Tsong, do you really not remember me? Have you really never seen me? The girl's lips trembled constantly, showing her inner unease. Her tone was difficult, carrying a hint of crying, filled with fear and helplessness. As if she had suddenly heard bad news and could not accept it. It might not have been yesterday or the day before. It could have been several days ago. 10 days ago, a month ago. Think carefully. Have you really never seen me? Everyone shook their heads. Mu Bei came back to his senses and said, "We really don't know you and have never seen you." Upon hearing this, the light in the girl's eyes quickly dimmed, but suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Her eyes brightening like a drowning person desperately grabbing for the last life-saving straw. "Uncle Mu Bei, where were you yesterday?" Mu Bei was taken aback, somewhat confused, but still replied, "Nearby." A look of despair appeared on the girl's face, and she asked again, "What about the day before?" Also nearby, Mubei said. With each of his answers, the girl's despair deepened. "We've been wandering around this area for the past few days," Mubei wondered. "What's wrong?" "I see," the girl murmured, lowering her head. After a moment, she raised it again, seeming to adjust her emotions, and showed everyone a bright, yet sad smile. "I'm going to die," she said. Chapter 92. Could it be a time traveler? This suddenly appearing evolved girl was indeed a bit strange. She seemed to know them, yet then said something about how she was about to die. However, to say there was some kind of trap in this, it didn't quite seem like it. Mubei wanted to ask a few more questions, but the girl was in a low mood and did not want to say much. So, Mubei did not ask further and let her follow. By evening, after an entire afternoon together, Mubei was astonished to find that this evolved girl who called herself Guling was actually quite familiar with them. For example, after he finished playing a piece called Farewell for the Silly Cat Tuanzi, Guling noticed that he had forgotten to set it to repeat and casually picked up the tape recorder, rewinding the tape precisely and starting it again. The key was not just this action, but the atmosphere at that moment. The atmosphere between people is difficult to describe, yet very subtle and wonderful. One can often easily feel whether the other is familiar with you. Initially, Mubei thought that calling out a few names didn't prove much. But after spending an entire afternoon together, he felt that she really seemed to know him. Not just him, but Xiao Yuan, Ing Miao, the little monkey. And Go all felt this way too. Now Mubei was a bit confused. He had firmly believed that his memory was fine. But now he felt a bit shaken. He even asked Xiao Yuan if anyone could secretly alter their memories without them knowing. Surprisingly, there is indeed someone. Brother Wang Ying might be able to. Xiao Yuan said seriously. She also felt that the current situation seemed a bit strange. And since Xiao Yuan's bad luck could affect the current master, it was possible that Brother Wang Ying's ability fish in a cage, bird in a cage, could also affect the master. She did not mention Ing Miao, the little monkey, and Go Hua, clearly not believing that they could resist against Wang Ying. She even did not mention herself, showing that she was quite wary of the ability fish in a cage, bird in a cage. However, after saying that, she shook her head and said, "But Xiao Yuan does not believe that Brother Wang Ying would attack the master. Moreover, if it really were Brother Wang Ying who deleted her from our memories, how could he let her meet us again so quickly? Yes, if it really is the mischievous infant causing trouble, secretly altering their memories from the past 10 days, and specifically deleting Guling from them, then even if the mischievous infant has some purpose for not killing Guling, it wouldn't make sense for Guling to easily reunite with them. Otherwise, what is the mischievous infant trying to achieve? Just deleting for fun? Is this Guling a fake? That doesn't make sense either. After completely erasing Guling's existence from their memories, would they then find someone to impersonate Guling? That would be insane. Although Mubei doesn't have first-hand experience due to the lack of memories from the mythological era, and thus doesn't share Xiao Yuan's confidence in the mischievous infant's loyalty in Xiao Yuan's eyes. The pain of illness and the suffering of parting are among the 8 sufferings that the mischievous infant is very attached to, showing high loyalty, even from a logical perspective. The speculation about the mischievous infant doesn't seem reliable. There is no reason, and it doesn't make sense. Just then, Guling, who had finished setting up the barbecue tools, came over. "Uncle Mubei, I heard everything. Don't worry, your memories are fine." Oh, Mubei looked at her. The girl in front of him seemed to have completely adjusted her emotions. "But didn't you say we know each other?" Mubei asked curiously. "The problem is, in our memories, we don't know you, and we've never seen you before today. If their memories are fine, then how could they know each other?" Guling put her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks, and said, "We really know each other. I even spent some time with you." Mubei was speechless. "We all said we don't know you and have never seen you, and you agreed to this point. But then you confidently say we know each other and spent time together. Isn't that contradictory?" It's just that what she said was so absurd that it didn't feel fake at all. Wait, did she anticipate my thoughts and do this on purpose? Mubei quickly shook off that idea from his mind to avoid getting trapped in a deadlock of predicting her predictions. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, Mubei felt it was true. "You seem to know why." He stared into her eyes and asked. He noticed that Guling herself seemed to know what was going on. "Yes, I know." Guling raised her eyebrows, a sly smile forming at the corners of her mouth. "But I can't tell you." Guling wouldn't say, and Mubei felt a bit helpless. The last time he encountered something like "I know why, but I'm just not going to tell you," it was that mischievous rabbit, which left him feeling a bit frustrated. He couldn't beat that Miss Rabbit. Guling, on the other hand, Didn't he want to resort to violence? Didn't he like to resort to violence for everything? That was very low. Just because he was curious and wanted to know why, should he force this girl, who was full of goodwill and suspected to be an old acquaintance, into a corner? That would be crazy. However, Gu Ling not saying anything didn't prevent Mu Bei from making some guesses in his heart. He suspected that Gu Ling was a time traveler from the future. This guess could perfectly explain the strange situation where she knew them, but they didn't know her. And it might also explain why her level of evolution was so high. But what about that death prophecy? Is it derived from her abilities? Some kind of mysterious power? Mu Bei vaguely felt that this guess was not quite right, because he recalled the situation at that time and thought that it was less of a prophecy and more of a deduction based on his responses. Moreover, he always felt that the contradictory memories and the death prophecy seemed to be based on the same starting point, stemming from the same reason. Uncle Mu Bei, why are you staring at me? Gu Ling, who was focused on the barbecue and swallowing her saliva, looked up and smiled when she saw Mu Bei staring at her. Her lively and cheerful demeanor surprised Mu Bei, who was still thinking about that death prophecy. He clearly remembered her earlier anxiety and despair. Obviously, she wasn't fearless. She had just chosen to face it calmly after experiencing that fear and breakdown. This is what courage is all about. Anyone who can do this deserves respect. Didn't you say you were about to die? Mu Bei said. It seems like nothing is wrong at the moment. Yes, I'm about to die. Gu Ling slightly lowered her head, looking at the barbecue that wasn't ready yet but already smelled delicious, swallowed her saliva, and smiled, probably tomorrow. Hearing this, Mu Bei frowned. So soon, and so precisely. Although he didn't know how Gu Ling made this prediction, putting aside the process for now and just discussing the result. The reasons for death could be summarized into two categories, internal and external. Gu Ling showed no signs of injury and didn't look like someone on the verge of death. So could it be an external danger? And tomorrow? No, it could also be today. Because death doesn't have to be immediate. Danger could also occur today. A fatal injury could happen today and then drag into tomorrow, resulting in death, which is also possible. Mu Bei suddenly wanted to save the girl in front of him. First, he wanted to see if there was indeed danger approaching. Second, he wanted to see if this death prophecy could be broken. Third, the sudden appearance of such a secretive girl, who seemed to be their old acquaintance, only to die the next day, gave him a vague feeling of frustration. Lastly, and purely, he wanted to save her, to save this girl who could face death and confront it calmly. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived at the camp.